What is going on, everybody? It's B the Installer. I am here on Amazon Prime Day. Many guests are coming. Stop the FOMO is finishing up and bringing over some people from his live stream, and we're going to do this all day. So I hope you brought your Wheaties. I have. I didn't get a good night's sleep, but I got enough sleep. But we have too much going on to sleep. So let me get the stream pulled up here on another channel so that I can see what y'all are saying here. But I want to thank you guys for jumping on. And we're going to be talking about all the different deals today. We're going to be talking to a bunch of guests, including ratings.com is starting us off in about an hour. They're going to talk about their rating system, and we're going to have one of their expert testers on. So that's going to be cool. We're going to have a bunch of different people. We're going to have my friend Antoine from New Stuff TV coming on, talking about a bunch of different mobile gadgets, different kind of like wireless headphones and, Bluetooth speakers and all kinds of little gadgets. And he's kind of like an unbox therapy type review channel. Fantastic guy, funny. And then we're going to have some audio files coming on. Matt Pose from Audioholics with Ninjician AV. They're going to come on. After that, I'm going to have the Villa Man who does TVs and stuff like that. But we're going to also have guests from the Hi-Fi podcast, the Daily Hi-Fi podcast. I think it's actually going to be Aaron's Audio Corner. So we'll have that. Then we'll have My Gadget World, Jonah Mathis talking about computers and sound bars and things like that. And then we're going to go hard back into TVs and gaming with Joelster 4K, Tech with KG. And then after that, we're going to end with Whisper Status and Keep It Classy Tech, both TV aficionados, along with Stop the FOMO and myself. So going to be a long day. And then finally, we're going to give away some prizes and such. And I'll go back into it in a little bit about what we're going to offer. But you're going to need to make sure that you guys comment when I tell you to comment and include the correct hashtag for that specific giveaway. I'm going to change it each time so that the people that comment, each one is good. So let's see. It says audio is out of whack. You can't hear dialogue. How long ago was that from? Can you guys hear me okay? I want to just make sure my sound sounds good. Let me know if you guys can hear me. And I'll say, and we'll figure it out here. So give me a second here, and I'm going to get into that. I'm good. Okay, cool. Good deal. So as I was saying, each giveaway, let's get rid of this thing at the top. Always has this. It's going to be a long day here, so I'm not getting too stressed out about things today, guys. Let me get rid of this like PowerPoint slide thing. I don't know. There we go. Not sure if that's going to be any better, but all right. So let me get into the chat. I saw a couple of super chats. I want to go in there and just let me talk about those real quick. I got a bunch of different things open here. I got like 8 million different links open. There we go. Back into there. And also remember, I'm going to give you guys some more stuff, but if you need to super chat, feel free to super chat to get the attention of the guests and make sure we answer your guys' questions. And we'll go right here into Ben Ramirez. Did a Best Buy price match for a 65-inch A80J. Was $24.99 when I bought it on the 29th of May. Now it's $21.99 on Best Buy. Got $320 back. Others may want to check. That's a good idea, man. Good job, Ben. I actually was just at Best Buy yesterday. I upgraded my Wi-Fi, and I saw a guy in there getting an X900H. It's actually like $500 more now than it was back then. So I told him to keep his eye out the same way. I've done that a bunch of times with my TVs where I've gotten better deals. So definitely check the prices. I mean, I'm sure a lot of people do that where they check prices and find out that the price is a little lower. They're kind of a pain in the butt. You got to go all the way back into the store and show them your receipt, but they'll do it. They'll hook it up. So that is a good catch there, Ben. I appreciate it. Let's see here. Hamza Khan, thank you very much for the super sticker. Here, he's got a question right here. A90J for fan of sports. Does the auto brightness limiter dim the TV when watching sports? I don't know if I guess some people have said it does do that. I noticed that I I love watching that TV for sports. I watch NBA on it. I've watched, football, basketball, hockey. I love it. So it looks fantastic. It's a fantastic TV with really good upscaling. I think people overthink some of these questions about like what may or may not be like help, what like little things may or not be like deal breakers. We kind of hash those out a little too much in some of our reviews and whatnot, but we try to find a subtle differences. I wouldn't be concerned about that. I think that TV is fantastic. So I'm a fan of sports. I use that TV. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So there you go. Hope that helps. Yeah, and I'm going to get into this. Oh, there's got a Rainer jumped on. What's up, dude? Thanks for jumping over. Appreciate everyone coming on. Stop the FOMO will be here in a minute when he's wrapping up. He's had a couple questions. He didn't want to leave people hanging on the questions. So he'll be over in a second. Here, Andrew, what's up, man? Brandmart USA has a U8G still in stock for $11.49. Also bought one, or just bought one. Also, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and Dark Knight 4K sets on sale for Prime Day. That's awesome, man. Thank you. We'll throw up. FOMO's pretty good at doing this, where he just throws up some of the deals. I will try to do that as fast as we can. I saw some deals. I'm going to kind of stick to the script on our timing, like, because we're going to be speaking to guests, I want to make sure it's somewhat relevant. So, feel free to super chat or just, whatever, let people know in the comments about deals. And also, if you guys can, it's early, but if you guys can, throw the link from this video into your social media platforms with the hashtag Prime Day Live, as you see in my screen right there, Prime Day Live. I posted this on Twitter. And you guys could retweet that as well. But I'd be appreciated. And if you're going to be in the giveaways, I'm going to ask that you go to betheinstaller.com and sign up for the newsletter. All you have to do is go to betheinstaller.com. Wait a second, it'll pop up, and you just enter your info and contact info, and it'll submit it, and then I'll have your contact info. So then when I try to find you for a prize, I'll have you on here. So make sure to go to betheinstaller.com and sign up for the newsletter as well, just to make it easier. And, that's part of the deal. So let me get to the next one. And I appreciate that, Rainer, for jumping over. Matthew, the Sony 8H massive prime deal for 65-inch. How dim is it really? And would you say that, or you've all heard of any C10 deals coming? It's hard to find the deals at the same time, to be honest. I mean, the deal for the C10 is already out. It's been like $18.50 for, quite a while. I mean, I think that is a pretty good deal. I don't know if they're going to go lower, but I think that the TVs are very comparable. I would get the Sony if I watch movies. I would get the C10 if I was a big gamer. So that's a pretty easy split there. I made a video on these two TVs 6 months ago. Overall, I thought that the A8H looked better. This price at the current price of the Sony 8H, which is like $1,700, I believe. Maybe it's even $1,600. That's a couple $100 less than it even was on Prime Day. So let me look at it, and I can see if I can pull it up on screen here. A8H 65. All right. Yeah, $1,598. Let me see if I can pull this up. I gotta pull these links apart, man. It's impossible to get all this. I have a 32-inch monitor, so literally I'm like looking like all over the place. I was actually talking to one of the guests that's going to come on about that, and he said that's why he doesn't use a big monitors, because it's like impossible to see anything when you're trying to search for stuff. It's like impossible. That is not the right one. So let me get that. There we go. All right. So there is the Sony A8H 65 inches, $1,598. Let's see what the 55-inch price is. The 55 inches back down to $1,200. So that's also on Prime Day deal, because that was, I believe, $1,600 for this. So yes, lightning deal on both the 65 and the 55-inch Sony A8H. I have a link to this in the description. So if you guys are going to buy this, just go in the description and click on the link. We get a little bit of a commission, but if you're going to buy something, hook it up anyways, man. That's why we're here. So definitely go ahead and do that. Give me one sec. All right. All right, let me jump down into the comments here. Oh, what's up, Ninjishin? Ninjishin AV, what's going on? Yeah, we can see your comment, man, if that's what you're asking. All right, here we go. I'm going to remove that off. The 65-inch LC C1 is at $20.99 at Best Buy until tomorrow. That's a good deal. So let's see. Best Buy looks like they're trying to match Prime Day, so that's good. Thank you for letting us know. I'm going to check that out right now and just double check what's going on with the C1 on bestbuy.com. Yeah, and they're 55 inches down to $14.99. I think that's just $100 off of what it was. The 48-inch C1 is, let's see here. The 48 inch is down to $13.99, which is $100 off of what it was. And yeah, the 55, the 65 inch at $20.99 is a good deal. The 77 inch, now that also is down $300 because that was $37.99. So looks like that they've matched Sony's A80J deal at $3,500 for the 77 inch TVs. So that looks pretty good there. So I would, looks like we're getting some good deals here. So I appreciate it. The Quad Father. I like that name. That's funny. Thank you for letting everybody know. Let me see. I'm going to get through these chats. It's going to be a long one today. So trying to get through them as quick as possible. And, oh yeah, Rainer wanted to let people know in Germany, they have a deal on the Samsung frame. That is the 2021. Okay. So it is the 2021 Samsung frame is on sale. That's like $400 off. I mean, I just bought that TV for exactly what he's saying, the $12.99. In the US, it was $12.99. So, yeah, I might have to check out Best Buy and see if they're matching that price because I'd love to say $400. Let's see what it is on the, see what the Samsung frame is on this. So yeah, look at right here. So the Samsung frame just went down to $1,039 on bestbuy.com. So I will take what we've just talked about. I'm going to go into Best Buy and I'm going to save myself $260 because that's exactly the price that I just paid for it, $12.99. And I did a video on it, so I wasn't too worried about it, but hell yeah. Thank you for pointing that out. And I'm going to save on some deals. So thanks, Rainer. Red Bull, not that tasty, but you know, got to have some caffeine. Ran out of coffee, so now I'm on the Red Bull. All right. So the C1 Eurosaurus, the 48-inch C1 has the Evo. I don't know about that. Ninjishin, maybe Ninjishin AV might be able to help me out with that. He's in the chat sometimes. Ninjishin, if you're there or if anyone else knows, is the 48-inch C1 the Evo panel? I think it does depend on where it's from, and I know that they did make a 48-inch last year, so they were already making 48-inch TVs. So they may or may not be, but yeah. Sorry, I'm messaging FOMO right now. All right. So 48-inch, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's an Evo panel. It could be, or it could not be. Hey, what's up, Jonah? Today may be the day I get a new TV for the living room. Maybe, man. There's a lot of deals, dude. They're going quick too. I don't know. And just so everyone knows, later on tonight, I am going to be giving away at least one of the TVs here. Not sure which one to give away, or if I give away multiple TVs, we'll find out. I'm going to try to see if we can manage to do that. I'm happy to. I'm happy to give back to the community. I'm doing this so that we can get all these people together. It's not necessarily for the money, man. I mean, I do YouTube, but it's all about the people and trying to get some deals. And yeah, let's see. Here we go. Give me the Sony A90J. Yeah, that's not happening. Sony A90J is not leaving my house. Sorry, back to the thing here. So just waiting. So again, in 45 minutes, we're going to have ratings.com. Alex Toza, I hope I say his name right, will be here to talk about their rating system. I got some funny questions for him. So we'll see. Oops, I forgot I'm sharing that screen. So everyone's watching me click through all my different things. And, you know, we'll get go from there. What's up, Michael? What's going on? What's up, everybody? It's in the chat here. Travion, I wanted to get this chat in there. Ended up getting a 55-inch A80J. Haven't unboxed it, but I can't wait. That's going to be awesome, man. That is a great TV, and I love it. I have the A90J as well. Very little differences between the A80J and the A90J. I think for the most part, people, you know, the A90J, it's going to be tough not to have the FOMO on that. But I think people buying the A80J and gamers that buy the C1 instead of the G1 are going to find themselves in a sweet spot and shouldn't have any FOMO regarding their TV purchase, because those TVs are pretty awesome. So congrats. I'm happy for you, and I think you're going to love that TV. And thank you for the super chat. I hope the videos help. And again, if you guys have an opportunity, go ahead and send this out to social media platforms. It's going to get a little bit more exciting in a minute once we have some guests on here. Rainer, we got another deal here. QN90A 65-inch is down $500 or 500 euro on Amazon Germany. You know, it's funny. I tried to link all my accounts. I tried to link the Germany account. I tried to link UK, Canada. It's not as efficient as you think it would be. I mean, I'm sending business to all the different platforms, but they can't link them up properly. It's kind of a pain in the butt, to be honest. But maybe it's just I'm not tech savvy enough. Cool. Oh, look at this. Westall, what's up? What's up, Leanne? How's it going? Got some fans, got some friends in here. So this is neat that people are coming in. I saw some other people say, what's up? Phil82. I saw him say, we're giving him headaches, making him switch. Yeah, the whole plan was just to start here. FOMO wanted to do a little intro, and now he's not here. So we got to wait for him to get here now. So now he's late, 17 minutes late, which is no problem, because we just want to help people out. What did you say, John? I can help you out with that, B. What did you, I don't know what I said. Oh, with the website, maybe, or tech savviness, probably. Give me 1 second. I'm just going to shut this door. I have this issue with this room where it's got like pressure. So whenever I shut one door, then the other side door pops open from backyard. And if someone shuts the front door, then it pops open my door from the office to out. Kids are gone, so that's good. So just me and my wife, she's working out there. I did have an exciting upgrade. So this is definitely not an Amazon deal, but I got the Beast Mode Wi-Fi 6 Orbi. So I decided I can't be messing around with my Wi-Fi if I'm trying to do live streams. So you guys don't need to buy a giant, 3-system Orbi mesh Wi-Fi 6, but it is really good. I mean, I've already had a lot of success with Orbi. Fantastic coverage for the price. It's pretty expensive, but compared to like Google Wi-Fi or Eero, I think that the Orbis are fantastic. Now this mesh Wi-Fi 6 one, oh my God, I had my phone out in the middle of the street, probably almost 50 yards from my front door, and I still had full coverage. So man, it's intense. Very good coverage. Now we'll see if I'll probably drop out and you guys will be left here on your own in a second, but for so far, so good. So yeah, Nagician AV replied that it depends on where the manufacturer, I think on those, the C1s, but yeah, I think you're definitely, they definitely made them last year. So you're going to have some old, some new. Deals are on Costco too. That's good to know. Yeah, there's going to be deals everywhere. So people, let me know in the comments where the deals are. I want to know. And I want to know what deals interest you. I know you guys are commenting. Some of you guys are commenting in here. So that's awesome. I'm going to separate these a little bit more. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so we're going to have Nagician AV on in a little while. It's probably actually like 5 hours. So more than a little while, 6 hours. Oh, no, actually, he's on earlier. So I got to pull up my, pull up here. FOMO's on his chat trying to find the link. So they're over there putzing around instead of just pasting it into the paste it into the chat. Maybe I'll help them by going back on their stream and helping them out by pasting the link in. That's pretty funny. The thing that we didn't want to do is make it too interrupt it too much for the fans, and now we're both on different channels. So I think we did not accomplish what we tried to by keeping it nice and smooth for you guys. All right, let's just get live here. Give me 1 second. Oh, there we go. I think he's on. Let's see. Is he on? It looks like his ended now. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm sure he'll pop on in a second. All right, let's see if anyone got any questions. Let's go. Let's see let's go here. How much will the C1 be on Black Friday? It's a good question. I would imagine it's probably going to be like $1,800, $1,900. You know, they had it. The C10 was like $1,900. I believe they were, you know, Sony and LG were kind of like going back and forth, $1,800 range for 65-inch. So, you know, you could save a couple $100 more then. So it's $2,099 right now. My thing is, do you need the TV now or not? I mean, do you want to watch sports all summer? Do you want to watch movies all summer? Like, how much is it worth to you to just get the TV now and stop worrying about it? You know, is $200 less going to be helpful? For me, I'd probably say I'd rather get the TV now and have it for the next 4 or 5 months. You know, $200 difference, not the end of the world. I mean, if you have a good TV and you're okay and you can wait, absolutely wait. It's definitely going to be less expensive around then. They shouldn't have any more shortages of TVs. That might help, you know, get you. Okay, I gotcha. He can't find the actual StreamYard link. I gotcha. Let me stop the FOMO on here. That's funny. I don't think I sent it to him. That's pretty funny. There we go. All right. We'll have him on in a second. That's why he's not on. It's because he didn't have my link. There it is. I sent it. There we go. All right. So now we'll have FOMO on, so I'm not here talking to myself. All of this planning, and I didn't plan to have any dead time with just myself on here. That's the plan. Here he is.
Dude, I've been clicking on the wrong link the whole time, man.
I never sent you the link. That's my bad.
Oh, I was like,
you know what I mean? Because I sent I sent it in the email. So I did send you the email. You were copied on that email.
But you know what? That email link, I clicked on it and it sent me to a older one. So I got to correct this with Brian, because Brian is 1 second. Let me text him real quick. I'm so sorry, man.
No, you're fine. Don't even worry about it. You know what the funny thing is I better email everybody the right link because
I
sent that out to everyone.
On that Twitter link, I clicked on it and it said it expired. I'm like, what?
Oh, the Twitter link. I didn't send you a Twitter link. But
yeah, on our Twitter conversation, gotcha. DM, you got me that DM you emailed everyone. I clicked on that, and it gave me
the one that I tweeted out
to me specifically. Gotcha. To me,
I don't think I sent you that one. All right. So let me see here.
So we're on. So here we go.
So the one that I sent in the email to everyone is the correct one. I'm looking at it. So in the email, it was correct.
Okay, good.
Yeah, no worries.
Let me make the correction because
I
think I gave Brian the wrong link. Now he's like, what the hell?
Dude, this is hilarious. This is why we're doing this. You know, we only knew that Prime Day was going to be like 2 weeks ago. We found out Prime Day.
Housekeeping.
So I was like telling everybody, we're going to do this Prime Day thing. Man, you got to plan a lot of crap in 2 weeks. So for like Black Friday, FOMO and I were talking about, we can start planning now because we know what day Black Friday is going to be. It's the Thursday before Thanksgiving, you know, or the Friday after Thanksgiving. So it's easy.
And, you know, someone had a great idea this morning on our warm-up live stream. We need a deals ticker, and I don't know how to incorporate that live, but I think I have an idea how to do it. And I'll work through it so that we might have some way to put up a deals ticker or something, because there's just so much stuff going on.
Oh yeah,
deals come up.
People like I think Rainer has already given everyone like 7 deals. And by the way, FOMO, Rainer's deal about the frame, I actually am going to save $260 because it's on BestBuy.com. It's down to $1,000. So, you know, they're discounting it there.
Agreed.
How long were you messing around? I feel so bad. I was kind of like just being like talking about how you and I were trying not to make it incongruent, and then boom, I'm sitting here on the live stream myself.
I know, right? So
I felt bad.
Well, so we logged off the live stream, and then you know how it is, right? A couple of guys talking, And so I was like, oh, okay, good. I can take a drink of water.
Of course,
and then,
yeah.
And then drink of water became like a beer with Brian. And then it's like, oh shit.
Funny.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to swear. It's like, oh,
You can swear. It doesn't matter.
Brian is like, where are you guys? I'm like, oh. And so I'm looking around. Wait a minute, where's my link? Right. And so I click on the link, and then goes, oh.
Yeah. Well, the FOMO and I always communicate just on Twitter, on our Twitter. So it's so easy, just DM. But I sent an email to everybody. I don't think it's probably the first time I've ever emailed you. You know what I mean? I don't think I've ever emailed you anything.
Right. We rarely email each other.
I wouldn't expect you to look in the email, and I probably wouldn't have either. I sent that out to all the people so that they knew where to be, to try to make it more structured. But the funny thing is like you and me and Brian and Channa and people, we aren't very structured. I talked to two of them on instant messenger, and I talked to another one on Twitter, and so it's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's
but anyways
thing. Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
All right, we got the live.
We've had a couple questions, so it's been good so far. What is the QN90J? I think he means the QN90A, or hey, CM, let me know what you mean. I mean, no matter what you mean, I probably prefer the Sony. So whether you mean, unless that's the A90J, if it's the A90J, then I like that better, but by a fraction, by a tiny little bit. Jonah's over here laughing at us. You think it's funny, Jonah? Wait till you come on and your internet cuts out, and then I'm gonna laugh at you. And I'm just joking. He actually was solid on when he was on, but
that's awesome.
Yeah, I was showing everybody my new mesh Wi-Fi system that I have, dude. I don't know, man. FOMO, I feel like you had some issues, man. This thing is bulletproof. It's only been like 12 hours. I was doing that's what I was doing at midnight. I waited till everyone went to sleep, and I gutted the Wi-Fi and I redid the whole thing in like 15 minutes. And the only thing that I can complain about with Orbi is that their app, like all apps, when you set Wi-Fi up, it disconnects and reconnects, and it takes like an hour to set the app up. But I've done it so many times that I know, like, when it resets the modem, I just go in manually and reconnect to the Wi-Fi on my phone, and it makes everything go more smoothly. But yeah, the apps, they need to work on those. I know there's different phones and different platforms, so they have to make an app for each one, but it's not very smooth. So yeah, that's
well. And so you bring up a great point about the dropout. So for me, once everything was set up, I could maintain that undropped connection.
Here's the thing. How far apart were your nodes? That I wonder, were they too far apart, or were they pretty close?
Well, I started off, they were far apart, and then I brought them close together, and then literally they were in the same room, line of sight.
And you were just testing it, trying to get them to
because I wanted to make sure that at least line of sight it works. I couldn't get it to work with line of sight.
I wonder if there was a firmware, or if you just had a crappy one or something. Some of the things when you have, I know this is not what everyone wanted to talk about right now, but I mean,
it's a long day.
I don't see a ton of questions, long day, whatever. But, when sometimes when you have mesh Wi-Fi units and they're too close, then sometimes like the main unit will try to connect to one, and then your phone's on that, and then they sit there and they bounce around, and they're kind of, uncoordinated. Sometimes when people have like 2 nodes or 3 nodes, and it's like a triangle, then one of them will be trying to connect back to the main one instead of in series. So I always try to keep mine in series. So it's 1 to 2 to 3. And that way, the third one isn't trying to connect all the way back to the first one. It's hard, but yeah, like, Caleb Thompson saying the RBK 852 is a beast. Yeah, man, that is a beast. I have the 853. So I have 3 units. So trust me, it's crazy. I think that the 852 is the 2-unit version of the one that I have. And that would have been enough for me, but I thought I needed to have 3 units because I wanted the kids' room and my room, the wife and I room or whatever. We don't live in separate beds yet, but
I love Lucy, man.
Well, when I said my room, it's like I felt like rude to my wife. Like, it's not my room. It's actually, our room. Anyways, the kids' room and then my room. And then in the front bathroom there, the internet didn't work before. Then you got the living room and the office here. So I have the second node on my computer, which is in the backyard too. So it's 2 rooms over and it faces the backyard. And then the third node is in the living room, like on the wine cabinet thing. And so,
if I
and that one gets the front yard. What's up,
Brandon? It's to share some deals with
dude. You can do whatever you want. I will pop it up.
I think this one is a huge one right here coming up. I wanted to make sure you guys got it. This one, boom.
I already told people you are you're going to be doing this because you're the man.
$1,200 for an 82-inch crystal. I, I don't know
FOMO,
what
you
to
know,
say.
you and I were talking. Okay, we had this conversation about what TVs do people actually want to know about. I'll tell you, people want to know about giant TVs more than they
Yes.
want to know about a 55-inch OLED, probably for the most part. There's thousands and thousands of people that want to know about giant 80-inch TVs versus, the
Yep.
few that want to know about a nice gaming monitor. So it's like it's a totally different crowd. But go ahead, man.
But that's, well, for just, here's the thing with 82-inch TVs. If TCL sold an 82-inch TV, I would have it up here, but they don't. They're only this year starting the 85, and you saw how much it was, right? Like $3,000.
Mhm.
$3,000 is $3,000. I know TCL normally you get the most bang for the buck, but $3,000 is a lot of buck. This one at $1,200, it's big, and really all you want is 4K works. It's fine. You're going to get an 82-inch TV in your house. This is a great start because you can always upgrade to a OLED when it gets cheaper at the 85-inch size in the future. I think this is a solid price. If you want to get into 82 inches at under 1,200, just under, this is
Yeah,
it.
and like when we were talking about like the XL series, TVs, I mean, I think a lot of people could pay $1,200 for an 80-inch TV, but $3,000 for an 85-inch TV, you got to
Nope.
start thinking about quality.
Yes.
This TV is not going to be like an HDR machine. You watch like a dark show, like I was watching the Umbrella Academy.
I love that show. I finished it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I watched that on the TU 7100 or whatever, the one that's just above the one you just showed. It's kind of hard to see things because that TV isn't great showing super dark content. But, again, an 82-inch TV, it's huge. So you got to do what you got to do.
And for those saving up for college or saving up to help their kids move into college with a TV, 4K 43-inch, $220. I mean, these are your budget TVs, and they're not bad actually. The prices are pretty good for what you get. They're all 4K, and if this is a TV that hits your size, this is the time to buy it because Insignia, I think, is an Amazon sub brand partner collaborator. They're trying to sell the whole Fire experience more than anything, or the Prime experience. So it subsidizes the price of the TV to a certain degree. And among this, I think TCL's a little bit more expensive overall, but their image quality is a touch better. But if you need to stick to a budget, they're all on deal right now. And of course, the 2020 TV models will get you the best price. So something for you guys to think about if you just need the cheapest TV possible to give to your child, because come on, what teenager deserves a flagship TV, right? They're lucky. They're lucky it even works.
Only kids that have reviewers for dads.
Oh yeah. Hey, no, you're gonna take this TV and smile because I have nowhere else to put it.
That's funny. Brian's gonna jump on. Hey, also, I was gonna do I thought I didn't have any questions, but there are a few on here.
No, let's hit
First,
it.
Rainer, I don't know. Did you want to? You can always leave that stuff up too. It's no big deal. But
all right.
If you want to leave that up going forward, and then I can pull it down because then that way you don't have to keep asking me to. No, that's cool.
Sure.
I don't care either way. I just mean feel free to if you want. So 65-inch G1 is €27 instead of 3,500 on Amazon Germany. Isn't that pretty expensive? What is that price?
That's pretty expensive, isn't it? Yeah. Oh wait, instead of 3,500.
I mean, it's down €800 on their website. But what is the list price for the Evo?
Well, 2,700 is really low.
Yeah. Okay,
dude.
I have
not really low, but for a G1,
well, it's 3,000 here. It was 3,000 for the 65-inch. So
okay, so
it may be, yeah. So we have to check it out.
Yeah, and Europe and remember in Europe they include tax. I keep on forgetting they include VAT tax in the actual price. So in the U.S. it's without tax. If you equalize for tax, it ends up being very similar to U.S. prices, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'd take your word for it. Rainer can tell us. He's got all the answers.
Yes, he does. Thank you, Rainer, for being on. Thank you, all you remote workers who are working at home and hanging out with us, because really we're keeping you company more than anything, right?
Yeah.
And we're going to have a lot of Amazon returns in the next week or so. Ah, damn it. FOMO got me to buy this damn DVD.
And remember, for everybody that wants to support the stream, there's a couple things you can do. One, share the link for the stream on social media. Put it everywhere. Go ahead, retweet it, whatever. Put the hashtag primedaylive. That would be awesome. And then if you guys are going to go to Amazon.com, in my links, just click on the links. There's links in there that get a small commission from, and that helps the channel because everything here. Let me add Brian, and I want to tell him, what's up, Brian? How you doing, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey, welcome. Thank you for coming in. Brian just got out of the gym. He looks all nice and tan. He's got a Jeep, he said. So, and he's sitting behind a 75-inch Samsung frame. No, I'm just kidding. Those are all fake.
I love it, right?
Everything was a lie except for the fact
living
that
the
he has a Jeep.
Hamptons lifestyle.
Yeah. But what I was saying, Brian, is every dollar that we're trying to do on this, I'm trying to put back into the YouTube channel. And I'm actually trying to do a big AV system with a Sony A90J, as well as some speakers and a nice entertainment center and everything. So I'm getting that one way or the other. We're going to do it, but to make it look awesome and make good videos for you guys and check stuff out, definitely use the links to buy Amazon stuff. If you're going to be on Amazon, click on the links in the description, and feel free to send this out to your social media and tell your friends to jump on and ask their questions.
All right. So here's a question. X90J 75-inch is almost $2,000. Let me share it with you guys real quick. What do you think about that price at $2,000 75-inch X90J? I know it's a 2021 model. I normally say, whatever for a 2021
model. You said
model.
75-inch is already $2,000?
Well, let's check it out. What do you think? 2,000?
Oh my God.
Dude, that's a deal. So Sony's going hard today, man.
They are going hard.
Did you see that the 8H, the 65, and the 55 are both on sale? They're both all the way down. Like the 55-inch was down to the $11.99, that's what it was during Black Friday, and the 65-inch is even further down, like we talked about at $1,700. Now you got this going on. That's a fantastic deal because
it is.
I think the 85-inch X900H is about this price. So that'd be tough to choose the X900H at 85 or this at 75. That's pretty tough to call. But
now you're getting the XR at a larger screen size. And Brian and I were just talking about this. The XR is almost wasted in the X90J because the X90J just doesn't have enough hardware
to take horsepower.
Right, to take advantage. It's like adding premium to your 82 Civic, right? What's it going to do to the Civic? But at a 75-inch size, now we're talking a bit more pixels, a bit more dimming zones, but overall it's going to be brighter. I really like this price, though.
Because it released so expensive, it was overpriced upon release. The challenge is the 75-inch 950H is $2,000 right now too, so that's a good problem to have.
So let me ask you: you've seen both, my friend Brian. Which would you choose? It's your money. And
I still favor the
mixed use room.
I still favor the 950H at 75. Okay. I do think it's it was last year's flagship. I do like the X90J a lot, but I like it where it is in its lineup.
Let me do a couple questions quick because we got ratings coming on, and then I want to make sure that we're caught up by the time.
Ratings.
Okay, so I'm going to go with the C1 or the C1 48-inch and Sonos Beam. I'm a gamer in a dark room, 6 or 7 feet. Is this the best combo? I don't think it's a bad combo. Can anyone say it's not a good combo? You guys think?
You're just far away.
I think you're too far away.
You're too far away for 48 inches.
Go 55. 55 is probably cheaper too.
Sorry, I'm trying to find out. There we go.
Yeah, it's just it's a little too far at that size. I think
I like that. Thank you. That's good info. 55. That's a good point. I mean, if the thing is too, the Sonos Beam will look okay with the 48-inch. The Sonos Arc is bigger than the 48-inch TV, so that's like people ask me if they want to get a 55-inch and Sonos Arc,
like a bigger sound bar.
It's like the sound bar is bigger than the TV. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's a bad
but
look.
That's a good point.
That is funny.
If you can get the 55, I think they're pretty close in price. The 55 and the 48-inch C1 are both on sale. All the C1s are on sale right now too. They're down $100 or $200. And the 77-inch C1 now matches the A80J at $3,500. I don't know if that was like that before today, but it's down to $3,500 today. So we're gonna have some tough questions. Good thing we know most of the answers. I'm just kidding. Vams TV, thanks for the super chat. Let's see. Did he have a question? Let's see. Bam, there we go. Just wanted to tell us how awesome it is that he got the A90J 83-inch. The low luminance gray can see a line through the middle. Ooh, I wonder if he's got a little bit of the dirty screen on his A90J 83-inch FOMO. Ooh. But he says he loves it.
That is a DSC. Low luminance gray down the middle.
I returned to 65-inch for that reason, but I can see it pretty clearly. Yeah. But he says he loves it. Probably not
know,
too worried.
I know.
Yeah.
If it doesn't bother you in content, and if it's only if you only see it in a gray area,
or when
and
you
don't watch
searching for
hockey,
it.
right? Normally, because hockey is where it comes up because of that varying white and gray. But if you only see it in patterns, then it's fine. But if you see it in regular content, you really have to swap it. It's not going to get better.
83 inch is so hard. You think about how hard that is for the average consumer.
I mean, it's this wide.
Pick it up.
I mean,
it's like
that TV
pixel refresh. Try the pixel refresh. Maybe.
But I mean, like you're talking about like a giant. I mean, I think Sony comes in home for some TV purchases. I don't know the specifics. I don't want to say that they'll come in home and fix that, or if they'll do that for quality control and switch it out. I know if you buy them at Best Buy, for the most part, you got to take them back, man. You got to swap it out. So,
hey, I don't have any context for the frame. What's a good price for the frame, Samsung? Because I know now it's popular, and if they're looking to get something for their significant other, a female, right? What's the frame in terms of pricing?
The frame is overpriced. Period. I mean, there's no question it's overpriced, but I look at it from the perspective of it's not. And I know this is going to sound obvious, but it's not just a TV. You got to look at it from like a TV. You know, it's going to be overpriced for a TV, but a lot of people that get the frame, they have to have that art. And even though other TVs do art in a certain way, nothing does it like the frame where you get the whole like art store and everything. And so they rotate. Now, I would wish that they had a better like processor for the art. It's slow. It's like the app could be better. There's a bunch of things that I wish they do better, but it is a really cool TV. The 65 inch, I think, is like $2,000 or something. I don't know. What is it currently? Do you have?
Yep.
Are you looking at the prices?
I'm looking at it, but I don't know if it's a great price. So here, let me share it with you right now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just leave it there, and I'll put it in right now. Let me drop it in.
I'm just trying.
There we go. These are
off of Brian's
these are all
here.
the deals on the frame right now, right? So 55 inch 1200, 65 inch 1600.
They're all down. Yeah, they're all down. I mean, it's all good prices.
Okay.
So I have that 50 inch right there in the middle, the second to the right, the 50 inch, and I paid $12.99. I paid just a week ago. I paid $12.99. So it's down $260. Yeah.
All right. So if you guys are on a frame, they're all on Prime Day deals right now.
Yeah. So click on the link. I have the frames linked in the description. So just go into our description, click on the link, and while you're down there, copy the link and for the video and send it to social media and tell people if they need questions asked to come over here. I know I keep saying that.
And the frame has a lot of choices as far as the aesthetic. So it's pretty cool for that.
Get the bezels. You can do the bezels. You can buy the frame with the bezel included. You can also get the art. There's a wall. It comes with this like wall shelf you can get. So there's a lot of options.
It's furniture. It's basically furniture. So
it's it's actually a pretty cool TV. And as long as you're not like a big HDR buff, you're not gonna notice. Gaming features, it has 4K at 120 on one. Just like all the other top QLEDs. It has all the gaming. It has the game bar and all that stuff. Addy, what's up, Addy? How's it going, man? Was gonna buy the QN90A, but after watching FOMO's live stream last week, now he's gonna wait for the QNED 90 and see how it turns out.
Oh, that might be a good call.
I know, and I'll tell you this right now. I know Brian and Robert, Value Electronics, both are so excited about the QNED. The 90 in particular. 99 because it's an 8K. It's going to be holding stuff back, but the 90. Can the 90 beat the Q98? Not come close. We're talking outright beat.
I would love to see the day that happens. I want to see it. Have you guys seen him, Brian? Have you seen the TV?
I have not seen it. Okay. Robert has.
He said it's pretty good.
He had it, yeah. But I would tell you that having the QN900A in their showroom last year's Nano at 8K looked nice and was comparable. So, I mean, we have high hopes. It claims to be unmistakable from a VA panel, even though it's IPS. So we're excited about it.
Nice. I'm sitting here trying to mess with the different screens, and none of them was what I wanted there. So sorry. But anytime FOMO, you got a deal, just tell me. I'll put it up.
Yeah.
I want all the deals.
That's what I'm doing.
Vamps came back on, right? What's we got? Vamps right here.
There he is.
Same issue 8K 88-inch OLEDs have. The same issue. What is they're having some issues with their banding. Yeah, I mean, I had the banding. I did a video, the A90J and the DSC, I called it, an install video where I showed the installation and then the uninstallation and then the reinstallation. I just did kind of a little quirky video to help people, see the experience sometimes of installing and having to take a TV back. It happens sometimes. That's the second one in the last 6 months I had to return the Hisense H9G because I had a crack in the screen. So that happens.
But that information is so important to see that even you guys are struggling with the panel lottery. They don't feel so lonely when they see that, you're buying them and you have to then go through the whole process versus us looking at videos and seeing people seem to have perfect quality. You're showing what it's really like.
And Brian, I'll tell you what, man, I am not, I have Best Buy there. I can return it. I know how. I take them down, put them back up. I have a truck, and it still pissed me off, man. I was really mad.
Before I started the channel, Brandon, I had 11 in a row.
I heard. You're like legendary, man. You're like legendary for having the bad luck of having all that.
Oh my God.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it, right?
Yeah. And then when they see you coming into that store dragging that box, they're like, "Oh, here he is."
It's a walk of shame.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
They're going into freaking DMV.
That's why I just feel like Sony and LG and all these companies, they need to take the feedback more seriously from consumers, man. I mean, I think people that buy OLEDs would pay a little more for them to come out better each time, like improve the quality. Stop trying to make an OLED perfect for everybody. Yeah. And then, lose quality because of it.
Well, what got me through was Rtings got me through that scenario through Facebook. They were answering me back. But I tell people too, when you get a TV, try to watch content. Don't look for it.
Don't test it.
Don't test as soon as you open it.
There's one thing that we should kind of just look at real quick. I just want to share this. So if you could share the screen real quick. And you lost audio, buddy. Can't hear you.
No, I know. I was telling Alexa to remind me not to forget about ratings. I have to have some way to make sure I don't forget guests, but I think because they're going to pop onto the chat. Everyone has a schedule, and I got to make sure that everyone, social media and stuff. So no worries. You want me to get the screen up?
Yeah, it's real quick.
There you go. Go for it.
So we'll just go over I think what is some pretty good deals right now that people can take a look at is we'll start with what I think is probably the best deal on OLEDs right now is this one. Let's kind of scroll it up real quick so you can see it. There we go. The Sony OLED A8H, 1200 or 1600. 1200 for the 55-inch. That's not a great deal, but 1600 for the 65-inch. That's a good deal. Yeah. So if you're looking for a 65-inch OLED, and the A8H is a movie watching OLED. It's not a gaming OLED, but this is something that surprised me. Normally, you don't get these many stars on Amazon. And so the people who bought it and use it for what it is, not a gaming TV, they love this TV. And I think that says how good the A8H is just as a regular everyday streaming movie watching TV. So this is my choice for those who are getting into OLED for the first time. The room isn't too bright. 1600 is lower than the LG C10 at a 65-inch size. I think that's a phenomenal price. And then we go to what I think is also a great price is the Crystal. Let me put this in here real quick. The 82-inch Samsung.
Those are always so hard to recommend.
$1,200 for an 82-inch Samsung.
Yeah, I was talking about that too. I was telling the HDR it was really tough to watch. Like I was watching,
it's just a big TV.
Umbrella Academy on it, and it was so hard to see the dark content. It was just.
But I think aren't they still edge lit at that that level? Yeah, you're gonna have that like almost that IPS glow. And
it's not for darkroom watching.
They're very hard.
And the one thing I'd stay away from, everyone. I mean, look, it's a Master Series for $3,000. What are your thoughts on a 77-inch A9G?
This is perfect right here. This is why I need to let me put this comment up so we can kind of elaborate on all this. Morgan has a super chat that says, I have a Samsung 46-inch 6600 ES 6600. Never had an OLED. I like the 677-inch C1, but there's a lot about being dim. So this is a good question because we're talking about both things. An OLED in that size, and we're talking about older Samsung and Samsung TVs that are edge lit. So just off the bat, I would say I would not hesitate to get a C1 77-inch for this person. What do you guys think?
I think if he doesn't have that bright of a room, just moderately bright, doesn't have to be super dark, the 77-inch size, it's definitely large enough. And I think it gets bright enough, but I think and he's not coming from a Q9FN. I know Brian and I were talking about this at the very end.
That's what I'm saying. Very different TV.
It's not like one of the K K8000 or whatever, the super bright from 2016, right?
No, you're going farther back. Yeah.
And this is like a 6 series TV too. So
you're okay.
I think
you'll be okay.
I think this will be fine. Brian, are you on this kind of the same page?
And Morgan, I would say that even having the A80 last night or yesterday, I watched it in a bright room. I shot a video in a bright room. I think when you read about these being too dim, you get afraid of ABL. My ABL did not kick in. I never not once thought it was dim. I don't find them to be dim at all, even in a moderately lit room. So you're going to see an advantage in every single. It won't even be in the same universe.
Cool. Good info. Let me, I saw the ratings.com in the house. Eyes on us. Here they are. They're in the house.
Uh-oh.
We'll have to let them know. Thanks for checking in, ratings. Alex is good to come on in 10. I'll see him when he comes on.
Great.
Okay. Rainer, to answer our question, he works from home as a medical journalist and tech nerd content creator only. Otherwise, I work at a hospital. Rainer, go ahead.
Just real quick, medical journalist, what are your thoughts? And you can tell us offline because I need to know. The blank Han lab leak. You're a journalist. Man, you must know some good stuff coming out of the blank Han lab leak.
You're talking about the whole where
the whole
COVID
Fauci
originated.
thing, right?
Yeah, I don't want to get into this. I don't want to get into this online. I'm not talking about this on my stream.
We're gonna get banned in no time, right?
Yeah. Oh man, I'll have to start Xing out people in comments.
We're gonna have to find me on Twitter.
I'd be down
because this is so crazy.
Interesting. It's awesome. I'm a medical nerd. I went to college to go to med school, and I ended up going to beer school instead. So
it's all the same.
I did
get your master's.
I had my master's in drinking instead of medicine. So I did not have the grades to fulfill my medical school career. So
your dreams.
I ended up graduating with a degree to do sales for pharmaceutical sales, and then I ended up going into I worked at T-Mobile for corporate sales from BlackBerry that's what I did in New York, and it was the best job, and I'm so happy with the direction it took me. I love that job and the people I met and all that. But obviously I went into the tech world instead of the med world, so that's
not
cool.
A bad place to be.
65-inch, 55-inch difference in picture quality. I mean, I don't think there's much of a difference. Brian, what do you think about that? You sometimes talk about the softness of these TVs when you go up in size. What do you think about that?
The only thing with the CX is that the 65 inches were notorious for having some banding just from a production standpoint, but I did not hear that at all with the C1. But I would say go as big as you can. I mean, and they're just a better value, but you wouldn't see any. I mean, that's not big enough to have the image be too soft, even if you're on top of it.
I like that. Yeah, I think FOMO's in agreement. I just get the bigger TV. I went from 55 to 65, and I upgraded in quality, but it was more about the size difference and the quality difference from an OLED to an OLED. I was like, wow, all these OLEDs look so good. I'm like, is it that they're all so good, or is it just that it's a giant? It's much bigger than when you're standing in front of 55-inch to review. It's like that's it. Okay, I can understand that.
I have one next to me. I feel like I'm looking at an iPad. So.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what? I look at my phone. I've been just getting Best Buy rewards, and I'm like spending I got these suckers, the new XM4 earbuds. I got a new little DJI hand for my phone, so I can put my phone on a gimbal. And then I bought a $1,000 Wi-Fi system, which is I was like, ugh, the $1,000 Wi-Fi 6 system. I was driving down the street, and I was like, okay, I'm almost a football field away from my house, and I still have internet.
That's the mesh.
That's awesome.
I mean, it's a massive network.
We got to do that. I got to talk to you offline about it. So we're definitely doing that. So let me know.
And you don't even have to get the most expensive one. The Wi-Fi 6 is great, but it's expensive. But even the ones from like a year ago that are just like the Wi-Fi 5, they're still so massive. The size of them. We got to get a couple more questions in real quick because people
do it, man. There's a lot of people.
We got to get ratings on. Mostly watch SDR and YouTube in a dark room. OLED bright enough for SDR versus a 77X90J. That's tough. Short answer, I would say yes. The A8H and the C10 are bright enough for SDR. In a dark room, all I have is OLEDs in my house. It's hard for me to want to trade one away for an LED TV. Real quick, anybody? I mean, the size difference is nice though. What do you think?
Well, let me jump real quick. I cannot compare OLED to an X90J. I don't care how big the X90J is. It's just so different. It'd have to be an older OLED, a 77-inch, to a newer, smaller OLED, because it's just two different technologies. And you're in a dark room. The X90J in a dark room, man. The OLED is going to be amazing in a dark room. I'd go with a smaller one and enjoy the OLED.
Yeah. Even 75.
Brian's the opposite. I could see him saying that.
I mean, I'm a bigger guy, but the size difference is massive. I mean, it's massive.
It's like 30% bigger.
It's ridiculous. So if you want to be immersed, and I'll tell you, if you're close to it, those blooming issues won't be. If it's wrapping around you, they won't be as much of a problem.
Shout out to Whisper Status. Watch Tech Therapy videos last night and prep for today. Loved it, man. Getting the love, man.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Value Electronics Black Friday. 77-inch A80J worth calibrating, or C1 same. Get calibrated or out of the box. Calibrated C1 better. I think the A80J was pretty good calibrated wise. I think the C1 needs a little more work. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, A80J out of the box. I have mine out of the box. It's not calibrated. It's gorgeous. C1 definitely needs some help. Yep. You can do that yourself. It doesn't need professional calibration, but it's not its best out of the box.
And Brian, you're going to be on later with us, 8 p.m. Eastern with Keep It Classy. So it's going to be the four of us. I think that's a great mix because we all kind of have a different view on TVs. I love that foursome. It's going to be great. That's going to be awesome. So we'll have more to say about that. Aaron, if you want to come on later too, Brian will be, back. Brian, you can hang out however you want. I'm happy to have people on. So thank you.
Well, if you want me to bounce, so make room. For
no, I mean, I didn't get a chance to introduce you. Obviously, people know who you are for the most part. But Brian, Whisper Status 74, explained to us, that he had some issues with TVs. Does cool tech therapy videos where we're trying to get him to change his name to Tech Therapy. Just have that because it's so funny.
It's true though. We all need it.
Yeah, and I mean, just you bring a great perspective to the TV world, and I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And you guys should hit up his channel. He's blowing up. So he's been on with a bunch of us, and he does stuff with Value Electronics, and he's in good with them. Where exactly? I don't want to give your address away, but where are you? Where Value Electronics?
They're in Scarsdale, New York. I'm in Connecticut, so it's only about 45 minutes, but the traffic has been insane. So it's taking about an hour and a half to get up there.
And how far away are you guys from the city?
Same, about an hour and a half.
Okay, so you just upstate a bit.
Yep.
Gotcha. Cool. I haven't, I lived in New York for 3 years and I never went to Westchester. I never went upstate. I mean, I went to Boston a few times, so I went through it, but I didn't really.
But if you're ever visiting, you guys have to go down because my last video, all they had in their studio or their gallery was only 83. So there was 50 of them in the store.
Well, I'm going to be in New York. I'm going to be in New York coming up in August. I'm going to be there from the 15th to the 20th. I don't know if you want to go to down to a Yanks game with me, man. I'll hit you up.
Yeah, sounds good. I'll meet you there. Definitely. That sounds awesome.
Awesome. Cool. Looks like we got Alex coming in. You want to bring him in?
Let's bring him
in.
Brian,
are you going to stick around? You want to hang or are you going to?
I'll hang out for a while if I'm not imposing.
No, you're not imposing.
Brian is Rtings' #1 fan. He's been promoting their table tool.
How's it going, man? Can you hear us, Alex?
Yeah, I can. You guys can hear me?
Yes. Absolutely. You sound good. Look good.
Awesome.
Looks like you're hard at work.
Always. It never ends.
Yeah, that's funny. So, Alex, it's nice to meet you. I'm Brandon, Be the Installer. We got Stop the FOMO and Brian from Whisper Status.
Yes, I've watched all your videos, or not all of them, but I do watch your videos.
I appreciate it, man. And I'm a huge fan of ratings. Is it ratings or do you guys say RT?
Yeah, let's answer the question.
It's ratings.
Okay. I said ratings. I think FOMO got me screwed up because he was saying Rtings. So I'm like, I have to. I'm saying it wrong.
I mean, before I worked here, I said Rtings.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, cool.
So it's not just you. It's not just you.
On the record in front of 500 plus people now, and then there's going to be thousands of people watching this later or coming on. It's ratings.com.
Yes.
All right. And we're happy to have him to come on and talk about
happy to be
TVs and the rating system. And I got a couple questions for you, but let me share this with you real quick. I got a little promo thing right for you, man. Let's see here. Wait, why doesn't it go to the left?
That.
Oh, look.
There we go. Look, no picture of Alex.
Nice.
I was going to put your picture on there, but I didn't get it on there in time.
Whatever.
So,
I mean, I'm right here.
Yeah, and there you go. So, welcome. How's the weather up there? Where are you located? What city?
We're in Montreal, so in Quebec.
Okay. I actually had a good time. I came up there for a bachelor party. Loved the city. It was awesome.
Yeah,
like little New York, kind of like it was kind of, you know, similar-ish, but not really, you know, not the
What do you think of the French? Was it too much? Was it fine?
No, I love it, man. You know what? I want to go to France hardcore. Like I really want to go to, so I want to go to Canada more. I want to come up there and visit, you know, but they won't let Americans in because we're too full of COVID. So, you know,
yeah, not yet. But that'll clear up soon, I hope.
Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, so I know a lot of people, you guys got to get your questions in and let me know, but I had a poll up about what people wanted me to ask you. And the number one thing was, if you're ready are you ready to jump into questions or not?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. People wanted to know, how do you better differentiate all the 8.8 TVs? You got like 5 or 6 TVs that are 8.8. And we all know, you know, there are, you know, gaming is better on one and this and that and the other. But is there a way that the system could handle all the different 8.8 TVs? I'll let you talk about that.
Do you mean for it to like automatically do that for you?
No, just, you know, like, I guess like it could one be an 8.9 or a 9 or an 8 point, like there's a lot grouped right at 8.8. And I feel like, you know, I love the 8H and I know that the A90J didn't test dramatically bigger, you know, better in a real scene, but like the 0.1% highlights are like twice as bright. Yeah. So how do you factor things like that in when the TVs are so close?
So what we like to tell the community to do really is to use our comparison tool, because then you can kind of break down everything and look at it kind of side by side, even the pictures, everything. We standardize it so all the pictures should be the same brightness, plus or minus, you know, a couple of nits here and there. But that's how we hope to do it. We really do try and encourage people also not just to look at the scores, right? Because like you said, like gaming, movies, TV shows, and what you guys were talking about earlier, just because movies gets let's just say a 9, like what if you're looking at an OLED and you have a bright room? Like it's a 9 in our dark room, but if you have a big window open, that 9 doesn't really mean as much, right? So we try and get people to read the text and look at everything so that we can better explain it. We try with our videos as well, where we'll mention like, oh, like if you have this TV in a bright room, like just because it has an 8.8 and it's one of the best TVs we've seen, it doesn't mean that it's the best TV for you. So that's kind of how we try and like logic it out. We also have the way that you can create your own score. Like on each review, you can actually like pick what's most important to you, and then it'll come out with a score for you, which I like to use personally.
That's awesome. I don't even know if I've used that before. That's pretty cool.
Alex, if I can jump in and just say thank you to you guys. I hit you guys up on Facebook before I started YouTube, and you guys helped me direct message get through 11 defective TVs. But what the service you guys provide is unmatched. I mean, the tools, as you mentioned, not the metrics, but the dialogue, the writing, and the way you can set them up next to each other. I mean, if anybody out there, become an insider on these guys' webpage if you can. I mean, it's worth it. But the work you guys do, I'm geeking out that you're here, and I'm just grateful because you really have helped. I mean, Cedric, all the guys. I mean, but the tool, I think people lose track of the writing and the amount of time you guys put into comparing them. And there's so much information in the words, and people get stuck in the numbers. But I want to just say thank you, and I'll just shut up now.
No, man, I appreciate it. And like seriously, like it wouldn't be as good if it wasn't for the community, you guys, everybody, because like really without you guys, we're nothing, and we wouldn't be improving. It would just be, here's numbers and hopefully people like it. But because you guys are active, everybody's active, we get a lot of questions, a lot of comments, and we want to get better. We always want to get better. So it's really nice to hear that we're helping you. And
I'll plug you guys. Be an insider for them, because they do so much work. Their website, other than the videos, the website is where the meat is. Mm-hmm. So I think people look at your videos and watch the videos. I'm an insider. You get the reviews. You can vote on new TVs.
You get like a full 80 forum on there.
He's not going to plug it. Alex not going to plug it. I'll plug it. I've been watching Cedric since the beginning. 1080p TVs. I mean, but I think it's a disservice to only look at the videos, follow their videos, but become an insider. Don't hesitate. It's awesome for me as a creator, but as a consumer, it's unmatched as far as the information. And it's not so analytic that you can't digest it.
Yep,
No, I'll shut up.
Absolutely. And let me jump in. Is your table tool to compare features that are important? I use it all the time for my research when I do comparisons, because even though I may have the TV in terms of subjective, but sometimes you need what you guys do. Hey, this color volume is this and that. And it's important because in different viewing conditions, those things may become important. And I love how you're like, well, at less than 5%, it's not really a big deal. People are caught up in literal percentage points. You've seen it, right? Well, this one is like 1.2. I'm like, oh no. Did you see Rtings comment? If it's less than 10%, it doesn't even, it's even noticeable at 11%, right? But once you put numbers out there, it gets, they end up on the tech therapy channel just to get help.
I mean, like they're really, it's good to see that though, because it means they're really passionate about it. And like, those are the type of people who like, they care about that like 10 nits, even though like, are you going to see it? Probably not. But like, those are the kinds of people who are really important to have in the community like that. So I welcome it.
And you know what? I actually messed up on the what was the most popular answer. The most popular question to ask you kind of leads into some of the stuff you've already spoken about.
Oh, you snuck that one in. I see.
Is people wanted to know OLED versus QLED. How hard is it to compare those TVs with testing? Like how to put a number on OLED versus QLED versus like the things we were speaking about where there's other things. Like
so
go ahead.
Like from a testing perspective, like from just getting the numbers and everything, it's not that different because our testing regimen is pretty structured, and in general, it's always kind of the same things that you're running into in terms of like, let's say getting a peak brightness or reading the color volume, stuff like that. However, the big difference is when you look at real content and we're trying to subjectively evaluate it. So there are a lot of things that are different about them, about those two types of TVs, right? So the OLEDs, which, as you probably tell, they score very high. Like the top 5 TVs, I think 4 of them are OLEDs, right? So that's mostly purely from the numbers, but we do try and put in how we feel about certain things. Like, oh, we were watching this TV show just to like try it out, and you know, it kind of looked a little bit blurry. So like the score is there, but like write this in so that people are aware of it, because we want people to be aware. Overall, I would say that OLEDs are a little bit trickier to test, only because they have a little bit more like rules in terms of like, we don't want to have any image retention, any temporary image retention when we're doing a test. So you have to be a little bit more careful with when you're doing things. Whereas, you know, QLEDs or LEDs in general, really, it's a TV. If you accidentally leave it on overnight, like nobody cares, like it's not going to matter. But like, you know, some people have accidentally left a OLED on overnight and then came in the next day, looked at the dirty screen effect and saw, oh, why is there a whole bunch of little icons from the desktop? So, but I find the testing of an OLED would be a little bit more difficult from that standpoint. But subjectively, like, you know, they're a little different, and it's hard to kind of balance the two. You really just need to take the best of both and then just take out what is, or the best of both and the worst of both, and then decide which one is more important.
Yeah, it's trippy to, like, you know, because from my perspective, even comparing OLED versus QLED, it's almost like it's almost impossible to compare the TVs. It's just better to compare your room conditions and what you're watching. You know, like it's so hard to be like, should I buy an OLED or a QLED? It's like that just opens up like this, you know, just so many more questions that I want to ask people than just numbers and things like that, you know. So that's fun.
Yeah, I mean, I get a lot of questions from friends and family because they know I work here, and they're always like, oh, I want a new TV, like what TV should I get, like what's a good TV? And I'm like, all right, well, where are you putting it, and like how bright is it in there? And they're like, oh, you know, like kind of
kind of, right?
It's a personal question.
Well, it's funny because even if you have, like, in our house, even we just have 2 little lights behind us, and it's like if the TV's angled just a little bit, I'm like, oh, I gotta turn that stupid light off, because even though this LG C10 is a fantastic TV, you know, you can see that light and it's just so annoying, so I have to just turn the lights off. But there's also a window behind us, but I just kind of black out the shades. But But let's put you on the spot, Alex. What's your
Sure.
favorite TV then?
There you go.
Personally, I mean, my personal favorite that I have that like I would maybe not buy immediately because it's a little bit old now, but is the C9. I have it C9 at home. I love it. I think it's amazing. I don't really have any issues with it. There's a little bit of weird ABL stuff that is unfortunately part of owning an OLED, where I do notice it, like if I'm playing some games sometimes, like the screen will shift and it'll suddenly get a little darker, and you know, my girlfriend might not notice it, but I'm looking at it and I'm
you
like,
notice it, and I'm sure you notice it. You really notice it.
Oh, wait. Speaking of your girlfriend, does it bother you that you keep on pulling out the remote to adjust?
Oh, we all do that.
Yeah. Does she hate
I'm
that?
sure she's watching this right now and laughing because I don't know if it bothers her, but she definitely has made comments about it.
Dude,
Well,
my wife will pull a book up. She'll like pull her phone out and start putting her book back on. She's like, seriously, dude. And I'm like, just give me a second. Just give me a second.
You know, what I think is so important with you guys, even a number of years ago with the Z9D and the 940E,
Yeah.
Having reporting, blurring, and pixel response for gamers, that wasn't being done back then. And for those of us that bought those TVs, panning was so sensitive, and that wasn't in anyone's review back then. So you guys kind of started that, paying attention to the gaming, paying attention to native resolutions for gaming, and those are way at the bottom of the page. But for motion, pixel response, those are some of the most important things that no one else would cover. We're on top of it now more because we spend more time with our panels, but you guys, I mean, that was something that made me choose a panel and saved money because it was unplayable for, like, the 940E was unplayable for gaming because the pixel response made me nauseous. I bought that TV and I had a conversation. You guys are like, well, I don't know, but it made me choose my panel on the most small metric that most people don't pay attention to. And it's just very, very important work.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I want to say that, like, we have, like, our stringent testing, like, so how we test things, and, like, when something weird comes up, that's when we, like, further investigate. But something that we use a lot is research. So we'll look at your guys' videos, we'll look at other reviews, see, does anyone report a problem? Is there something weird? And we take that to heart when we start testing, assuming there's something, which, you know, there kind of always is. There's always something.
There's
know,
always
the way you guys used
TV,
to test,
there?
The way you used to test the camera and the dolly for you do the Rtings.
Yeah, we still do that.
I mean, I remember Cedric did a video on that, and it was fascinating because you're like, who that? I mean, even my S60 Plasma had ghosting, even though it was a plasma, and I found that out through the channel, through Rtings. So I mean, awesome.
Not quite as exciting as a test as that, but this is another test here. Your burn-in test. Do you think you're going to ever update that burn-in test with the newer TV?
So I'm not going to say never, because obviously if there's enough people who want to know, it's something that we'll at least consider. For now, because of the pandemic, we have stopped it at the moment. We have got a lot of information, basically, especially on these old TVs. So like the technology has gotten better, or, you know, so they say, for at least burn-in. But our burn-in test so far found that if you watched varied content, if you're just like average user, you play some games every once in a while, you watch this, you watch that, as long as you don't have anything static on for like thousands of hours, you're probably going to be fine. We are discussing it internally, but if we do it, we want to make sure that the scope is bigger than last time. So it would be, hopefully it would be big.
Hopefully it won't happen, you know. Hope that means that means good, you know what I mean? Like that means there's a good the TVs are getting better.
Because like also something that we've like talked about a little bit is that we buy in all of our own products, right? Yeah. So everything, we don't get anything from anybody. We have to wait in line when the pre-orders open and hope that we can get one for any of the new TVs, and sometimes we can't, so we have to wait. But yeah, like that's something that when we do it, we would have to wait, and it would be a while anyway, right? Because imagine ordering like 10 TVs and waiting for them. OLEDs too, like.
Oh yeah.
And here's another question too, if you don't mind. Like, what about other people? Like, is there like a favorite group of TVs, or is there like a big OLED versus QLED war in the office?
So we have like testers for all sorts of different product lines, right? So we have the headphones guys, the TVs, the monitors, and there's a little bit of overlap. So like the TV guys and the monitor guys have like a lot of tests in common. So some of us test multiple products. But for TVs, it's pretty funny actually. So I used to have this like 1080p Samsung from like 18 years ago. It was fine like when I was a kid, like no big deal. But then I started working here and I started testing TVs, and my first TVs were kind of like low-end Samsungs, the lower-end ones. So I was like, oh, this is kind of like my TV, but better, but like, not enough for me to worry about it too much. And then I had seen the other OLEDs and I was like, oh, that's nice, but like I didn't test them, so I wasn't really super familiar with like how they looked and how they felt. And then I tested the C10. And I was running a test, and this test has this cable that comes off of a like photodiode to basically read the response times or input lag and stuff like that. And the cable came off and goes into the computer, and I'm looking at it, and I look away, I'm talking to someone, I look back, and I realize like, is that cable part of the screen? And I'm like leaning in, like, is this real? And I start like touching it. So I like the OLED. That's what made me decide to buy an OLED. And pretty much if you ask any of the TV testers, all of them, the second they test an OLED, that's what they want.
Makes sense. It's hard to unsee blooming and
but
dirty
the thing
screen
is,
and things
they
like
also
that.
don't realize like it's not necessarily meant for their space, right? Like I have an OLED and it's not like ideal for my space. So like during the daytime, I have this big window. It's like because I have a beautiful view, so I want to see outside. But then I kind of turn the TV on and I'm like, why does everything not look as good?
Alex, can you speak a little bit on, I think the most valuable thing is you guys buy your own panels, but I know that limits you from testing other sizes. Do you tend to favor one size just due to value, or when it comes to 8K, you're definitely going to have to go up in size? How is that decision made? Is that a big challenge?
So we have analytics that suggest that 55-inch, especially in the previous years, were the most popular. They were the most common. And if they're the most common, we will buy them because we want to help the most people.
Which is why they don't drop in price, by the way. We were just talking about that.
Oh, yeah?
Right? FOMO, we were just saying that 55-inch panels don't drop in price, and he just answered. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
So what we want to do is keep an eye on those analytics, keep an eye on the community. So like we have noticed a little bit of an uptick in people requesting or just searching for 65-inch. So it's something that we would consider, but like we have, like you said before a little bit, availability. We do buy them, so they can be expensive depending on what they are. But if it's more helpful, then it's more worth it, right? So at the moment, like right now, we're not 100% sure on that, but we'll buy 65 inches. Like it depends on, or even bigger, like you said for the 8Ks. We're really just looking at what is most likely to be bought and what is most likely to help the most people in that way.
Now, just we'll jump in real quick because this year it appeared that different sizes had significantly different number of dimming zones, and and this is affecting me as well. Like, well, he chose a 55. Is it because it's 55 or because 65? How do you guys deal with that if these manufacturers keep on making the performance slightly inconsistent size to size?
So like you're saying, so typically, like especially in the past, these videos were or not these videos, sorry, these panels were like there wasn't a big difference between getting a 55 and a 65 and 75. Like they were just bigger, maybe a little bit brighter, but it's something that like if you're happy with what you see from the 55, you are also likely to be happy with what you will get from a 75 or whatever. But yeah, so now that there are differences like that, it's a little bit frustrating for the testers because we need to at least bring it up so that it gets written. But the writers do a really good job of making sure that it's there. We read it, we see it, and we want to make sure that it can be different. Will it be better? Will it be the same? Will it be worse? It depends, but generally we tend to trend on if it's good at 55, the 65, let's say, has more zones, it is likely to be as good. We're not going to say, oh, it's probably worse or better, or it's too hard to say because we don't want to give people information that could be wrong. We would rather just say this is what we think it is, but we're not sure.
Yeah. Yeah,
and it's hard. You're right. It's really hard.
Especially with some panels being ADS, IPS, and then slightly larger, it's VA. It's like, how could you be more different?
Well, and also what's challenging is a few of us had the opportunity to buy the Z9G from a few years ago.
Yeah.
And we felt like buying that, you're going in completely blind, because not having someone like you guys review it, we were having a lot of the press review it, which was very, very surface. Nothing about pixel response, nothing about, it just was very surface. Now,
it looks good on your wall.
Yeah. Do you think you guys will ever consider doing, maybe if you can't review them, have a portion of the website where you can discuss it the way that we do, maybe even giving your opinions on displays that you don't purchase, because obviously it's too expensive to buy some of them. We'd probably still appreciate your expertise, even in just discussion on what you think it might be doing.
Yeah, so that's actually a great idea. I think it's something that has been brought up before, where we want to kind of do something where even if we're not going to buy it, we should talk about it. But our site isn't currently built for that. We could. It's definitely something that we could, and it has been talked about before. But we'll see. I mean, if enough people want it, like, honestly, that's how we work. If enough people want it, if it's going to help people and you think it's useful and great, we're going to at the very least consider it and try and make it happen if it's really something that is important. That's how we run, man. Like, it's really just like, how many people can we help? Is it going to help people? And if the answer is yes, then it gets done.
I'm going to take a good segue into that, because we're trying to help people today too. And if you guys can help us, if you can hear me, please go and like the video, because if you like the video right now, it will help show this video to more people on YouTube. Make sure to comment and ask questions. I see it only has 120 likes, but there's 600 people watching. So that means 500 of you haven't liked the video. See, I'm not ratings.com, but I can do some math. So that means that we have only about 20% of the likes we should. And so I want to see it get up to 200 so we can ask some more, at least 500. Come on, get it. There we go. Look at that. 40 people already just did it. Let's go. Keep it going.
You know what? Boom. I forgot to click like. Let me click like.
Like the video. Also, make sure if you're going to look at these products, go on the links. Also, if you want to support ratings.com, subscribe to the channel. Also, when you go to their channel, they have all kinds of links, and that's how they make the money to buy the TVs, to do the work they do, to pay the employees. So I'm happy to go to ratings.com and click on their links. It's totally great. Support them. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. And I actually need to become an insider, because I was just thinking about
become an insider.
Yep.
It's like, dude,
agreed.
Everybody should be that can. I absolutely am going to. So you'll have me as your new insider as soon as I get off this 12-hour live stream.
And I mean, and you can vote on what's next.
Yeah.
I mean, you really, and I don't use this because it wouldn't be right. You get part of the interview or part of the review a few days before they go live with it. So that's something I would never put up. I do use your website in some comparisons. I've used the tools in the past just to make my own videos. I'll put yours on there. I will never give a review before, but if you want to hear what's out there before these guys put them up, you get a smaller review, and it'll help you if you're waiting to buy something quickly. And I don't know if you guys can see, but there's all Rtings replies to my Facebook over the years, helping me before I had a channel. So I want to just prove to you. But I mean, become an insider, guys. It really, it's like, it's just something that helps you even as a consumer. And these guys buy their own TVs. Nothing is cherry picked like a lot of our bigger friends that we enjoy on YouTube, where they literally get cherry picked. So their results are exactly what we get at home. So support them, especially Canada is really struggling right now too. So shout out to Canada. They've really struggled with the pandemic. We have a lot of friends that are there. So support them everywhere you can.
Yeah.
Canada.
Go ahead.
One of the few things that Rtings does that few or no other reviewer ever does is the way you measure your audio performance of the TVs. I mean, you take it seriously. I'm like, wow, they got like measurements and stuff. And I could just rely on that to make my kind of assessment, because it's so hard on the audio side. No one even cares about it. You guys really take that seriously. And you have equipment to do the sound bars. So you guys have the equipment to actually make a good assessment of an objective. Hey, when does distortion start? Or, hey, is this flat or whatever? Man, those are great little tidbits that not many people realize. So
Yeah,
I have to give kudos. That's a lot of work, and you guys
a lot of
put the
people
work
don't
into
notice that.
I know, I'm like, dude, you know how hard this alone is a team. Just the audio on your Rtings TV reviews. I'm like, damn, what's next? Like orthopedic PTs out there. Hey, is this comfortable viewing position? Because you guys are so complete.
Well, I mean,
look with your legs.
when there was like a lot of people who were working here used to work like when they were younger at like Best Buy and stuff like that, or these stores selling TVs or selling monitors or whatever, and like pretty much every person who comes in who's worked that job has come in and said, you know, I used to use ratings all the time. Like just like somebody would be like, what TV can I buy? And they're like, oh, 1 second, pull out their phone. All right, where are you sitting?
I've seen that myself. I'm like, I was there too.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
It's great. Like, and so that means like even if those people are unaware of our website, it's still being used to help them, which is like great. Like that's the whole point.
And the thing is, a lot of us reviewers, not many people know, and Brian and I specifically, we go into Rtings and we isolate what we think is important to make sure that, okay, we're all on the same page. Rtings thinks this. I agree with Rtings, because at the end of the day, your scores, even though it may be 85 and 85, I tell people, look, what's important to you? Look, this is 85, but it's all audio, right? The audio is amazing. But you have to look, they break it down, they itemize it. The overall score doesn't break down what's important to you, right?
Each score or each like test that we run essentially has a little question mark next to it. Yes! And if you mouse over, it'll tell you like what it means and why it's important. And if you want more details, there's actually a section just underneath that says learn more. And it'll bring you to our learn article where we've written them all down. I mean, if you had the proper equipment, you might be able to emulate what we do, but like,
oh hell no, that's your job. My job is to say, you know what, I bought the TVs. Rtings has the measures. Let's see how it looks with material. That is the next stage. But I would never want to recreate what you guys do. I love how you weight the score. Like, oh, okay, for HDR, this is important. Like percentage. See, this is the stuff that needs to happen. Who sits there and weights those things, and then you come up with a number.
We just want to be as transparent as possible.
Yeah. Well, and we talked about this with the X90J, that when they saw that the color gamut wasn't as wide, they stopped reading. And when you read further down the paragraph, it said, you know, if you add in the peak brightness, it's a higher color volume.
There you go.
Nobody read that far. So all of a sudden that TV was trash. And that's I keep seeing in the comments, oh, the color gamut sucks. So they don't. So it's like reading the thorough part of it. That's so important. We have to read the whole paragraph.
Right. And it's kind of like that's what we do. We read the whole paragraph.
It's like Lord of the Rings. I'm reading it, you know, very important.
It's like Lord of the Rings.
And what I tell people a lot of times, people ask me, oh, this A80J, it's not quite as bright as I thought. What should I do? I'm like, go to ratings.com and see where they calibrated it, and where they say, if you want to add brightness, do this, this, and this. And it's like, there you go. Because you guys list exactly how to max out the TV, though it may be a bit more inaccurate or whatever. It's like, boom, there you go. If you want to crush a little bit more, you know, brightness.
And we try to be really like serious about that. Like we don't necessarily want people to copy the exact settings we have, because depending on your panel, right, especially for the calibration, like we put those numbers out, but like you probably shouldn't take those exact numbers, because your panel is going to be a little bit different. So your colors and your white balance might end up being a little off, and then you're like, damn it, ratings. But you know, you shouldn't be taking it. It's we like to put that brightness one out there though, because a lot of people ask for it. I mean, especially like on OLEDs and stuff too. Like you want to get it a little bit brighter so that in those dark scenes there's no crushing of anything. And
yeah. And the question on the screen there, what do you think about the C1G1 versus A90J that didn't make it into the review? I'm not sure exactly what that means. If that you had some sort of, was there like a plan to do that and then that didn't happen, or what was that?
That didn't make it into our review. I'm not 100% sure that I understand the question, but I can try and answer.
Well, Spillage Village is comes in all the time and has good questions. Maybe they can elaborate a little bit more, but I'm not sure either. I just didn't know if maybe I didn't know what it was, but you know, feel free to elaborate on the TV and some comparison if you'd like.
So the G1 we actually finally got into the lab. Speaking of, it is a 65-inch, so It is a larger one. Normally, we only had 55-inch OLEDs. I think it was all 55-inch until the A1, I believe, and then this one as well. But anyway, I don't think, unless he means the comparisons, So like at the bottom of the review, we have like comparable to certain TVs, but I believe, especially on the C1 and presumably when we finish reviewing it, the G1, that there is a sort of compared to other TVs and like what we think of both of them. It's pretty short, so it's not like super in depth. But I mean, if that's something you want to see, more of like a versus between the two, send us messages, Facebook, Twitter, hashtag Ask Ratings. We'll answer questions there too. And maybe we can make a video about it and everything. So if that's the type of thing that you're looking for, like, we're happy to do it if people want it.
Cool. And also just for people that are asking questions, we will try to get back to the questions when we can. Obviously with ratings on the line here, we're going to ask them as many questions as we can that directly relate to what they deal with. And we'll get back to more of like the decision making, you know, what should I buy for this price and that price questions. Absolutely want to answer them, but we do want to take advantage of the time we have. And let's see, we're only up to 272 likes, 273. Come on, guys. Don't be lazy. There's still half of you that haven't liked the video. I don't want to be annoying and make you dislike it because I'm being annoying about it. But come on, just go ahead. It takes 1 second. Click the like button. Let's see if we can get over 300. Come on. Only 24, 26 of you have to do it. And I'll put I'm going to obviously put ratings YouTube channel in the comments before you take off. But most people probably know who you are and are going to subscribe to you guys. So
I hope so.
I absolutely hope so. I might just try to get in your early access thing before you even leave here. But yeah. So let me see what other questions I had from my channel. And Brian, feel free if you have another question, go ahead. I know you said you were geeking out and asking questions.
Well, I mean, so is Alex, is Cedric still there? Is he still part of the channel?
Oh yeah, he's the big boss,
Yeah. So I mean,
watching,
because he was doing a lot of those videos himself back in the day. So just tell him.
I mean, they're still good.
Yeah,
like they're still good. Like you can go back and watch them, and they're still relevant. I mean,
oh yeah, no doubt. But tell him I'm a fan. Just say that I appreciated the help back then. I know it wasn't him, but just tell him that.
I will. I know he appreciates. I know he really cares. So it's really nice. I'm sure he'll be really happy to hear that.
Huge help. I mean, that's why I started the channel, was you guys helping me. That's what made me want to do it, because you were helping me in the comments how to choose. And it was a lonely thing when you have these things being defective at such a high price point. Yeah. So that's why I started the channel. So thank you for that.
Do you want to take a couple, maybe a little bit harder questions? You down for the challenge?
Oh, there are hard.
I mean, questions. I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of hard questions, I'm sure, but
they're just people ask. This is one here. Can Alex address the criticism ratings receives? In general, I would because some people were saying people that aren't, in the AV community, or sometimes people that think they are, pros, will criticize or say that this doesn't make sense or that doesn't make sense. Or, with it says inconsistencies with reviews versus the best lists.
Yeah.
What do you think about that kind of stuff?
So I think this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where there's people who are looking at the numbers and saying that something is good or something is bad strictly based on the numbers. The difference between our reviews specifically and the best lists is that our reviews do not take price into consideration. So when I get a TV, I start reviewing it, I start testing it. I don't care if it's a $10,000 TV or a $5,000 or a $500 TV. I'm testing it the exact same way. Obviously, I know when it's more expensive than another one. I could tell pretty quickly. But the look or the way that I try and do it is primarily that way. Whereas the best lists, so the best lists are a little bit more like price, availability, and other issues that are reported in the review but aren't necessarily scored. So if there's something weird that is like a deal breaker for a gamer, let's say there's extra banding in 4K 120, it might be something we consider when creating a best list, because most people will want to know about that, and that might be a deal breaker for some people.
That's good info. And we had another question from one of our buddies, Keep It Classy Tech, who is into calibration and all that stuff. Nice. Yeah. He had asked, what about scoring less than 1% size windows? Is that possible? Because there's such variation in brightness. Is there and that leads into a more general question. how do you guys talk about, you know, possible changes in the system? I know a lot of people are asking about that too. So maybe that's.
And I have a follow-up to that before we forget.
Well, we'll start with the two.
Okay,
we'll start with the two. So small
So-
windows, brightness, and then maybe just your ratings in general, like, you know, adjustments.
So small windows, it's possible. Like we could implement something like that. It's mostly just a matter of how useful is it for people. So it's really useful for like calibration and calibrators and things like that. It starts to deteriorate, I believe, as you start talking to the more average person, the person who's just looking for a TV to buy. It might not be as important for them. So it depends, really. It's more of a niche thing.
Can I jump in and ask, because it affects what I was trying to think of, like the A90J versus a C10. They're the same score more or less, but in my opinion, when you see them next to each other, it's like those little tiny highlights just explode off the screen. How can we, you know, how can we count for that? That's hard,
so that's a tough one, especially because different content is going to have different brightness at different points.
Like HDR, exactly. Yeah.
So like that's a really hard one. Is it something we could do? I mean, I hope so. That's more of a test developer, the people who create the tests job to figure out. So I mean, if that's something that's really important, and it could be. And honestly, I think you're right. When I look at the A90J, even though they do score similarly, I find that it looks great. And I think the review tells everybody, hopefully, that it looks great, and you know, like it's a good TV. Like,
and I think I don't, you know, I'm this is coming from purely just I'm just, you know, speaking out loud here or thinking out loud, but it's like, you know, the when you get into the real scene brightness, and it's like there's that big like 20 or 30% window of white going across, so that kind of limits the A90J and its ability to, you know, do the specular highlights. But when you see them in like HDR content, it's like night and day difference. It's so bright, but it's hard. And you see the 1% windows, maybe 100 or 200 nits brighter, but overall that real scene brightness is almost less than the C10 or similar, you know? So that's kind of where I was coming with that.
Yeah. And I believe the A90J rather scores better for movies than the C1. And it could be because of that additional brightness. But like you were saying, it's not apparent just by looking at the numbers that it is a larger difference. But if you were to go through the text, I believe that it would at least say it. And,
of course. Yeah.
You know, so at a cursory glance, yes, but when you kind of dig into it a little bit, we would mention it.
Well, so at the bottom of the website, though, you guys do the comparisons where you'll say it more elaborately there. So that's something that people have to go all the way down to the bottom of the review to see.
Yeah, like you said, also they're also different numbers that mean different things for different people, depending on what kind of content you watch and all that stuff too. But
so it's
that's
a hard
what I was
test
just going
to do, right? Like to do it to be comparable, to be proper, because like it's gonna really be different depending on like which content we pick. So like if it's like Lord of the Rings, like we were talking about before, a little like light somewhere, I mean, is that going to be really, really bright, or you know? It depends. It depends on which TV is going to make it bright. Like, I know that they're mastered for a certain brightness, but like, is that the max? Is that just what it's mastered at? Is that, you know, like, there's a lot of questions, and preferably we can do something that is really consistent and really comparable, so that no matter what TV you're looking at, you can look at the A90J and you can look at the AU8000 and look at the two of them and be like, this makes sense.
Yeah, then go ahead. I was going to say, you know, ask the question you want to, but I was going to say in general, like how crazy are the strategy sessions about the system and like changing or like tweaking the system?
Oh, right.
Do you have a lot of those?
It's a long process. So it actually depends. So when we launch like a new product line, so let's say like cameras is fairly new, it's much easier to make changes to that because we have invested a little bit less into it. So if someone says there's a huge problem with XYZ test, it's really easy for us to just be like, okay, stop it, XYZ test, let's go and see what the problem is, let's fix it, so on and so forth. TVs is pretty much our largest product line. It is the most solidified in terms of how the testing structure is. So whenever we change something, it goes through a whole bunch of processes where it has to first be developed, these new tests or these new changes. Then it has to go through the testers to make sure that we can do it and that it works well and that it makes sense and everything is fine and it's clear, so that like it doesn't matter in the future whether I'm gone and somebody else is here, they can read it and do the exact same thing that I would have done. And then we have to retest them all, make sure again that everything makes sense, and then we can make it public. Because we don't want to start putting out numbers and like we realize, oh, those first like dozen TVs we just retested, that's not good. We have to go back and there's something weird going on. Like that's not good for anybody. It's not good for the community who's going to read that and say like, oh, well, Ratings is putting out these numbers and like they're all wrong or whatever. So it does take a little bit of time, but small things. As an example, something that we started doing is the height of the TV from a table to the edge of the screen. And that's primarily because we were getting a lot of questions from people asking, I have this sound bar, can I put it underneath my TV between the legs without it obstructing my view of the image? So something like that's like, it's like a measurement that, I'm already measuring the TV, so I can take another second to do that and just throw it in. So small things like that, no problem. But anything else that is like testing intensive that requires I don't want to say more thought because that's not really the right word, but more technical expertise or technical knowledge to like understand it a little bit, that takes a while.
Well, it's so valuable too. The tool thing though, Brandon, we talked about this with the contrast ratio on older LEDs being better than newer LEDs. FOMO and I went to Rtings and basically brought up old reviews, and that tool actually worked. It compared TVs from 4 years ago.
No more Rtings.
Yeah,
no more
ratings.
Ratings.
But it actually helped with so you would just have certain numbers weren't there because you didn't do that test. But you even had summaries based on those. That's a lot of TVs. Yeah. But we were finding that those TVs had higher contrast ratios than new LEDs, and to have that information, it was awesome that it still worked. It's got to be a lot of work as far as computing it and making it work.
317 TVs.
Jeez. Nice. FOMO, did you say you had a question to ask? I'm gonna jump off for a second, but I'm gonna put this up because after I get back, I want to talk about the best TV for hockey. But go ahead, FOMO. Absolutely. I'll be right back.
Okay, so real quick, our ratings. What I've noticed is, and I think this is part of the issue for you guys as well, because I know you have to standardize for consistency, which is important. Yeah. And then you have companies like, I'm gonna have to say it's Samsung. They are doing such a good job of optimizing their TV for test patterns. And I don't know if you've noticed it, right? They kill it on the test pattern. Then you put it on movie like, hey, what happened to that peak brightness I saw in movie mode? Yeah. Because it totally disappeared. And then okay, these guys, they know I'm running a test pattern. That's why I can't do test patterns anymore. Yeah. If you see that, how do you correct for that? I mean, is that your real scene test?
So our real scene test is different than our slides. So the slides are, as you imagine, just different size slides getting larger and larger, and then we read the highest it is and then how long for a sustained peak brightness, basically. So where it drops to and where it stabilizes. However, when we've caught this before where we've seen the contrast be super good but then not be good in real content. It looks weird in real content, but then on our test pattern it looks amazing, and wow, they really do a good job. It's tough. We have to still stick with the methods that we've created, but there's a caveat there where we will put notes. Anytime there's something that looks a little bit weird, whether we think it's because they're optimizing for our patterns or whether we think it's because our patterns are doing weird stuff, because some TVs, I forget which ones it was this year, but there was one of them where it actually made our checkerboard pattern for contrast, made the contrast look worse. And we were looking at it and we were like, in real content, this looked so much better. So we investigated it. We spent an entire day just looking at everything and trying to figure out why. And eventually we just put notes in and we were like, this is how we record it. We got a couple other recordings based on different patterns, but different picture modes, maybe something was being weird. But eventually we just put the information out on the written part of the review and left the rest as is, because that way you can at least see it, and then you might question it, check out the review. You can see the text in the compare tool as well, and it'll answer the question there. I see there's a chat there for best TV for hockey.
Yes, because
super hard question.
Thank you. Because you're a Canadian and this is important.
Super hard question.
I lost my headphone for a minute. Can you hear me?
Yep, we got you.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to hear this, so thank you. Thanks, FOMO. Go ahead, Alex.
I actually am not 100% sure what to recommend for something like that because it's so hard. Like you could take. There's just so many different options that you could pick, but like actually you should reach out to us like on Twitter and we can remember this for later and we can go and look at a bunch of them, try and put on a hockey game or two on a couple of them maybe and
I
see which one looks best.
A special review for that. I mean,
best TV for hockey,
right? But it's so unique, right? Because football, soccer, even basketball, they're similar enough, but hockey is so unique.
Yeah. Here's what I'd have to say. I'd be interested to see the X95J, cleaner screens than Samsung typically, you know, and an LED, I think, for hockey. You know, I think if you have a good LED with good motion for hockey, because you got the white screen, it's got to be bright. OLED is going to be good, but you're going to see, you know, it's not going to be quite as stunning for a hockey game.
Yeah.
And I got another question. Here's another good. I don't know if you had more to elaborate on that, or are you going to pass on that hockey question because it's kind of hard, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you reach out to us, we'll deliberate
let's make an entire stream about this. I can do that.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, and here's one from Buddy Love. Buddy, thanks, man. What would a TV have to do to get above a 9? That's a good one.
We have had conversations about this in the office.
Let's hear it.
So the philosophy for like what these numbers are and like the colors, right? Because we have red, yellow, green. Typically, if something is green, what it means is if you care about it, you'll like it. And then there's variance in that, right? So like if you care about it only a little bit, then like a 7.5 is green, so you'll be okay with it. Yellow is if you don't care about it, you'll be fine. And then red is even if you don't care about it, you won't like it. So whenever something scores green, that's typically how we think of it. And it's close to a 9. That means for most usages, at least that we have written down in the score, you're going to like the TV. However, getting a 9 or a 9.5, like that's rough because some of our TVs, like the C1, like it's pretty much all in like 9s almost, or very, very, very close. Like the average of like movies, TV shows, sports, video games, etc. It would have to be a really good TV. It'd have to be bright. It'd have to have like the widest or very, very wide gamut. It would have to be
unicorn.
It would have to support every resolution and every refresh rate that is like possible that we look at least, because it's all the main ones. It would have to. It would be like you said, it would be a unicorn.
The micro LED everyone's talking about. There's a lot of expectations. That could be it, or it could be a disappointment.
Any day now.
We'll see.
Yeah,
we will see. But yeah, getting a 9 or a 9.5 overall would be a feat. It would be a really big TV that would come out from it. I don't know who would make it. I hope it gets made at some point, but no.
We have a couple. Let me see. I'm trying to figure out if we have a couple of questions we can ask you.
Well,
go ahead.
Something else that might be interesting is that we do have an out of spec policy. So you might have noticed, I think it was last year on the H6570G, I believe, the Hisense. There was like a big mark in the bottom of the panel, and it was like stuck pixels, and it was all messed up. However, our policy is if it's testable, so if we can get the results that we need, and the company doesn't complain about it, then it is considered in spec. So if there's like a big scratch all over the TV, but it's still testable, we would still put it out, and obviously we would mention the scratches and like the issue and bring it up, but we would not retest it unless the company who this product belongs to sends us a message and says that's not right, that shouldn't be the case. So we have had to do that before, where we've sent TVs back. It doesn't actually happen as often as it doesn't happen 11 times, right? But it doesn't.
Only Brian's that unlucky.
Well, but it's funny though. I remember you guys had the QLED after the KS9000, where you had to drop the box to make the glass shift. Yeah, I was like, wow.
Yeah.
I guess I'm not.
I mean, we were
upgrading to that
told
one.
to do that by the company, I believe.
No, it's always a very delicate fix. Take the box, drop it. I never forget that.
Here's a good question. Has anyone ever contacted you to address your reviews? Did or didn't like a test or review or help with the issues?
They do. The most common, I would say, is when there's like a firmware update that is, because the firmware updates on TVs, like they don't mention anything. They just say general fixes and like bug fixes, and there you go. This is the new update, and then you have to like go looking for stuff. Typically, they'll tell us just like very, very, very broadly, like, oh, we fixed a brightness bug, so now if you redo the brightness, it'll be brighter, something like that. So we do get contacted by them. Sometimes they will, like I just said before, maybe they'll contact us and say that TV's out of spec. It's not good. Get another one, and we'll just return the one we got and buy a new one. Helping with issues, yeah, I would say so. They'll give us advice on like what they did to get, let's say, a particular brightness number, or what they were looking at, like what size pattern, what settings, and basically we'll decide whether those settings are useful for people, A, and B, whether it's worth going back and resetting everything up and retesting it, because we do a lot of retests. So yeah, they don't usually not agree. That's kind of a weird way that they would phrase it, but they try and sort of like, it's more of a dialogue than it is any sort of like, I don't think this is right. It's more like, hey, we looked at your review, it looks great, or we're disappointed in these numbers. Like, how do you test it? And then we would just explain it, and then they would say thank you. And,
Cool. There's another question here too. What about importing Panasonics? They seem to be close to Brian's unicorn.
I've heard of these
that, by the way.
These legendary Panasonics. I actually don't know. I don't know if they're like popular enough in the sense of like the more general user. I'm sure they are, because I see it everywhere. But it's very expensive to import those TVs.
Yeah.
Very, very, very expensive. So it depends. If everybody's trying to import Panasonics all of a sudden, then maybe it becomes more worth it. But it's hopefully they come to the US, because we can order from the US, or even Canada. That'd be great.
Now, my quick question: after this live stream, will you be doing more, because you might end up being a YouTube celebrity after all?
I'm already on YouTube.
Oh,
nice.
Really?
Yeah, I've done a bunch of video. Well, it's for ratings, but I've already done a couple video reviews, picture settings.
Oh, we've seen you before.
Yeah. So I mean, maybe I'll be more famous now, but
right.
But it's not going to
sure.
change anything. I was only recognized once, and it's because I was wearing the ratings shirt more than like they recognized me.
I'm definitely going to order a ratings shirt, though.
I've had one person at Best Buy be like, "Hey, you're Be the Installer." I'm like, "Seriously? How did you find?" Like, all right, cool, man.
Yeah,
like one person ever
Nobody
so far.
recognizes me.
But they're so nice, because you're not famous enough that like they're like, "Oh, can we get a picture? Oh my God, you're the."
Yeah.
But like it's nice. They're always nice.
That's funny.
Do they have Target in Canada? The store?
We used to, maybe in Canada, but not in Quebec. For sure, not in Quebec.
I was going to say, if you wear a red shirt and khaki pants into a Target, they'll start making you do work. It's happened to me twice. I walk in with a red sweater. Are you on break
really?
already? I'm like, what? And
Wow,
like, hey, can you carry this? I'm like, what?
Wow.
That's funny.
You can walk out the front door with some product, though, I guess.
Yeah, right. He's like, oh, okay, all right.
Yeah, no, Target is closed in all of Canada, actually.
Oh, okay.
wow.
They closed the shops for good, or just for COVID, or what was it?
No. I think it's before COVID. I think they just
Gotcha.
they weren't. It's hard to compete with like Walmart and Best Buy, and they're
It's like a Circuit City down
we're
here.
a lot smaller, right? So it's not like we have as big of a population as the United States.
Here, I have a question. Maybe we just answer this one. Maybe it's too hard. They're trying to get a good price on the A90J 83-inch. What do you think, Alex, about the A93, the A90J 83-inch? Are you guys?
I mean,
It's not
how
going to
much
come
money do you
down in
want?
price.
Yeah, no, it's a great TV, but like only if you have the amount of money to spend on it. I mean, like it's a little bit. it depends on your budget. So like it's hard to say like it's kind of foolish to spend that much money on it. So like if you have the money and you want an OLED and you want a big TV, like power to you, it's going to be great. But like, you know, for the average person, like you probably shouldn't buy it.
Yeah, and to answer the question for Rapid Red ST, I can't put it up on the screen; it's too far up. But what he was saying is, you know, $6,000. He's trying to get, you know, an off-brand, like a company to get it. Even the big companies are having a hard time with the stock. So, you know, you're trying to have patience. You can't get that. You're not going to find the price and the speed and all that for a brand new giant TV. You're either going to have to pay for it, you'll go and get it full price, or wait and just chill, because it's going to be impossible to get, you know, it's perfect world. It's not going to happen.
And the 890J does not have to go on sale. It's sold out everywhere, but do not buy from an offhand. They're just going to lead you on and send you the wrong TV.
It's going to take a while, and it's just
you're not going to get one. They're going to just tell you they have one coming in. They're going to send you one from last year. It's a game. The TV like that, you cannot buy that way.
We got a quick last question from Canada.
I was going to say one last question, and then unfortunately I got a jet.
ATSC 3.0, will it come to Canada? Do you know about that?
I don't, unfortunately. I do not have information about that.
You know what? I feel like a lot of people don't. I don't have any. I mean, like, it's just seems like it's in the future still to me. You know, like I'm getting that vibe. It's in some cities down here, but you know, not a big topic of conversation yet. Let me link Ratings website in here. But thank you so much for coming on today. This was awesome.
Thank you for having me, man.
Yeah,
it was a lot of fun.
What a treat.
This was big on my list for having guests. I mean, thank you guys for doing it. Thank you, Shay, and everybody else for, you know, having you on. You're a great guest. I'm going to link it in there. Make sure you guys, if you aren't subscribed, I just linked it in there. Subscribe to ratings.com. Go on there, buy some products so they can, you know, get some more products and
keep buying
Alex fed. Make sure
become
Alex,
the insider. Don't forget the insider part of their website.
Yeah, sign up for their insider, because
get those reviews early.
Like Brian said, people hit me up on my comments like, they said this. I'm like, oh crap, I'm not an insider. I got to get in this. So I
can't share that because I wouldn't do that to them.
Yeah. Well, I just want to even know what they're saying. So we really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much.
Thanks,
and
Alex.
thank you to everyone at ratings.com.
Yeah,
ratings.com. I'm trying to make sure we all try to say it.
Ratings.
We're going to have to relearn it. We're all going to relearn it. We're going to make the AV community say ratings from now on.
I just want to say thank you guys for having us. It was great. Without people like you and like everybody in the comments and the whole community, all the forums, everything, we would not be as good as we are, and we're always looking to improve. So every time you guys say anything, bring anything up, questions, comments, concerns, feedback, we love it. We take it to heart and we always use it. So thank you guys so much. Thank you guys at home. Thank everybody. This was great though.
Yep. And they're very active on Twitter. So like you said,
we got more active on Twitter.
Yes, they are active now.
And you can actually tweet us at #AskRatings, and we'll answer questions. Maybe put them on videos and stuff like that. But we try and answer them as best we can.
Nice,
fantastic. Thank you so much again. Thanks for coming, Alex.
Thanks.
Have a good day,
guys.
All right. Bye. Cool.
Bye.
Well, that was awesome.
That was
cool to have them on.
Thank you for that. It was awesome to meet him. I appreciate it, Brandon.
No worries, man. Thanks for staying on.
I snuck in. I was like, oh, what's up? Get an autograph.
Brian said he's going to jet. We're going to have another guest on talking more mobile tech here in just a second.
All right, we'll see you later, Brian.
All right, I will see you guys tonight.
Yep. All right, man.
8:00.
All right. Thanks a lot, dude. Later.
Thanks, fellas. Take care.
Cool.
Who's coming up, Brandon?
So we're going to bring him on right now. I think he's ready, waiting for us. So let me jump in right now. I'm going to add in.
Oh, snap.
Can you hear me? What's up, man? How you doing, Antoine? This is Antoine Richardson. The channel is New Stuff TV, and we're happy to have you on, man, to come in and talk about. Well, I want to talk about these XM4s because I saw you just did a video. You did a live stream the day we talked, wasn't it? About the XM4 headphones. I'm talking about some of the pros and cons.
Yeah, I've kicked up a lot of dust around those earbuds, man.
Well, we'll get into that for sure.
Like that.
First, FOMO, I just have to say, FOMO, isn't that one of the best backgrounds you've ever seen?
I love it.
His setup.
It's got everything. It's got light. It's got shadow detail. You've got. I love it. I mean, how long did it take for you to get all of that together? Because every piece was carefully chosen. I know.
You know, my wife and I, we argue a lot about decor in the house. So when I leased out this studio, I was like, I'm doing this the way I want to do it. So, so this is almost like a man cave away from home.
I love it.
I just put my pieces where I wanted to put them, and she had absolutely no say so.
That's awesome. If you want to bump your audio up just a bit, you could. If you want, feel free. It's just a little quiet, but that's okay.
I don't know if I can. Are you good at this point?
Yeah, it's a little louder there.
Maybe okay, I'll just speak into the mic a little bit.
You just gotta right. You just get up in it.
Yeah, let me get a little closer.
There you go. So FOMO, Antoine does a lot of videos, and he's got you can tell he's got some energy and has a lot of fun doing this. I enjoy the videos. I don't, I like talking about people's like ones that are the biggest videos, but my wife and I both like the karaoke video. He's got a gigantic LG karaoke system, FOMO. I don't know.
Oh, I love karaoke. That's it, man. So, I'll sing anything.
Karaoke is awesome. So just make sure people, if you want to ask questions about, mobile tech, Bluetooth headphones, Bluetooth speakers. What else, Antoine? What else we can talk about? What else
I have questions for you though, since you are the expert.
Well, we'll ask him. But what other things do you do besides those?
Earbuds, headphones, Bluetooth speakers. That's the predominant premise of my channel. But I kind of venture into all things cool and with electricity running through.
FOMO, what do you have to ask him?
Okay, so
first of all, FOMO, I think you went a little too far by saying I'm the expert.
You're on YouTube. You have to be an expert.
Okay, there's that. Yes, there is that. But go ahead.
Okay, so sound, was it the noise canceling headphones? So it became a thing, and then now they're noise canceling earbuds, and then suddenly you're seeing these Amazon specials for like $29. And I haven't made the leap into sound canceling yet, but you see Bose, you see Apple, right? Hundreds of dollars. And then you see these very affordable ones. Have you reviewed them? Are you planning to review? How close are these budget ones compared to the premium Apple, Sony, Sennheiser brand name ones?
Are we talking from an active noise canceling aspect or just sound in general?
Either one. Like, what's your experience?
Or combination of all.
Yeah, because they're highly rated on Amazon, but like, is this real, right? Because you're on Amazon, you see like 4.5 stars. Wait, that's just like Bose. All right.
Well, considering the fact that sound is subjective, it's like, who's got the best macaroni and cheese, right? You go to someone's house, you got your special recipe there. But when we're talking about what I call budget products, which are, maybe $100 or less, in that $50 bracket. When it comes to just sound quality alone, you will get a decent sound quality. It's what I call a universally accepted sound quality, to where, the average person is just going to pop it in their ears and enjoy what they got. And it'll sound great until you hear something like a Sennheiser or a Bose, and you're like, oh, snap. And I'm not talking necessarily like light years difference, but you do hear the added quality in there as far as music goes. And when you want to go a little bit deeper, you get into different codecs and stuff like that. Stuff that I normally don't like to dabble in, because I'm the regular guy who just wants to pop in some tunes, get my jam on, turn it up loud, hear some bass. And when we go into the active noise canceling aspect, that's when things really do take a hard right turn, because when you're in the budget sector, you will get some active noise cancellation, and it'll cancel out a lot of the lower tones, such as, let's say you work in a factory. And there's like, machines and stuff going in the background. You got the hums and the low hums and stuff. And then you might have some high pitched sounds. That active noise cancellation, it will block out most of those lower tones, but a lot of the mid tones, people talking and stuff like that, sirens, it's not even going to come close to blocking that out until you get, and also in the lower price range section, you will hear a what I call a shift in the music. You might lose some bass, or you might get a little bit extra bass, and not necessarily in a good way sometimes, when you turn on the active noise cancellation with the lower end products. But that's when we move into the higher end stuff, like the Sonys and the Bose and stuff. They maintain that same good audio quality, whether the active noise cancellation is on or off. So you can listen to it however you want to, and it's going to sound just the same with the noise canceling on or off. But as far as the active noise cancellation, it is going to actually work and block out a lot of noise.
Yeah, I actually saw I'm trying to add this. I'm not very good at this sometimes. I'm sitting here like, oh, let me see. It says stop screen. I don't know. I'm going to try pressing it, but I don't want to get in trouble. There we go. Okay, cool. I saw this one right here. So this was one that popped up on like it just was like on Amazon. Boom. One of the first deals on Amazon.
There we go.
Are these JBL Live 300 for $69. I was curious what your thoughts were on that because it would just popped up in my feed.
I can't see. My screen's a little far away. Does it give you how many decibels they block out? Does it?
I have no idea.
Okay.
Sometimes I'll find out.
Well, sometimes in the spec sheets, they'll say, we block out 35 decibels or 95 decibels, whatever they're claiming. 35 decibels is not that much. It's decent, and you will hear the effects of that or not hear the effects of that. But, there is a lot better out there than that. But as far as these particular ones, I've never personally tried them, but JBL products are typically really good as far as sound quality. Active noise cancellation, it's not always the strongest.
Gotcha. I don't even know if these ones have noise cancellation because they have another $100 ones and then they have another. I'm not sure. These are like, these are just premium true. They say that they're 20 hours of battery. That's what the charge, 6 hours playback on a single charge. That's, it's kind of what you were leading into about just your general use case, where you're just the typical person would probably be pretty happy with something like that. Yeah. I just thought it was interesting that popped up. That deal is on. I knew I had to talk to you about it because it's only says 7 hours. So I started getting the phone. I'm like, oh no, what do you think? So let me, because this is, I don't know if people know this, but I got these new Sony XM4 earbuds. I have also what I'm wearing. Oh yeah, I actually showed you like they're in my ear, but this is actually the Power Beats. So I have the Power Beats Pros, and they're these are called, like, what are these? They're open design, I guess. Is that what they are? Where the ear pods? I don't know. They fit in your ear, but they're not like, I can hear a lot more of my ambient noise around me. I put these Sony ones in, I can't hear anything. Even on the ambient, when I have it on ambient mode, it's not the same. Like these, I can hear right through them.
Okay, so those are open ear then. Yeah,
they're pretty much, but they're really nice. The Power Beats Pros, I can wear them all day, one ear or the other, but the sound isn't as good. But these XM4s, I'm noticing there's a few problems. So what was the beef with what do you have, that you were talking about, if you don't mind enlightening me, because I want to hear it.
I kind of want you to go first because I'm the one that's getting attacked on the internet here.
Let me say
welcome to the club, my friend.
So what I have, first of all, you take one out and you put it in your ear, and then it runs out of battery. You put the other one in your ear. I can't get it to, it doesn't work. I have to, I'm not sure what to do really, because normally I put my Power Beats back in. If the other one doesn't come on right away, I put them both back in, shut the case for like 3 seconds, and then open it back up, and the other one is active. Now with these, it just doesn't work. I don't know. Then I waited 3 hours later, and they were both charged back up, and then the left one worked by itself. And I'm like, that's weird. So I got to figure that out, because one doesn't, when I open up and I swap them out, it disconnects the Bluetooth. It says battery 100%, but it won't connect to my phone by itself, the one and then the other. You know what I'm saying? So I had the left one. Yeah, I had the left one in for 6 hours. And then I tried it said low battery, charge. So I switched them, and I could not get the right to connect. And I did it. I put both in, they connect. Put the left one back in, disconnect. Put both in, they connected. I kept putting the left one back in, and the right one would not stay connected by itself to my phone, and I couldn't get it.
That's really interesting.
My AirPods.
I've had 2 instances. I actually made videos on this because I figured people could use the help. The first case I had was I took both earbuds out. I put the right one in, and the left one stopped working, and it would not turn back on. It wouldn't even say it was connected at all. So then I had to troubleshoot and figure out how to master reset them to get it to work, because I was getting ready to box them back up. So there's that, a master reset. But the other cases where Sony will only, I have a term I use called hot swap. It's not new, but for earbuds, this is hot swapping, where you can take out one earbud, which would be the left, listen to it by itself, leave the right in the case, and then while the music is playing or while you're on the phone, you can swap them out, put one in the case, and bring the right one back out, and it's going to just connect seamlessly, and you can continue what you were doing. While you have Google Assistant activated on your inside of your app, you cannot do that with the left earbud on those particular earbuds. So I'm not sure what you've got going on inside of your app, but if you have the Google Assistant activated, it won't let you.
Yeah,
So,
I noticed that for sure. I mean, I noticed that, but even so, Alexa allows you to do one. So I had one in and Alexa worked by voice. So I was able with my left one in say like, hey, do this and that. Like we were talking, Antoine and I were talking on Saturday, and that was the one thing you're like walking the dog, hands full, you know, you can't do something. So you got to like be like, hey, you know, Alexa, do it. And I could get it to work with the left one only. But then again, I'm just having this problem. So the hot swap, what's they say? Hot swap?
Hot swapping.
I can't even say that right. Hot swap. It sounds like I'm saying it wrong. But yeah, that is so the Power Beats Pros, you can do that. You got to go slow though. You can't do it like boom, 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 or they'll disconnect. But if you do it like I go second one in and then left one out, put it back in the case, close it back up, it cuts out for a second, but then stays on. Then I'm happy. But yeah, that's interesting to me. So which ones are really good for doing that? Do you know? I mean, like I'm interested.
There's several out there. I personally use the Galaxy Buds Live and the Galaxy Buds Pro. They allow you to do that on either earbud, and there's even a lot of cheaper earbuds that will allow you to do that. You really don't know until you know. I don't think that's really something like, that they advertise.
I don't even think they know.
Yeah, they probably don't even know they did it. Like, we did that. Oh, great.
Oh, sweet. Yeah. That's why we got 20,000 reviews. Yeah, that's why we got 5-star reviews everywhere.
Oh man.
That's
a big one. That's a big complaint that I have, because I'm that guy to where, especially with a closed earbud that seals your ear like that, I like to hear things that are going on around me because I'm usually alone. So if I'm going to put an earbud in, I just want to have one in and one out. And this morning I've been on the phone all morning, and that's exactly how I used my earbuds. I just swapped them out. As one battery died, I used the other one. So when they tell me I get 8 hours of battery life, per charge, I'm actually getting about 16 because I'm only using one earbud at a time.
Smart.
And that's how I am. I have this one in right now, and you put the other one in during this live stream and switch. And honestly, I fall asleep with one in, listening to music on my phone or whatever. I wake up, it's somewhere else in the bed, and I pop, it's still playing. It's like, these are bulletproof, and they're great. But yeah, it's interesting to me because in addition, I'm just, I'm new to having these kind where they just like, they're forcefully in your ear, and then they don't have that hook. Cause I was talking to you about the hook too, because man, I'm starting to think once you get a hook on your ear, it's hard not to want that, because these things will not shake off my head, man. There's no way they're coming off.
That's true. When we talked about that, I said, there is a reason that design has been copied over and over and over again. It just works. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, definitely. I got a question for you. I'm not sure which ones you've done, but there's one here. Master and Dynamics MW63. They're on Prime Day. Thumbs up or down? And XM4 versus Momentum 2 for sound. What would you go with if you have any responses to either one of those?
Okay, so as far as those Master and Dynamics, I don't even know. I've never heard those. And are we talking about headphones or earbuds? Because XM4 could be an earbud, and Momentum 2 could also be an earbud.
Yeah, he probably means I bet you it's earbuds. Well, let's go with the earbuds. Have you had both of those? The Momentum?
I've actually tried the Momentums. I would have to go with the Momentums for sound quality on that all day, hands down. The Sonys are good. You know what? Here's the thing. Like, when we talk about headphones, most people think in like a one-dimensional mindset where it's sound, it's headphones, right? It's obvious. But then they have these lifestyle features that they add in there. Like the Sonys will have if you touch an ear cup for maybe 2 seconds, it'll let in ambient sound. Then you can hear an announcement or have a conversation. When you let it off, you can talk again. So that's a feature that you might want that you might not get when you go, for something that sounds better. You know what I mean? So, and that was why I brought up those Galaxy Buds, is because they function better. They have more lifestyle functions that you can implement. They're not the best sound quality out there, not even close, but they just kind of move with you. So when it comes to sound, yes, Momentum 2, that would be all day. And I know Master and Dynamics, they are sound focused, and that's audiophile quality stuff. But there might come a time where you need to do something like, I don't know, connect to your computer and your phone at the same time. And those aren't going to do that because they focused all their attention on sound quality.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, they're not cheap either. I saw that like $300 for those. I never heard of them before.
They deliver 1000% on sound, but what are you sacrificing as far as a lifestyle feature for that sound quality?
That's cool. Oh, FOMO, do you want to share this thing about the TCL TV
just
real quick?
because I know it's on a time. A lot of you, college
okay.
is starting, and you need a 50-inch TV, 4K. I said that TCL doesn't normally drop in price, but when it does, I'll tell you, this one is now $300, 50-inch. It's actually cheaper than the Amazon specials, the Insignia, the Toshibas. When TCL drops below in price, an Insignia or a Toshiba TV, the TCL is now the better buy. So at $300, 50-inch, 4K, Roku, this is a solid buy for $300. I mean, if you're a college kid looking for a TV at this size, I think this is a great price. I mean, it is regularly $448, $300. That's not bad at all. I mean, and it's a 2021 model, so they're not, which is surprising to me. I thought it would be a 2020 model. So it's one of those few times where you're saving 33% on a 2021 model. This is the way to go. So, yep. That's it. That's your deal break for the day.
Sponsored by Stop the FOMO. Antoine, you're going to learn a lot about TVs while you're on here, man.
And we're going to learn a lot about headphones.
I'm soaking it in, man. Hey, I just saw where you say you like saying Nakamichi. Isn't that the tower that's on Die Hard?
The Nakamichi Tower?
Oh, was it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is, man.
That is funny. I didn't think about that. That's
Nakamichi
awesome.
Tower.
Good
That's
catch.
a fun word
I
to
like
say.
that. I love, go ahead, man.
You know what word I really like to say? And I giggle literally on camera while I'm filming my videos when I say it. Every single time it gets me. When I have to say the word dongle. There it goes. I can't stop. There it goes.
That's hilarious.
Wait, what did he say? I missed it.
The dongle.
The dongle.
Like a dongle.
Every single time. I get like a 9-year-old boy. I start.
I was gonna say. Luckily,
let's talk about
my kids are at the Boys and Girls Club right now because they'd be cracking up right now. Yeah.
Where did the word dongle come from? You're right. I'm gonna look it up right now.
Who made that term?
That is such a silly name.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, there's some funny. Yeah, Nakatomi Tower. Someone said Nakatomi Tower.
That is it. Nakatomi.
Dude, you know what? Though I love that kind of reference because I'm all about like movie references and stuff. Like I was actually gonna try to have every guest tell me their favorite movie quote and talk about like their favorite movies. So I don't know if you want to do it. Like you could start, I guess, if you want. Do you have any favorite movies?
Who, me?
Yeah, man.
My wife literally asked me this question yesterday, and I don't have a favorite movie. I've got like 20 favorite movies.
Well, what are some of them? That's cool.
But if we were to just off the top of the dome, hey, you guys.
Nah, that's fine.
I used to love the electric company. Yes.
That's the Goonies, man.
Nah, the Goonies. The Goonies.
Yeah.
I can't. My wife doesn't like that, man.
Are you serious?
I'm like, Jen, this is a funny movie. No, normally we love the same kind of movies, but yeah, I'm a big Goonies fan. You know, because there's a guy, Brandon Walsh, is in that movie too. Like my name, Brandon Walsh from 90210, but his name, the older brother, is Brand in that movie too. So Brandon Walsh, the same guy.
Man, I never even put all that together. Wow.
Yeah. Oh man, trust me, I know where my name is. People tell me all the time. Yeah, I'm from Goonies and from Baby Ruth is another one. I like Baby Ruth.
Baby Ruth?
That movie's hilarious, man.
That is cool, man.
I have been quoting movies like The Other Guys lately. The Other Guys is one of those movies I quoted all the time. Such a funny movie.
Mark Wahlberg?
Yeah, it's the more times you watch that movie, the funnier it is, man. It is hilarious.
You know, I miss that era when Will Ferrell and Vince Vaughn and all those guys were making all those comedy movies. That was a good era, man.
Yeah, definitely. For sure. Let me, I had other people questions on here. We're just going to keep throwing them up here. Make sure to ask us the questions if you got it while we're here. You know what? I have a question for you too while I'm looking.
Oh, wait. Before you go to that question, can I give you the answer for dongle? I don't know.
Okay.
You'll love this. The word is most likely a blend of dongle and dangle, as it can resemble a blank that hangs off a computer. And we'll leave that. Now you're laughing even harder.
Yeah, that's not going to help him forget this, man. Now he's going to be thinking of that.
He cannot unsee the dongle.
You just ruined me, man.
Yeah, that's hilarious, dude.
Oh
man. We got another one. Hold on. Wait, where is my chat like frozen or something?
I think
Or there it
skipping
goes.
some stuff. Okay.
No, it's all good. It's just the thing. Blood in, blood out is my favorite. That's funny.
That is a good
Eva
one.
Mendes is hot, and other guys. That's so funny. My very boring, plain wife wearing. Yeah, it's funny. There's a lot of funny quotes in there. One of my favorite quotes in that movie is the Dirty Mike and the Boys thing, where he's signed Dirty Mike and the Boys. Thanks for the F Shack. When he they have the soup kitchen in their little Prius. It's hilarious. Just you got to watch the movie to know all that stuff. But then they come back later and we're gonna have sex in that Prius. They're like threatening them to get back in their Prius, and yeah. And then the other one is at the end when they're like, "Yeah, I hope you like prison food and penis." It's like another one from Marlon Wayans Jr. talking about prison. It's hilarious, funny. That movie's got so many one-liners in it.
It is.
It's probably one of my favorite movies all time, just because of how many funny one-liners are in that movie.
Oh man. Hey, one of the recent ones I've seen that was really funny. What is it called? It's damn it. Okay, so the guy from The Office, was it Ed Helms? It's a Netflix movie. Ed Helms and a kid, and Ed Helms plays the cop, and he's dating a black woman, and I think they're gonna get married. And he takes their kid with him, or has to pick the kid up from school, and the kid is just giving him a hard time the whole movie. It is like a shock and awe type of hilarious movie. What is that called?
I'm gonna find out for you because I know it's Coffee and Kareem.
Coffee and Kareem. That is
that movie's pretty funny, dude.
I laughed out loud. It hurt my stomach. That movie was good. And
people give comedies a hard time too, because it's like only rated 5.1, but it's so hard. Taraji P. Henson's in that too, but comedies are tough because people don't get the slapstick comedy. Sometimes they focus on the point of the movie, but it's funny. It's got some funny. One of my favorites is what is that? Keanu with Peele and Key. Is it Key and Peele? Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Keanu. It's about their cat. It's a hilarious movie.
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, you got to see it. We had a question. Oh man, now I just lost this question. Where'd it go?
Yeah, we went totally off headphones, didn't we?
No, it's all right. Yeah, my bad. That's me, dude. Here we go. It was one. What does Antoine think about all the negative things that people say about bows just being overpriced in general?
Well, I don't know exactly what people say, but I do believe that they are very overpriced.
I mean, they're when you start off and you're deemed the high-end good product, that's happened sometimes, right?
I think there's a lot of companies I could just start rattling them off, and they are the big brands, the Sonys, the JBLs, XYZ. I think at some point, you're right, man, they just start resting on their laurels, and then they charge you a brand tax. Apple is notorious for that. Other companies will follow suit. It's just hey, once you get to a certain place, you should charge for your name. That's the model that takes out.
Yeah, absolutely. And by the way, people that are on, make sure you like the video here. I'm trying to say that every hour. Like the video, and also if you can, send it out to your social media accounts. We're going to be here all day talking mobile tech right now. Bluetooth headphones, speakers, and we're going to be talking AVRs and things like that next, and TVs. Further down the line again. So get all your questions ready, and definitely ask Antoine. Any questions? Yeah, by the way, dude, where's the thing that I had on here? I just grabbed that picture off your YouTube channel. I love that picture with you in the big giant portable boombox that you have. What brand was that you had?
That was actually an LG RK7. Yeah. So that one's actually not portable. You have to plug it in, but it's one of my favorite products that I have. We get a lot of products in here, and some things I just got to get rid of because I have no use for them. I have two of those things. That thing is awesome.
There it is, dude. Oh, I got this thing over your face now. That's why I'm not very good with this. Where is the blue one? I got to find the blue comment so I can get rid of it. Sometimes it says hide current comment, but it's hard to find. But yeah, man, that picture is basically hilarious. I love that picture.
So what's funny is when we took that picture, my wife actually took that photo, and here I am walking out here with this big thing up to my ears. My neighbors are outside walking dogs, watering the grass and stuff. They're like, what is going on here?
That's hilarious. I know it's weird because I'm not like self-promotion. So like when I have to take pictures of me, I'm always taking pictures of the wife and kids. I don't want to take pictures of me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like I'm okay. I got to lean up against this wall and take a picture. I just feel so weird doing it. So that looks pretty natural though, man. That looks pretty badass, to be honest.
She just happened, and my wife's a horrible photographer. She just happened to do a good job on accident. So
she must know she is to allow you to say that, because I don't know if she can hear
she
you,
knows
but
what's up. She knows. She absolutely knows.
She seems very cool. My wife, I mean, we want to start doing some combo reviews and stuff too, but it's nice to have the family help and be involved. I actually like that a lot. My kids love to give me feedback. Like before I put a video out, I have my son come like, Aiden, get in here. Is this thumbnail look good or is it too busy? And he's like, I don't like it. Do something else. you know, he's only 10, but
when you bring up like taking pictures of yourself, I don't like, I mean, I don't even think that's a normal gesture, to be honest with you. Yeah. So it's just very uncomfortable for me to do it. And when I would try to actually do it on purpose and be like serious about what I was doing, I always look at the photo and I'm like, man, you look like you're actually taking a dump, you know? I'll be criticizing myself. So at that point, I just started making funny faces to do my thumbnails and just do it, you know, just look ridiculous on purpose, because if I'm trying to be serious, I'm going to look really ridiculous.
Well, it's funny you say that, because a couple of your recent ones, they look good like that though. They look good.
When I'm making a funny face,
when you're just doing like you're like, you know, kind of like squinting, you know, or something like that. It just looks good like that.
I look, I am at my best when I'm being silly. That's just
you're my kind of guy then, because that's what it's about, man. If you ain't having fun, why do it, right?
Yeah, I don't even think I look normal with my mouth closed and I have a straight face. That doesn't even look right to me. So
yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I can smile. I'm like you know, when I try to smile, I don't like, you know, it's the thing. I don't think, like you said, it feels unnatural for most people. I'm going to put up a couple questions while we're going through here, just to keep up with these chats. FOMO, we got, maybe you're replying to some of these people too.
I have
soundbar, 65-inch LG C10, moderate size living room. Doesn't want to break the bank. Is that what you have up?
I have the one before that one. I think there's one just before Chris, right before.
Sorry, I'm going the wrong way.
And, go up. Go up. There you go. So the good news for you, Chris, is that without a subwoofer, you're not spending more than 100. Basically, all the sound bars at around this price level, over 100 is because they include a sub. This one doesn't have a sub, and it's one of the prime deal sales. So hey, without a sub, this is it.
I give it a shot, right?
Yep.
What brand is it? Is it an off brand or what?
At this price range, are all off brands. LG, Samsung, Vizio. No, they're not. They're all over $100, and they come with a subwoofer and stuff.
I saw there. If you go to like Target, so maybe they have mine here too. I've seen like Vizio soundbars for like $75. You know, soundbar only, like you're saying. TCL has one there, huh?
Yep. Well, so TCL has one here. Let's put this one up. And so this one, it looked a little bit less featured. So the thing is, at this price, TCL's competing with their own. They're going against the actual manufacturers who are trying to throw this out. They're being out TCL'd by other companies who actually manufacture this stuff. So, but you get what TCL is, they have their own special sauce. So yeah, I like TCL personally for soundbars because they do a good job of the R&D necessary, and you're not really overpaying like you would for a Samsung. With a Samsung, you're paying a lot for the name and a lot for the R&D. They now own Harman and JBL, so they have access to all of that good stuff. So I think the more expensive soundbars, you can go premium, but at like the budget level, the $100, I'd stick with the TCLs, the Vizio, or the no-name Chinese brand for the lowest bang for the buck.
Hey, Antoine, do you have any favorite TV, or do you get into that kind of thing? Like, I'm sure that people would like to hear what you enjoy, if there is anything you want to share.
Well, it's really just when I need to, you know, when I'm replacing something. And I recently bought, it's an LG 50-inch, and I got a sound bar with it. But I wanted to ask you a question, FOMO, about TCL.
Yes.
I've always been curious about this brand, but you know, when something new comes up, you're like, I don't know, you know. So you kind of answered my question already, but I mean, so where does a top tier, what is it, a 7 model? Is that, am I
7 series?
Correct? 7 series.
So it would be right now. They're top.
Hold on. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt. Antoine, you've come to the right place because this is the guy. I mean, I'm not kidding. This is the guy to talk about TCL and Hisense and stuff. So you can, people will enjoy this conversation. So take control, FOMO.
Let's do it.
All right.
Okay, go ahead with your question
now. Okay, so where does that 7 series? That's the top tier, correct?
Okay, so right now TCL doesn't have a top tier per se yet. Its top tier is a 2019 8 series.
Oh.
The 6 series about to be released this year is still the mid tier. So the 8 series that they released in 2019 is the first mini LED ever released by any TV company. And it still is a good TV. It's super bright. It's got mini LED. And if there's a good deal, I say try it out because it's so bright. It is one of the highest performing HDR TVs on Rtings is the 8 series because it's so freaking bright. So this year, as we speak, currently the 8 series continues to be, their highest numbered for sale. The 6 series is where most people go. It's solid, it's well-rounded. Then we're waiting for the OD0. The OD0 doesn't have a number name yet. So we don't know what number it will come in as. In Europe, they have the 900 series, which is their top tier, but it doesn't translate to the US. So in the US right now, there's nothing other than the 6 or the 8, and everything else is below those 2. So, and if you're looking so TCL hasn't sold its flagship TVs in the US. All of its good stuff are in China or Asia. So the perfect example is they have a $15,000 freaking TV.
TCL?
TCL. Or rather, Samsung, right? Samsung, great TV. Yeah. TCL is so good that Samsung is buying their parts from TCL to make their panels. Yeah. TCL is vertically integrated. That means that not only do they sell the TVs, if you take that TV apart, most of what you see inside is produced by one of their subsidiaries. So when Samsung calls them, they just look at the TCL catalog. Okay, well, I want this. Then they'll assemble it and put their magic processor in it, but the parts individually are coming from TCL subsidiaries. So a lot of people don't realize that TCL knows how to make TVs. They make it for other people. But what separates Samsung, LG, Panasonic is the processing that they design themselves, and maybe one or two things like audio, right? They design that themselves. But when it comes to raw TV panels, TCL subsidiaries and some Taiwanese companies, man, they're producing it for everyone. The only company still producing it is Samsung and LG, but they're behind. They've stopped doing R&D on their LCDs as of maybe 2019, whereas TCL continues to do it. And that's why this year's flagship mini LED TVs from Samsung, they're sourcing their panels from TCL. And that's why TCL can't release it until much later. They don't want to compete with their own client. They say, okay, look, we'll sell it to you. We'll start selling our stuff at the end of the year. So you're going to see some flagship technology out of TCL, probably Q4, late Q3 this year. So if you're thinking TCL, it's a safe brand in terms of quality. And that's Consumer Reports telling us this. They looked at all the reliability. And at the end, TCL TVs are as reliable as any Samsung or LG, costing $200 more. And that's all that most people need to know as far as reliability.
Let me, you just made me think about something, because I'm thinking about, pricing at this point, especially at times like this and Black Friday. One of the representatives at Best Buy told me that I was looking online at a TV, and then I see another one that is pretty much the same model at Best Buy in physical form, but it's a different model number. So do they really just change a model number and maybe take out an HDMI port to sell it on Black Friday purposely?
No, they won't even do that. So Costco is the classic example, right? We all see it. Wait, the Costco is called the 9 or the Samsung, right? Instead of 90, it's like 9D, the letter D. Oh, okay. 90 and 90. That's fun playing words. It's literally the same TV more often than not. But they don't want you to cross shop like mattresses. They don't want you to say, hey, Costco's this, can you match it? It allows the retailer not to price match. Hey, that's not the same model. I can't be matching prices, but the features are literally the same. Now, some people are saying, hey, wait, I noticed that this is missing something, but I haven't gotten confirmation that's really missing anything yet. So that's been my experience but I've only seen it with the Costco specials. I haven't seen it between Best Buy and Amazon. It's normally the same model exactly.
Okay.
You know, a few years ago, they used to have like differences. They used to have differences. Like there would be a version at Costco that had one less HDMI port. Now it's becoming, people are getting more nitpicky about a specific TV, and so now they're basically the same TV just with a different model number. And then at Best Buy and Costco, for example, they now both have the LG C10 and C1. So some of them are the same now. It's just that, like, you know, Sony has one with the C in front of the J for the A80 CJ versus A80J. But yeah, more or less are the same. You just got to check. There's just subtle differences. But yeah, here's a question for you. Christian Nelson, not an Apple ecosystem, other than, I don't know if he means that there's not a lot in the ecosystem other than a few iPad Pros, trying to base new buds off Galaxy Buds Plus. Love them. Haven't found anything yet that's worth upgrading. Looking at new Beats Studio Buds versus the B&W PI7s. So kind of a difficult question. I'm not exactly sure what he means, but I don't know if you can make heads or tails of that.
That's an interesting question, because he's actually, at the end of that, he's comparing a pair of, I think the Beat Studio Buds, or what are they, about 150 or so?
Yeah. I mean, these are the newer ones, right? Are these the new ones that just came out?
I think so. And I think they're about 150, possibly $200.
I think so.
He's comparing that to a $400 set of Bowers and Wilkins earbuds.
Yeah.
So, you know, just because something's more expensive, that doesn't mean it's better. But when we talk about a company like Bowers and Wilkins, let's put some stock into that.
Yeah, for sure, man. There's no question.
So, I mean, that's a big price gap, man. So I think what you should probably do first is like set a real solid budget and then match it to your needs. So if you're wanting some features like we talked about, where you can take one in and, you know, put one in the case, or if you want one that has, if you talk on the phone a lot and you like to use your earbuds, figure out which one of those has the better phone call quality, because you can literally end up spending $400 on the Bowers and Wilkins, and people can't stand to hear your voice when you're talking because it sounds like you're under a pillow. So I would go that route first and pick out what needs you have first, other than listening to audio quality as far as music, and then kind of go from there. I hope that's helpful. I know I didn't really answer the question.
It is helpful. I can tell you, because this is not my area of expertise. I don't really have an area of expertise, but you know, I'm just the jack of all trades. But no, I'm kidding. But it is, because that makes total sense to me, because like these headphones that I just got, the XM4 earbuds, you know, I'm not sure that they're for me, other than like just using them occasionally, you know, like I don't really like the fact that when I have them both in, I can't hear anything. Like I feel like I'm in a different world, and that's good when you're on like an airplane or something.
Right.
But I'm like you, where I got to hear my surroundings. I have an earbud in all day long. You know, I need to hear stuff.
Yeah.
So even with that, like ambient noise where it allows it through, it's weird. And then the wind whistles when you're outside, and it's, you know, it's pushing. I don't like the way my voice sounds in that, because then I can't sing anymore, because now I realize I'm tone deaf. You know what I mean? Like that's not good.
Hello, what?
I like the way I like the way my head makes me think I sound like, not the way I actually sound.
Same here, man. My voice should not be heard singing anywhere ever.
Well, that's why we have karaoke, right? You have
except on his most popular except on his most popular video, where he and his wife are singing like crazy.
That was one of those moments where you just forget that there are other people in the world with ears, and you just do your thing.
I love it. It's fantastic. I watched it and I forwarded it to my wife, and she's like, I want a karaoke machine.
You know, that's one of those videos, you know, that you put out there. I mean, I don't know if you guys really do silly stuff in your videos a lot, but I do. And when I meet someone who's actually seen my videos, or I meet someone and they say, hey, what's your channel? I say, hey, we're never talking again after I share this with you, because now you're going to look at me different.
Yep. Nah, your videos are fun,
you anymore. Oh man,
it's funny because when people that don't know, like people that don't know I do YouTube, it's like, you're right. It's like it's different. Like I don't even, like my friends, some of them watch and some of them are on here and that, but most people like don't even really know that I do this, or, you know, or it's like a different world.
Same.
I'm going to put, I just put the link to Antoine's channel. There you go. Make sure you guys subscribe. because you got to. I mean, I use it to. I definitely have watched a bunch of the videos for headphones and all that. So I appreciate the work you're putting in, man. He told me offline. He said, whatever they send me something, man, I'll review it. Well, as long as it's like halfway decent, right?
Yeah. I mean, I kind of try to, censor things that way. I don't, put crap on the video.
No, yeah,
and,
of course,
I try to filter some things out. But I had another question about TVs.
Yep. Fire away, man.
What would you tell the guy or girl who's standing at the store and there's 50 TVs on the wall? Let's say you got a little money, just a little bit. Let's say $2,000. You got $2,000 that you've dedicated to spending money on a TV. And you're standing at this wall and they all look amazing and you're having a hard time. You're sitting there counting pixels and everything else. And just off of the visual of what you're getting from these different TVs, what kind of advice would you give that person standing there just ready to spend the money?
Okay, so this is what I always tell people. Samsung will always win that war. Their TVs are designed in the showroom to beat everybody else. And that's what's unfortunate, because they're in this special mode and they've been designed that way. So when they run their special display content, no other TV will look as good. It's so hard to beat Samsung at this game. But when you take it home and you start watching real stuff, it shouldn't look like that, by the way. And you're going to end, and this is why Samsung is the #1 selling TV in the world by volume. Everywhere where they have TV displayed and you have a Samsung up there and you put it in its store display mode, it just looks so great. So with their $2,000, more likely than not, if you just look at the TV and compare it, you're going to end up with a Samsung. Now, you go into a dark room, then the OLEDs start looking a little bit better, but the Samsungs are so good in a dark room as well for $2,000 that you're like, oh, is this an OLED? Oh, no, it's just a Samsung QLED, but it's quote unquote just as good, right? So yeah, I have a hard time asking people to go into a store and compare TVs because they're going to walk out with a Samsung more likely than not. I might as well just tell them, let's just cut to the chase. Just go get the best Samsung you can get for $2,000, because that's what's going to end up happening when you go in the store. Most stores don't let you do anything to the TVs. You can't touch it. You can't run your own materials. So how do you know how it performs, right? And it looks like, oh, but they're all playing the same thing. No, they're in demo mode and they're playing whatever the company gives the store to play, because you know who's paying for the store for the TV to be displayed? It's the company.
Right.
Every one of those displays is supported by that company, and that's why you don't see TCL or Hisense. They're not playing that game because they're just going to pass the savings on to you. Look, we'll just rely 100% on YouTubers and influencers or whatever, right? And then we'll just sell it on Amazon, and people will go for the cheaper TV. So that's their model. Samsung, Sony, and LG, we will pay you good money. This is the material. Don't change it. Play it like this. And here's, whatever, $100,000. I'm sure it's a lot more, but so yeah.
So if I'm in the store now, after talking to you, I'm looking at this Samsung that which looks better than all the rest of them. I have to get that out of my head. That this one just looks better now because
it will look
it's in
better.
demo mode. Okay.
It's in a special store display mode. That mode is available to you outside the store, because when you turn the TV, it'll say, do you want to put this in store mode or regular TV watching mode? And you go into TV watching mode, you're like, oh, this doesn't look anything like the store mode, right? What happened to all the cool graphics, right? That's why it's designed to be competing with everyone else, because they know what everyone else's store mode is. And they're like, and that's where all their money is. Their investment in marketing strips everyone else, puts everyone to shame.
So. Hey, here's something else. This may be a trivia question or a poll question. Okay, so now TVs have these different modes where they got the really high refresh rates and everything looks real and poppy, and then you have the 24 or just that soap opera kind of look, like a regular movie.
Yeah, my thing.
So I prefer that. I prefer things to look like 1980s TV. I prefer that mode. And then if I'm playing a video game, I'll kick up that refresh rate. So I never watch anything in that high refresh rate. How many people do you think actually watch movies and TV shows, like regular TV, 2.5 Men or whatever they're watching
in soap opera mode?
No, in that high refresh rate, like the real poppy eye-catching.
Oh yeah. Okay, so that's the one that looks like soap opera, right?
So it looks soap opera if it has that, like if they're refreshing it fast. So yeah, that's a hot topic. But go ahead, FOMO.
I've noticed the trend. The older people like us, and when I say older, anyone over 40, right? They prefer old school 80s,
Okay.
or maybe even 90s. And I notice all the younger people, they love Gemini Man as is. Oh, it was perfect, right? I was like, this must be the generation gap at play. And a lot of young people are on the chat. Why don't you guys let us know, which do you like?
I gotta look down here. Let me see.
The blur, right? The cinematic blur,
it's. I mean, this is a big sliding scale, Antoine. There are people that like swear by the high refresh rate and the soap opera effect. Some people like it just to be creator how the creator intended, and they want to see it, with the way that they intended without the motion interpolation. And so, yeah, that's something we have to talk about in all of our videos, more or less, because people really have their strong opinions about it. But the way that you presented the question, it's great. You present the questions to us like people would in real life, as opposed to us trying to, navigate through a review being super technical. So it's great that you're asking us those questions too.
And you definitely need to find a reviewer that shares your personal preference. Like, I'm like you. I want to see it like the old way with just a bit of blur, none of that sharp poppiness. But some reviewers love it. And if you happen to watch that reviewer, you're going to get a TV that looks just like the way they like it, which may not be what you like. So, because some people only review TVs in the context of video games. So it's going to be that great motion, high refresh, whatever. And some reviewers like me, fully calibrated in a dark room, it's not always super bright, but everything looks as it should from the creator's point of view. But that's not exactly the way Brandon watches it, or Whisper Status, Brian. And so as we share more of how we like to watch our TVs, our viewers, they're going to select the content that matches how they watch. Like, I'm almost exclusively in a dark room, always. And that makes my settings a little bit different than everyone else's. And I have motion settings so that it looks like a movie theater, which is never soap opera, right? Now, I do a touch of soap opera because I hate judder more, which is that jumping across the screen because it can't process it well. So I'll raise the processing a bit, and that's what I walk people through. But yeah, definitely you're going to have to play with all those settings to get it perfectly the way you want. And most people don't want to deal with it. They go, "Oh, my TV is broken," and they keep on buying TVs until they get it right.
Yeah,
that's funny. I have a question for you. Just if you don't mind, no budget, just looking for audiophile music quality. What is the best? Let's go earbuds. What do you think?
Man, now
I saw somebody responded like the B&W and the Sennheisers. I don't know.
The brand names.
Yeah, that's all you're gonna get. Audio-Technica. And Techniques makes a great earbud for audiophiles. And they're not terribly expensive. They're in the $200 range. They're not as much as the B&Ws. Yeah, but that's where you're gonna have to go, man. You're gonna have to spend that money, pull it out of your pocket, and put it in your ears. That's exactly how that happens. And you're gonna get some great stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to say, for how long these the Power Beats Pro lasted me. Again, we're talking about all of the uses that I use them for. Again, they're not the best sounding ones in the world or whatever, but it's a great investment. Like, I couldn't have lived without them for the last couple of years. With I use them for business. I'm talking on the phone. I'm watching basketball games in one ear while I'm trying to, watch a movie with the kids. Like, there's all these things that I'm doing with them. So yeah, take your time. And that's why I like Antoine's channel, very practical and thinks about things outside the box. So it's not just about, one little specific thing or the other, like you're talking about the codec or whatever. It's all the different things combined in a practical way,
Yeah. I think a lot of people come to my channel looking for the norm, which would be an audio or an audiophile type of review situation. And you are going to get so far from that. I think people are just kind of taken aback. Like, what is this guy doing? Does he even know what he's talking about?
I'm sure.
I'm a regular guy. Like I said earlier, I just want to put the headphones on and jam out real hard for for a little while, or cut the grass, or sit at the airport. I don't want to bring a DAC and amp with me to the airport. I just want some good headphones to drown out this baby over here, and just get through my flight.
Yeah, what's funny? You say that is, so we all have cars, and I just keep on thinking, when a good tune comes on in your car stereo, which we know is crap, doesn't matter. You're transported by the song. The window's open. You got distortion through the wazoo. You're blasting, and you're like, you're not sitting there going, you know what? I noticed that the frequency response is a little off. Is it cutting off at 80 hertz? You're like, yeah, right. And that's what I'm thinking. I'm enjoying the music. And at the end of the day, you could save so much money if you keep on reminding yourself that it's, no matter what, it's better than your car. And if you have that feeling in your car, well, there you go, right?
That's a good reference. You know what? As a matter of fact, if to kind of piggyback onto that, if your music is not moving you, pretty much just pick a decent sounding pair of headphones or earbuds. If you're listening to a song and it's not moving you, then you're listening to the wrong song. It's not the earbuds. You need to find a new song. Hit skip.
Right. It's like I got a couple of tweeners, young teens, right? I put them in the car, and you just put in Beastie Boys Sabotage, and that's it. All hell breaks loose. And like, this is great. Don't care how bad the speakers are. It sounds the same on all speakers, right? That song loud. Is just loud and fun as hell, right? It's like, it doesn't matter, right? Can't go wrong.
Yeah,
that's the problem. That's the problem with these. I was messing around. We went down to Aquatica, which is like a water park in San Diego here, and I had these headphones, and I'm sitting there just dancing. I'm just like, oh yeah, wait, I gotta pretend it's Father's Day. I gotta hang out with my family here, even though I'm sitting there like trying to dance. I'm listening to the music. I got like I put both of them in there. It's like a different planet, man, and the music just sounds amazing. And I was listening to all kinds of music. So
hey, listen, a quick shout out to Pose Acoustics. I think Matt is here. I see him.
Yeah, Matt's in the house. So that's one of the two Matts. I was gonna make sure Ninjishin's coming on too, but that's not for a bit yet. But yeah, just we had one question, FOMO. Maybe this will be good too, because Antoine, you asked me a question about like outdoor. How to get like your screen projector and all that sort of figured out. So similar question, Jarrett, let me get his name here because I can't go back that far. Here it is. Jarrett Zuckerman asked, in a living room, my couch is 10 to 12 feet from the wall. What size TV is appropriate? What is like a general rule of thumb these days? And besides just me saying right off the bat as like an installer, I would say, you also have to worry about the wall space and like how big your stand is underneath it and those things. And, you can change the stand if it's not big enough. But what do you think about that, FOMO, about TV size 10 to 12 feet away in a living room? What would you generally say to people?
85 inches.
85.
That's the largest you can go, right? Because I normally say use the 40 to 43 degree angle, but it's so far that wouldn't even help you. So with today's high resolution, you can sit just a little bit closer. So now you could be at 40 to 43 degrees, and it wouldn't take up your entire field of view because that's too close, but it takes it enough that you're immersed without moving your head from one end of the screen to another. So it just barely fills your field of view perfectly with no neck strain. And that's about 40 to 43 degree angle. And there's a calculator. Just type in THX TV viewing distance, and if you type in the 43 degrees and you type in your distance from your TV, it'll tell you what size. But at 12 feet, it's going to be 85 inch. You can't go any larger than that, and you still be under 43.
Wow,
that's funny.
I got a funny little thing to piggyback on that with. When I bought that 50-inch, it's actually a 55-inch TV. It's for my bedroom, and you know what? I feel bad talking to you guys about this because I only have one TV in my house. We don't have a TV in the living room. Upstairs, we have a 120-inch projector. We only have the bedroom 55-inch. But when I bought it, there was a young lady helping me. She said, "What are you using this TV for?" I said, "I'm going to put it in my master bedroom." She said, "This?" She said it was too small.
That's funny.
She gave me this look like, ugh,
Wow.
You're gonna put this little thing in your bedroom? I'm thinking it's a bedroom. Like, do 85 inches in the bedroom really? Size matters that much? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I had a 55-inch, and we were like that, the bed length plus a couple of feet to walk around it. Right. Now my bedroom is longer, so it's like 6 feet more. So it's like I'm like 14 feet away from the wall, and I had a 55-inch in there for a while, and I finally was like, you know what? No bueno. I got to get a bigger TV. So I got the 65-inch now, and I'm like, man, I probably could have fit a 77, but I'm with you, man. This 65 inches big enough. That's all I would have wanted to do,
But then I told you, Brandon, I did it for a reason, because that was the max size TV I could have that would tuck behind my dresser as far as height, because I have a TV lift. Because when we're not watching it, I don't want to see it. I don't want to see the big black box just sitting there like a void. So we have this TV lift, and it just ducks behind the dresser and that is the max size of TV I could have to be able to be hidden. So, man, I'm telling you, that girl made me feel small. Like, dude, you
That's
invited some
funny.
tiny TV for your bedroom? Are you kidding me?
Sorry, just a lot of things going on today. It's crazy today. Let's see. Did you see any deals? Oh, we have another question. Sorry. Here, Antoine. I bought a pair of American Audio HP 700 7 years ago. More rugged use for DJ. I have tried Pioneer and Dr. Dre, but nothing compares to HP 700. While at a live event, what would you recommend? These are replacements.
Wow. Okay. So, this is a tough one. I have two favorites. One of them, you're going to be surprised. It is a JBL Club Pro. These are touted as Bluetooth active noise cancellation headphones. They're decent for that purpose. But as DJ headphones, they are awesome. When you plug those things in wired, they are awesome headphones. And they're not terribly expensive. I don't know what your price range is, but you can get those. Actually, they're last year's headphones, so you can probably get them for like, I don't know, $180, $200. But it's the JBL Club Pro. I love those for a wired listening, and as a DJ, you could probably appreciate them as well. Then there was another set. It's the ones I have on right now. The Sony. What is this? Hold on. MDR 7506. I'm talking loud because these headphones are on.
No, you're good, man. They're not. It doesn't sound loud to me at all.
Yeah, MDR 7506. So I just really like these, but these are reference headphones. So if you're looking for something with, a lot of bass, these might not be the ones. That's when you would probably want to move over to the JBL Club Pros.
There you go. Cyborg GT is on here all the time with us. So I'm glad that we could help. You're very helpful, man. It's very good stuff, Antoine.
Thanks. Hope that was helpful. I mean,
oh, of course it is, man. I'm trying to pick out the differences. Can you guys hear that in the background?
Yeah.
Nope,
like
I don't hear anything.
The airplane. You can hear the airplane.
Oh no, I think that was computer keys I was hearing.
That was my keyboard.
It's gone.
I have an extraordinarily loud keyboard.
No, mine are too. I was curious of how this microphone does with the ambient noises, because I'll either have the kids yelling out there or the dog was barking before, and that's why I put it on mute and chased the dog out of the room.
I don't hear any of your ambient noise.
Nice. That's good to know. I never know. You never know. So it's funny. Cool. Well, Antoine, we're going to wrap it up because we got other people coming in for the next hour, but I appreciate you coming on, man. Let me see. Did I put your channel on? No, that is a question. That is not your channel. I don't want to paste and copy in someone else's question in there. But thank you for coming on. I hope you had a good time.
Hey man, this was fun.
If you need any other information about TVs, man, now you know where to go, right?
Right. I got two experts right here. You're experts because you're on YouTube. I just realized that.
That's right. Welcome to the club, my friend.
Also, I love that you did the live stream, man. If you ever need somebody on to come and chat and I can be your kind of like your regular guy, and you can school me on what I should have bought instead of these Sonys or something, I'm down to come on and chat it up, man. I appreciate it.
All right, man. Well, thanks for having me. It's great meeting you.
Oh,
definitely.
You,
hey, right, take care. Have a great afternoon, man.
All right, y'all have a good one.
Later.
Hey, you have time for me to take a restroom break, or you want to take it first?
Go ahead. Right. No, I'm gonna add Matt. Ninjician is on. I'm just gonna talk to him, say hi to him.
Yeah. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, man.
Go for your thing.
Do your thing. Hey, what's up, Matt? How are you?
Yo.
What's going on?
Doing good. Cool. I'm browsing through Amazon right now.
Oh, it's all good, man. Checking out the deals.
I might actually take this one earpiece out. I can barely hear it.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I do one ear all the time too, because I don't like the feeling of not being able to hear, and it's just like easier. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I'm just turning up my headset.
Gotcha. What ones you got there? Which ones are you rocking?
So I use these for the gym. So these are the J Labs.
Cool. We just had Antoine on there. I should have brought you in earlier. That way for the show.
You guys were talking about the hooks. So I'm fat from all this COVID stuff, but normally when I'm jumping rope, I need something to keep it in my ears.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing about the Sonys. Like I said it, I don't know if I said it online or offline, but I can shake my head and eventually they'll fall out. Like, so in a basketball game or something, like they're not going to stay in as good as these ear hooks, because I played a game of basketball with these power beats in, and like my watch snapped off before my headphones did. You know what I mean? Like my my headphones are staying on, so they are not messing around.
Yeah, I used to like Polk Audio made these Ultra Fit like Super Sport ones back in the day, and they had like 3 different tiers, so you could get like the basic ones for $50, and they had like $100 one and like a $250 one. So they all sounded roughly about the same, but I always went for the more expensive ones because they were nice.
I'm gonna bring Matt Poses on here too. I'm gonna bring him on.
Oh, cool.
And we can all kind of. I just want to say hi to him because I haven't met him before. Hey, what's up, Matt?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you great. How you doing?
Right. Not bad.
Thanks, I like the nice. Look at the nice. He's got the nice shirt on. Both you guys look so nice. I love Brian from Whisper Status. I love him. He came in a tank top. I was like, yeah, that's the kind. See, that's a Cali vibe, you know. Yep. But Brian's out in New York, and he's tan, man, for this early in the summer. I liked it. Anyways,
nice.
Matt, nice to have you. FOMO's jumping. He's gonna come back from a bathroom break in a minute. But
okay.
How you doing, man?
I'm good.
Good. I know. I mean, people know you from Audioholics. I know Matt Ninjician AV also knows you from that channel too. And I know you have your own channel. I was just actually before watching your acoustics versus soundproofing video because I don't. For my business, I do home theater and TV installation, but I kind of have gotten like, it's my own fault kind of. I don't know if it's laziness or just being really good at TV specifically, got kind of, typecast as like the TV installer, doing the TVs, like 4 TVs and then leaving and never getting into some of the stuff that other people then excel at. But I always thought about, soundproofing my own house. And so I got into like looking at all the different clips and the things that you can do and add density and the different, what's that? You have green glue. Do you ever talk about green glue? Have you ever heard of that stuff?
Of course, yeah. So it's interesting. I did a whole bunch of installs with green glue, and I'm actually going to turn my monitor on real quick. Hold on. Can't hear myself talking. So am I overloading?
No, you sound fine to me.
All right.
What's up, FOMO? FOMO's back.
Hey, so yeah, I did a bunch of installs where I had done green glue and had kind of followed along with the research that they had put out and just said, like you use it the way they say, it works really well. And then I got hooked in with a lot of the guys that actually run the test labs, including one that's one of the best labs in the country. And the guy there, Ron Saro, had said, he's like, it works okay, but it's not what they claim. So I had some academic background in this. I had studied this stuff in school a little bit. And I remember like when the claims came out, I was thinking, I don't know what they're doing, but it kind of defies the laws of physics, but maybe I just don't understand it that well. So, they've got test data, it must be true. Turns out these tests are far more unreliable than people realize. And what they basically do is capitalize on chance. They test it, let's say 50 times, and they test another product, let's say 50 times. They take the best test from one batch, the worst test from another, and they say, look at, we gain, 12 STC points by adding green glue. The reality might be they added like 3 STC points, but they managed to find the 2 tests that showed 12 STC points. They went with that, and they just assumed, that's how good things are. And so over time, I've kind of gone back to my roots of what actually works based on our understanding of the physics and practice. You got to actually do this stuff because there's a practical side to what you can really do. Like to make a really soundproof wall with a bunch of concrete block and some good insulation and all that, but you can't really float concrete block walls over wood stud walls, or actually generally can't put concrete block walls in basements either. They can't support the weight. So, anyway, kind of learning what really works, which is not what most people think.
Did you successfully soundproof your basement? Because I know you were on a long journey to get here.
Yeah.
And I don't think anyone here realized you are trying to eliminate as much sound from your home theater basement, right, as possible. What was your objective? How close did you get?
Well, so I don't know how many other people can do this, but I do know how to do what's called in situ sound transmission loss testing. And so I ended up hitting about STC 65 or so. At the time, I was disappointed. I was expecting better. I didn't know that was actually really, really good for an in situ test. So like I put it out there, and I'm like, I kind of missed my goal. I was kind of expecting mid 70s given what I put into this place. And then when I was talking to that guy, Ron, he was like, can you show me that data? So I sent him everything. He's like, that's unbelievable. He's like, it doesn't get much better than that. You'd basically have to have built quite a bit different of a house.
Right.
So
built inside a vacuum.
Yeah, I mean, it was like over the top good. And the new house that I'm building right now here in Florida, I think is going to be even better. We'll see. But I'm like doing a floating floor in it, and the walls are actually a little bit more substantial than the last one. And so I'm expecting at least what I got last time, if not better. But
and a quick FYI for everyone. So Matt is actually helping me with my home theater acoustic treatment and build out and stuff. And I ordered my Perlisten speakers through Matt. So I just wanted to let people know that Matt is a dealer for Perlisten, because I'm so interested in the Dominus THX. And even though I got the smallest bookshelf for my use, it's just awesome, because I have listened to you and G and Audioholics for years before I even started my own channel. And having you on for me is such a privilege. So thank you, Matt, for coming on, because now I finally get to pick your brain in person, and I just rewatched the video for the third time, catching tidbits of knowledge.
I was just going to say that same thing. So, I mean, Matt, like, I've listened to these long live streams of these acoustic treatments, and just when they do their conversations about SDA and room treatment, all of this stuff just is like, I just geek out to it. And I promised I wasn't going to geek out too much. But I really appreciate having this time slot with Matt versus like talking about TVs. I'd much rather talk about audio and speakers and soundbars. Yeah.
So Magician AV has calibration as a hobby, right? It's a hobby and something you're, expertise at, but also a lot of AV background. So this is a good combo. So FOMO, do you have any questions? Now I asked FOMO when he just took a bite of something. Sorry. No, it's all good.
So I think one of the most common questions, and we can all benefit from this, is what's the easiest or cheapest room treatment that most people don't do that they could do to improve something in their home theater? Like, do you have any basics? Hey, this is almost free. You should do this before you do anything else. Buying upgraded speaker cables, for example, right? That's not going to bring as much. So you have any suggestions for room acoustic improvements for most people?
I don't recommend upgrading speaker cables as a room treatment.
Right.
It's not likely to work. I mean, I think the most common thing that people actually have it a lot, though. So if you have hard floors, definitely should be considering putting a carpet in the floor. So it depends on the kind of thing you're trying to treat, I guess. And actually, I'm going to give myself a shout out. Tomorrow, I'm doing a webinar with Axpona. I sent this an email earlier to you guys if you want to post that later. But anyway, we're going to talk about this. It's with Anthony Gramani, and he and I
love that
geek
guy.
out for all of you on that. Yeah. So anyway, one of the interesting things is that lateral reflections, sidewall reflections, are generally dissimilar from each other, and you can treat them either symmetrically or asymmetrically, but you have to treat both. You can't like treat one side and not the other. You'll kind of create some problems. But with the floor and the ceiling, the reflections are perceived as monophonic. So it doesn't really matter if you treat the floor or the ceiling. Either is fine. And it's hard for most people to mount a carpet on their ceiling or a pad or anything. I mean, just in general, mounting things on ceilings is harder than floors. So one of the things people don't do that they could do that's pretty easy is if they have hard floors, putting a carpet down, and more so putting a nice thick felt pad. I usually recommend trying to get real wool felt because it's a better acoustic material. And then, whatever you can handle for carpet, but the thicker the better, because what you can get is the equivalent of about a 1-inch pad on the floor. Now you might say like, well, I thought 1-inch treatments don't do a lot. They don't, but you're talking about covering a massive area. I mean, how often do you get to cover something that's 10 by 10 feet? So that's like a cheap free one. And then curtains would be the other one. They're not perfect or ideal, but most people have windows in their media room or theater or living room, whatever. So the one thing I'll say, though, is for some reason, I've gotten this a lot lately. People seem to think that like wood shutters and a fabric curtain are the same thing. And so they'll be like, yeah, I don't.
Wood shutters.
Yeah. So probably wood shutters act as some sort of a scattering device. I don't really know. I've never seen any test data on it. So I'm just giving you some conjecture. But I wouldn't consider that to be as good as or the equal. And it certainly isn't going to provide much of any absorption. But fabric curtains, heavy velour especially, with a lot of pleating to it and a good, let's say, at least 4 inches of space between the outer pleat and the inner wall, will provide you pretty close to the equivalent amount of absorption as a 4-inch panel would. So that's not bad.
Not bad at all. that I don't want to hog up Matt's time. I know you've been waiting anxiously to talk to Matt Magician. Go ahead with all your questions.
Well, I know we're doing Prime Day stuff. Speaking of like absorption and room treatment, if you see the room behind me, you'll notice that those speakers are basically like right up against the wall. It's kind of a walkway through. So I reached out to an acoustics company and they said, well, get that big old bass trap right behind those speakers. But the more interesting thing that they said to me is that if you can't get that big bass trap right there behind the speaker, you know, these monster bass traps that are full frequency are like 7 inches thick. They're really big.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now I know what brand you're talking about.
No worries. I won't bring them up.
Okay.
So anyways, they were back ordered 4 months to get some of this acoustic treatment stuff in. So doing a lot of research, what I found is that I can keep my walkway. And if you actually, these are fairly big speakers. If you bring that speaker all the way up as close as you can to the wall as possible, which is this huge no-no in the audio world, you get a lot of boominess and bass and resonance because it's reinforcing all the bass coming from the speaker. I found that with room correction and then treating the back wall instead of really the front wall, I can actually get a better bass response, and I can keep the girlfriend happy because I don't have these massive bass traps behind the front speakers.
Yeah, that's a great. Okay, so this is a great approach, right? We have so many of these room limitations, and the option to put it in the back of the wall. Can you elaborate? How effective is this? What's your experience? Is this something that you've done with your clients before?
So I almost always put a bass trap on the back wall. And it's the same thing. So again, lateral reflections, you want to have pretty symmetric treatment. You might alternate diffusion and absorption, but you want to do treatment on both sides. Or like some people, it's really, really common. We covered this in a video once before on Audioholics, is you've got like a wall on one side and an open area on the other, so you can't treat it. So what do? And what I always tell people is, well, absorb the other side, because you got to get some sort of acoustic symmetry there. But floor, ceiling, front, back, the reflections off of those are monophonic. They're not affecting our sense of imaging, but they are affecting our sense of timbre. And so timbre, and so we talk about things like bass boom and everything. That's a form of coloration, if you will. And you can treat the front wall, you can treat the back wall. They do affect different things. It's not like it's completely universal that you can switch them up, but for the most part, especially when it comes to those long longitudinal modes, it doesn't really matter whether you treat the front or back. If you put twice as much treatment on the back wall, it's the same as putting half of that on the front and the back for those longitudinal modes. Where it doesn't help is what's called SBIR effects, the speaker boundary interference response effects. And those are those reflections where the sound radiates out of the speaker, and then it hits the wall behind it, which is that front wall, and then radiates back forward. It interferes when the two meet each other. So at that point, the treatment on the back wall is not doing anything. You would need a treatment on the front to fix it. But as was noted, with modern EQ systems, you can actually EQ out a lot of SBIR. So it is for the exact reason that was mentioned, sometimes you can't. I mean, this room I see all the time. It's a super common space to be putting TVs. You've got doors on both sides, which have taken away a spot to put acoustic treatments. You've got everything pushed up against the wall. It was one of the reasons why I kind of like those Polk L800s I reviewed, is they actually worked well shoved against a wall. It had no effect on imaging.
Really?
That's great.
Yeah, the bass was because they have crosstalk cancellation built in them.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
So people. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, what you can do, if you can't bring your front speakers out to the front, I instead brought my seating away from the back wall. So my seating off the back wall, I've got a good almost 2-3 feet behind the couch, and we built out like a sofa table and made it look really nice. And that generally helped more than anything, just by taking readings like at different places in the room. The further you get to that back wall, it gets worse and worse. Like you can easily hear that reflection coming back. Like so anyone has a couch on the back wall, the number one thing, if you can't put all these room treatments up, is bring that couch away from that back wall and put something nice behind the couch.
Now, you both mentioned something I think it's great for the viewers because I know they're wondering, okay, you guys said equalizer DSP. Is this automated? What do they do to equalize and make the corrections? Because if it's automated, what software, what AVR will do that? And if it's not, what should they be doing in terms of, they have this parametric equalizer they're looking at. What do I do next? And I know you're going to say get a microphone, but let's hear it. What is the process of equalizing and getting the corrections done to get these improvements, given these common challenging spaces?
Do you want to take this one, Matt? Because I know that you do a lot of manual calibration rather than use the automated stuff.
I do.
So
I
like
do
for,
a lot of
for a
both.
beginner, I guess. What would you suggest?
I mean, beginners need to be careful with EQ. I think one of the risks that everybody gets into that they don't fully understand when they are doing this is that it's easy to EQ something to look flat at the microphone. And that doesn't necessarily lead to better sound. And there are, in fact, a lot of situations where that can lead to worse sound, where you can essentially overcompensate for a single mic position, or actually EQ a system such that the speakers and the amplifier together can't reproduce it. So you've essentially, like, one of the things people sometimes do is they extend the high frequencies, they extend the bass. I've actually replaced tweeters in speakers where the tweeter was blown because the EQ raised it to such a high level that it burned out the tweeter. I've had systems that I've seen set up where the bass was distorting awfully because the bass was extended too far down. So you got to know what you're doing a little bit with that. There's also things to EQ and things to ignore. You just have to kind of learn what that is. But for a beginner, the automated stuff, as long as you know how to use it, has gotten pretty good. I don't love Odyssey. I've picked on it quite a bit. But with the new app, it's gotten to a point now where you can restrict what it covers, you can change the curve that it uses, and that makes it a lot better. So to be honest, those automated systems are probably what beginners should be using. But for those who just want to tweak, because I get it, we all want to tweak, we want to play around with these systems.
We're men.
Yeah, those PEQ filters are really powerful. And what I normally suggest, it's really good to find somebody that knows what they're doing to help you walk through it. So, I mean, I charge for that, but I do that for people where I actually do remote calibrations. And so there's two ways that I go with that. One is I do a remote calibration. I take over your system. I do it for you, in and done. The other is I say, you want to learn how to do this yourself? Because I don't, I'm not looking for, I'm not trying to hide what I do to get repeat business. So if somebody wants to learn how to do this, I'm totally cool with that. I like teaching people. So the other method is to say, we're going to walk through this together and I'm going to show you how to do this yourself so that you can play around with it. Because there's some things with EQ that there's like a right and a wrong way to do it. And there's other things that's just taste. It's what you like. So that room curve, that's taste. There's no right or wrong answer to that. Filling in, or I should say really pulling down some of the peaks that you get in the bass response, that's probably a right or wrong thing. I can't imagine anybody really likes peaky bass. So that would be my take.
Well, Justin, you did it. How did you go about it?
Without getting too technical, so I've got the same processor that Shane from Spare Change has, which is is it Shane, or I think it's the XMC2. I think he may have switched that out to
the Emotiva. Yeah, I think Shane currently has the Trinov 32.
He's got the Altitude.
So, yeah, can't go wrong with that.
No.
So what I found from playing around with Dirac is that they've got 3 different modes on Dirac. And basically, the more focused you try and put all these measurements, the closer you try and make this bubble around your head, the weirder the response is in the room if you're not in that one space. Right. So what I generally do is I bite the bullet. I take as many measurements as I can around the room, and I kind of let Dirac average them out. And then I just limit how much influence Dirac has on the system, and I just set my crossovers manually on the system. So I like that it does a very good job of mixing the fronts to the backs and kind of getting the subs where they need to be. But to be honest, turning it on and off, it's not going to really color the sound as much as I had hoped, but that's actually a good thing. So
right.
You really need an expert to make sure that when you do these room calibrations that you're not taking away the natural sound of the speakers, because you can hear it. You'll notice that something doesn't sound quite right, and it can be fatiguing after a while. So you really need someone like Matt to kind of walk you through how this is done properly so that you're happy in the long run.
Do you have REW, or did you tweak any further with REW, or does Dirac's system have all the charts and reports you need, and you don't need REW?
It's a little bit of a learning curve. You basically get before and after measurements, and you can kind of adjust where the filters will go. And then if you're really advanced, you can actually adjust kind of the house curve, or you can generally play with different peaks and things like that. But I generally just use the house curve that it comes out of the box.
Right.
Most people need to know that your ears are much less sensitive to bass. So that curve it kind of puts in there kind of compensates. So even though it sounds flat, it's actually this big roll off from like a higher bass implementation it's using. So
talking about all this technical stuff, and Matt just mentioning that, well, people pay him for his services. We know what calibrators cost because we talk all about it, right? Somewhere between 300 and 600, depending on where they are, how much experience. Matt, you've been doing this almost your whole life. I can tell that this is what you love to do. Typically, when a person retains your services, what are you looking at in terms of budget? Because we have many people here that they're in this Lux mansion. Everything is marble. They know they need help. And they're going to have to talk to their wife. I'm going to set aside a little bit of money in addition to the turn-off I might be getting. And I don't want to program the turn-off myself because, as we know, you can remote into the turn-off and do all the work for them. They just have to walk around with a microphone and maybe a camcorder, right? Hey, where do I go? What is the ballpark for someone of your skills to help people set up their home theater remotely if they get the equipment they need?
Totally remotely doing a calibration, you're saying?
Yeah, because a lot of people, like, it's hard. And, you know, Nutrition and I were kind of like, hands, we'll do it. But most people like, look, I've already paid enough. I don't mind paying more. Just help me.
Yeah, it really depends, I think, on the complexity of the setup and what they're asking. My typical going rate for a remote, I call it really a remote measurement session because it only would entail a minimum amount of calibration. But, you know, I'll definitely give some advice and help along that process. Would be about $350. $500 would get into things like doing some more explicit bass integration. But if you get into like if somebody has a Trinov system and they want me to get in and like full on set up that Trinov system for them, where I'm going, I mean, that's a complicated system. It's got, as you know, so it essentially decomposes the sound field into early reflections and late reflection. Well, direct sound, early reflections, and late reflections, and you can change how it processes all three of those areas of the sound field. And I actually was doing one recently. It's shockingly good, to be honest, at what it can do. It was doing things. I was trying to come up with an example of how I could make the system look really good, but there was still room for treatment. And they were like, yeah, show how the reflections are still there. And I pulled up the ETC, which is a graph that shows you that, and the reflections were largely gone. And I'm like, okay, it's magic. I don't know.
Awesome.
I was not expecting that, but anyway, most of the people I'm sure that are on here can't afford one of those. Those are very expensive. Right. And the other side of it too is, from my perspective, the complexity in setting that up is so much more that I probably would be charging more like $1,500, $2,000 to do a full install on that. You know, you want me to come out to your house, make sure everything's set up. This can take I was doing Gene's system the other day, and we were having a lot of issues with it. And I only was able to be there for about 4 hours. So I spent 4 hours. I didn't get it done. And the other guy that was Shane from RBH, the speaker designer, he was actually the one kind of in charge of the calibration. So I get out there, they're having problems. I do a bunch of measurements, and I basically identified what the problem was, but was not able to find the solution to it. And so for those of you who think that like anything's fixable, I'll just tell you there really can be these challenging problems that you find that are not straightforward, and the fix is really difficult. In this case, there was an interaction between, for those who have seen Gene's RBH speakers, there's a subwoofer module on the bottom, then there's a mid-range tweeter module in the middle, and then another subwoofer module, you guys can't see my hand, up top. And so the bottom and the top bass modules were interacting with each other. The top one had a cancellation dip of some kind in it. And when the two interacted together, it led to something that most people would naively think is actually subwoofer integration problems, but it wasn't. It was actually something inherent in that upper bass module. So oddly enough, the simple, easiest fix is you turn the top one off and everything looked great. But like now you're missing one of your bass modules. So
right.
Trying to figure out what actually was causing that cancellation dip that happened to be just on one side of the top bass module. You know, we didn't get that far. It took me 4 hours to get as far as I got. I've worked on other systems, including like Axbone. I've done setups before where you can spend 8 to 16 hours working on setup and you know, kind of get like a breakthrough at the end when you finally get it all together. So I charge per hour typically when it gets into complex setups like that. So it's about $150 an hour times, let's say 16. And to be honest, I'm pretty cheap. Some people might be.
I agree. I have to say, relative to the price of a TV, and you know this, right, Magician? You have a $4,000 TV or $3,000, and they're charging $500 for calibration. Percentage on either a $18,000 Trinov or a $24,000 Trinov, what you charge is, relatively speaking, less than what a TV calibrator charges for a TV, and you're spending more time doing what I think the work is very hard, because every TV is pretty much very similar. You know where you're going. Every room is so different, and every speaker is different. You're starting from scratch every single time, and so you have to love what you do, and you're one of the few.
And my rates may change over time, but for now, I feel like those are.
After today, it'll be double.
Yeah, it's good. They're going to double everybody's site. No, I want to keep them approachable. I want people to be able to afford me so that they can get the help they need to get their systems installed. But the reality is, as you get, my wife has faced this with her business. As you get busier, you have a choice to make. Either you just tell people no, or you raise your prices to reduce the number of customers that are coming to you. And you have to do it. You know, there comes a point where you become so overwhelmed that it's one or the other. And just turning people away constantly isn't always the best solution, because you're also constantly busy, and, you know, you might be just, you know, basically working your butt off, not making all that much money. So raising prices is actually a sensible thing to do. It's a standard supply demand, right? So demand is that high. There's no more supply. There's a finite number of mats. So that's what you have to do to kind of make up for it. So right now, at least, this is actually still more of a hobby job than it is like a full-time career for me. But, you know, I got stuff on the horizon coming up that have made me reconsider that position. Big jobs that have been offered to me, and bigger things that I'm working on. And I think if those come on, I'm going to have to be realistic and change my pricing structure. But for now, I'm comfortable with this, and I'm going to keep it this way.
I'm envisioning Matt on a $10 million or $100 million yacht for 2 weeks, setting things up, or flying to the UAE to help a couple of princes set their, because that's what we're talking about. I mean, this is when your horizons open up, right?
You're not as far off as you think.
Yeah, no, I am not
name
surprised.
Names or get into it, but I've had some recent projects now that have come on that are really big. So
no, absolutely. You're no different than a psychiatrist that's flown in to Siberia to help some oligarch, basically. So, hey, Matt, congratulations. We'll see you in Siberia.
This is on the opposite spectrum. I have more basic questions, because people are asking. I just wanted to. Thanks for letting me get a little break in there. I appreciate FOMO taking over. But Spillage Village came back and said, what are Ninjishin and Matt's opinion on the WISA technology for home theaters? Klipsch and Enclave seem to have good offerings. Do you guys want to address that? I mean, so we get a lot of questions about this. I'm not sure if it's, if it's up your alley, but feel free to, go for it.
So, I mean, I've played with the WISA setups before, but there's a lot of different ecosystems that are similar to WISA that you can set up. I generally think that if you want something that's like all wireless, you just still have to realize you're still making plugs into the walls. So whether you're doing like a surround sound system with a wireless module in the back, or if you're trying to do like a WISA system to go directly to a TV, it just depends on the quality of sound that you want, because typically you're not going with full like uncompressed audio or Dolby True HD. A lot of these are going to be like standard Dolby Digital or DTS, and it also kind of hard locks you into that ecosystem. So for me, if you're going to go with like a WISA setup, you just have to be comfortable in the fact that if you ever want to change that system or upgrade it down the line, you have to wait until you have something that's compatible with your current system. Where if you look at something that's more of a receiver speaker system, you can upgrade anything at any time. So I like them. They're very similar to like Sonos or like Blue Sound or some of these, the Hios, setup that like Denon and Marantz do. But I haven't played too much in my own setup with the WISA speakers.
In my view, is it's a problem solver. So you shouldn't be choosing that kind of a product if you don't have the problem it's designed to solve, because it's making compromises and you're paying for it. So I think when people are looking at that, you need to first ask yourself, basically it's this: are you unwilling to pay somebody to come in and run speaker wires for you? Or even if you're willing to pay for it, is it something you can't do? Do you live in a concrete bunker and it's not possible kind of thing? If that's true, then that's what something like WISA was really designed for, is people who want a full home theater system. They want discrete speakers, but they just can't run the speaker wires. Now, if what you were saying to yourself was, oh, it's wireless, that means no plugs at all, I just place it where I want it, we're good to go, like was just said, they're not actually wireless. They do have to plug into the wall still. That technology, the wireless I mean, that's coming, as I understand it. They're actually working on developing systems where you would mount into your walls these inductive coupling systems. And so we could see a point where, like, instead of outlets, we just have inductive coupling systems put into the walls in different places. And then the speakers, you just place it in the room, it connects, and you're good to go. But we're not there yet. That technology is not mature enough.
Tesla speakers.
Tesla speakers. Yeah, I actually was somebody contacted me who's developing it, and they're like, "You want to do something on Audioholics on that?" And I'm like, "It's not a product. Like, what am I supposed to do?"
Let's talk about it.
You know, the thing that you brought up that's so important, Matt, and I think people who are looking forward to WISA is, I would rather run thin speaker wire than run power cables to speakers, because I didn't understand, like you said, what is it trying to solve? You're still running, but now you have to find an outlet close to the speakers, whereas with speaker wire, you can fit them anywhere. Walls, you have wall-rated speaker wire, and it's cheap, and it runs long, and you could paint it. I don't know many. I mean, it's much harder to find power cables that are long and not super thick, you know. So the people, when they thought of WISA, I'm trying to envision their product strategy guy thinking, this is the use case. You don't like speaker wires, but you like power cords. Like, is that a replacement? So definitely, I know you've been asking this a couple of times, Spillage Village. What is your use case that the speaker wire is inferior? Because it's not sound quality. I'd rather run speaker wire than the WISA, which now you have to add synchronizing the delay and I mean, you're adding another layer of Wi-Fi delays and latency. So, but that's just me. I don't know. I'm waiting for the use case that makes it compelling.
Well, I mean, I worked as an integrator. So I was working for a design center here in San Diego. I say was. Perfect use case. I had a $9 million house. You've got gorgeous, I forgot what they called those, maple bourbon hardwood floors, exposed beam rafters, completely open concept to this amazing kitchen. And there was absolutely no way that we were going to get speaker wire completely around the room or through the walls. There was no crawl space under the house. There was nothing you could do. And we ended up doing a basic Sonos system, which is, you know, when it's set up properly, it was great. But again, it's very much use case. That person, with as much money as he had, was not willing to, you know, trench under the house to get speaker wire in the back of the room. So there are solutions, but for his use case, that worked great. And the whole house was filled with music and it was integrated. It was great.
And there are some higher end options. Some rely on WISA, some are other systems. I mean, one of the other products that I am a dealer for is the Dutch and Dutch 8C.
Wait, you're a dealer for Dutch and Dutch?
I am, I think, right, as I understand, the only home dealer, because the company that imports it actually does Pro, and all the people they work with is Pro, but I'm friends with the designer of those, and so I had somebody who wanted to buy them, and he just kind of made me a dealer for that purpose. So anyway, yeah, if you guys want those,
I hate you, Matt. You're making me set aside more money.
Well, it's not like I have these sitting behind me, and like I gotta order them if you want them. Anyway,
got access.
I do have access. They're an expensive speaker though, for a reason. I mean, for one thing, they're made in small batches. For another, they are a very high tech speaker. And one of the things though is that it essentially has a small computer in each one. And so just like WISA allows you to use your network as a way of transmitting sound, and you can set each one to a certain channel, left, right, center, surround, etc., which is what Sonos also does. And so you can have no compromise systems that rely on this. But like I said, people have to recognize that you still got to plug it in. But you know, you do have sometimes scenarios where there's outlets, that's not a problem, but there's no place to put speaker wire. And the house is such that you're not going to be running speaker wires across the floor either. So the best solution is something like that. And like I said, I think with some of the stuff coming, like these inductive coupling systems, I won't be shocked if in the next 20 years we do get to a point where literally it just needs to be within 2 or 3 feet of the wall and you're good to go and the thing works. And that, I think, that's like a game changer at that point, because then it really does make sense to stick wireless.
Well, that's the thing is, I'm assuming that at some point Dutch and Dutch's DSP that really corrects for so much, it becomes more democratized and starts dropping to lower and lower price points, because what they've done I'm just amazed at how well they measure and how low they go, and how they've solved so much of the room treatment issues and placement. So yeah, when I'm tired, that's it. Those are my speakers. I'm done.
I'll be honest, it's a speaker design issue more than it is DSP. DSP is a part of the equation, but those speakers are as good as they are because of what went into the overall design. So they use waveguide tweeters, they use an 8-inch mid-bass driver. The two of those are optimally integrated or as close as can be. And then it's got cardioid loading. And those three things allow for a system that gives you that unbelievable directivity index. And so you combine that with what the DSP can do, which is giving you the optimal crossover and the ability to essentially flatten the listening axis response to an extraordinary degree, and you get a speaker that's like almost perfect. Its biggest negative is it doesn't play all that loud. So you're not going to use that in a big home theater. But for a lot of people, it plays more than loud enough. I mean, anybody who's listening to a sound bar, this thing, is going to easily probably exceed that sound bar by a good 6 decibels or so. And the sound quality is going to be obviously, a million times better. I mean, the thing has I think it's 2 8-inch subwoofers built into the back of it. So it's basically a big bookshelf that's capable of 4-inch sound.
Pretty rad. I'm looking at it right now.
It's a cool speaker. It's just expensive, which I don't want to be flippant about that.
But it's cheaper than the Key, the first one that did the cardioid thing with the DSP, right? So
and Bruno's a friend of mine too. So if you guys want those,
so you're going to be a dealer for Key soon, then, huh?
I haven't talked to Bruno about that. I don't know. Bruno's going to hate me for saying this. I think that the Dutch and Dutch is a better speaker.
Right. Oh, there you go. So we were talking about people's favorite movies and whatnot, and we had to put this up because this is a personal favorite of Brandon's. The Goonies is on sale, $13, normally $25. And we're looking for impulse buys here, right? This is a great impulse buy because movies are the best impulse buys. You never regret it. You can at least watch it once. You can always give it as a gift when you're done with it. So when we see something that's kind of cool, I had to pull this up. So yeah, The Goonies, $13.
Wow,
and it's a 4K remaster.
I was going to say, we're all about the same age. We grew up with this, right? This was a classic.
And it's funny. I was going to say, I wonder which this will look best on which TV, because it's, a lower quality, it's up mastered, but it's still an older movie. So it's interesting to see how good that would look. We had a couple questions. I don't know if these are more TV questions though. Trying to find, here's a good one that maybe just is a general for everyone. Need to know how or if I can use internal speakers with soundbar together, A90J and a Samsung Q90R soundbar together at the same time.
So I'll jump in there real quick because I answered Marcus already on this. So the Samsung TVs are designed specifically to work with their soundbars. That is the way to go because both of them are going to be equalized and properly integrated. But the Sony A90J or any Sony, any TV, you can't throw in the soundbar and then throw in the speakers on the TV as well. Now you just want volume, which doesn't make any sense. And the soundbar isn't meant to integrate with the TV. Most TVs, the minute you put it in audio output, and then the TV speaker don't work anymore. So it's not like you have a choice, right? What are your experience with trying to internal speakers of the TV and the soundbar working together?
Are you talking?
So there's a way to do it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Working as an integrator, I had clients that would have Bluetooth headphones that would have an optical input. And I know on the Sonys, you can actually run an optical out. And as long as you set it to a stereo signal like PCM, pulse code modulation, you can actually get the internal speakers and it'll still output stereo from the optical. But like FOMO says, there's two really bad things about that if you had a soundbar. One is audio delay, so it's going to be really impossible to sync the two. And also, it's just not going to be a good match. It's going to sound echoey. And you lose all your surround sound capabilities when you do it that way. So it's not the best way to do it.
Sounds like a bad science experiment to me.
Oh yeah. She the wife wanted to be able to put the headphones on while the husband wanted to still be able to listen to the TV. So we had to find a workaround.
See, that's how they came up with WISA. Someone had this specific. You know what? If it works for us, it'll work for everyone.
I have another one too. This is just from CMS asked the odds of seeing the 65-inch A80J below 2220 this year. That TV is actually $2,200 right now.
Thank you. I was going to say I expect it to be 2,000.
It's at $2,200 right now. So they've dumped that price $200 down right now. CMS in the US, it's $2,200. Do you have that, FOMO?
I have it now.
That's me. I'm trying to get
There we go.
There
it's
we go.
Up. There we go. Bum bum.
I almost bought that TV.
$2,200. So CMS, look at that. The odds of it are 100% because it's happening right now.
and that's why I said it'll be 2,000 by Black Friday or even under. And we saw the C10 drop under 2,000 briefly on Black Friday last year. That's why I'm so confident. This is going to be a good year for premium TV buyers for sure.
I like this. My Gadget World, who's coming on in a bit, said a rug, basic treatment, smiley face. He's got for his treatment. You guys were talking about all the good treatments. He likes his rug.
That's what you start with.
He's a funny guy.
It is a basic treatment. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, even in Gene's room, we're doing a rug.
And I think you guys talked about to keep it classy, banana plugs or straight wire. I think Ninjishin, you said it's all the same, but it looks cooler with the banana plugs, right?
Yeah,
it's easier for sure. What are your preferences, Matt?
Easier.
I mean, it's up to what the person wants. I like to terminate the ends, but it's probably a personal thing. So my issue is that if I'm not terminating the ends and I'm doing reviews, just the constant unplugging and replugging ruins the end.
Yeah, even just like when I go into houses and I'm just like, oh, I forgot that, or something needs to change and you got to pull the whole thing out, or, it's just like, oh my God, I got to sit there and unwind every single one of those, So yeah, the banana plugs it's a pain in the butt for the first time, especially if you're installing them for someone else. It's like an annoyance and you got to make sure you have them. And then mine get rusted in my truck. So there's a bunch of different reasons, but once you get them on, it's fantastic. Just go boop, 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 pop them in and you're golden.
I will say this. So I've got a little trick, but it doesn't work for people that are using receivers all that well because they don't fit. But on speaker ends, it works well. So if you can go and get yourself a real copper, preferably unplated ring terminal, they're big ones that are used on like bus bars at the hardware store. I've gone to like dozens of hardware stores and found these. So they seem to be pretty readily available. Take it home. If you got a Dremel with a cutting tool on the end of it, that works better. But if not, I've been able to do this with a pair of pliers. You cut it into a spade shape. So it's like a spade terminal, sand it a little bit. You can use Brillo pad or something if you need to, and then mount that on your wire. You get yourself a pure copper spade terminal that you can put on your binding posts. And they cost like usually 35 cents, 50 cents, something like that a piece, maybe $1 if it's like a real heavy one. There are nickel-plated ones. I know some people are like, well, I want gold-plated. But the thing is, even though the copper corrodes over time, as long as you've got a good tight connection, it usually stays good underneath. And then you can always clean it up. Once a year, take it off, clean it up, put it back. It's a good quality connection for cheap. And the reason why I like some of that stuff is that, I don't know if you guys have this with installing, but when I've done installs or just even in my own equipment, I break those cheap plugs all the time, especially banana plugs.
I shattered one. I was moving a speaker and I literally shattered one and looked at it. I was like, are you kidding me? Just a little bit of pressure just popped it.
Yep. And that's one of the things I hate to tell people this, but those good ones are better because they're harder to break, but they cost a fortune. Like those WBT, is that the brand? Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah,
I'm using the locking ones, like the ones that Blue Jeans use with the cold solder.
I do like Blue Jeans.
Yep. I use a lot of other stuff.
Now, how much longer we have you, Matt? Because I know that you're a busy man. You got to fly to your next appointment.
Yeah, I'm giving you guys till 5-ish, maybe a few minutes before that. I got to get off. But.
Okay, great.
Perfect. I have one question. This is just to help Ricky Cooper. 60-inch plasma, wants an OLED, gamer and cinephile. Gaming is RPG, not competitive. LG or Sony. Which should I go for? 77, 11 feet away. This is just one of those, Matt, we get where they're just like all kinds of questions. Matt Ninjishin, I know you do some gaming. RPG, what game is that? Do you know it, or the RPG game?
Yes.
Role-playing game. Gotcha.
Warcraft type games. Warcraft.
Yeah, so we're not talking like super speed games, right?
So I don't know if you can tell by the color of my skin, but I play a lot of games. So I play everything, and I had the swan song of plasmas. I had the Panasonic VT60, not the ZT, but the VT. And honestly, going either OLED, you're going to be happy. I was so scared that I was going to be losing motion or clarity, but to be honest, I'm never looking back from game to plasma. At this point, if you're just casually gaming, I'd probably get a Sony. If you're doing like PC gaming or super competitive, then I'll get an LG just because you get that better response time. But for the money, the Sony's going to have a better processor. So you're going to get better image quality if you're playing like RPG games.
Yeah, and we just put the TV up. That probably should be the Sony A80J that you had up there, but in the 77 inch. Anyways, yeah. Here I'm trying to get a couple things up here. FOMO, do you have anything you wanted to add on that, or?
Oh no, that's spot on.
No
I mean, at this point, we are so rehearsed in these answers.
Yeah,
the only person that would have a different answer would be like either Classy has a unique take or Brian. But other than that, I think it's pretty solid what we know. Yeah.
Well, here we have another. I have both satellite speakers on the wall, front and rears. Is there any speakers that would sound better?
I have a suggestion for him, and this is my, I just wanted to help him out here. But let me put this up. Let me share it real quick with you. I'm a big fan of the price and to performance of the RSL speaker, guys. And they're so easy to mount. They got all the mounting tools, and they have a 10-inch sub that's good enough for most people, right? But the budget is so amazing. The RSL, this is a brand that I think is easy to mount. They have all the mounting stuff that you need. And I mean, you have SVS. All those guys are good too. And the price is good. But I like the look of the RSL personally, I think, because at this price point, they're all very similar. And it integrates well. And they have various size options. But I think their subwoofer, the Speedwoofer 10S, you're replacing both. So I think it's definitely an upgrade. But that's my suggestion. What are your thoughts on helping him replace his Bose on-wall speakers to make his home theater sound better, Mats?
I mean, Bose is a lifestyle brand, and and what they sell is a speaker that's easy to use, and for people who want something that they can just sort of throw up and have it work. It's got a lot of compromises. Dynamic range is obviously way down compared to what you're showing right now or any typical larger speaker. I think people have to recognize if you really want to be getting at realistic dynamic range and you want good frequency bandwidth, those types of small speakers are inherently compromised. And so you do have to go with something a bit bigger. Typically what I've done, if people are comfortable with it, is in-wall speakers if they want to hide it, or just getting comfortable with bigger speakers. But you get some guys who say like, Bose is it. Like I just want little cubes and that's all I'm comfortable with. And I don't know what else to do, I guess.
I did have a couple that had the 3 little cubes about maybe 3 feet apart above the TV, and then some Bose cubes in the back, little Bose sub-module. The solution we went with was actually the M series from Bowers & Wilkins. Again, very, very small. They have very nice mounting brackets built in, so you can still get kind of the same look. And I forgot which subwoofer we went, but honestly, with the Bose systems, it's generally replacing that subwoofer is my #1 priority, because the amount of bass that comes out is so localizable. Like you can tell where that subwoofer is in the room. That for me, that's the most important part. And then you can go with almost any other solution to replace the cube speakers and get a really good sound.
And to that point, isn't it because its crossover is like, I don't know, 200? Because the satellites are so small, the crossover is like way up there, and it's like, okay, well, there goes that omnidirectional.
And you generally have, and even like with those little Jewel speakers, you have at maximum like a 4-inch paper midwoofer / tweeter / everything in the Bose speakers. So like just having a speaker, even if it's the same size with a dedicated metal dome tweeter, is going to do a lot better than anything else that you get from Bose.
Yeah, and I'll be the guy that won't be as nice. Bose aren't very good, so yeah, get some better speakers. Yeah, for sure. I think Joe and Tell, right? His best video is Bose exposed, no lows, no highs, or no highs, no lows, or whatever. And it's his most popular video he's ever had.
Still
it's
getting
like 2
views.
million. Yeah, it's like almost 2 million views. So yeah.
We make jokes about that with those videos, that like you name a Bose basically and your video is going to hit a million.
Yeah. So it's pretty funny, but yeah, that's a good question. Let's see here. Here, this is one. I mean, this might be Florida Good Sound. This might be a better one later on, because I know Jonah Mathis does a lot about sound bars, but I'm sure these guys know too. I mean, I'm not saying they don't at all, but just audio guys, sound bar recommendations under 1,500. Do you guys want to take a stab at it? Matt Pose. or do you,
Matt's
or
a
not?
soundbar expert.
From Trinov to
So,
soundbars.
I'm
I
like,
actually-
you know, it's
I
all good.
actually had a contract to do, I should be careful how much I say about, okay, so I had a contract to develop a testing standard for sound bars. And
So
I was
a guy
able
you knew
to,
had one. No, I'm just kidding.
No, so I actually was,
I'm
yeah, a
teasing.
guy I knew had, I actually have one right now. I tested probably a dozen sound bars, and the testing wasn't just measuring their frequency response. There was more to it than that. And a lot of it did include some listening, because we were trying to figure out a way to create categories and ratings that captured the envelopment, if you will, that you get from it. Like, how do you turn something that's basically a bar in front of you into something capable of accurately reproducing the sort of surround sound field that you get with a discrete system? And obviously being discrete helps quite a bit. So a lot of the upper end Vizio soundbars, I don't remember their models off the top of my end, are better than people would think. They're really not bad. One of the problems with them is they've got some dynamic range compression settings on them that people seem to either they come turned down or people turn them on, and they're like, yeah, they sound like crap. It's like, yeah, turn that off. You'd be surprised how much better it sounds. But there's also a really good one from Sennheiser that I think it doesn't come with a sub for that price, but it's actually pretty decent, and it's got really, really good surround effects that they've built into that allows it to work without the discrete surrounds. There's I've tested a couple of the high-end Sony, Samsungs, and LGs. They're actually surprisingly good. Surprising in that I expected them to be awful. And what I found was there really were a lot of awful soundbars out there. But when you get into that $1,500 price range, you do start to get into products that are halfway decent. Sonos, I mean, I know the guy that designed those products. He's a solid engineer, within the constraints of what it is. It's really not bad. Its biggest limitation is output. It just can't play as loud as some of the other systems. And it's actually a little bit on the low end compared to even the Vizio soundbars that I was talking about before. Those actually probably have the most output in that price range, amazingly enough. And that matters to a point. Frequency response is not great on any of these. I would say the Sennheiser is probably the best of them. But, you actually can do okay, especially the bigger ones that are wider, or the ones that contain crosstalk cancellation, like the Sennheiser or some of the Pokes as well have like digital SDA in them. As long as you're in that right perfect sweet spot, they can produce a pretty impressive, believable soundstage. That's my take.
All right.
Anything from
The
you,
one
Matt?
that I liked.
All right.
Oh, I was going to say, just the one that I liked was the Samsung, the 950.
Speaking of which, why don't you put it up? It's on sale.
Give me one second.
You put it up?
You got it.
I did.
Yeah,
I have it. It's on.
Sorry,
Okay,
I was
cool.
off. I was off on a different screen here. I got to press tab 17 times here. Give me 1 second. Wait, it says it's up. Oh yeah, there you go. Sorry.
So my basic job, pretty much throughout the whole pandemic, was working as a designer for Magnolia/Best Buy, which I previously I just recently left. So I've had a lot of quality just listening time to Samsung, Sony, the LG, and just musicality is what I really look for when I'm listening to these bars. A lot of them have speakers that have Atmos support, subwoofer support, but I look just for the natural tone of vocals and speech. And this one actually, to my ears, sounded the most intelligible. Like I could actually hear things quite well through it. But just to throw a curveball in here too, the system that I generally recommend, if it's for a smaller room, rather than go with a soundbar, I've generally, when I was working for Best Buy Magnolia, would sell the smaller KEF LSX system, which is a stereo speaker system. It's designed to hook up with optical, but it's also designed for music. That system's on Amazon Prime right now for about $1,050, and then you can spend the extra $500 on a subwoofer. That's what I have in my office, and that's what I use for gaming. That's what we use for watching things in the office, but that's more of a 10 by 12 room. So a bigger room, I'd go with the Samsung. Smaller room, I'd build out like the smaller KEF system.
Yep. I think Samsung, the last year's 950T that's on sale, right now it's a little over 1,100.
Oh, wow.
It's a great price, right?
That's a really
come
good
on.
price.
Yeah, I was going to say, Matt, Magician, you sell these things. This is a good price, right, for what you're getting.
Yeah, those normally $1,500 to $1,700, so $1,100 is really good.
What
And
I love
that's
about
one of the ones I
soundbars-
measured.
Oh, yeah. How did you measure this one?
Probably better than most people think, but about what I expected. So the frequency response is not great. I think what happened, but it's not awful. What I think is going on is inside the front of the bar, there are some reflections going back and forth that cause some interference effects. So like the center channel actually measured worse than the left and right channels on it did. But I actually was using it for a while because it was convenient in my living room. So it's not bad.
Yep. Number one complaint for this for most people is that the readouts are not in front but on top. You know, it's kind of a usage issue. And what I love about soundbars is the more high tech it is, the more likely they'll be really inexpensive next year. I mean, worse than AVRs are soundbar value, right? So if you thought this is inexpensive, next year's 950A will be on really sale, same price. So yeah, get last year's soundbar. Don't ever get the latest soundbar. This sounds so similar anyway.
Cool. Sorry, there's a lot going on, so feel free to just keep on chatting. You guys are doing a great job. Doing a great job.
So I have just like maybe 5 minutes left. You guys have like a last 5 minute thing for me?
Yes.
Well, I wanted to post in here you said you had an event coming up. Is that correct?
Yeah.
You want to tell me about that real quick?
Well, yeah. I mean, I mentioned a little bit earlier while you were out, but we can certainly talk about it again since you're going to post it up.
Yeah, I'm going to post it, so feel free to whatever. Sorry.
It's okay.
I needed to grab some food. I'm pretty hungry.
I get it. So, I'm going to be doing a talk with Anthony Gramani. He and I know each other, and he's been doing a lot of videos for Audioholics. He and I sometimes now are going to work on projects, and so we decided I basically have had a relationship with them for a while, and with Axpona, and have done a bunch of events that were very well received. Large number of people showed up, and so they reached out to me and said, you want to do a talk? I said, yeah, and I got a guy I'd like to do the talk with. I reached out to Anthony, he agreed, and we decided we're going to do this, from the speaker to your ears type journey, if you will, explanation of what it takes to accurately reproduce sound, because I think it's a more complicated topic than people realize. They like to simplify it, and one of the things we often hear are people that, especially at that higher end system, they're like, my system's great, it sounds real, and they dismiss a lot of the problems that remain in stereo reproduction and the stuff that he and I often have to deal with to make systems sound more real. So we're going to try to explain all of that and basically get into the role that basically human perception, speaker design, and room design, how they kind of all come together to allow you to be transported from your room to whatever the space is that the song or the movie or whatever is trying to put you in. Because the reality is, small rooms sound like small rooms, and you can't change that unless you change the room. And knowing what it takes to give the perception of being in a space that isn't your small room really can help people. And it doesn't necessarily mean hiring me or hiring Anthony to design your room. I think it really comes down to basic knowledge of acoustics, psychoacoustics, and speaker design to be able to do a lot of that. So yeah, check it out. We're going to talk about it. We're going to try to avoid too much self-promotion and really just focus on those facts.
Well, I put in the which link should I put in? I put the Apoxo. One, and then I put the registration link. I put both of them in. Which should they go to?
Well, you have to register to be able to watch it. So I would go to the registration link.
So click on the registration link, which is what I just put in. I posted that last. Everyone, make sure to click on that registration link to check that out. That's cool. Definitely cool, man.
And when is it again? When is the Axpona again?
It's tomorrow evening, I think.
Nice.
8 p.m. Yeah, it's quick. I, to be honest, almost forgot we were doing it, and then I got an email like, "Hey, we need your slides." All right.
Uh-oh.
So,
and also, I'm gonna.
I've listened to a lot of their talks with Anthony, and just the amount of knowledge that guy has, that's well worth to hop in there.
No, when he put up where you place your subwoofers in those fractions, I was like, okay, this is it. This is what I needed to see. Just tell me most square rooms or rectangular rooms, those fractions is where you start. I love it. That last series with Gene, amazing. The guy is a treasure.
I just put in your channel too, Pose Acoustics. I got that on there. So that's the last thing that I just put in. So people subscribe to the channels. Make sure you're on the channels. That way you get all the good information. I'm about to put in Matt's Ninjition as well. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and my channel's been a little neglected lately, but it's in part because it was designed as a way to share what's going on with my house I'm building, which has been sitting still for like 7 weeks because we couldn't get trusses, but they just restarted. And so hopefully in the next couple of weeks, we'll get into soundproofing, which has been a lot of the focus. And so for those of you that are really interested in seeing, I think there's been a ton of videos on soundproofing that have focused on stuff like putting mass loaded vinyl up or green glue or those kinds of products. if you guys want to see what I'm going to call like real soundproofing looks like done right, that's what I'm doing. And you're going to see some hands-on of actual products being installed for that purpose. I don't want to pretend like it's not more expensive. It is. But in many cases, people spend a lot more money on sillier things. And I think there's a real value to being able to do this. I mean, one of the main reasons why I'm so focused on it is I have a wife who I think very legitimately doesn't want to be bothered when she's working by the sound. I mean, she teaches kids, she tutors. She does like kind of like high-end elite tutoring for kids that are very smart. You can imagine if somebody's trying to focus on a complicated math problem and she's trying to help them through them, that like the rumbles of Spider-Man or something in the background is not exactly going to go over well. So part of my solution to let me do what I want to do while she's busy, let the kids sleep, the whole deal was to make that room as isolated as possible.
That's a good father. I didn't really care. They're sleeping. It's okay. It builds character.
It builds character.
Oh, well, thank you, Matt. I think we don't want to hold you too long. Is there any other questions you guys have for Matt?
That's great, man. I really appreciate it. I learned a lot, man. I was listening, even though I was out there, like moving around, I was listening. You guys are very detailed. It's good stuff, both you guys, and I really appreciate it. And I'm going to watch more of the Audioholics channel too. I haven't been on YouTube as much into the audio stuff as the video stuff. So you guys are all, it's just good info. So thank you guys so much. And Magician AV, same with you. Thank you very much. And make sure you guys subscribe to both their channels. And, you know, we're going to get into some more TV stuff going forward, but thank you guys both for coming on.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks so much.
All right. Take care, guys.
Okay, so I just want to put up this real deal because it kind of like a good segue is the sound bar.
I always do that.
That's right. So the Best Buy sound bar, even though it says $1,600, you see that box? $300 gift card with purchase. So at $1,300, not bad. Now, obviously, it's expensive, but if you want a premium sound bar, this is their 2021 flagship sound bar. This is as close as you're going to get to an all-in-one package straight out of your TV. If you have a Samsung, like a QN90A, I say this is the way to go to max out because it will integrate with your TV's speakers as well. So now you get all around, and it's I like the QN98 volume as it is. I wouldn't get a soundbar because I don't need it, but if I wanted to expand it and it has a satellite speakers, I'd say go with it. So yeah, if you're shopping for a premium soundbar, not bad at all.
And we're going to talk more about that with Jonah too. I guarantee that's going to come up.
No, this came from Jonah. I forgot to tell you.
Okay.
This was Jonah's. That's why I put it up there. So let's leave it up there and give the man credit when he comes on.
Well, we got the Villa Man coming in right now. So let's see if he's all good to go. What's going on, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Hello, Villa.
What's going on?
What's up? I didn't, it's funny because I'm like, okay, I'm going to bring them in, but I'm like, I hope that's like a good enough 5-second intro because I don't know if they have it up. And it's like, there's no place where I can like put you on pause and then go talk to you real quick. It's like, maybe there is, but I don't know how to do it yet. So how's everything going? I know that you're just getting into the review season,
It's been crazy. My biggest challenge right now is time. Can you hear me properly?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you great. You're fantastic.
I'm sure both of you understand what I mean.
Absolutely.
Time to review, time to research, time to film and edit, all of that.
Yeah. I kind of, I follow you, like I followed you since I started my channel.
Yeah.
And I noticed you hadn't, had a ton of videos out early on. And I'm like, man, and then I'm like, I can understand why now, because you know what, like, it's kind of like there's a little spike and then it's been kind of stagnant for the first few months. And I had, my channel, it took a while and then ramped up toward the fall. And so it's like, this is my first off year. So now I'm like, okay, I can understand why there's a little bit of gap in these videos, or I may have to, do something different, or maybe have some videos rolling over after Black Friday that are different topics, because it's kind of like a ebb and flow, you know what I mean? And then, yes, the time, of course, with COVID and all that has definitely been crazy.
Most certainly. I've had a lot of upheaval during the COVID time, but I'm sure everyone has switched jobs, everything.
Oh, yeah. So if people aren't subscribed to Villa Man, you definitely should. He has some of the best comparison videos. I like the way you do your videos, man. And I like just the style in general, the music. I like the fact that you have a lot of good opportunities just for people to sit there and just look for themselves and see what looks better in your own opinion. And you're very good at pointing those kind of things out. So I love the channel. It's great. And to be honest, one of the best things about your channel is your awesome shirts too, man. I love,
you mean like
I
this
love
one?
what is, I can't see it. You have to go up taller.
This one's my 2020 year in review.
Yeah, it's a half-star review. It's so funny. I know.
Couldn't get any worse. And then,
dude, I want some shirts, man. I'm gonna go on and buy some shirts because I love them. And I love the one that's I dream in color in HDR. That was like, he's got all these great ideas. I can't think of one. Hey, if you want to sell me one good idea, I'll buy it from you, and then I'll just put it up as my own.
All right, we'll see.
You have such good. I have no. I'm not creative enough for that yet. My kids are trying to help me out making some garb, but we haven't made it yet.
They just come to me, and I design and create everything on my own because I love like art and just creating stuff. So
yeah, and you said that you told me offline that you had been doing like, is it editing or filming in general before you did YouTube videos?
Oh yeah. I was at one point I was a wedding photographer.
Okay.
And I was just into videography as a hobby, but yeah, I've been doing it for more than a decade now in some form.
Oh, that's cool. And how do you like doing the old YouTube?
Oh no, I love YouTube. I actually, if you look on my channel, I have some videos from like 12 years ago or so, where I was just experimenting with my camera, my Canon T3i back in the day. Oh goodness, but yeah. But then my channel had a rest for a long time, and then I actually started making videos because I went to grad school, and then when I finished that, I had so much time on my hands because I was doing grad school and working at the same time. So after I finished that, I had so much time. I'm like, what do I do now? So I just started making YouTube videos.
Yeah, it's funny. I actually uploaded, or we didn't upload it. We uploaded some like TV mount videos, but I had it. We did a TV installation video back in 2008, and if I would have just uploaded that video and kept going, I'd probably have 1 million subscribers easily. You know,
that hindsight, man, it'll get you.
I know, but it's still fun, and I enjoy doing it. And my wife and I were like, how can I do more TV installations and get out into the world? And I'm like, oh, YouTube,
Oh yeah,
kind of hit me.
It's a great time vacuum.
Yeah, and one of our guys, TechMed, his name's Rainer. Villaman does great comparisons. So early shout out to your channel. He's awesome. He's in Germany. He always supports us on these streams. He's a great guy.
Yeah, appreciate it. Nice, thanks.
So I wanted to talk to you about what you're working on now with TVs, what things you've seen, and we'll probably take some questions and just try to catch up on some of them. We've been doing some. We got into a little audio, and so we can speak to audio too. FOMO's an audio file too. But what have you been? What you been working on lately? What videos you got coming out or had just done?
Oh goodness! So I have a bunch of comparisons in the work. So I just released QN90A QLED versus C10 OLED recently. But no, I'm working on that compared to the C1. Also going to be comparing the C1 to the A90J. And there was another one I'm waiting for. I forget which one, but I have at least 4 TV comparison videos in the works right now. I have way too many TVs in my house.
You're getting into it. Yeah, you're in the spot where your garage is now not a garage anymore. It's a box room, right?
Yep.
That's what mine looks like.
I have overspill that's in the guest bedroom upstairs. It's getting kind of ridiculous.
That's funny. Yeah, I know how that is, man. I actually got rid of some of them. And I'm actually trying to get rid of some more. I'm trying to give away some TVs so people get in the super chats, ask questions. I'm going to try to give away some TVs. I got a Vizio OLED. I have a Hisense H9G. I have a Sony A8H. So depending on the super chats and how we get going here, I think now is going to be kind of going forward, the time where we get more back into TVs and asking the questions. So if you guys have buying questions that need answering, let us know. And if you guys, I don't know, FOMO, I would considered having people come on if they wanted to do like a crazy super chat to come on, but we were like, I hadn't done that yet because you know how crazy it can get.
Yeah, but people can get crazy.
People can get crazy, but if you guys have a super important question and you guys want to bombard us with a big super chat, maybe we'll have to have you on and answer your question live on the air. But anyways.
And you want a quick sale announcement real quick?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. Yeah. Also, people, if you're in the chat right now, please go ahead and hit the like button, please. Up to 441. Keep crushing the like button so we can get it up to 1,000 here. We got to get this to go viral. If you're going to, and also if you're on this, go ahead and post it on social media. All you have to do is copy and paste the link and say, hey, if you need TV questions answered, come to this live stream with the hashtag primedaylive. So go ahead and do that. We're going to get crazy. We're going to be going for about 4 or 5 more hours. So, but we're going to get into, Villaman's going to keep telling us more about his videos in a second, but go ahead, FOMO. Let me see here. Let me bring it up for you.
You see it?
Gosh, I always do the wrong button and then
there you go. Yeah. Okay. So as you guys know, we're not all big fans of Vizio, but if this means that you could afford a Geek Squad warranty, and I don't know what your experience with Vizio is, because mine hasn't been great, but maybe I just had bad panel lottery issues.
Oh yeah.
But the P series is bright enough. It's quantum dot, and it is probably the least expensive quantum dot TV you can get right now. It's not bad for what it is. It's a bright TV, but a lot of the negative reviews really is to its quality control more than anything. So at this price, maybe the extended Geek Squad warranty may take care of it because they'll give you a replacement worst case scenario. What are your thoughts on the price of this Vizio? Because I know you've had Vizios before, Villaman.
Yep. So at that price, I think the Quantum is not a bad option. I honestly don't, because I like that they support all the HDR standards, but as you said, the panel lottery is the thing that gets you, right? Because if you don't get a good panel, then you're basically SOL. But it's under $900. I actually wouldn't mind buying something like that, personally. Let me see. One of my first HDR standard comparisons I did, it was the HDR 10 Plus versus Dolby Vision, and I did it on the P Series Quantum X, so the step-up model from this one. And I just loved how the actual picture looked on the Vizio. They did some really good work as far as the picture processing was concerned. So if it's just considering if it's just basically you get a perfectly working TV, no issues with quality control or anything, I would have no problem recommending a Vizio. But when you get into the QC issues, then that's where, it can be iffy. And I have some reservations, but it's all a matter of luck. So if you're lucky and you get a good panel, then keep it. If you get a bad one, then return it and, try something else. But I have no problem recommending a Vizio.
I would say one of the things that I just thought about while we were talking about this is one of the things is this on Best Buy? Because it's not, that's not an Amazon one. When you're buying something that you're not 100% on the quality control, like a big thing like this, Amazon's not as quick to get it back and forth from you. It's a little harder. You got to like drag it into a UPS store and then they got to ship it. It takes a minute. It takes a little effort. So I ended up getting a Samsung TV. It shipped to me. Then I had to ship it back. Then it got almost to the destination. Then it showed up at my house again. And I'm like, what's going on? And then
what's happening?
Like a month later. Yeah, seriously. It got almost all the way to the Arizona center. And then I guess they just looked at the other label that was on there and they brought it back to my house again. So yeah, it took about a month and I got the money back, but I had to call a couple times. But Amazon's normally pretty good with returns, but you can't take a TV back to like your local Kohl's store and have them take it from you. Yeah, they're not going to do that.
Yeah.
So that's something to consider when you buy a TV that you're not 100% on the quality control or dirty screen. You might want to get it from like, Best Buy. You can just take it right back to the store or whatever. It's a little easier, but yeah, that's a good one. Anyways, I'm going to pull that off.
Yep.
I gotta type something up here real quick. So go ahead. What were you gonna say?
I have been so lucky with my TVs. I have not had the need to return not a one. Projectors, not so much, because my LG projector, I had to return that because it was so noisy. Then I heard it was normal. But
wow.
As far as TV is concerned, I've never had one that I had to return. Knock on wood. I must be lucky.
There we go. Got that. So now I've added it. Now I'm just going to do it. $50 or more US dollar. You can join the stream for 2 minutes. I should have put for 2 minutes, but
for 2 minutes.
then they can ask the question and they can hear the answer and they can be on the stream with us. So we'll see if there's any takers. You know, no big deal either way.
Hey, you never know.
Here is a question. Recently purchased an X90J 50-inch for my sister. She loves a new TV. I'm more of an OLED person, but I did notice the image got brighter with CC. Any fixes? I did notice the image got brighter with CC. That's weird. Does that make any sense to you, FOMO?
Oh,
he wasn't looking. Sorry, my bad.
No, that's okay.
Closed captioning made it brighter.
Oh, closed caption.
Maybe with
there you go.
blooming. Right. It had blooming with closed captioning. Maybe that's what they mean. I don't know. You have to elaborate maybe on that, Griffin. I'm not sure.
Did the closed caption being enabled
I don't have the
overdrive the backlight or something?
Yeah, or maybe it's like the XR processor kicked it in and then the whole screen got brighter. I'm not sure. It's an interesting. Now I kind of want a follow-up question to answer that because it's interesting. Well, I'm sure he'll respond.
Yeah, I've never heard of that one.
Set local dimming to high on the X90J, says keep it classy. Maybe it meant that like the image got brighter, like there was more blooming with the closed captioning on. That's all I can think of. But anyways, that's just Griffin X. If you want to elaborate, we'll help out. But thanks for
it's cute.
What's that?
Question, hey, what's FOMO's actual name?
Yeah.
Q.
I've seen
Call me Q.
I've seen a bunch of streams.
But obviously, if you say that, I'm going to be mixed up with other Qs. So let's not go there.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Is that your real name or no? Because
that's my nickname. That's what I go by.
There you go.
In the
you can't, Daryl.
In the mean streets of Beverly Hills.
Daryl, that's like $100 super chat to get his name. You got to actually do like $100 super chat to get. You can't just put it in the comments.
I know, man. What is that? $1 super chat? What?
No, that's not even a super chat. He just wants you to. He wants you to give up the goods without any.
I take it back.
Hard work.
Come on. Brandon's been working hard for this, man.
No, I'm just kidding. It's all good. I don't care. I just want to give the TVs away. Like, you know, it'd be a good trade-off. People ask questions. I give away TVs. I'll ship them to anywhere in the U.S. I don't care. I'll pay for the shipping. You know, people want to get some TVs. They're in perfect condition. I don't even use these TVs. The Hisense H9G is right next to me, and it's got the cord is unplugged, just sitting there on the wall because I have 20 TVs in here in my house. You know how that is. I know we all know how that is.
Yep.
So, do you go by Cleveland or Villaman, or what did you prefer?
Either one.
Either Cleveland. What do you got going on for speakers? I know that did you upgrade your speaker system recently? Because I saw that you had said like this is my first system, and so I saw your post on Instagram.
Yep.
Throwback.
Yep. So before I had, let me give you a whole backstory. So I started with a Sony home theater in a box, like way back when I got my first job. I'm like, this is mine. Right, it was 5.1. It was, looking back, the specs were completely awful. The speakers were like this big, satellite speakers, but they were mine, so I was good with that. Then I upgraded to the Denon X4300H receiver. Actually, started with just I think it was a step down model of the Denon with some clip speakers that turned out to be too bright, so I returned those. Got the Pioneer Elite with an X4300H receiver because I had bought an OLED TV, my first OLED TV, a B6 OLED, and I was like, yes, 4K with Dolby Atmos surround sound system. I was golden. So that Pioneer Elite system is what I put in my Instagram post, and since then, last year, I reviewed some Arendal Sound 1723 speakers, and they were absolutely amazing. I just couldn't send them back. They were just so good. And I decided that would be my next upgrade. So that's what I have right now. So right now I'm reviewing some Fluence XL8Fs tower speakers. They are really good. They look really interesting with some white cones and everything. But the Arendal Sounds, those are my babies now.
I've heard a lot of good things about the Arendal. Are they direct?
Yeah, they are DTC. Yeah,
that's great.
Direct to consumer.
Yeah, you save a lot of money that way.
Yep, and they have some really good customer service. Everyone over there is just a great person to just interact with. So I always like when they not only have good products, but good service to go along with it. Because no matter how good your product is, something will break at some point. So if you don't have good customer service, that's not going to lead to a very good experience for a bunch of your customers who actually have problems. So
yeah, agreed. Are they American based or are they European?
They're definitely European. Sweden? No, Norway actually. Norway, my bad. Arendal, Norway.
Norway, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm chatting to. I know we had Chana D was going to come on, and I don't know, FOMO, if Aaron is still coming on.
He should be. Let me see. I should be checking.
But I just told Chad he could come on. He's in his car. He had his phone up, but then he pulled out of the chat. So I was like, because I was going to introduce Cleveland, I was like, it was a perfect time to have Chana come in and say hi to everybody quick because he's driving to LA.
Did you email Aaron
I don't know if I had sent anything to eat because I don't have anything for Aaron.
Oh, okay. You know what? Can you send it to me on Twitter real quick, and I'll get it to him. I'm sure.
Sorry, Cleveland. We're just gonna do business real quick.
It's all right.
No, it's all good.
Yeah, let me take care of this real quick.
No worries. I'm gonna send that. We have another question that we can ask. You haven't had a chance to see the A80J, Cleveland, or have you?
No, I haven't. Not yet. I have the 90J, and that's gonna be my first Sony 2021 OLED experience.
Cool.
So hopefully after I finish with that one, I can get the A80.
So someone had asked about this right here. Zara had asked your experience with Costco or warranty. They got a 7-year on my A80 CJ 77-inch. Will this be brighter than the A8H? And I will say, yes, it's going to be brighter. I like it. It's brighter TV. It's got HDMI 2.1. The 7-year warranty, that's pretty awesome. I don't know. I haven't gotten a Costco warranty. Have you guys ever bought one from Costco before? A TV?
I have not.
Yeah, I haven't either. So, and that didn't set us up well there.
Hey, can I jump in real quick? Chana, if you're on, can you message me on Facebook, Aaron's Messenger? And then I'll get
4 people.
Oh, you're driving now. Hey, what is
it's okay. I got the mess. Go ahead.
Yeah,
talk what you need to talk.
I need to get Aaron's Messenger ID so I can message him the StreamYard login to get on with us.
Can you hear us, Chana?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
FOMO was asking.
What's up, Cleveland? How are you, buddy?
Pretty good, Chana. How are you?
Not bad. I have to do an emergency drive to LA, so I got. I'll be there in 4 more hours.
It's quite a while.
I was having major FOMO watching you guys. I was just like, oh man.
There's some pressing business.
Pressing business, my friends.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, actually,
wants an email address.
My dad is leaving the country on Wednesday, so this is probably the last time I'll be able to see him. So, yeah.
Gotcha.
Running down there to say what's up to Pops. I mean, he gave me everything. He gave me that rhythm. He's the reason, I'm growing up listening to Bang & Olufsen speakers. So,
hey, much respect after Father's Day too. It's good. It's a good thing, man. I had no idea. Yeah, because you messaged me at midnight, and then I messaged you back at like 2 a.m. I didn't see your message until like 2 a.m. And I was like, oh crap. I'm like, he's not up yet. He's not working, is he? Because it's Sunday night. I didn't think so, but I just messaged you. I figured you'd just get it. But FOMO was asking, do you have Aaron's contact info? Because Aaron was supposed to come
Messenger.
On.
Yeah, I need to get him on the live stream.
Messenger.
Oh, yeah, I can send him the link via Messenger. Do you want me to do that?
Yeah. Can you send me the link to his Instant Messenger, and then I'll link him in, and I'll give it to him.
He said he can even just send it, right? Yeah, either way.
Oh, yeah. Can you send him the live stream link then, the StreamYard? That'd be great. Yeah,
I'm going to put up why he's, be careful. Don't get in a crash.
I know, it's like, we hear it live.
I'm only doing like 85. It's all good. I got this.
I like it. Why he said... He said lots of TVs. I think I said I had like 20 TVs, and China's calling me out. I don't think I have 20 TVs. It's probably like 9 or something. I don't know. We're going to get rid of some of them. So, it's funny here. We got one from Buddy Love. Have any of you guys watched golf on the A90J or G1? How does it look on the 2021 TVs?
Green.
I have
Green.
Cleveland. Have you watched any golf? Do you watch golf, and or have you watched any golf on that TV?
I play sports. I just can't watch it. I don't have the patience to watch sports, but I have not watched golf on the TV yet.
What sport do you play, bud?
Right now, none.
Oh, I just didn't know. You sound like you're enthusiast.
So yeah, no. I used to back in the day. Right now, honestly, like once in a while, I have a recreational kickball league, which is
nice.
Just
recreational
kickball, man.
I love
it. That brings me back to my youth, man.
Just
that
an
is
excuse to drink and gather.
Yeah, kickball is legit.
I pulled my quad last week playing it.
Oh no, getting hurt in the kickball game.
I guess I'm getting old.
Hey, Cleveland, you got to be careful, man. I tore my ACL twice, once in a rec basketball game and then once in a flag football game. So I had 3 surgeries in a row. 10 years ago, I had three straight surgeries. Then I ended up hurting my back because I was working limping one side. And so then it pulled like a thing in my back and I had to get a discectomy. So yeah, but I'm fully recovered and I play basketball all the time. So I still play basketball and then I coach my kids in all kinds of sports.
Nice.
So I'm a big sports fan. But yeah, I would have to say SDR, I think the G1 is brighter. It was brighter to me in SDR. I think just the modes that we had them in, the ISF Bright on the G1. But I think the A90J, in my opinion, is a better TV. So I like sports on the A90J. The motion and processing and the upscaling and everything. So, I love the A90J. I'm getting the 83-inch. So yeah, it's happening.
Oh, nice.
It's happening.
Oh, damn.
My A90J is technically still in the box. I'm going to unbox it either today if I have the time or most likely tomorrow. But when I do that, then I'll be able to test and see how well it performs with SDR and HDR content, doing the screen test and all that. So
sometimes us reviewers can make it so unsexy because everyone else would be like, I want to rip that TV out of the box and get it on right now. And we're all thinking, well, if I take it out of the box, then I got to get my camera out. And then I gotta set up the lights. So,
find somewhere to put it in the meantime. Yeah.
So last night I had my Netgear Orbi Chen. I bought that $1,000 Orbi system, and I had to pull my camera out at midnight. I had to at least get the box before I tore it apart. But I got it set up, man. I have to tell you, I probably could get you internet from where you are, Channa. That thing is so strong. I'm telling you, the internet is so strong on this Orbi. It's ridiculous.
Dude, my Orbi setup is awesome, dude. I'm getting speeds as if my phone was plugged into the router. So I'm getting 830 down and like 30 up, which is just ridiculous on my phone via Wi-Fi. So it's the same as I'm plugging my laptop
crazy,
into
man.
the router. It's nuts. Yeah.
It is crazy. And the expansiveness, the size of the network is what's crazy. I have 3 access points. I had a TP Link, that 1800 one that's like, $150. Now this one's obviously much more expensive. But I have internet the whole neighborhood. I probably could walk around the block and keep connected. It's crazy. It's crazy.
It's crazy.
I was driving away, taking the kids to the Boys and Girls Club today, and it was like I was halfway down the street and it was still connected.
That's awesome, man.
Anyways, we got a couple of chats in here. I don't know if you want to stay on, Channa. You're welcome to. I'm going to ask a couple of questions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just on my my car's Wi-Fi, so if I cut out,
you'll hear me. Yeah, you hear me. So I can control light in a dark room 12 feet from the screen. Which size and TV would you buy? Basically, with any budget, give or take.
The largest one you can.
The largest one you can.
Yeah.
I would probably say if you can control the light, the A80J at the 77-inch is like $3,500. That's a great one for watching movies on. And I like the C1. I think it's better processor than last year's. I think it looks a lot better than the C10. Not a lot better, but better if you're have that price range.
Channa, just a quick question. Channa, can you message me Aaron's Messenger account?
Aaron's right here. Aaron's in the stream.
Oh, well, he needs the StreamYard link.
No, he's in it. He's right here.
In? Oh, okay, perfect.
There he is.
All right,
he's there.
Hey,
how's it going, Aaron?
So much madness. Thank you, buddy.
I can't, Aaron. I can't hear you. No mic yet. No worries. Take your time, man.
Yeah, take your time, buddy.
Channel called Aaron's No Audio Corner.
Oh, Channa's killing him. Yeah. They're buddies. This is a fun chat because everybody kind of knows each other. Go ahead.
If while Aaron's figuring that out, have you guys tested Dolby Vision gaming on the Series X with the TCL? Villaman or FOMO?
I have not.
I have the last year's TCL 6 series. So what about it?
Yeah. I'm having major lag issues with that for some reason.
Really?
Yeah. And it just came on randomly. I'm like, why is the HDR not coming on? And then I was just like, oh, Dolby Vision game. Okay, so it puts it in Dolby Vision game mode. I was trying to play the new, season 4 Call of Duty, and I was just getting worked left and right. I'm like, what is happening? I'm like, wait a second. Let me turn off Dolby Vision. And as soon as I did that, boom,
it's because, okay, so TCL doesn't have game mode Dolby Vision. The only TV with Dolby Vision game mode is LG, period. Everyone else will put you in normal TV mode, which means lots of latency.
The image processing,
Yeah, so that's unfortunate, but
I mean, it does say Dolby Vision game mode on the pictures, but it just doesn't do it, right?
If you're getting lag, it's not really game mode. That means you're getting huge latency.
Yeah.
Really, it says game mode. I'm gonna have to talk to TCL.
I was surprised. I was totally surprised because I hadn't had the TCL hooked up for a little while, and then my wife was complaining about a few different TV things, so I just swapped it out, put the TCL back, and I was just like, oh, look at that, Dolby Vision game mode. That's interesting. And then I didn't do an update for the TCL in a long time, and I still haven't done one, so it was just there. It was a matter of the Xbox needing to do what it needed to do, I guess.
Hey, Aaron, just say hey whenever. I don't know if you've got audio, Aaron.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
can.
we can.
Not only can we hear you,
right.
but it sounds like silky smooth too.
I'm doing it on purpose. I've got a chocolate buttery voice.
Chocolatey bottoms.
Chocolatey bottoms. How you guys doing?
Good. How's it going, man?
Good, man. I appreciate you guys inviting me to hang out with you guys for a little bit.
Absolutely. I see you on the hi-fi, the daily hi-fi, but I haven't met you. I'm Brandon, a B installer. What's going on, man?
Likewise, man. I've seen you there too. Actually, they just posted one of you today at Desert, and I said, hey, I recognize that guy. So it's going well here, man.
My ugly mug is everywhere now.
I don't know if you can do worse than this.
No, yeah.
I appreciate that.
I wear the hat because I got the gray hairs coming in and got a, just
dude,
can't see him as much.
I don't know. I mean, I don't even have hairs, so I'll take gray any day because you can always color it.
I was just gonna say, I could color it like really black to make it look like it's not real, and with my
with your
pale
eyebrows,
skin, it'll look hilarious.
The carpet doesn't match the drapes.
No, I can't grow chin hair because it's like as gray as my dad's.
Oh, that's awesome.
I wish I had my sound effects.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I was thinking about getting a sound effect machine, but I'm like, dude, I have to hook the Wi-Fi up. I got to make the list. I sent the email out at like midnight. So yeah, I'm like, nope, I don't have time to do sound effects.
Yeah. Wait, let me do sound effects. Here, let me play mine. Here we go. Let's turn it down. And
there you go. Oh,
did it work? Did it work?
Yeah, it worked. I heard it.
That's how you get rid of Chana. You just play that. It makes them go away, apparently.
I hope he didn't get in a car wreck. Jack Herbert.
It threw him off his game.
It did.
The C10 is getting Dolby Vision 120 soon per Twitter. Is that true?
No, I don't know. Only LG can tell us, honestly.
Well, if it's on Twitter, it must be true, right?
Look, unless LG shared it with you guys, honestly, don't trust anyone other than LG. So if an LG or LG rep, that's one thing, but it wouldn't surprise me though. Again, LG is good in game support, but it'll come out soon. I mean, we'll find out.
Thanks, Jack. And also, Victor Boyd, wife signed off on a home theater trying to decide between a projector or an OLED. Thoughts? Ugh. Wow, that's tough, man.
What size projector screen?
Yeah, exactly. Like that's the important part, because also I would never buy that 100-inch Sony X900 or whatever it is, that $20,000. Not happening. I could buy a $10,000 projector and screen combo that'd be blow it out of the water.
Well, so there you go. OLED 83-inch A90J is $8,000. Let's say $7,000 to $8,000.
Well, yeah, people are saying $6,000, $8,000. Depends on if it falls off a truck or if you buy it from Best Buy, yeah.
Joe's special on the corner, and a projector and screen together, $6,000, $7,000, $8,000. Which would you do, Villaman? Because honestly, I'm so used to OLED. I would still stick with OLED, even though it's smaller. But then I'm just an OLED guy. But I know you've done both, so
I am too. Funny enough, I am too. Funny enough, so in my living room, I have my OLED. So I have a C10 up in my living room, but in my den, which is the media room where we watch movies and TVs when it's dark out, I prefer the projector, because when you're in that dark room, your eyes adjust to the brightness, so the brightness isn't an issue. The contrast isn't as good as an OLED TV, but I've come to just get used to it. But the giant screen is just like, there's no comparison. So if you have an 83-inch OLED, I think it would be a good middle ground between getting an all-in-one or all-around display that can be adaptable to both bright rooms and dark rooms, versus having a 100-inch screen projector where it's only good in the dark room. You know what I mean? So the flexibility of a large OLED, I think, would beat it in that regard. But if you're just talking plain, apples to apples, then I would prefer the larger screen of the projector.
That's what I've heard from projector owners.
So I'll give you one. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to take an opportunity. People are asking a couple questions. First, I want to say welcome to Aaron, Aaron's Audio Corner.
Welcome
Thank you for joining. And I wanted to give you a chance in a minute to talk about your video about the deals for Prime Day. Give a little plug, and I can even link it in there. People want to watch it
Aaron.
later.
You put out a video this morning. Yeah, let's do it.
And I also want to tell people, if they can, like the comment, like the video. Make sure to share this. If people want to know, I'm going to be doing a giveaway. We're kind of behind. I wanted to do some giveaways throughout the time. I have some HDMI cords and some stuff from people. And I have some TVs. In order to do that, everyone needs to go to betheinstaller.com and sign up on that. I don't know if someone has some ambient noise there. I'm picking up some noise in the background on my headphones, maybe.
Not me.
But,
I think
no
it's
worries. No worries. And then also, then we're going to have a hashtag when we do the event where we're going to do the giveaway. I'm going to let you guys know, and everyone's going to have to comment to be in that giveaway, a certain hashtag, and I'll announce it when it's time, and then everyone can put those in the comments. We'll do that in a little bit here, but I wanted to get to this first since Aaron joined us. Aaron, do you want to go ahead and talk about some of the you want to talk about your video, what some of the deals you talked about?
Yeah, that's fine. So I made a video, I think I posted it yesterday, and I just kind of highlighted a few of the products that I said keep an eye out for, because you guys know we don't have any idea of what is actually going to be on sale on Prime Day. So all we can do is just kind of push people in the right direction and say, if this goes on sale, we like it, we recommend it currently at its current price. So if it's going to be even cheaper, then hey, definitely buy it. One thing that I recommended, and I was kind of surprised, a lot of people replied back to me on my Facebook group, was a laser level. So for home theater and for just stereo listening, when you're trying to set up the prime position, you've always got to measure out how far is the speaker from the seated position, but you also want to make sure that you get the location right of the speaker. So if the tweeter is the main listening axis, then you want to make sure your ears are level with the tweeter. So I use a laser level all the time to make sure that when I'm doing my demos for my reviews, that I'm at the right plane of listening for the speakers. But also I use a laser distance finder, and I've actually got that one here on hand. I can't tell you the number of times. I don't know how much this costs, probably $20 on Amazon. I highly, highly recommend the laser distance finder and a laser level. You could probably get them as a pair for maybe $50, buying separately, especially today because they've gone on sale. And it is money well spent, especially if you are somebody who likes to fiddle with your stereo, move things around, order new gear, try new things out all the time. So that's a no-brainer.
And let me drop in this one that I'm going to get myself just because you mentioned it. Because it reminded me I have to install all these height speakers. So
really?
I'm going to get, because 30 degrees, all that good stuff. So if I put it on the stream.
Sorry, let me do it. I'm going to try to press it right this time. Yes.
There we go. I think this is a good price.
That is literally the one I have. Yeah, that is literally the one I have. Yeah, I posted it last night, posted the affiliate link for it. That is literally, and it was $30 last night when I posted it. So it's
$7 off.
Yeah,
Boom.
I mean, that's pretty good. You can't beat that. And I've had it for over a year. I've dropped it a number of times. It comes with a little screw thing on the bottom of it. So if you've got like a tripod or something, you can just screw it in the bottom and hold it steady. I've used it to hang pictures on the wall. So other than just
here's the deal.
Theater use, you can use it for everything.
I want to give one away right now because this is what I wanted to do. I wanted to give away stuff.
This is good
that people recommended. So let's give one away to someone that's currently on the
Everyone needs a
stream.
laser leveler
Okay.
if you have any
Yes.
speaker at home.
So let's
yeah.
do this.
Yep.
If you type in hashtag, what should we put? Hashtag laser level. Let's do
Sure.
this. Hashtag laser level. If you put in hashtag laser level, whoever puts that in the next minute or so, I'm going to pick from someone that has
Do
that
it.
in here. And I'm going to give away a laser level right now. And we'll ship it anywhere in the US. I'll ship it anywhere in the world if they have it. So if they have one, I'll just buy it off a UK website or something. We'll figure it out.
That's cool, man.
So let's
Bud
do
Love
it.
has a great question for Aaron. I saw it. I thought, Aaron's
Should I pop it up?
This
Where
is
is
all
it?
you,
Hold on.
Aaron.
Uh-oh.
Do you want me to pop it up or what?
Yeah, pop it up for Aaron. I
Where-
think it
how-
should make it.
oh, God,
literally
now
just
there's
popped
100.
up on the bottom. Yeah.
This one right
scared.
here.
There you go.
Buddy
That's
Love?
all
Okay.
Aaron, buddy.
What? Why? Yeah, step
Sorry.
your game
Bose
up.
dual speaker pair well with the Denon 6700H. Currently have a Sony DN 1080. FOMO and Technodad said I need to step up my AV game. LOL.
I will be honest with you. I'm going to have to go look at what the Juul speakers are. Are we just talking about
Never
those
heard
little
that
baby
before.
speakers?
Yes.
Good Lord.
Yes.
What is this? Bose Juul Cube speakers. Sorry, you guys are with me on the fly. Oh, those are what I thought they
no.
were. No, man.
Yes,
don't
they
get those.
No.
Don't get those.
No.
No, stay away.
No.
You can
The
probably DIY something for cheaper.
6700H. So here's the thing: the 6700H to me is like a Porsche of
Yeah.
AVRs,
Right.
Yes,
and you're
it
putting
is.
on Prius
You're
wheels?
putting on bicycle. You put on bicycle wheels.
Yeah, yeah.
Those are no, don't do that.
Or maybe Villamat, he didn't have any money left. All he could afford, and the Juul speakers aren't even cheap. That's the worst
No,
part.
no.
No.
That's why I was thinking. Surely I've got to be misunderstanding
Listen.
what speakers he's asking about.
If that's the case, step down the AVR to say the 40, 700 or so, and get better speakers.
I
If-
love the
if-
6800H though. That's a good choice. Or the
Yeah,
4700.
it is.
Yeah.
It is.
It is.
But if you need more money for your speakers, go down to the 4700H. You won't be giving up that much,
Mhm,
and
Yes.
get better
Agreed.
speakers.
Agreed.
mhm.
Just
Yeah.
just don't get those.
Well,
and
and
if
I'll
you've
say,
gotten them already, sell them.
I'll add this too. This is another one of the recommendations that I made. Numi makes a set of passive speakers for a pair, $99. I paid $90 for them last year when I tested them. They are not the greatest thing ever, but for $99, in my opinion, you can't beat them today. So that's the no-brainer if they go on sale. And then they have a set of powered speakers as well.
Are they on
150 bucks.
Amazon, the Numi? Let me
Yeah,
look for
they
it.
are. They both are. Yeah, the powered and the
Numi.
passive. Those are no-brainers.
And if you're getting AVR, here we go. The $99 Numi B5, right?
Mhm. Yep.
30% or 23% off. Let me drop it in there so you can see what it looks like. There it
Also, while we're
is.
talking, people need to go on my website and they gotta go to betheinstaller.com and enter their info through the subscribe area. It'll just give you an opportunity to join the
interesting.
newsletter in order for me to get their details. So you got to do that as well. So make sure you guys do that real quick. Just go to betheinstaller.com. Not BE, just the letter B. I made it complicated and weird, like you got to do in order to make. I could have just done both, but probably should just buy BE the installer and then redirect it. That would be the smart thing. But hey,
Ooh.
And let's dive into what makes Aaron's audio corner great. You measure all these
Me?
speakers.
Just
Yes.
me. We can
Just
stop
me,
right
right?
there.
Oh,
It's just
It's
me.
the haircut, right?
Yeah. I
Uh,
got the COVID cut last year, and I'm loving it, man.
The equipment he has to do this, guys, is the price of a house. Literally. I mean, you're in Alabama. How many houses cost as much as your Clipple, right?
Yeah, that's true. No, that really is true.
And so he puts it to use, and he'll measure any speaker. This $99 speaker gets to benefit from his the engineering expertise of the Clipple, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
What was your conclusion of the Numi? Because it's $99, it couldn't be that good. How good is it?
Right. So it's only going to play so loud. I can't remember the review that I gave it, but if I had to guess, I'd probably say you're looking at about 90 dB at about 4 meters out, so about 12 feet or so. So that's probably the limits of its output capabilities. Absolutely still needs a subwoofer. I would ballpark it 80 hertz to 100 hertz, depending on the volume level that you're going to listen at. But as far as fidelity goes, it's a pretty neutral response. It's mostly flat. I'd say it's about plus or minus 3 dB from 80 hertz to at least probably 10 kilohertz or so, which for its price is really quite outstanding. It's got some dips in the response due to the front-facing ports, but I would rather have a dip in the response than a peak that I can't fix. So for $99, I would take that speaker all day. I've recommended that speaker to so many people, and I have yet to have anybody come back and say, I didn't like the speaker because, again, for $99, you have an idea of what you're getting into, and I think it exceeds people's expectation to some degree.
Free shipping, $99.
Yeah.
This is going to be my go-to $100 speaker recommendation for people trying to up their game, because we have a couple of people that are like, hey, I have Bose and what do I need to upgrade? Well, add a pair of these and the least expensive SVS speaker subwoofer. Let's talk about affordable subwoofer. What would you match as far as an affordable subwoofer to this $99 budget speaker?
Yeah, that's a good question. About a year ago, maybe a little bit less, I did a budget 10-inch subwoofer shootout.
That.
Yeah, and it kind of picked up and took off. I didn't expect it to. Really, I was just trying to do something I thought would get some views and draw some attention to my channel to help me kind of kick things off. And yeah, it's just going pretty well.
Can I pause you there?
Go ahead.
If you called it Bose Exposed, you would have surpassed.
Oh, I know it. I'm going to have to do that. I'll do it again. I'll get the Jewel speakers and do it that way. We'll take them apart.
Hey, Channa got out of his car wreck, so he's back on. And you wanted to announce something. What did you want to announce?
Jeff Moore just won something. What did he
won? A laser level.
A laser level. Congratulations, Jeff Moore.
Jeff Moore has won a laser level.
Congratulations. You've won
one. A laser level. He's the winner.
I'm going to turn it on.
There you go.
Pew, pew. Don't look at it.
I thought we'd have Channa. Anyways, Aaron, go ahead.
Yeah. I'll make the long story short. I tested about 5 cheap subwoofers under $200. None of them do great sub bass. They all roll off 40, 50 hertz. But the ELAC sub 1010, $130. It's actually on sale today for $120. ELAC sub 1010. Yep, no brainer.
All right.
A subwoofer you can buy for the price, in my opinion, and the data kind of backs it up.
There we go, $120.
And it's small, and it actually looks like a subwoofer that costs a little bit more. It doesn't look like a piece of junk.
Well, it's ELAC, so they have that like design aesthetic.
Yeah, and it's it just looks like a good subwoofer. I like it. Definitely better than the clips that I tested.
Speaking of subwoofers, Cleveland, didn't you just put in some like 30-inch ones?
30-inch sub. Your DIY one, right?
That they're 18 inches.
Tell us about it.
30 inches.
Well, if it's dual, right? Dual driver, back to back. You're going servo on us.
No, it's actually 2 individual 18-inch ported. They're absolute monsters. I have them turned down like negative 12 dB in my mini DSP because they have so much output. It's insane. It's absolutely insane.
What are you using to power them?
I have a Behringer, a hamster wheel. No, I have a Behringer NX6000. It's a dual channel amp that's, they say, gives you 3,000 watts per channel, but it's more like 1,1300. But it's fine for the 4-ohm drivers that I have.
Subwoofer?
Yeah. It's insane.
Are you running REW or anything to do multiple subwoofer balance, subwoofer crawl? Wow.
So because it's basically completely DIY, so I had to either get the amp with the built-in DSP or get a mini DSP, which is what I chose to do. And I did RU and measured the room, in-room response, got my house curve and everything, and set it up to my liking. And now I have to basically erase all that and redo it again and make a video on it. But that's awesome. That's in the works. Yeah. But nice. Aaron, I actually wanted to know, have you ever tried the Big Acoustic subwoofer at all?
I actually owned a Big Acoustic a long time ago, and I thought it was all right. I've ordered the F12, so I'm planning on doing a 12-inch version of the budget shootout. And I've actually been waiting on everybody to get their subwoofers back in stock. Like Dayton is out, and all these other companies, they haven't had anything in almost all year. But yeah, so that's the extent. I'm sitting, an F12 is behind me, just waiting to go. Yeah, I'm ready to test up to 5 different subwoofers, but I want to test them all the exact same day, same conditions. So there's no variables that I haven't accounted for.
Right. Oh my God, it's already 2:45. Brandon, the day's almost done, man. What happened?
Yeah,
y'all had fun.
Almost done, except we have 4 more hours left. It's funny.
Oh gosh.
I hope you guys brought a lot of coffee.
Yeah, I had lunch. I got to go get a lunch.
Tell me if you need to take a break, buddy. I can carry on for an hour or so. Yeah,
I'm good. We're good. This is fun having everybody on. It's awesome. I mean, you guys are doing all the hard lifting. I'm just sitting here watching. It's cool.
Channa with his power
bar. Don't worry, Channa. We can hear that. Oh no, that was FOMO. I think.
Oh,
so.
Yeah.
It's all good. On mute. Don't worry about it, dude. You're fine. Yeah, put yourself on mute. You're good. So we got the winner. He's like, oh shit, I won. So we had another question here. Let's see. Here we go. We had what was a comment. Buddy Love, laughing my ass. I've had those bows for 8 years. I wanted a 67H for Euro 3D and Dolby Atmos. Not enough cheese for new speakers and the AV.
Yeah.
That happens to the best of us.
So, Chana, don't you have the 6700H? Chana?
Yeah, I just got it in. And,
so what is he getting over the 4700? Because many people are going, wait, they look like they have similar features. What is he paying the premium for?
13 channels of processing, whereas the 47 only does 11. So I'm going to run 9.1.4 or 7.1.6. So you get 2 more speakers. And I know a lot of people, I get this question asked a lot of times, like people have a 7-channel Atmos receiver that has like zone 2 pre-outs, and they're like, hey, can I hook up zone 2 and get another 2 Atmos speakers? No, you can't. You cannot. You have to look at the amount of speakers the AVR will process, and then how many it'll power. So like with the 3700 and 4700, you'll get 11 channels of processing, 9 channels of power. And with the 6700H, it steps it up a notch, and it'll do 13 channels of processing and 11 channels of power. So that's the main thing.
So,
and it's not cheap either. It's 2,500 or something. Yeah.
Ooh. So if you don't need all 13 channels, the 4700H is a great option. And also for speakers, the Klipsch RP600Ms are on sale for like $350 per pair, which is amazing for what you get, because those speakers are awesome.
I want to add to that. That's a great point. The RP600, we have the equalizer curve to make it flat too. So people are complaining, hey, it has this dip. Solved, because with the 6700H or the 4700H, get the Odyssey Pro app for 20 bucks. You can correct the Klipsch, and suddenly the thing is performing twice, like a speaker twice or 3 times more expensive. Now it's flat, and it's so highly sensitive that there's enough headroom to make it flat with the equalizer and still get great sound out of that speaker. So, yeah, the RP600 with the equalizing on the Odyssey Pro app, dude, you got yourself excellent speakers for home theater.
Yeah, and then
great dispersion.
Buddy and anybody else listening, put more money into your speakers. Your speakers are going to last like 10, 15, 20 years, right?
Yep.
The AV receiver will get trashed soon as a new HDMI, soon as a new format, soon as something's coming out. They're going to make sure they can sell you something next year. So definitely put more into the speakers as opposed to the electronics.
And I real quick, I want to tell people, people were asking me that my website, it's not, trust me, it's not good. But if you got to sign up for that, all you got to do is, let me show you. Oh, wait, hold on. You just got to go to my website, and then this pops up. Wait, that's not going to work. Let's see. You know what? It's not going to work when I'm on 2 different things here. Is it still showing, or is it showing the StreamYard? So yeah, there. All you got to do is go to my website, and this giant pop-up comes up, and you just fill it out. So it should be pretty easy, pretty straightforward. So just do that. So anyways, back to the convo. That's no problem. BeTheInstaller.com. So we had another question here. Let's see. Maybe not. These laser level comments go like all the way up the page, so I can't find anything. Oh, yeah, you know. You win some, you lose some. We had another one. Oh, that was it. No, that was another one.
Oh,
so fair enough.
Just expanding on the comment about the receiver too. The 4700H or the 6700H allows you to add an external amplifier. And if you're doing that because you have either a large room or you like the dynamics or don't want to rely on receiver power, then you don't need a really powerful amplifier to drive the Klipsch's really well because they're sensitive. So it's like a win-win. I can't hear.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't realize that the extra preamp out, they have their own internal amplifiers, but it's not limited to that. When you're ready to add voice of God or whatever, right? Extra wide channels, get a pair of just cheap, affordable stereo amps, 80 watts per channel, and you're there. So that's what I like about Denon. They really do give you the most bang for the buck right now. And you're going to see a lot of cheaper ones like Onkyo or even the IOVA TX, right? They'll have a lot of channels, but with the Odyssey app for $20, you could really make it sound really good. All the speakers, you could get slightly crappy speakers and equalize them. I really like what Odyssey does for this price. Again, it's such a great price, and you're getting the best part, Oro 3D. And you and I, Chana, we talked about this. Hey, Villaman, do you use Oro 3D? Because Chana and I were like in love with Oro 3D.
No,
oh, dude,
I don't use it.
No, try it, because you have ceiling heights. Put in any mono, right? Just old whatever it is. Put in Oro 3D. And then play with the setting, because it changes how high it goes up, because the other ones don't. Dolby Surround doesn't do that, and DTS Neural doesn't do that. But the Aromatic does. And the guys in Europe are like, oh yeah, Americans, you're what you're missing. If you have Aromatic, you could put in regular stereo or mono tracks and play with that at 13, 14. It just like, okay, I'm never going back. That's what.
So you have levels that you can adjust it.
You can adjust how three-dimensional everything is, right? And that's just brilliant. So
brilliant.
Yeah.
I wanted to say, give a shout out to my wife. My wife went to go do some errands. She dropped off a cooler full of food and snacks for me. So
and now she's on her way up the freeway to my house, and then she's going to be in Mammoth by the end of the day.
What's she bringing you? What's she bringing you? I got some peanut butter pretzels, some snack packs. She put 2 Red Bulls. Wife. Yeah, Jen is great.
Package.
Jen was going to make an appearance if I needed to step out. Now she's done with work, so she'll probably come in and sit in the chair for a minute. She's hilarious. She's pretty funny, but I don't think she knows how to run all this. So she does Zoom for her job. I'm sure she could figure it out.
Dude, you know what was hilarious is that clip of you getting the TV out of the box, and then the whole thing like crashes down. She comes running into the room like, oh my God, is everything okay? Hilarious,
what was funny about that too is right after that happened, I yelled at the dog to get out of the way, and my wife ran. So she, so I cut it out because it looked like I was yelling at my wife. So if I was like, get out of here, Caesar. And my wife took off running, and the dog followed her. So it was pretty funny. So I was like, I better cut that out because they're going to think I'm a jerk. But I just told everybody anyways. But yeah, I don't know if you saw that, Cleveland, but I opened, be careful if you get the A80J, because that TV has no counterweight at the bottom for like the stand. So that TV is, it's very top heavy, and it just tipped over. I pulled the box up and it just went straight forward and tipped, but it landed flat on the carpet. All my tools and everything were around the edges. So it didn't touch anything. I got lucky.
That's lucky.
Yeah.
Very lucky.
I depend on those counterweights in the bottom. Because
man, you have to. That's why, I'm rethinking, because I don't even like unboxing TVs anyways. So like I'm just thinking, okay, no more double hand pull of I'm not pulling up a box like that anymore unless I have something that's like rested by something.
Quick deal break for those of you.
Almost got the deal break. Boom.
Deal break. Here we go. Let me jump.
This one?
Almost. Oh, that's the sub, but this is the one.
Okay.
All right. Come on. This cable, it's a 10-foot cable. Basic HDMI 2.0, lifetime warranty for $6.
Hey,
and it's braided. And I have the 2.1 version because I'm testing it for him. But I'm like, dude, the lifetime warranty on it alone. Because I'm like, you serious?
Yeah,
because these things don't break. These things don't break. That's why they don't care, right? And they'll give you a new one because they sell everything with Amazon. So I'm a big fan of Uni products. But at $6, that's 50% off. 10 feet. I mean, this is pretty good because I hate long cables that are too thick. Theirs aren't. At 10 feet, this is not a bad thickness for what you get. So yeah, $6. If you need an HDMI 2.0 cable, remember it's 2.0. They do have a 2.1 cable that also works, but at $6 for a 2.0 10 feet, this is pretty easy.
In the next hour or two, I have some Vivify products. They're giving away some HDMI cords. They actually reached out to me and they're going to give away some HDMI. This
Vivify.
This has LED. It has an LED strip in it, HDMI 2.0 as well, but it's got a little LED. So it's funny. I was going to use this. I was going to use this on the install behind me on the frame or on the G1, but then I'm like, wait, that cord's going to go in the wall. So that's not going to be cool if the LED strip is in the wall. That's stupid. So I actually had to re-edit it and be like, okay, it's going to be this other generic cord I'm putting in the wall. Because that was that happens when you're editing.
Yep.
Anyways, but we're going to have to let you guys go here. We got other guests coming on.
Yep.
We got kind of a wild hour. This is fun. We're just going to have to do this more often.
Since I have here, this is my Rui Pro review, and I know Shonda did this one as well. Now that it's on sale, prime deal, if you need an optical cable that runs long, this one, 33 feet, 8K optical. I love this cable. I'm using it right now to connect my Samsung because my sources are a bit farther away. It's powered optical. Now, it is expensive, so this is only good if you need that long, but it's so thin. It is a lean cable.
It's thin and pliable. Like
yes.
There's too much long, thin, pliable talk going on here. Just so much.
Stop it, Aaron.
So much. All right.
So I've used this for the last 2 months. Rui Pro sent me one and sent Chana one, and they're like, "Can you review our cables, please? Because they're really good." I'm like, "Okay, you know what? It's true. It is good, and it works pretty good. I like it." So if you guys need a long optical cable,
for a long run, like to a projector or something like that,
yes,
I would hands down go with one of the Rui Pros. I've had the 30 and the 50, and I tested them with the HDMI tester in the Marantz 7015, and out of 50 tests, they passed 49. So that could the 40. Honestly, I think something was just wrong with the very first test because sometimes those testers are a little wonky, but I mean. It's only one, 49 out of 50. I'd say it's still a good cable,
Let me real quick before you guys go, make sure you guys subscribe to the Villa Man. Make sure you subscribe to Aaron's Audio Corner. Let me link that in. I'm going to link it in, and of course, Techno Dad China D. We hooked him up with the 100K. We got, I think it was on FOMO's live. I'm not sure where it was, but it was funny where it went like boom, right over 100K on the air. That was awesome.
On the air, that was
that is awesome.
Congratulations.
My 100,000, my silver play button is actually arriving at my house today.
It took a while to get there.
Yeah, it takes like 3 to 4 weeks.
Oh wow!
And you got to like apply, and then I had to contact YouTube support because they were like, oh, they had to verify the channel, all kinds of nonsense. So yeah, it's been an ordeal, and then I don't even get to look at it today because I gotta go drive 6 hours away.
Yeah.
Soon.
Something to look forward to.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. I know y'all gotta get me off here, so I'm gonna retire before you can fire me.
And I just sent you your link to there so they can subscribe. Thanks a lot, guys. I appreciate it.
Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah. Man, we'll have to do this again, guys. I appreciate it.
Indeed. Enjoy, guys. Later.
All right. Cool. And then there was 2. We got other guests. Hey, how's it going? Are you still there, FOMO? Or am I?
I'm here. You hear me?
Oh, okay. Yeah. No, it was like you were so still. It looked like you were frozen. Like, good job. Quiet and still. All right, we're going to bring on Jonah and Mike from Gadget World. My Gadget World. Hey. What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Nice to see you guys. Nice to see you, Mike. I hear you, but not see you very often. So nice. You guys look spiffy. I like it. Jonah with the well-groomed beard. I like it.
That's right.
Jonah Mathis was on our chat last week talking about sound bars and tech stuff like that. He does a lot of videos on making technology. I said it before, digestible for the regular people, which is great. And My Gadget World does a lot of TV installations and a lot of TV installations, TV reviews, comparisons. You do a lot of gaming, right? You do gaming, and so you focus on that too?
Yeah, and I just recently built my home theater system, which you can see in the background. Still working on it, and I'll agree with Jonah. The other day he was talking about how much time you want to spend into it, and it's never ending, to be honest.
Yeah.
So you gotta look into how much time you can spend into this.
For sure, dude. You know what? I applaud that you're doing that though. As an installer, I see that you did the G1 installation. Is that the G1 on the wall right there?
Oh no, that one is in the living room. Yeah, this
Gotcha.
is 77-inch C10.
Nice. Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, it's nice to have both of you guys on. Thank you for jumping on. We're gonna go into some questions and talk to you guys about what you're doing in 1 second here. I wanted to tell people if they're on the stream right now, make sure they like the video and share this video. We are going to be doing 3 hours from now. We're going to be doing a TV giveaway. So You got to be on the live stream to win a TV, and I'll ship it anywhere in the U.S. The 48 states that I can ship it to. And we're going to have, we'll have you guys do a, a chat at that time with the hashtag and all that. So make sure to try to send this out to your social media and share it as much as you can to get as many people on as possible. So appreciate it. And definitely like the video. Go ahead and like it right now. I'd see about 20 people just did. So keep doing it.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I was going to say, before you jump in, from this angle, Mike, I thought Everybody Loves Raymond was on.
Oh, nice. Ray Romano.
Right. Ray Romano. Like, wait,
that's funny.
That was, you got Ray Romano on? Oh, it's not Ray Romano.
I'm usually in the background, like doing voiceovers, because I have to look out for my kids running around. So I have to do redo things. So that's why mostly I can't be in the video.
Yeah, no, that's good. To be honest, I know Jonah actually helped me get the teleprompter I have now, because having the teleprompter is good, because Mike, I did a lot of my videos. I have to script them, because when I start talking in front of a camera, I'm like, duh, and so
rambling.
Yeah, and I can't bring my thoughts together. So you do a good job, man. And I like your videos. I watch a lot of them, and you do some calibration stuff, messing around with getting the brightness and all that stuff too. So you're busy. You got family too. We're all got family. I know Jonah just got into a new house. You got married recently? Or you've been married for a little bit?
That's October.
Oh, in October. Fiance.
In
my bad,
October.
dude. Well,
No
congrats on the upcoming
Thank
nuptials.
But
yeah, so Mike, what do you got going on for TVs in your house right now? Mike, what are you doing?
So in the living room, I have the G1 wall mounted. And as I said in the last live stream that you guys did, that I was getting into the soundbar, because I have to get one soundbar there. I can't just build home theater system like in every room, right? So soundbar is the way to go. So I ordered my Sonos Arc, which I was thinking about wall mounting it, but since you said the fire hazard, so I have furniture out there, the TV console. So I might just put it on that. And it's gonna look neat and clean. So I just got it before jumping on the live stream. It just got delivered, and I got it from the Sonos website. They were running a refurbished one, but it seems like a brand new one. It doesn't even seem like somebody opened it.
Honestly, most of the time you can't even tell. I mean, I buy a lot of refurbished products. It's definitely can be worth it. No question. And what do you think, Jonah, about having that on a desktop? I like that idea because it's lower and then it helps provide a little bit more lift. You know what I mean?
Yeah. If you end up mounting it, you got to be really careful with how close you mount it to the TV, because it has those upward firing speakers. So if it's too close to the TV, then it could end up, some of the audio could hit the bottom of the television. So I like just setting it on Entertainment Center. I think that works best.
Only good thing about G1 is it's really thin. It's about 0.75 of an inch, right? So it's 3/4 of an inch, right? So there are chances of upfiring a speaker, having that trouble is kind of really minimized in there because of the design of the TV. It's flush to the wall, less than an inch, and the mount itself kind of looks ugly. I saw that wall mounting at one of my buddies' place, and I didn't like it because it destroys the look of the G1 itself. So it's not worth it.
Yeah. No,
unless you have a big bulky TV on the wall mount, so maybe you can do it.
Well, having to have it 4 inches below is definitely interesting, because then if it's over a fireplace, and some people want it over a fireplace, then you got to put your TV 4 inches higher. And so, yeah, I did an install where I put it probably a little close to the TV, more like 2 inches. So, but it sounded fine to me. I kind of understand the depth versus the angles and stuff. So it worked out fine. But if it wasn't over a fireplace, I wouldn't have mounted it. I have mine hanging down from what they call it's a Santa's SASB1 mount, where it actually hangs it from the bottom of the TV. And with my OLED, it sticks out. But because I'm getting that 83-inch A90J TV, I figure I better get some speakers, right, FOMO? Can't have an 83-inch TV and then put a little soundbar under it, because now I might try to use that TV as a center channel, but I'm definitely going to get some towers. And so I'm going to put that Sonos Arc into my bedroom, which it's awesome in the bedroom, but I wouldn't be able to do that if I wasn't reviewing it. It's kind of an expensive speaker for my bedroom. You know how that goes. So Jonah, what's up with you, man? What video did you just launch, or what are you working on?
So I posted the Samsung Q950A review. I think it was last Sunday, not this last Sunday, the previous one, but that one's been received really well. I think FOMO was showing this off earlier, but there's a really good deal on the Q950A as of right now. on
Is
Best
it Amazon?
Buy.
Amazon.
Yeah,
or
do you
Best
have
Buy?
it?
Best Buy.
Yeah.
Best Buy?
Let me pop it up right now.
No
real quick,
worries.
Ron.
FOMO's working overtime on that for me, man. He's killing it.
Yeah, it's
I
a great
appreciate
deal.
it.
I think it's like $1,300 on Best Buy, and then you also get a $300 Best Buy gift card.
There we go.
Oh, no,
And those gift cards,
$1,600 with a $300 gift
those
card.
gift cards come in handy. That's how I got these Sony headphones that I
Agreed.
got. And I got
All
a new
right.
little, I got a little gimbal for my phone, so I can use my phone for doing
All right.
B-roll too.
It's
so
ready to roll there.
There you go.
Hey, there we go.
You got the
$15.99
gift card.
So that was, what was that? It was like $2,000. I can't see it. Was it 2,000?
1,800. It was 1,800.
Got you 200 off.
And with
plus
the gift card, it's now 1,300. This is pretty good, and especially if you have a Samsung. So I have to remind everyone, it works best. I mean, it's great already, but if you have a Samsung, you can do the whole Q Symphony thing.
Oh yeah.
And so now you can leverage all the speakers in your Q. I don't know. Q90T should work with it, right? Last year's Q90 series as well.
So the Q950T, I don't think that had Q Symphony or the Space Fit Sound Plus. That was the new features with the Q950A was Space Fit Sound Plus, which is like the audio calibration, and then
so the
Q
new
Symphony
TVs this year, though, with the new TV this year, the Q90A, this would be a good match
for sure.
Yeah, and the volume on. So I have the Q98. It doesn't get loud enough if I want the movie experience. For just dialogue, and I put it on dialogue only, it's fine. But yeah, this is a good upgrade if you don't want to go AVR.
So what was interesting when I was testing the Q950A, I couldn't turn the volume up more than I couldn't get it above like 25.
Oh.
Otherwise, wow. I don't know if there was something going on, but the TV we're using it with, first off, is not very good. It's like a $300, $400 cheapo TV. I get flack for that all the time. I'm trying to upgrade that now. But yeah, it was something like I turned it up to like 25 or 30 on the volume, and I feel like it was going to blow out my windows. So I couldn't turn it all the way up. I'm not sure what was going on there. But it got really loud, at least for my room. I'm not sure exactly what was happening there.
Right? Any other deals, my friend? So this is a great one. I'm glad you found this one. Anything else that caught your eye during the last few hours?
I've been working on this all day long, basically. Basically, I woke up at like 7 a.m. and I've been working on like a Prime Day deal page on my website. So,
do you have something to share?
Oh, I could share it. Yeah, I don't know. Here, it might be easier if I just share the link with you.
Yeah, I can share it, whatever. Or you just hit the share and then go to the page, whatever you want.
I got the wide monitor, remember?
Oh, yeah. You don't want to look too far off to your left and right.
Brandon, real quick, we missed a super chat from Cyber GT. So his question is popping up right now about the Panasonic 2021. So when you get a chance, go ahead and highlight it and we'll try to answer it.
Say again? I don't.
Cyber GT, we missed the super chat earlier.
So he's reposting his question?
Yeah, he's reposting. Yeah, so when you see it, just pop it up.
The Panasonic, you said, or no?
Yeah, the Panasonic.
Right there?
Yep.
Cool.
All right.
Okay. Panasonic 2020 models or previous models don't support Dolby Vision at 120 hertz. This is due to hardware limitations. We're always watching the market needs and evaluating the potential of supporting new.
Okay, so this sounds like it's from Panasonic, right? It sounds very marketing speak. And this concerns me about the Sony, because Sony is using a third-party chip as well for Dolby Vision 120 hertz gaming. If Panasonic's coming out and admitting they can't do it, and Sony's just staying quiet, I don't think anyone could do it this year other than LG. And of course, Samsung doesn't support Dolby Vision. So if that ever happens, that'd be a dream. But this says a lot. I don't know. I mean, I hate to extrapolate this to also apply to Sony's, but maybe they'll at least support Dolby Vision 60 hertz gaming. And if that's the case, that might be good enough for Series X owners. So that's it. Thanks a lot, Cyber GT, for that.
No worries. And I got your thing coming up here in just a second. There we go. So
perfect.
There is your website.
Yeah, I've been working on this basically all day long. I've been listening to the stream basically since you started it and trying to catch some of the deals y'all are saying and at least highlighting them here. So a lot of these are Amazon, but I'm trying to catch some of the Crutchfield and Best Buy stuff as well.
Yeah, so this is your home theater DIY.com, which has a lot of good information about, installation and code and things like that. If you need to try to put a TV up, this is a lot of the stuff that I do too. So I like this website. Good job, man. little better than my website, betheinstaller.com, that people can't even get the newsletter yet. But, you know, we all have our specialties.
I'm in the same
Oh,
boat
here.
with you.
There we go. So I'm not going to, I'll subscribe later. Don't take it personally. I'm just going to push it away.
Worries. No worries.
So we got the Roku Smart Bar or Smart Sound Bar, 160, huh? That's FOMO was talking about one that didn't have a subwoofer with it. This is one of those.
So the Roku, I didn't even realize they had this. I saw this today. But they have the smart soundbar, and then it's also, you can add on the additional components. So like the surround speakers and the subwoofer can be added on separately. Or you can buy it in different packages, it seems. Some of the prices aren't like loading up properly though, which is weird. But once you click into it, you can see the actual price.
Do you want me to do that?
No, you don't have to.
No that's cool. I can click on whatever you want me to click on. So there we got some. Oh, so you have them broken down by budget sound bars.
Yeah,
and then you have them by mid-tier, and then you got, oh, nice, look at this, some high-end sound bars with a gift card. Man, you did all this today already?
Yeah, that was started today. I've been working on this, trying to consolidate as much as I can.
Oh, let Mike and I look through these TVs. Mike, we gotta look at these TVs and see if these are good TVs, Mike.
Yeah,
it's hard to see.
A couple of friends missed the deal in the morning. The X900H 85-inch was running at $17.99, and a couple of my friends bought it actually. And then some of them woke up late around like in the noon, you know, because they work night shift, so they missed out on that deal. And it was incredible.
Did it go up to 2,100 or it was down to $1,800 for an 85-inch?
Yeah, it was down to $1,800, and I was up last night and I shared that on my community post on YouTube, and a couple of guys grabbed it, and it was an amazing deal. And then what happens when Amazon is sold out? Then the other third-party retailers. So you were looking at the maybe third-party retailers pricing, but that 85-inch was a steal for $1,800. Because I know the Costco. Wow. I know Classy shared a couple of days ago about the deal at Costco, which was at $2,000 plus tax. So I mean, you will end up paying $2,000 if this deal was for $1,800, and now it's sold out. It was there for just 8 hours max.
Yeah, they're sold out now. You can't even buy it.
All right, since we're talking about soundbars and TVs, I got not the Amazon Prime Day type of place, but I have this secret place where I buy my stuff. Not the secret that it's a legitimate way, but I wanted to do it in the live stream. And then I have a follow-up video coming up maybe next weekend. I want to share with people like how do I buy stuff from online. And you can see my TV C10 77-inch I bought from this place. So I wanted to share a couple of like web pages if you can. Do I have to request share?
Yeah, just go to plus share. Yeah, add that, and then go to share
share
screen, and then choose the one you want to share, and then just click on it, and then it'll prompt me to load it up for you.
Okay, let's start with the soundbar because Jonah is here, so he can better guide us for that. And one of the soundbars I just ordered last night, so I'm sharing it right now.
Yeah, once you click on share, I got to see it, so nothing's come up yet.
Okay, I shared it.
There you go. All right.
Green Toe.
So this is a place where I ordered my C10 right here, and these people run Black Friday deals without even having Black Friday, not even close to Black Friday. You can grab your C1 right now at the Black Friday deal. So this is something that I came to know from the AV community. AVS forums is big on that, and they have the page on Reddit also dedicated to this Green Toe support, and they are legitimate. They provide you TVs from the retailers, the authorized retailers only. You don't get the products from the gray market. So right now, this soundbar, let's say I ordered mine yesterday, and it is tax included. So you're never going to pay anything more than $600. Actually, $599, not even a dime more than $599. And same thing is selling at Best Buy for $999. So it's a private invite that I got because I'm the member, and membership is free. You just have to sign up. And the best thing is here, if you want to go to the TV section. So they have.
Oh, you can do it. Go ahead. You just go where you want to go. So you flip back over to the other page and do what you
Okay, cool. So now you're looking at the G10, right? So 77 is the lowest price that you can find in the market is $3,296. But the cool thing is that you can bid your price. And that's how I did for my C10. The price was $3,299. I bid for $2,500. I'm like, just see, what they're going to accept. They accepted $2,900, $2,899. And I was able to get $400 less than the Black Friday price. And that's the TV right here. And it came from a authorized retailer. The only thing they say that do not disclose the authorized retailers' names out there because it's not the way they market it.
Whoops. I'll put it back up. Sorry.
Otherwise, like you can get good deals, because I was trying to find the deals on the soundbar today on Amazon, and I had no luck. There's only soundbars available. Some of them are not good brands. Maybe I never heard of them. Maybe or
a lot of them are like super low end soundbars that it's like no name Chinese manufacturers.
So a couple of friends bought from here. So you can bid your item. It's like eBay of authorized like TV purchase you can do, and comes from the authorized retailers.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard of this place.
And look at this one. I don't know. This one runs at $1,300, and 7.1.4 is for $900.
Deal. Yeah.
And you won't have to pay tax on top of it. My tax rate is like 8.25 here in Texas, and imagine how much money you can save not paying that.
I came in kind of late on this. So what is their return policy like? Because obviously people are going to have a lottery.
This is a good question, because once you make a purchase here, the return process is kind of like hectic, because they're not going to take the return because there's no store that you can walk in and return, right? So you'll have to be responsible for shipping. So what I do, this is the trick. Once you decided on like, okay, this is what you want. I wanted C10 because it was king of 2020 OLEDs, right? So I knew that this TV I'm going to keep, and I know the pros and cons. So once you are certain about it, that you're never going to return this TV, just then go and pull the trigger. If you are the guy who wants to see the TV how it is and then return the TV, you'll have to pay the restocking fee. You'll have to pay for the shipping back to them. So just be mindful of that. So, I mean, look at this deal right here, $600 including tax, coming from the retailer, which is authorized and with LG warranty. I mean, it's a no-brainer to go and buy it from the retail for $9.99. I can take a risk on this one, and I checked the reviews. It doesn't do, a couple of things which I'm aware of, because I can't expect it to do the HDMI 2.1 and all those features, right? Because then you're looking into the latest soundbars from LG, the one they just launched, and it's ridiculously priced, like at $1,500. I would build a home theater system with that price, but Jonah would disagree with that.
Depends on the scenario.
Yeah, always. Exactly. But this is something like, they're not fishy. There are proper people out there. They're running this company, and I tested myself. That's why I always do things which I have personally tested. So I bought from them 3 items already. Then my friends bought from them, but they never returned the items. So yeah, if you're into habit of like returning products, then FOMO, you're right. You're going to have to take that hit for return, restocking fee and shipping.
Yeah. And, hey, since we're talking deals, I want to do a quick one real quick. If you could share my screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off for a minute, so you guys will be on your own for a second. Sound good, FOMO?
Oh yeah, hey, put my shared screen on. There you go. Now I'll talk through that. Okay, thanks, buddy.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, so a lot of you are asking, hey, what about TV mounts and deals? So I exclusively use Sanus because their dedication to TV mounts is amazing. This is what I have personally. And I paid full price for it when I got it. And it's for my A9G. And the reason why I got it is this 28-inch extension. You're not going to get that from many mounts that can handle up to 90-inch TVs. This thing, if you have a large TV and you need to hold your 83-inch anything, the weight and the size and this thing, it's probably one of the most sturdy mounts ever built. And I think at $269, that's a pretty good price.
That's a good price.
It is, right? And Best Buy will match it. So this thing, you want Best Buy to do everything for you, just walk in, hey, can you do everything for me? Mount, install, right? And if you're a tech support member, it's $50, totally worth it.
That's what they did here. I paid $50 for the mount, and
that's what I did
the same one that you're looking at. And I feel like, why did you share it, FOMO? Like, I paid more for this.
Well, we have a cheaper one, and that's
amazing. Yeah, you can tilt it. You can bring the TV forward. You know how we were talking about the distance of optimal distance that you want to be watching your TV. So what I do, I pull this TV close, and it can pull about like 3 feet, actually more than 3 feet.
Yeah.
So now you're sitting at about like 6 feet distance from a 77-inch TV, and it's amazing. And then you can push it to the wall. So this mount is amazing.
It's the best, right? And
this extends actually less. I'm looking at, this is cheaper one. Okay,
this is a cheaper one.
The same one.
Yeah, the other one's 24, 28 inches. This one, you don't need all those features because, we're TV reviewers. We need that full flexibility because I swing that thing all over, right? This one, hey, you're a regular guy, a TV reviewer. I think for under $100, and it's still a Sanus. You're staying with the quality of Sanus. I like their steel. Everything is just, I don't know. What has been your experience, Mike, with mounts? Do you have any other brand you prefer? Because I won't stray from Sanus. I don't want anything to fall off the wall.
Yeah, same here. I stay with them, and sometimes like the prices are good at Costco, so I would just go there and grab it from there if it is not on sale. I mean, most of the deals that I'm looking at right now on Amazon for especially the high value electronics, they were already on sale at Costco. Then I'm like, okay, is Prime deal? Am I really saving money on the big electronics? When the price goes over $1,000, because most of the stuff that I found on Amazon, I'm like, no, I would rather go to Costco and I get my 90 days return period also and that satisfaction guarantee, right? So yeah, Sanos is the brand that I always go with for the mounting accessories. They're sturdy, they're strong.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you buy it once, you never upgrade. I mean, no matter what TV you're getting, you're going to be using this after 4 TVs. So I know Be the Installer also likes Sanos as well for that same reason, because it's just, it's not worth saving $30, $40 when it comes to holding up your TV. And I like how it comes with everything you need. They rarely miss screws. I mean, other ones like, hey, where all the screws go, right? So these guys, they know what they're doing. So I'm a big fan of Sanos. And if you go to their website, they have a full lineup. You tell them what you need and what kind of flexibility you want. But this is their beast, though. So this is, to me, you could turn at any angle, and it's completely mobile. I love this one. Yeah. I think look how flat it goes, right? 2.5 inches from the wall. That's pretty good.
I think you may have just convinced me on that. I know I need to get a mount for the 65-inch LG CX that I have, and the thing's heavy, but also I wanted something I could pull out. So if I need to get B-roll from behind the screen or something.
Yeah, this is it. There you go. That's why is the one. Cable management.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good.
Good suggestion there.
Yeah. Everyone looking for a premium mount, this is it. Or the less expensive one, it doesn't have all those crazy things, but it's close. I mean, you can still swivel it, but it's like 1/3 the price, right? And it does hold up to 80 inches. And that's the big difference is going from 80 to 90, that's a huge weight increase, but it still holds up to 125 pounds. So, I mean, dude, that's heavy. Yeah, the 83-inch A90J is just at 100 pounds, so it could even hold that. Not a problem.
Wow.
Yeah, that's bad. So what have been the best deals that you guys found today that you actually personally bought? Because I bought that leveler just now that Aaron suggested because I needed a leveler for my speaker. So that done. I got my leveler on Prime Day. What did you guys get?
So I haven't bought anything yet. I've been too busy trying to find deals so I can, I was working on that web page all day. I really want to buy a TV. There seems to be some really good deals out there, and you guys have shouted out a lot of them, but I haven't pulled
that Sony A8H at $1,600. You saw that, right, Mike? $1,600 for a 65-inch. Are you kidding me?
It's still there. I think I may end up pulling the trigger. That'll go in the living room. The only issue is it's an OLED. We have a ton of light in the living room.
Oh, that's right.
That's the only struggle I have. But it's such a good deal. I don't know.
Do you think they have a lot of stock in there for the 2020 and 2019 models? Because it seems like there is still plenty out there. Usually by this time, mid of the year, you don't see the previous year models selling at the retailer or like Best Buy. They would have been done with C10, but they're still selling it, right? They have still Sony products there, and we're almost half the way in this 2021.
Normally, the Samsung is the first to sell out. They're 9 series from the year before, and I'm checking right now, and it looks like I don't see any 65. The 65-inch Q90T are sold out as of today. They might still have some more in stock, but not for any discount prices. So the 90T 65-inch is sold out at Best Buy. 75-inch Q90T for $2,700 is still available. So let me put this in so you guys can see real quick. Because a lot of people, when it comes to Samsung, you do want to get at Best Buy because we all know about the whole panel lottery issue with Samsung, right? And Best Buy is a bit easier to take it back and forth. So as you can see, almost everything is sold out on the 90T. 55-inch size is gone, 85-inch size is gone, 65-inch size is gone. So all you have left is 75-inch size. $2,700. It's not a great deal. I would get personally the X950H for $2,000 over the 90T. I mean, $700 is a lot of money. Oh, wait a minute. Free gift card. Oh, wait, I missed this. I'm sorry, guys.
$400 gift card?
$400 gift card right now. Where did it go? It was just, there it is. Okay. So it's now $2,300. I might reconsider this now. What are your thoughts on this, Mike? I mean, so we have the X950H at $2,000. We have the 75-inch Q90T at $2,300 with the gift card. I might go with the Q90T because of darkroom performance.
Yeah, you're right. I agree with you. But I still regret that in the morning there was a deal for 85-inch X90 900H, and it was going for $1,800.
Yeah, see,
nothing beats that. Nothing
that
beats
is great.
that.
Costco was selling it for $1,850. I don't know if it's still any left. Remember that?
Yeah, they were sold out the same day. I know.
Sold out, right?
Yeah. Keep It Classy shared that on his social.
6 hours. Yeah, I remember Twitter. 6 hours later, it was gone.
Yeah.
The minute we put on Twitter, we're like, where'd it go?
Yeah, on Amazon, it stayed for about 8 hours. So I saw it going live at like 2 a.m. Central Time.
Yeah,
that would be like midnight, when they go live, and they were sold out by 6 in the morning or 8 in the morning that I last checked. It was Central Time. So I was up all night, almost like helping out my friends, and they wanted to buy TV, so they all bought them. And only the ones who came late in the morning, around 9 in the morning, Pacific time, they were seeing the price like $2,300, $2,500.
We have breaking news. Keep It Classy.
It
Keep It Classy gave me an FYI 77-inch C10 Sam's Club for $2,000. Can you beat that, anyone?
What is it again?
77-inch, 77-inch C10 Sam's Club. I'm looking at it right now. $2,000.
Seriously, that's $1,000 lower than Costco.
Yeah, that's
crazy.
Amazing.
Dang.
They're not going to show you that price until you log in, though.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Anyone got a
Classy
membership?
to send a Classy. Send me a text a
I'm
screenshot
sorry.
to me.
I don't have a Sam's
okay.
Club membership. I can't.
I'm logging in right now to just see.
Yeah,
You
check
have
it out,
Sam's Club?
Mike.
Yeah.
I have Costco. I can log into Costco.
Yeah, I'm a Costco guy too. Sorry, guys.
No,
So,
I mean we just don't. I don't think you think.
Well,
we
so
have a
while
Sam's
Mike
Club
is
here.
doing that, just real quick, did you see this? It's $2,300 with a $400 gift card. So now this is a 75-inch Q90T that is $300 more than the Sony X950H 75-inch. So this is actually worth it because it's a $300 premium for a flagship that does bring something to the table that's worth considering if you're in a darker room. This is great, and the anti-reflective is definitely better than the anti-reflection on the Sony. So if glare is an issue, I just got it from Cecil. So let me
Yeah, he sent it right here.
screenshot.
Here we go. Look,
You got it?
I
You got it? All right.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put it on here. You can't really see it that good, but
$2,000 Sam's Club. So guys, we know how fast these things go.
clearance
Seriously.
price $2,000.
$2,000. Drop
For
everything.
a
And I'm not going to share this on
77-inch
Twitter.
4K OLED.
It's all for you guys, right? If you're a viewer, tell your friends. 2,000 Sam's Club. And now, Jonah, this is one where if you're looking at a 77-inch, man, 2,000, you're paying 65-inch 2,000. And I don't care if it's an LG C1,
that's what it was.
A80J, right?
I think mine was like right at 1,900 when I bought the 65-inch like a month and a half ago.
Okay, this is the deal of the day. This is, and it's not even Amazon, which is ironic, right? So I think Walmart, Sam's Club beat out Amazon today. I cannot.
That's exactly what I was
deal.
talking about. The higher price items, like over $1,000. Amazon, I felt like, there's nothing. Costco is a lot better than, hey, be the installer. I don't want to break your heart, but that what do you call that router that you shared? It's actually lower at Costco. That's crazy. Like
it's a different version, I think, but it's similar, or it's pretty similar, isn't it? The 850. That's the 850. That's the 753, I think.
Yeah, that's their wholesale, or what do you call that, warehouse model number, but features are the same.
It's last year. It's last year's processor, though, isn't it? Isn't it the quad or the dual core 1.6 processor versus this quad core 2.2? I think it might be. I don't know. I looked it up. It's like six. What is it, like $800 or something?
So you're talking about the Pro or the regular one?
The Orbi?
Orbi, yeah. There's a regular one which is $400, and Amazon Prime Day is $449. So that's like $50 more.
Yeah, here I got it right here. This is the 843. It could be very similar. I went in there at one point and I looked, and I believe it was last year's I don't know, it's probably not much different. I'll have to look, but listen, I just got this today for the thing. If I have to get a better deal, I'll go get it. But no, that one at Costco, I have it here. It's $849 for the 3. I went in and got this yesterday at this might be the same one. It might be. It could be. I'm not a big deal. We'll have to figure it out. I'm trying to look right now, but go ahead.
Okay, the 77-inch LG C10 is online actually a different price. So that's warehouse only price if you go walk-in. Because I'm looking at 2,949, so 2,950 for the C10 77-inch on Costco website.
Costco or Sam's Club?
Oh, that was Sam's Club. My bad.
Sam's Club. Sam's
Right.
Club.
Yeah, I couldn't even find.
That's
I
like a
logged into
mile
Sam's
away,
Club.
so gotta run to Sam's Club maybe.
I couldn't even find it on mine, or maybe it's probably just searching the local club, but I can't find it.
Yeah, it could be
is it like
only.
in-store only? Yeah.
Sometimes they do that where their in-store prices are different. They don't even list it online.
David Weiland said that he's not a member. He's seeing the price, so it's definitely legit. If you're not even a member, you can see it, right?
There you go. Yeah, I just told my dad to go get one.
Yeah, seriously, guys, come on.
My
we're not going to
and
share this on
next
Twitter.
door, 1 mile away.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah, this is funny because now we're doing more like what people are like. This is probably what they expected. Like we're sitting here searching deals for people. That's good.
That's what you got to do, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out if Mike, I'm trying to figure out if it is the same, because if it is, I was actually at Costco. I don't believe that they had this one at the store. I'm not sure, but I would order it and get it and save $150 for sure, man. This, by the way, this is such a beast of a. It is insane how strong it is. So far, FOMO, knock on wood, it's been solid. I haven't had any issues, and I've been streaming 3 different things. No cutouts so far.
Get everyone caught up. I was telling Brandon what a nightmare I had with the Orbi. Their highest rated, highest performing, top of the line. And I think it's definitely a quality control issue, because if you look on Best Buy, people either love it or they all had the problem I had, which was dropouts. You couldn't maintain the connection. And I exchanged it once, and then the second time it happened, I said, you know what, it's got to be bad luck. I don't have time for this. I spent all weekend troubleshooting it, and I just went and got the Google Wi-Fi, which I know doesn't perform as well. It doesn't have the high performance, but it needs to work for me, right? I can't have dropouts. So that's great that yours is working. Maybe they worked out the bugs in the firmware. I'll give it a second shot during Christmas. The price should drop some more.
So, Mike, to answer the question too, mine's the RBR 850. This is the RBR 840 units. So I don't know if there's $150 worth of difference in the 2 units. I'm gonna research it more, but I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Okay. Reminder. This looks like it's a in-store thing. I don't know if you can get that on, because people are looking online on Sam's Club, and they're not seeing it online.
Yeah, because we'll sell that. I mean, honestly, like people will buy that if we list it here. There's going to be people going in the store because of this. I literally just
you're going to have to call around, because they're not going to tell you where it is. They want you to go in the store and find out.
I think everybody is busy at home shopping online, so they want people to come in the store.
That's good point, true. Mike. Guys, walk into Sam's Club. If it's there, it might be $2,000. Seriously.
I'll give it a try after the stream, because for me, it's just in the neighbor. It's 1 mile away.
Yep.
But I doubt like if every store will have the inventory, because they were trying to get rid of everything, and all they have is A1 OLED. Sam's Club usually don't even have the C1, those premium TVs in stock most of the times. It takes time for them to get it. But Costco is always, they have top of the line TVs always in the stock.
Yeah. That's true. Costco's a bit better on inventory.
What a deal, though. That's
I know, right?
That's amazing. Now I feel like turning off my TV.
I'm mad I bought mine for $100 less than that. Oh man, there's a ton of really good deals today.
Definitely a loss leader. They're wanting to get in the store.
Dad's not picking up. My dad's not picking up. I wanted him to go and check out Sam's Club and see if he can get that TV. I think he's got a Samsung like 50-inch TV in his living room, and I've been wanting to upgrade it, but I was like, trying to see if he wanted to upgrade the TV. It's pretty funny. So maybe I'll
speaking of Sam's Club, I wanted to share this one real quick then. 1 second, let me pull this up. So Sam's Club has, and this is online, so you guys can look at it. I think it's a pretty good deal, actually, given it's a 2021 model. We're talking about the QN90A at Sam's Club. They're throwing in a warranty with it for $2,200. And the issue we all have with Samsung generally is their panel lottery issues. With the warranty, it helps ease it. So if you're a Sam's Club member, they're throwing in the 4-year all-state protection plan at no additional cost. And the only reason I'd say that's kind of cool is because if your TV has those vertical banding and you don't want to, you see it a year later, wait, where did this come from? You have that. But even at $2,200, for a 2021 model, that's not bad. So that's something to consider if you can't get an OLED and you want the best non-OLED out there, this is still my choice.
Yeah.
Sorry, you good?
Yep, I'm good. I'm done.
No, that's good. Go ahead. You can keep going. I got a call I was going to take.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
let me. I got a couple of super chats too, but go ahead.
No. Do the super chat because I'm just feeling.
Here, this is maybe I don't know, Jonah, if you've done Sony soundbar comparisons, but there's a JBL 5.1. We actually also someone asked about the 9.1. So if you want to talk about the 9.1, back I saw it a while ago. I don't think I can go back up that high, but. If you want to address the 9.1 and what you think about that, I know you have good, info on it. And then why don't you go ahead with this too, if you could.
Absolutely. So JBL 9.1, $1,000 retail, comes with the soundbar, the docking wireless speakers that kind of slide into the soundbar to charge, and then a down-firing subwoofer. That was a really, I think that system's probably more worth it than a lot of soundbars when it comes to how much you pay. I really enjoyed that. That's one of the few sound bars that I kept and I'm not getting rid of. It's going in my bedroom here soon. The JBL Bar 5.1, similar sound bar. You don't have the wireless speakers on it. I haven't personally listened to it, but knowing what JBL's done with the 9.1, I can imagine it's a pretty good system. I haven't messed too much with the Sony soundbars, and I really that's what I need to get into next, because I've done a lot with a lot of the other brands, but Sony has been neglected for some reason when it comes to me reviewing their systems and taking a look at them. I'm not sure what the prices are on both of those, but knowing what JBL sounds like, I'd go with the JBL, but I'm sure the Sony's a pretty decent soundbar as well. Not the best answer in the world, but that's all I got.
No, it's good, man. And the answer is the answer, man.
The answer is the answer. I like that.
Yeah. We had a question here. Can we ask Classy what Sam Club he's at? Because he's local. You might have to scoop that up.
I answered him. It came from KG, and assuming that's from his local Sam's Club, he's in Washington. So we'll have to wait for him to get on, and then I'll find out. I'll try to text him right now to see if he has the answer, but he may be out and about, so we'll see.
Right. Yeah, my phone's on the fritz or something. It's not working. I'm gonna have to give up.
So, John, I have a question for you. If you can help me out here, maybe help other people too. So, if you were given the options to choose between the Sonos Arc without subwoofer, and that's priced at $799, I believe, and then there's another one from LG. I know they're not big because I usually buy TVs from the companies which are good at and expert in making TVs and sound. So I go with the sound companies like SVS. I go for subwoofer, buy from them. But I don't buy necessarily their speakers, right? So when it comes to LG, their price is like $600 that I ordered, and it's a 5.1.2 and with subwoofer. So what would you recommend if you were looking at Sonos Arc for $700, and then you're getting a full package, which is 5.1.2. I believe the model number is SN10YG from LG.
SN10YG.
So how good they are when they're giving you whole bunch of, complete package. But then Sonos, you have to buy subwoofer now for $500, $600, I believe that subwoofer cost.
Yeah, so the subwoofer $700 for the Sonos. The full surround sound Sonos package, I think in the United States is $1,856 before tax. Sonos is nice because you can kind of build upon the system over time. The soundbar itself is pretty fantastic, especially when it comes to listening to music. Movies and TV, it does a really good job. It's one of my favorites. I don't have experience with the LG 10. I forgot the last two numbers, but I did test out the LG SN11 RG, which was last year's flagship soundbar. That was... I don't even remember how many channels it was, but that was one of my least favorites when it came to audio, because I tested Vizio, Sonos, Samsung, JBL, LG, and Nakamichi, and LG's flagship was my least favorite out of all of them, even though it was one of the most expensive at $1,500.
Yeah.
I know a lot of other people kind of felt the same way. There were mixed feelings on that end. A lot of people commented saying that they absolutely loved their LG. They didn't have any issues. And then I had a lot of people agreeing with me. So it was kind of split there. But yeah, that's my opinion on it.
Yeah, I know like LG has been changing their DSP from first they were using Harman Kardon and then they switched to Meridian technology now. So
right.
I know they've been bringing those big names, but they haven't been successful in pushing their soundbars now. I mean, you see their soundbars going on sale for like 40% off. Sometimes you can save a lot. But Sonos and these brands are like keeping the prices there. Even refurbished one is $150, $60 off. You know, the open box one, but they maintain their
Sonos,
prices
you're never
because of
going to
the
get a
quality.
deal.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Sonos, they're all. If you ever get a deal on a Sonos, it may be like 10% off at the absolute most. They keep their prices pretty locked in.
Or buy it open box. That's the only option.
Or buy it open box.
I just received mine and it came as like almost brand new because they have 45 days return policy. So most of those are the refurbished ones they have. So people maybe they didn't like it or they wanted to go with bigger setup or something. So the return one is pretty much like brand new. So I just received it right before joining this live stream. So I'm going to be hooking that up with the LG G1. But they're not a specific shade about the soundbar. I was trying to see what are the frequency range out there, how low it can hit. There's nothing available, right?
So Sonos doesn't give off, they barely give you any specs when it comes to like any of their speakers. They don't give you like frequency response. They just, I don't, it's kind of odd. Soundbars giving specifications in the first place is kind of weird when you say, oh, this soundbar has 800 watts of power. I mean, when that's powered by like 9 small internal amplifiers, it's kind of weird when you're rating it in that way. So I never really trust the specs when it comes to soundbars. I feel like they're more of a marketing tactic, and I guess that's probably how Sonos
A quick update. I think this is pretty important for many people considering the LG C10 prices. So this is a great price, but this is the reason why people aren't moving on it is because they're afraid there won't be a 4K 120 Dolby Vision HDR gaming update. Apparently, we're getting confirmation from people who reached out to LG. They said, yes, the C10 eventually will get it. And Vincent Toll apparently has posted that confirmation as well. So suddenly the LG C10 is going to perform in gaming with Dolby Vision 4K 120 enabled at some point. I think this makes the C10 an even more compelling value as a gaming TV. So that's a quick FYI. If you guys are on the fence, saving for the C1 because of 4K 120 Dolby Vision, Series X gaming, well, C10 looks like it might get it. So it's all good.
Well, cool. I want to go through a couple comments. Sorry, go ahead, Jonah.
Oh, I was gonna say I can actually test that now. So I managed to pick up a PS5 a couple days ago. My buddy sold me his used.
Oh wait,
so,
PS5. It has to be Series X for Dolby Vision 4K 120 gaming, my friend.
See, I'm glad I mentioned it then.
Fair enough. You start.
Never mind.
These are all like minor things. You're gonna have
very
a
minor. Don't worry about it.
I'm sure it's awesome.
I don't even use 4K at 120 on my PS5. I just 4K 60. It looks awesome. It's still really cool. Real quick, if I have a Sony TV and a Samsung soundbar, can I use one remote? The answer is yes. For the most part, remotes and soundbars and TVs will now work with ARC and eARC. It's more, that's not even really a eARC ARC thing. It's more just the CEC, the communication. So, it's a couple years ago, maybe it was a little hinky, but now for the most part, they do work. Sometimes the Sony TV though, will say the volume is at 0 and the soundbar might have volume yet. So that's where a weird thing with Sony TVs, but this year, the Sony TVs, they say like audio plus or minus. They don't do like the volume up and down anymore. On my A90J anyways, with my ARC and my other speakers. So that's good. But with my headphones, it still does the numbers. So it's kind of funny, my Bluetooth headphones. I'm going to go down these comments because there's a couple comments about, this one's good for Jonah here if you want to talk. The DTX or Dolby Atmos, how big of an issue like the Sonos with no DTSX, so what do you, I know you talked about that in some of your videos.
Yeah. So I think FOMO can definitely help out with this a little bit as well. But if you're mainly streaming everything, then the lack of DTSX means absolutely nothing because all streaming platforms use Dolby Audio, whether it's Dolby Digital Plus, that's what it's going to use. Now, if you have Blu-rays, that's where it kind of gets difficult. But the Sonos ARC did get an update, so it does support PCM now, or LPCM. And FOMO probably knows a lot more about that than I do, so I'm going to pass that to him.
For me, the alternate stream codec format is more important for me when you're setting it to an AVR, so you could up mix it to full whatever you want, Oromatic or DTS Neural or Dolby Surround, if you can convert it into a 5.1 bed layer, that's what makes it special. And I'd rather do that because the native Atmos mix, if they messed up the mix, you want to do it to do a better job, then you would down mix it to 5.1 and then have your AVR up mix it back up. And so that capability, I think, is huge. And so when a soundbar has DTS or not, I don't think it's a big deal at all. I mean, were you able to tell the difference between a soundbar running DTS or not? Jonas, I haven't tested it myself personally, but I cannot imagine it sounds that much different, right? Yeah.
I tested with, like, I have a Plex server with a bunch of different movies and everything, and I've tried just going between two. You know, I'm not what you'd call like an audiophile, so my ears may not be that dialed in, but
no,
I can't tell the difference. So I don't think the average person can tell a difference.
And let's talk about the quality. Really, you're looking at dialogue and maybe some subwoofer action from your soundbar, right? Because when you have so few speakers and they're small, you're competing with dialogue. At the end of the day, if you can't hear what they're saying and they don't do a good job of isolating the vocals, it doesn't matter about anything else. And many people, their number one complaint with Tenet was they couldn't hear what anyone was saying. They all had to turn on their closed caption. And so soundbar's job to me is separate the dialogue and give me a little bit more subwoofer bass below 80 hertz that I'm getting from the TV, right? Because the TV normally starts to drop off at around 80 or 90, and that's where all the good stuff is. So that's kind of been my approach. But while we're on this, real quick, people are asking about good deals on a Sony or any Blu-ray player. So there you go. I think this is a great price. I use it personally, the UBP X700. It has everything you need. It plays your Blu-ray. It plays it in Dolby Vision. You just have to go into the settings and turn it on or turn it off. That's it. It's not automatic. It doesn't recognize Dolby Vision. But I think it's worth the trade-off for keeping it under $200. It's solid. I've had mine. I use this for reviews with my UB820 Panasonic. And it's identical. So I just didn't review it because it's like, wait a minute, this is as good as UB820. Why am I reviewing Blu-ray players? They're all do their job. What the UB820 does is that it can adapt the tone mapping. If your TV doesn't do a good job of tone mapping, it will tone map for you. But because we mostly review high-end TVs, I never use the tone mapping on the UB820. So now I only recommend the UBP Sony X700 if you're okay with manually changing Dolby Vision. Now the UB820 by Panasonic is like over 400. It'll do automatically. Oh, it sees Dolby Vision. It'll do it. It sees HDR10 plus. It'll do it. This does not have HDR10 plus if that's important to you. But for a Dolby Vision Blu-ray player that's affordable, it's rock solid, this is what I recommend.
Yeah, this is a good deal for a Blu-ray player. But the thing is, like with Sony, even if you buy X1100 ES that I have right here, and this is painful, you know, when you're trying to play a Dolby Vision movie, now you have to look at the sleeve of the movie, whether it does Dolby Vision or not. Yes. Let's say you put the Dolby Vision in there. Now next movie you're playing HDR10, it's going to still be pushing Dolby Vision. Correct. So I don't know why Sony who is making these products out there? Why can't they do the content matching or content switching, you know, that I had in my Oppo UDP203? Put any disc and it will recognize it and play it for you. But I know Oppo is kind of like unicorn these days and selling at crazy price.
And they're not cheap either.
To do something.
Yeah. And how hard is it to recognize?
Yeah, why they don't give us the options, which makes life easy, right?
Yeah.
Every product that you pick up, like PlayStation, we having VRR thing going on, TV VRR, and then we look at the Blu-ray players, we don't have this switching system. Then you look at the PS5, we don't have that SSD module enabled yet. So why would they just release the product kind of unfinished sometimes? And sometimes like they don't do the options that make life easy.
And the only player that does HDR10 plus is the Panasonic anyway. So if that's important to you, you got your Samsung, you want to see HDR, and that's why I have the Panasonic, is to do HDR10 plus. But ultimately, it didn't make a difference. It doesn't. I never put a disc into the Panasonic purposely so I can enjoy HDR10 plus because I don't think it made a huge difference on the Samsung anyway. But for Dolby Vision, 4K Blu-ray disc that is basic and it's pretty reliable, it's this one. But yeah, you got to manually go in there and change it off because it looks screwed up if you leave it on, right?
Yeah.
So what are we gonna? We got to try to give away something here too, guys. You got to start thinking of something like $50 or under that I can give away. So Jonah and Mike,
cables,
or, whoever phone. I have the HDMI cords. We can give this.
No, I think cables are great. Everyone.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you guys right now in the comments, do hashtag Vivify. Here, I'll do it.
I'm a fan of Vivify.
Vivify, and I am going to give away a couple HDMI cords, and I have a couple HDMI cords, and I have a USB-C cord that's, I think it's like also lit. So yeah, I'll give that stuff away. So I think we have 3 things from Vivify here. So we'll go ahead and just unload all those right now.
And while we are here, I was going to throw in this next one, which is a pretty good deal, I think. I mean,
do I need to put it up, or do you have it up?
It's already up. There it is.
Okay, cool.
There we go. Okay, if you guys are thinking 4K streaming, $25. It's come on, this is pretty good for a 4K streaming, and it has all the apps working. Yeah, it's Amazon, but these are the top 3, right? You got Chromecast, you got Fire TV with Prime as its focus, or Roku, and $25 is really good. Have you guys found a better deal than $25 for the most basic streamer 4K? And I think it does HDR too, right? Yeah, it has Dolby Vision and HDR10 plus.
That's not bad. We should give away one of these. Maybe next hour we'll give away a couple.
I agree.
But yeah, make sure Vivify. Okay, everyone's putting Vivify. Also, make sure you're on my website, betheinstaller.com. You just log in and you sign up for the newsletter. All I have to do is put your email, or your name, email, phone number, address, put it in there. That way, I can notify you guys. And you'll be on the email list for videos. So when my video comes out, they just send you an email saying, hey, Be the Installer uploaded a video. So go ahead and do that as well. And I will do this in a second here. So we'll give them a minute. Cool. This is interesting, though. We're going to have to let you guys go soon. What videos are coming up for you guys? Jonah, what video? What's the next video, man? Or what do you want people to focus on?
So I finally got the 2 Sonos 5s, so I'll be doing the full ultimate Sonos surround sound system. So Sonos
with a subwoofer, how many subwoofers does it support?
2 subwoofers. So Sonos Arc, 2 subwoofers, and 2 Sonos 5s. So that's gonna be a fun video.
How much is the package price for that?
I don't think they let you buy it package wise. I think you have to buy it individually. Let me add it up real quick.
It's like the same price, anyways. What are you talking about? The 5s and 2 subs, or 5s and 1 sub?
2 subs.
It's like $3,200 or something. $3,200, something like that.
It's a lot of money.
It's very expensive, but again, though, FOMO, it's like if you're going to have a bigger room, but you don't have wires and you don't have the room like a lot of people have.
I agree.
Like just a quick tape. They don't want the wife's not going to let you put speakers in the front or whatever. So you put the sound bar up, and then you put 2 5s in the back, and then a sub on each side of the couch. It rumbles, man. And for a lot of people with big houses, you know, it's hard to beat $3,000 even. It really is. But you don't get enough vertical sound, in my opinion. I know Jonah and I share that.
Yeah, you don't.
We need to get some. We need like a 5 with the vertical channel. You know, it'd be awesome to have a rear channel with vertical. But go ahead, man. Talk more. I just wanted to chime in.
So mainly that, and then I know we showed this off kind of earlier on the stream, but if you want to go to my site, thehometheaterdiy.com/primeday, there's I've been trying to mark some of the good deals that are out there that these guys have been shouting out, and some deals that I've found myself as well. But that's about it.
Awesome. Yeah. What about you, Mike?
So I just completed my home theater system, so it's going to be focused on that. You know, getting these pieces together and telling people, you know, how they can optimize this, because I mean it's totally different than soundbar, right? It got like speakers on the ceiling, you got speakers, you got wall-mounted speakers, and then there's a lot going on. There's a noodle mess at the back of the TV console where like there are 13 wires, 14 wires, you know, and then I'm powering them externally with the amplifier. So there's going to be a lot, and I've been planning on doing this video for last like 2 weeks, and every time I get in here, I get like which one to cover first because there's a lot of pieces involved. So I wish I was doing something that Jonah does. It's soundbars, but I mean, soundbars are not easy either. Like explaining what soundbars can do is kind of hard. You know, you can explain sound is coming from here and there when you have like speakers like that on the wall. You know, sound is coming from there. But when you have soundbar, there's different stuff going on there, and then it's kind of hard to do. So I'm going to be focused on what I do. So I'm not getting into Jonah's territory. I'm going to ask for his help whenever I need one. And so home theater stuff is coming soon on the channel.
Cool. Well, so I think people put in their comments. I have 2 winners for this. So far I have 2 of these things. So I just put it in there. Let me see if I can add that so people can see it. There we go. So At Pazori's has a HDMI 2.0 cord, and Irene Kurtzy HDMI 2.0 cord.
All right.
They're both Dolby Vision HDMI 2.0 that light up. So they're both pretty sweet products from Vivify that they sent us. So go ahead. And I know Vivify has a lot of deals too. So if you need HDMI cords, check them out. They actually sell a lot of crap. So not crap.
I have
I say that.
Vivify RGB cables that I'll be reviewing, or I'll be promoting, I guess. I think it's kind of cool because a lot of people, they know the performance of an HDMI. HDMI 2.0 is all the same. So if they want RGB lights in the middle of the night while they're playing, Vivify is, I think, one of the few that has RGB lit cables, HDMI 2.0 cables.
Did you lose your headphones, Mike?
No. I actually went to get these. So I'm going to type in these codes in the chat so somebody can grab these 4K digital codes. So I have two of them. Wow. One is the Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. The other one is Interstellar. So whoever can grab it first.
I'm just joking. I'm joking.
I'll send you the disc. Disc is way better than the streaming because it has those IMAX ratios in there, and it's a different experience.
No, that's cool, man. So you wanna you're gonna post? You wanna take a screenshot and add it, or what do you want to do? Or are you gonna? Or are you doing it somewhere else?
I'll just type it in the chat, and whoever can grab it, first come, first serve.
Nice. Someone's they're gonna have a race. That's hilarious.
So I'll do that when I get off, and just type it in the chat.
I appreciate it. That's very nice of you. That's awesome.
And I do want to mention something real quick. I saw some people having issues signing up for your email list.
Yeah, there you go.
So
I
if
got
you
a bunch of people are logging in like crazy. So
if you go to the website, you have to scroll down about like halfway through the page, and then the little newsletter box should pop up. That's how I
really. Mine just popped up automatically. So maybe I don't know. Like I just type in it in, and then I showed it before. But yeah, I mean, whatever you got to do. The news. I took the one off the middle because it didn't have enough info, but it's also on I think on the contact page. But yeah, thank you for that, Jonah. Yeah, so just give it a second. I see it says, and then so use the desktop mode and refresh to see the newsletter. Maybe I have to work on the mobile version of it. Maybe I just need to have someone design my website.
Yeah, someone that knows how to build websites. Maybe you know a guy.
Yeah, I know a guy that knows a guy. All right. Well, thanks guys for jumping on. I appreciate it. Let's see. I'm sorry. I'm double check. I think there was another chat. I apologize here. Let's see. There was a this is more of just a TV question. Bought the 65-inch C1 2100 upgrading from a Panasonic ZT60. You guys have recommendations for 4K movies to show it off? FOMO, you had a bunch. Why don't we talk about this the next hour? We'll start
let's
start
do that.
throwing
Let's
this on. Because I want to just make sure we kind of stay on schedule, and both guys are waiting in the wings.
I will have a list for you, my friends.
Thank you very much, Mike. Thank you, Jonah.
Thanks for having us.
Make sure to subscribe to those channels. I'll put them in. If you guys can link it, I'm not sure you can put a link. I'll put the links in. But thanks a lot, guys, and we'll do more chats definitely in the future.
Awesome. Thanks.
Have a good Prime Day, boys. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah, see ya.
All right. All right. So what's up, bud? How you doing?
Pretty good. I'm surprised we're moving along, and neither of us have passed out yet. So
yeah, I did some push-ups, some squats out in the living
room. I did some squats during my break as well. Yeah.
I picked up the cooler and started squatting like a 50-pound cooler. All right, I'm going to jump on with
squats, man.
We got Jolster and we got Tech with KG. What's going on, guys?
Wait, I like to say KG is the $2,000 77-inch LG C10 Sam's Club man.
Hey, man.
You want to tell us about that deal?
Yes. So that's not my deal. I didn't find that.
Okay.
So I just saw it on a website. And,
so this deal is going from one to another to another to another. So we don't really know if this deal is like a unicorn. It's like
it is a unicorn
for
deal.
sure. For sure.
Did you hear about that, Jolster? I'm not sure. They said that at Sam's Club, the 77-inch C10 is $2,000,
but it's local.
It's $1,000 off.
Wow, that's
that normally was $3,500. Normally it's down to $2,000.
Wow,
actually I think that price was even higher than that when it came out, wasn't it? It was like $4,000 or something.
Yeah, definitely.
The 77 inches were really expensive.
So that I don't even know how they can do it. If maybe Sam's Club just wanted to get people into the stores today. Maybe that's a good way to do it from the AV side. What's going on, guys? How are you both doing? What's up, Jolster?
Good, man. Yeah, I've been seeing that not only Amazon is having great deals, it's like Best Buy, Target,
yes,
Sam's Club, and like everybody's jumping in because I guess
they're noticing that a lot of people are, buying right now, especially with this Prime Days. It's just the hype, the excitement, so everybody wants to buy something to feel that they click on that. But yeah, I've been finding some deals on Amazon. I've been looking through some gaming monitors as well, and I found one from LG. Let me see if I can find it here.
Yeah, if you find it, share it, and I'll throw it up on the screen if you'd like. That's cool. And Jay Sino, I missed your chat. Let me find it real quick. I don't know if I can go up that far, but I'll find it here. Yeah, we don't want to miss them. Yeah, here we go. We got a question. A 55-inch LG G1. This is for you, FOMO. Again, I think we've talked about this sometimes. 55-inch G1 with quality control and expert calibration from Valley Electronics, or go with the C1 and a 5-year Geek Squad warranty. Still undecided over here, coming from a small LED TV. So,
well, you can't go wrong either way. How about that?
That's a good start, yeah.
The larger you go, wait, what size did he say it was?
I think they're both 55-inch he's talking about.
So I don't think panel lottery would be much of an issue. The thing is, LG generally, even though out of the box is better than before, I think calibration definitely makes it look better. But if you're only going to game on it, you don't need calibration. And so this is something that I'm kind of picking up on a lot of people is I assume everyone wants to watch movies at its best and so forth. But the reality is if you're going to take it and most of the time you're gaming, watching the news, you don't need to see the reporter's face in their perfect skin tones, right? So I would pass on the calibration. But if you are, lights are off and you want to take your cinema watching a little bit more seriously, it's the QC actually that I would pay for more than the calibration. But it comes together more often than not. It goes together more often than not. But if you're doing mostly gaming, I wouldn't calibrate. I think it's fine for most people. And that's the thing that we talk about as if, well, Brandon, until Ninjershin, you don't calibrate your TVs. Did you see a big difference going from what you were doing before until and then after the calibration?
I like it when it's calibrated. I feel like I see a bit of a difference. But I mean, if I had to, for my customers, I typically would totally take a warranty over calibration for sure. I mean, like OLED 5-year warranty. I mean, I know we had Alex from Ratings.com who was like kind of clearing the FOMO and making us believe that there's no need to worry if you're mixing your content for a warranty, but not just burn-in, but there can be something that happens down the road. Things can happen, hardware failures. Sometimes I smell like plastic melting in the back. I'm like, what's that smell? That's weird. I don't want that to, you can always have issues, something down the road. It's a big investment. So I think that money's better spent not in a warranty over calibration, in my opinion.
Agreed.
I think it's better spent on a new system like a Series X or a PlayStation 5. You know what I mean? So
that's what Joel's just talking about too, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or a electric bike, right?
Or an e-bike, yeah.
E-bike. What?
I like e-bikes. I do.
I actually just received a new electric scooter that I'm going to review, and there's so much fun, especially right now.
Oh, we lost your audio. We lost your audio. Joel, you muted yourself.
And when I mute him? Ready.
I muted you, dude. Did I mute you?
All right. They said I was too pink and blue, so I had to switch it up.
Oh, you're fine, dude.
All right.
I pressed a button, I think. Try to unmute yourself, Joel. So he froze now. No, he didn't freeze. I'm trying to hit unmute mic, but it's not working.
Oh, no. Joelster.
Here, just leave the studio and come back in real quick. Maybe that'll help. Yeah, anyways, let's I'm gonna kick him off and then he'll jump back in.
And we got a couple of quick deals if you want to
okay, yeah. And then I Rachel and I'm gonna get you guys' questions in a minute. So let me get back to this. I'm gonna add you back on. Are you back on, Joel, sir? There,
yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know if I pressed a button on my keyboard. I don't know if I muted you. Sorry if I did.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
Sorry. But I want to come ride e-bikes with you, man. I could even come tomorrow or the next day. Let me know. Let's do it. I want to come ride
for sure.
e-bike.
I'm actually I gotta work on this video and
tell me when to come down.
Yeah, we'll do it. Actually, I'm gonna go to Belmont Park.
I am down for that. We got season passes for that, man. I'm there.
Okay.
Boom.
Cool, man. Let's go.
Go ahead.
I'll
anyway,
send you a
sorry,
message.
Momo.
All right. I want to go over some I think great deals, right? So
yeah, we had a question about it, so that's good.
Remastered. So all these are our deals today, and I think they're great if you wanted to add up your collection sooner or later. And people ask, I got brand new TVs. So a lot of people are buying new TVs, whether it's OLED or QLED, doesn't matter. It's 4K, it's HDR. Matrix is one of the few movies that really worked on their HDR in the remaster. Highly recommended to show off your HDR if it's an OLED or if it's a U8G. And I think at $35, that's pretty good for 3 of the movies. So we'll just work our ways through this collection.
All right, one
Stuff like Inside Out is one of my favorites to show off OLED. The colors,
oh yeah, for sure.
HDR, it's just wow. Because of the blacks, the deep blacks, and the contrast, Inside Out really shows it off. And you know, it's normally $40, $18, not bad at all. We'll keep on going down the list here. I like this one personally. I am a huge fan of this series. $60 for the entire Lord of the Rings 4K Ultra HD digital. I mean, it's going to be in your collection. This is a pretty good price. It's 30% off normal. Now, some of these you might actually do better at Costco sometimes, but today's pretty good if you're impulse buying movies anyway. So that's one. And this is one that I think I'm going to have to get for my kids because I think this one comes out to a total of less than $10 a movie. The Harry Potter 4K 8 collection for $70.
I might have
to dude.
I might have to buy that right now.
8 films for $72. Yeah, I'm gonna, as soon as I show you guys this, I'm gonna order it right now because it's just volume. I mean,
and my wife reads all the books to the kids, so Aiden's already gotten through them. Then Jacoby's gonna go back through it now too. She loves to read, so she reads the kids like books all the time, every night.
God, I'm adding that to my cart right there. So that's one. And let me see, going down the list. For those who have a pretty good stereo system and haven't picked it up yet because it came out recently, we got the King Kong Godzilla battle. Now, technically, it's not on sale that much. I mean, $25, but it's good to have anyway for those that want both HDR and audio. This one will do it. It has a great combo of both. Let me see if there's anything else on my list here. Oh, Justice League. This is a personal favorite to show off HDR. I think they did a great job with the HDR. So again, those of you who, this is not on sale because it's very popular, but it is very good for HDR, showing off your Q-N90A, Q90T, anything that gets really bright, the U8G. This will blind you, I think. They did such a great job with that. And, last one. Many of you are Game of Thrones fans. Come on. Are any of you Game of Thrones fans? Dude,
of course, man.
$130, the complete collection in 4K.
Do you get that if you have like Disney Max or something? Do you get that?
HBO Max?
HBO Max.
HBO Max. What did I say?
And it's not in 4K.
Sorry, my bad.
Not in 4K.
No. I was just curious.
They're not doing it.
Now, $90 for regular Blu-ray? Come on. I think DVD at 65 isn't bad, but 4K 130, and it's the entire collection from beginning to end. This one and the Harry Potter series are my two favorite in terms of value and what it brings to the table as far as quality content. I think this is great. So yeah, that was it. That was my quick Prime Day break.
I like it, FOMO. Awesome.
I don't read any movie books, but I watch the hell out of the movies though.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
I always tell my wife the best part about the movie is I didn't have to read it.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, you guys are gonna hate me for this, but I've actually never seen The Matrix or The Lord of the Rings.
It's all right.
Ever.
It's always a good time to start, man.
So that's on my list for sure.
The Matrix is a good trilogy. The first movie is my favorite, but then
you
know, The Matrix is just a crazy idea. And then what'd you say, The Lord of the Rings you haven't seen?
Yeah, I haven't seen The Lord of the Rings. Oh, and Godzilla versus King Kong is not a good movie.
You don't like it?
I do not like that movie.
Yeah, the movie itself has issues. The plot line, or it's more of a demo thing to me, but you're right.
Yeah, King of the Monsters. Now that's a good one. I like King of the Monsters a lot. That is such a big movie for HDR too. Like the flashing in that movie is insane. Like that's my favorite HDR movie other than Aquaman, to be honest with you.
I did like I don't know if it was the last one, the King Kong. Oh, King of the Monsters. That's the last one, right?
Yes. No, King Kong Godzilla versus King Kong is the last one.
Oh, the last one? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that was a sequel to King of the Monsters.
Wait.
Oh, okay.
KG, you said you liked the monster, the Godzilla one where it was all the different monsters, where he's fighting all of them?
King of the Monsters is really good.
But that's the Godzilla though, right?
Yeah.
Godzilla. Now I know which one you're talking about. It's where the lady has that weird noise machine and all that. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
Yeah, that was all right. That's pretty good. They're all like a little whatever for me. I like them all equally for that same reason. Yeah, I would have liked the King Kong Godzilla one to be a little different. They could have made the story a little differently, but yeah. I have a question. I'm new to soundbars. Rachel Dempster, new to soundbars. I have the LG SJ9 to my C1. Does Dolby Atmos come through by itself? What's the best setting for treble, bass, and subwoofer? So I just wanted to help her out because if you have it connected, you got to make sure eARC is on, and then whatever you're playing on your, whatever source you're playing will dictate if it has Dolby Atmos. So if you're watching Netflix and the Netflix thing, it'll say if it has Dolby 5.1 or it'll say Dolby Vision, Dolby Atmos. And then if it has Dolby Atmos, then it should work to the LG. Now I have like the Sonos Arc, so I can always look on my Sonos app and it says Atmos. So it says it right there, or it says 5.1 or it says 2.0 PCM or whatever. So, I don't know if the LG SJ9 says a button that says or anything that displays whether Atmos is working or not. Maybe it does, but that's how you do it. Settings for best treble, subwoofer, all that. When you have a subwoofer, I don't put the bass high on the actual soundbar because I don't want it to like screw up the actual soundbar. So you just put the treble to a treble and bass to a decent level, and then crank the subwoofer to wherever it sounds good.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys have experienced this, but when I have a soundbar system, I like to put the subwoofer behind or like behind the seat or the sofa. It just
to get the rumble behind you?
Yeah, the rumble, but I feel like
seats.
it also produces this more immersive surround sound.
Yeah,
I don't know. That's something that I have experienced because I put it in the front before, and then I switched it to the back, and I felt like it was better. I don't know if you guys had any experience with that.
Yeah, I'm kind of the reverse. I like to have the sound coming from the area that the TV is. That's just my opinion, but I know what you mean. A lot of my clients are like that too, where they want the sub behind this, Sometimes it's also more out of the way that way too, where it's like you can hide it behind the couch or next to it or something. So mine, like the Sonos Arc or the subwoofer was just sitting like under the TV by itself, and it just looks stupid there too. So like to your point, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Lopez JF3 asked us. I picked a Bose 700 and bass module. It may not be the people's choice, but it sounds amazing. Keep up the good work. He's been on since this morning. I would agree. A lot of people love the Bose 700. It's a great soundbar. It's a 5.1, but a lot of people like that. Oh, there's a racetrack outside, and I just heard them do their countdown. It's like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They have like a kids BMX racing out there. It's funny. All right. Wow. So anyway, I think the Bose 700 bass module is a good choice.
Yeah, it's a good one though.
Yeah,
very clear.
And, so I just wanted to get through that and make sure I got caught up on those comments. Make sure you guys get your super chats in if you want the comments answered on the air here. We will try to answer as much as you can. These guys all know about TVs. We do a lot of TV videos. So I know that they do info on gaming and KG, you do gaming, right? Or not? Am I wrong on that?
Yeah, I do gaming. I do TVs, but I specialize in finding the best gaming TV for people.
Right. I just wanted to double check because I remember.
For sure.
So then, because you guys were all on that. You were on that chat with FOMO about gaming. Like that's what you guys talked about that one weekend, right? Yep. Yeah. So that's why I was pretty sure. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't improperly labeling you.
Oh, really quickly, I want to say what's up to Jolster. It's the first time I've been on stream with you. I really, really do like your videos, man. I've been watching you for a while, and I think that what you do for gamers and the TV community is awesome. So thank you.
Thank you, KG. Yeah, I also enjoy your videos, man. It's really when you do the comparisons. I really like that, and I also enjoy the format that you do it. Like it feels like I'm listening to your conversation. It kind of feels like you're with someone friendly, and it's really nice to hear that. I think I did mention you one of my videos when I went to a Best Buy because you had a side-by-side comparison with the Sony TVs, right? Yeah, that's pretty awesome. Yeah, thank you. And mostly what I do, what I like to focus more, I notice, is in gaming, because I do a lot of gaming, so it's something that just comes out natural. So if you guys enjoy that, check out the channel. I do have one of my latest projectors review from LG, and I also tested gaming. So,
and I have a follow-up question about gaming for both of you to hear your comments.
Yeah.
Real quick, so we're getting confirmation from LG that they'll offer 4K 120 Dolby Vision game mode for the C10. What are you guys' thoughts on that? I mean, does that change the value proposition of the C10? I think it's quite exciting. I cannot imagine.
C10.
The C10, not the C. I mean, C1 we know we're getting it, but they just confirmed they're going to give it to the C10.
So it's C10. Well, that's a really good deal, because the C10 you can buy it for a really good price right now.
1850, 65 inch.
Yeah, 65 inch.
Or Sam's Club, $2,000.
Yeah, if you can find
if
that.
you can find it, walk in there.
Oh my
My dad's like, I don't need a TV. I'm like, come on, man. I was just trying to help you out. He said he didn't. Whatever.
My dad is the same. He has like a 10-year-old 1080p TV. He's like, look, it looks the same. I'm like, all right, Dad. But yeah, I think that's a really, really cool deal. But also, for the Dolby Vision and 120 hertz, that's really awesome that LG is backing up those models, even though it's from last year. But as of right now, I did some tests between HDR and Dolby Vision, and honestly, I didn't see any difference. And the reason is because I don't think games are mastered in Dolby Vision right now.
Right.
But what I like about this is that we're going to be set for future gaming. Once we start seeing those games with a native Dolby Vision HDR, then we're going to start noticing the difference. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And what you should look for, I don't know if you were looking for it. If you spoke to Classy, he says the biggest improvement is in the color banding. That without Dolby Vision, it's more obvious color banding, and with Dolby Vision gaming enabled, those same scenes, it's much more smoother gradient. So look on some of your games where you notice the color banding. Let us know if it really did take care of it for you.
Yeah, I'll check it out too. Yeah.
Okay. I tested it a little bit, and I did notice a little bit of improvement in the gradients for banding. And to be honest with you, though, it wasn't a huge, like, dramatic change. And the reason why it does this, I believe it does dithering Dolby Vision, so that helps with the banding. And another thing is I was testing
KG, can you
Dolby
speak up
Vision.
just a little bit? I'm losing you a little bit on the volume.
Hold on. How about now? Good?
Oh, much better. Yeah,
Okay.
Thanks.
So I did test out the Dolby Vision gaming versus like regular HDR for the A80J and the A90J, and I thought that until you see a Dolby Vision game that's mastered, like Jolster was saying, I don't think it's going to be a huge difference, and I don't think it's going to be something that you should have FOMO over for missing. To be honest with you, it's probably going to be a while before you're like, I need Dolby Vision gaming, because it's just not there yet. And so a lot of people are going to really just probably prefer having HDR 10 and then plus HGIG, because I think HGIG is going to give you the proper highlights. So if your TV can support HGIG, that's probably your best bet for HDR. So either the Samsung or the LG right now is really good with HDR for gaming.
Hey, My Gadget World, Mike just let us know that the Sony official website has stock of the 85-inch X900H for $1,800. So it's back up. $1,800, everyone.
Deal.
So
I'm going to put it up here.
Yeah, pull it up if you have it.
I'm going to pull it up.
That's
I
a
saw
great
that.
price.
My headphone was just kicking back in.
So
oh my gosh, it's actually $200 less than the 75-inch.
So let's go over the 85-inch, why it's awesome real quick. So the X900H normally, people panic because it's kind of dim. But at 85 inches, that same luminance actually looks brighter. And as far as I'm concerned, I think there's something about the 85-inch size they might have done better. I don't know what it is, but it actually looks like a better TV than the smaller sizes. So if you guys want under $2,000, 85-inch knockout, I mean, the motion on this TV for any other TV that's at 85 inch is not going to compare unless it's another Sony. So this is not a gaming TV, guys. Come on, right? But this is good enough for PS5, in my opinion. What are you thinking?
I think it's
a gaming TV.
Yeah, it's a gaming TV.
Right?
PS5
is good enough, right?
Yeah, just because it doesn't have VRR right now,
doesn't
mean it's not a gaming TV. It's still going to look really good.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, like you're not going to find an 85-inch in this price range. Like
this
terrible.
Like, well, here's this is a good comparison, guys. So Best Buy has some sites have the P Quantum X 85-inch at $2,000. Which would you guys choose? That one, let's just say it's close enough in price, right? I would still choose the X950H over the P Quantum X.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't go for VCO at all unless you buy extended warranty. You know, it's
Yeah,
not
exactly
just
what I said.
VCO has excellent picture quality, but when it comes down to reliability, it's really bad. They're pretty
I don't have
bad.
sound
Yeah.
effects, but wah wah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
it's crazy. It's crazy. They used to be really reliable. Honestly,
Yeah.
I found a 2007 Vizio TV just like laying on the street. Somebody was like, "Hey, take it." And I plugged it in and it worked. And I was like, "All right, where's this kind of quality control these days?" You know, and so
Right. That's true. Yeah.
It's just crazy how Vizio
I trust more their sound bars than their TVs. It's just like,
oh yeah, the sound bars are great.
Sound bars are good.
They got some power to them. They thump pretty good.
Yeah.
They're, you know, for the price, it's tough to beat. Like you can get like a good Vizio soundbar. Like it was like $200 or less. You could get a nice soundbar from them.
Yeah.
I don't know. They're a little bit more expensive now. Thanks to KG and Classy, told me G1 for multi-console gaming. Just got it today. It's a bit brighter and it's both brighter and darker than my Vizio P. It's Lord of the Rings and Matrix 4K. Interesting.
I get what
maybe they mean
that. Yeah.
HDR and SDR or like full screen. Like, you know, I don't know. I know when you watch like good dark movie HDR stuff, you're like, holy crap. But then when it's full screen white, you're like, you know.
Well, and then OLED gives you just
QLED.
a different brightness perception too.
Yeah.
And sometimes it feels like the highlights are a little dim, but then at times the littler things like the small details can really stick out because of the pixel level dimming that you just miss on an LCD. So it will appear like you're just getting more of the picture with an OLED for a lot of people that are coming from an LCD.
Yeah. Jolster, what you got in the background there? Is that the U8G or
That's
the H9G?
Yeah, that's the U8G. That's the
right.
Hisense
I got that
U8G.
downstairs right now. I haven't even opened it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a nice TV though. It's I'm really surprised how I haven't had any issues with it. Everything works, so I really like it. And I noticed a lot of people have been buying it. It's been sold out for sometimes, and it goes back on, and then they sell out pretty quick. So
that was like Hisense H9G all last year, man. The whole year was like that.
The H9G, yep, I remember.
Well, yeah, UAG is still sold out. I mean,
yeah,
UAG
that's what they're talking about.
65 inch.
Yeah. Okay, so 75-inch QN900A is $5,800 on Amazon. Wow.
Wow.
Wasn't that 9,000? Wasn't that the one? Oh, that was not the $9,000. That was the 85-inch, right? This is a 75-inch. So yeah,
but
8K.
8K, I cannot justify the premium. I'm sorry.
You're sour on this because of what? Because
the 8K. No, because the QN90A at 75 inch is a better TV. That's what kills me, and it's less.
Look, you can get a QN90A at $37.99 for an 85-inch TV, or you can get this for $5,800. Come on,
there you go.
Like, I'm not paying the extra premium for 8K until I can.
That is what, like $2,000 or more?
No, I was just. Oh, you can actually get the 85-inch for $3,600 for 85.
And you get a $500 gift card with it. Like,
yep. That's wait, it's sold out. Sold out.
Okay,
no, there's one left.
That's probably sold out.
The 85-inch.
Best Buy.
No, I'm on Amazon.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, Best Buy sold out.
85-inch. Let me see. Do I have this pulled up? Is it? Let me see what I'm at. No, I'm done.
You know, on Best Buy with the $500 gift card, it was only $3,200. 85-inch. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
85-inch QN98 for $3,200. If you caught that deal, I'm kind of upset. I kind of missed that because I didn't see the $500 gift card. But yeah, that's $3,200. That's a solid TV. I would buy that over any other 85-inch TV right now because.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. I'll even note that like the QN85A, I think it's just like $34.99. You get a $400 gift card with it. That's a VA panel, so it's not going to be too much of a step down from the QN90A.
So there you go.
TVs
There's one
bright.
left. One left in stock.
Wow, those TVs are bright.
Those TVs are insanely bright. And imagine them at 85-inch, man. Like, it's going to have more dimming zones. It's going to be brighter.
It's gonna be better black levels, better.
And it's the only 85-inch TV I could think of that I would get because I would watch it in both a dark room and a bright room. OLED, great for dark, but I wouldn't put it in a bright room. This one I would either way.
The only thing I'd be scared about is this is renewed. I'm sorry, this says renewed, so that's a used one ish. You know, so I don't know. I'll have to go. The only thing that I'd be worried about if I got this TV right here is the first time I watched like a hockey highlight or something or a clear screen,
dirty screen effect,
and I have like 4 layers of vertical banding that I can't not look at anymore.
Now,
that's my only concern.
Right. Only the Sony would have a lower instance of dirty screen effect. So it would be the X950H 85-inch or X95J 85-inch whenever it comes out in July. So while you're on what's the X950H 85-inch looking like? You see the price on that one?
I think that's like 3,036 or something like that.
Oh, I typed it in wrong. That brought up something different, totally different. That's not going to work. All right, so we got 65-inch. 85-inch. Yeah, I was just going to look at what they got. They only got 55, 65. There's a 75. They don't. Let's see. Keep going.
If you click on the 75, they'll show the 85.
So 2,000 for that one. This one doesn't have the 85.
Oh, it doesn't have it.
But the 75, that's a certified refurbished. Let me go up to the different. Let me see if I can get on the 65 and see if they do the same thing where they have the other side. There we go. 37. That's pretty expensive. $3,800.
It's more. See that?
So
it's more.
I wouldn't buy that. I would buy the QN98 and take my chances.
Yes, that's why it's such a great price.
For sure. Because and I don't like, the X950H is great in a brighter room, but you do see, like I watch a lot of HDR stuff and pretty much everything has the widescreen, and I can't stand seeing all the glowing in the wide bars, and you can see it on this TV. Like it's not even hard. You can see it in a lit room sometimes. So if it doesn't bother you, then it doesn't bother you, but sometimes it bothers me.
Yeah, and the QN90A or the 85A is going to be like a perfect gaming TV, to be honest with you. It has everything.
It looks really good. It looks great for
except for Dolby
too.
Vision gaming, but like I said, that's not really a thing right now.
Yeah.
So. Cool. Let me pop this off. But we had another question. There we go. Right here. I like the U8G2, Joe. So best $1,200 I ever spent from Kreis Jukabowski.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying my best there, but yeah.
So I have a question for you guys, for everybody on the panel.
Boom.
Like, I know you don't like Vizio that much, but I see that Vizio 55-inch is $999 right now, right?
They're part of the OLED?
For the OLED, yes. And then the U8G is $899. So, like, between those two, what do you think is going to be better for somebody?
So the 55-inch OLED, normally when it goes on sale, it's closer to $700. And that, I would wait for
the OLED or what?
The OLED.
That was $799 last year was where I bought it.
Right?
Yeah.
So, so even at $800, I would get at Best Buy to price match so I can get the warranty, because there's nothing but trouble on most people that have had that OLED because of just the quality control issues. So it's so hard for me to recommend that, but it's such a good OLED because when it works, it's solid. It is a solid OLED.
Yeah, I checked
That's
it out.
The thing.
I liked it. It was.
I like it. I like it.
I didn't have any issues with it, but I have a Vizio TV in my bedroom that I have a ton of issues with. So I'm sure that would have happened with that. So
statistically, it's not good.
Yeah.
The kids have it in their room and we just watch YouTube videos on it. My son games on it occasionally, but we couldn't even get the HDMI 2.1 to work. It kept like blacking the screen out, and then we just kept messing around with it. And then when you watch a Dolby Vision movie and it transfers to that resolution, it just it just doesn't work very consistently. Yeah, it's frustrating.
Did you get it at launch when you tested it out?
I did, and I messed around with it after some updates. It wasn't like we were trying. I mean, my point is, it's just like I'd rather just get an LG. It's just like everything just clicks into place. It's just not. It just less of a headache. Just don't have to worry about it. Of course, there's a money trade off there, but it's not like a fun experience if you're trying to buy expensive TV and then you got to like deal with all the issues all the time.
Just quickly, Tech, they're saying they're having a hard time hearing you. They do want to hear you, but you gotta...
I can hear him fine. I don't know. I can hear him fine.
No, I can't hear him as well as you and Joel Stewart either. So
fair enough. Just crank up that mic. I don't even know. I just use this wave mic. It sounds good to me.
Yeah, everybody in chat, let me know if I'm too low. I will turn it up.
Good.
I just don't.
I see what they're saying. You're just a little quieter than the rest of us, but it's not like bad. You can crank it up some more. Go ahead. Crank it up, and we'll tell you what's up.
And StreamYard will automatically EQ it if it's too loud, so don't worry about it.
Anyways, let me close out.
How about now?
Better.
Yeah, it sounds good to me.
All right. If I'm too loud, let me know.
No, you're not going to be too loud.
You won't be too loud.
Good. You can't be too louder than you can't be louder than me, man. I just have a loud voice. So, gotta love that. Okay, here we go. What screen size is DSE important to check for? I mean, I don't know. That's a good.
Anything over 65 inches. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, and also full array with local dimming, right?
Yeah, non-OLED over 65 inch is the worst, and that's why when people ask, should I get the P Quantum X Vizio 85 inches? You're asking for layers of trouble. And it's not really Vizio's fault. At that size, they all got problems, and Sony has the least problems, and that's why when I saw the X900H 85 inch at that price, I'm recommending it because it's going to be trouble-free when you get it more often than not.
Also, just FYI, the people that won those cords or whatever got to hit me up on my website or whatever. Send me the message so that you guys get your winnings. I got to keep track of that because I'm not going to ask for people's contact info over this live stream.
So,
but go ahead.
If you don't mind me going back to what you were talking about earlier, how you said like everything just kind of works with the LG. That's sort of where I'm at right now with it versus Sony as well. Like I love the Sony OLED so much, and I think that is my favorite OLED that I've seen. And I think the image quality is like way better than LG. But that said, there's a lot of things with the Sony that just doesn't work or isn't ready. And you got to think about compatibility in the future. Are you going to get another gaming console? Are you going to get a gaming PC? Are you going to get a sound bar? Like you might want those HDMI 2.1 ports. So it's like you really got to think and consider LG for a lot of that. And it's
absolutely,
it's something I keep going back and forth with myself with.
For me, if I have to, someone's asking me, like, I know, so like Classy Tech and some other people are like, oh, Sony for gaming is fine and they like it. And for me, it's not. I don't think, like, if I was recommending it to a friend of mine that was gaming, I would say C1 because I don't think it's worth the G1 price for the premium, or I don't like to wall mount it, or I would just put it on a normal wall mount. But I would say the C1 is just the best gaming TV if you're going OLED, just don't mess around with it. Just get it, or the C10 and just be done with it because, I don't know. I don't really need those gaming features though. So I'm sure Joelster, you guys have different opinions on that, but I don't really care about VRR. I just know that it's a feature that's missing on Sony, but I think that the LG TVs, whenever I used to install them, whenever I connect an HDMI from a source, soundbar, cable box, whatever, it would always just fit the right resolution and it would just be easy on LG. And when I do that kind of stuff with the Vizio, half the time the TV just crapped out and said no signal. So from an installer's perspective, that stuff just drove me crazy, where I'd be like trying to figure out why there's a problem with this cable box and this Vizio TV, and the only problems that I've had with Sony's are just like sometimes the audio doesn't match up with what the volume on the receiver says. So minimal problems, but kind of like what FOMO says, where it's not like vertically integrated. So they sometimes have issues because they got products from different companies, like the whole chip for VRR, So, I mean, I don't know much about it technically speaking, but from an end user perspective, it just frustrates customers,
Oh yeah, and then like the internet dropping out on the Sony is frustrating. It is so frustrating.
I don't have the internet drop. Ours just kicks us out of Netflix, and it still does. My son comes in every night. We do kind of like the airplane where I throw him up on my feet and all that, and he turns on a movie. And every time he clicks the Netflix button on my remote, and it bails on us, and I got to go. No, remember input HDMI 1 for the Apple TV, and then do Netflix, and so. That whole process is frustrating, like you're saying, but I know how to get around it. So I don't care too much, but I should reach out and find out why it's having an issue,
Right. Another thing for the internal apps that I found like really kind of frustrating. It's a little thing, but the YouTube app doesn't have a speed up feature, and I like to watch some videos in 2 times. To be honest with you.
Yeah. So, or at least 1.5.
So when the Sony doesn't have it, I'm like, man, I really missed that feature. I didn't realize how much I missed that feature.
That's crazy, man.
Like, where does it have it?
I think Samsung has it for sure, and then LG has it as well.
And the thing is, like, Sony is charging like premium prices. They're not playing around. They're just charging premium prices, and just to think that you can get more features on LG TVs for a better price is just something that I don't understand why a lot of people, a lot of fans just go with the Sony. It doesn't matter to them.
The image processing is just insane this year.
Habit. People are creatures of habit. They're afraid to stray away from that same brand, Trinitron, and then whatever the Bravia Vega, right? I mean, it's like, oh, they took care of me. I'll just keep on buying Sony. And that's fine, but that's too much loyalty.
Yeah, they put all their money into image processing and making the image look good, and they forgot about the other stuff.
Everything else.
Completely.
And the thing is, like, Sony also has a PlayStation 5, so that means that it's a big gaming company as well. So if I would have been Sony, I would be thinking, you know what, we're coming out with our PlayStation 5. Let's bring all these features and make a lot of all this already, people who are on board with that, with a Sony brand. Let's give them a gaming TV, a TV that is dedicated for the PlayStation 5, which is what they're trying to say, but they're like features that are missing.
Yeah, and you would expect that from Sony.
I was expecting that. Yeah,
that's what I was like last year. Sony let me down so hard, and I was hard on Sony last year for not having VRR on their TVs other than the 900H, and I was just like very disappointed with what Sony came out with, like refreshing the processor and keeping it the same. That was just a letdown from Sony last year, but this year Sony's pretty good for sure.
Yeah, and speaking of TV deals, if quick reminder for those that missed it. This is, again, for $300. For $300, TCL 4 Series 50-inch 4K TV. I just think this is such a good price because if you did a 50-inch TV, you don't normally have good selections anyway. And TCL at this price, it's a solid TV. It's going to work. I have to emphasize, it's going to work.
Well, that's a really good price.
It is, isn't it? 50 inches, $300. And Best Buy is matching it. So if you go to Best Buy, you prefer to buy from Best Buy, same price, $300. Both sides.
Yeah, that's a really, really good price. I wonder how the 5 Series is. Because, this year the 5 Series has the full array and all these other features.
Let's see if it's on sale.
Also, real quick, everyone that's on the chat, please go ahead and like the video. If you haven't liked it, make sure that you've liked the video. Trying to get it out to more people. And also, if you haven't shared it on your social media, go ahead and just say, we're going to give away a TV in an hour and a half, man. So let's go.
Nice.
Get it out there.
409 people watching. That's pretty good, man.
It is.
How
long we've been running?
Yeah.
Yeah. We had when we had ratings on, it was over 600. So we
got that ratings bump.
Yeah, we got the ratings bump. We had them a little too early. We should have had them on with you guys right now.
Maybe if I didn't pronounce it Rtings, we would have had more.
Yeah, now we all know it's ratings and not Rtings, so no one's going to say that anymore.
I know I say Rtings too. I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. Ratings.
Well, it's funny. Alex said he called it Rtings, and during obviously onboarding, right? No, it's ratings. Get it right. You're working
funny.
Hey, FOMO, I saw you drinking something. What kind of tequila was that?
Oh, it is supposed to be a bottled water, but I have coffee here.
Yeah.
And I've been sipping this all day with Brandon.
Because guys, you've been live streaming for hours. I can imagine your throat must be.
I had a live stream yesterday. I came out from. I had one on Friday. I'm on like a live stream.
Oh my god,
craziness, man!
You guys must have like the best AC in the world because I know you're both in California. And
I keep opening these doors,
hot, right?
No, it's not too hot here. It's only like maybe 70. I'm in San Diego, dude. It's beautiful here all the time.
Okay.
So, actually, 3 of us are. FOMO's in the hottest because you're in Hermosa.
I would open the window if I was. My studio's in Anaheim, so it's not.
Okay, so you're hot. You're right. So he's in the hot area.
I got the Dyson fan blowing here, man.
Dude, it's 91 right here in Seattle.
Where are you at?
Seattle. It's 91.
Oh man, it's hot out there, huh?
Okay. Wow. It's super hot today.
We're good. I don't have AC. We actually don't even have good insulation in here. They have a ceiling fan. They have that one of those suck fans that just like sucks all the air up into the attic, attic fan. But in this room, it faces west. So all the heat comes into this room later in the afternoon. So by the time this is over, I'm going to be baking in here. It's already getting pretty hot. You got more deals, FOMO?
I'm just, you could take it off. I'm just browsing. Every now and then something pops up.
That's like my favorite thing to do is browse.
Yeah, we got to figure out.
I do that on my live streams too. I just browse.
KG and Jolster, is there something like gaming related that we can give away to people that they would want? Like, is there something that would be cool on Amazon that's like pretty universally needed in an accessory capacity?
Maybe like a gaming headset?
Yeah, headset or headphones or something. What do you guys think?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let me see.
See if you guys find a deal on Amazon that we can give away.
I'll be looking.
People in the comments can let us know too.
Yeah, gaming headsets. I'm experimenting with like wireless headsets now for the Xbox. But what I noticed is like the microphone sucks. So I can't, I spent $150 on the ones that I have, and they're really nice. But it's just like people complain about the microphone. So can't recommend them.
Yeah, that's the thing about gaming headsets. They usually have some pretty trash microphones.
Yeah, and the ones that I have wired, those ones work the best. So it's really hard to, recommend something right now that is going to sound great.
Yeah, I have the HyperX Cloud 2. I like that a lot.
I had those. Yeah.
I
had the Cloud Alphas, which are amazing, man. Those are super comfortable.
Yeah. Want to say what's up to everybody. How's it going? Thanks for stopping in, checking in. Let us know if you guys have any questions about deals. All of us have sort of the kind of specialty, I guess. We do reviews on TV, so that's one of the main things. These guys that are on currently, Joelster 4K and Tech with KG, know a lot about gaming and perspective from the gaming world, which I have absolutely no clue about. So that's why it's great to ask them. So,
it's funny. A lot of people are like, "You do way too much gaming on your channel." When I'm doing my comparisons, and I'm like, "Oh man, that's just what I do. I love gaming, bro."
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but that's just what I do. But I do other content too. So.
Real quick, Rainer says, "Good night, guys. Thanks for amazing marathon show. See you next time." He's over in Germany. I'll almost bet he stays on for like another 15 minutes. So he's all cool. He's always on here.
Cool.
He's nice.
He's always in here.
Yeah, he's gonna come on. He wants to join us, FOMO, and have a little. We want to get like a European perspective. Get a perspective from Germany.
Cyborg GT is gonna have someone answering his questions on the Panasonic, man. Yeah, we love you.
Let's do it. Rainer's gonna come on and talk with us one day. We were talking. Wow, I was out there eating. I was out there eating one of those, what do you call it? Like the chocolate drumsticks. I was out there doing squats, eating dessert while you guys were in here. It's pretty funny. I had to stretch.
Yeah, I need to take a stretch break shortly as well.
Yeah, man, do what you gotta do. It's all good.
I was about to ask, did you guys eat anything today? Like,
I've had 2 meals on the air. No,
my
one
protein
meal
bar.
Okay.
Oh, I had like a whole salad when Matt posed. When the mats were on, I was out there eating.
I thought you guys had those astronaut pouches or something.
No, yeah, right.
For which end? The
I have
top
exactly.
end or the
I have the
end,
tube for going to the bathroom. No, I'm just joking. I got a bedpan underneath me.
Yep, there you go.
Guys in college would just wear diapers and then they drink in a keg all day. I was like, that's disgusting.
Or use a rubber band.
No, man, the kids in college are disgusting, man. I didn't do that.
That is so gross.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy, man. All right, Christopher Taylor, I got a 77-inch C10 open box, Best Buy 2,500. Beta members get free warranty. Also, you guys are awesome. Keep up the good work. That's awesome, Christopher Taylor.
The free warranty. With the free warranty.
The only thing is if he knows a Sam's Club around, it sounds like that C10 is like $2,000. I don't know if Christopher knows that, but at Sam's Club, people were showing us that they have it at only, I don't know. We saw a sticker that said 2,000. We don't know if it was real or not, or if someone made that up, but KG, you brought it to the show.
It's real. It's real.
At Sam's Club, what was it? $2,000 for a 77-inch C10. Go ahead.
So, I really want to know, like, I worked at Best Buy for 3 years and I've never heard of this beta program. Could you please inform me on what this is?
Yeah, Christopher Taylor.
What is this?
We need an Magician AV. He knows what's up too, but maybe I don't know. Maybe he doesn't.
Well, maybe he's out of the loop now since he's no longer hanging out with the folks there, right?
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Well, I know Best Buy changed all their policies. They rolled Magnolia into the main Best Buy.
Yep,
so like, there's no like commission structure anymore. There's no separate system, which means there's no good discounts anymore. So I'm done shopping there. I'm just kidding.
I like their open box deals still. Like
that's what I'm saying.
So many good deals. And to be honest with you, the open box deals, like if you're looking at the ones that are display models, like don't shy away from those. Like even unless they're OLED, don't shy away from those, because the manufacturers themselves, they have their vendor reps and they will make sure that you have a clean panel up there on display. They will make sure it is a clean panel. So
yeah, FOMO was talking about that before too. And I had I don't necessarily love the displays and stuff, but I got like people return Sonos products because they don't know how to use them or whatever. I got 2 Sonos 5s. They were like $350 each. So they're $500 speakers, $350 each. I got one out in the front where we work out and one in the backyard. And it was like I did a video on them, so it was a good deal for us. I thought that having the 2 5s with the Sonos Arc was too much in my smaller room. I know Jonah Mathis is going to do a video on the same thing where it's kind of like the maxing out the Sonos system. Yeah. But yeah, it's pretty, I got them for that's like 35% off for those speakers just by buying them open box, I did one of those videos too. I have one up. The original Sonos Arc video did better just because it's more people are looking at that.
I have a Beam and two rear speakers. I like it a lot. But
yeah, the Beam is great.
More bass, so I'm thinking about getting a subwoofer.
The sub is dude. The sub is huge. If you can get it and definitely try an open box or even get a Generation 2 version. I think it works just fine. But the Gen 3, if you can get a good deal or find an open box, it's really worth it.
Actually, on that topic, if you go to Sonos's website right now, they have a lot of refurbished deals right now. So,
I love refurbished audio stuff because it's so easy. Yeah, there should be no problem with that.
Yep.
So Steve S says, just joined, but glad I caught the gaming guys. How good of a deal is the 80J at $2,200 for 65-inch? That's right. They did put it down a couple $100 more. You saw that, right?
It's not a deal per se. So you're not
price.
It's an okay price, but Black Friday will get it down to 2,000 or closer to 2,000 or below.
But the thing is like, do you want to wait? I mean, for $200, is it worth it getting it now and enjoying for the summer? That's the thing you have to think about.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I don't think a lot of people take that into consideration.
That's how I am. I'm more of like I'm just gonna buy it. F it, screw it.
A lot of these TVs aren't going to be more than $100 cheaper than right now. A lot of these TVs aren't.
Because the thing is, like, a lot of people I notice that when they wait until Black Friday, then the new models are coming out.
Yeah, then
they usually go like, "Oh man,
maybe I should
wait." And that is like a cycle, It's like every year is the same thing. I noticed that. So
see, Joester, I'm just gonna have you around to tell my wife. Just buy Brandon what he wants, man.
For real.
Get it now.
Buy it, and then I'll sell it later.
That's
what I do.
You know the tricks, right? We know the tricks.
Yeah, that's what I do. It's like I'll buy it right now.
It sits in my backyard, right? It doesn't get sold, and now I have to give it away on a live stream.
Yeah.
So, what is your guys' thoughts on like the TVs dropping in price so fast? Like, it's only been like 3
competitive,
months.
man. It's competitive.
Sony especially,
Sony's dropping that 77-inch 880J dropping $1,000 in the first month.
Sony came in too hot, way too hot with the prices. I think they realized that fast. They're like, hold up, nobody's buying this. Let's drop it a little bit.
Speaking of that, I have some good news. Everyone listening, this is really good news. It's really good for me and FOMO. Our A90J TVs are shipping.
Oh, nice.
So our 83-inch A90J TVs are shipping. So we're going to have them in
3-inch. What?
Yeah.
Wow. Are you getting a semi delivered to you?
They're coming on a pallet. They are coming on a pallet freight. They're coming to my house, and I'm going to drive FOMO's up to him. As long as mine is in good quality. Yeah. What are you going to say?
Sending out
take your time.
Panel prayers. Panel prayers to all you guys.
That's what
FOMO. Yeah, man. If you can't take it right away, don't worry about it, man. I'll
only
keep it
because
in the garage.
I have to get that mount ready for you as well. Remember that giant
mantle mount? Yeah,
the mantle mount, and I have to get. I forgot. I get some electrical work done.
Don't worry about it, dude. And I can do electrical too if you need help with the electrical. I do electrical outlets. It's all good.
All right.
But it's no pay. I can pop if there's an outlet anywhere near it. I can put it in there in an hour, so it's fine. But the thing is I'm not. Don't worry. I'm not in a rush to bring it to you. If we get them both, it can sit in the garage on the pallet for a bit. Because I'm going to keep it on there. But we got to make sure that the reason we got the both of them is because they were greatly discounted, a lot. Mm-hmm. And secondly, then I can check it and make sure mine has good uniformity. And then we're like 50-50. If mine has good uniformity and I keep it, then we're good. If one of them is not good, then we can check the other one and then take one back. So that way I don't have to take it up to him first. So we're trying to do a little to do our own quality control.
I can, FOMO, don't worry. I can review it first. And then when you're done, just let me know.
Yeah, well,
that's right.
Yeah, definitely. Joseph, if you ever want to come up and check it out, man, I'm down, Joseph. Come up to the house and bring your PS. Well, I have a PS5. Just come and give me your opinions, man. That's all I need. Come and do your own video.
Yeah.
Happy to share.
Yeah,
I'm happy. We're actually talking about that. Me, and FOMO should share some TVs so we don't have to deal with all the return.
Right.
Dude, that is such a good idea. That is.
We all live within 2 hours of each other.
Great idea.
I know. B, I think you're maybe 15, 20 minutes away from me, huh?
Yeah. I'm in Kearney Mesa. I'm by Kearney Mesa High School. Yeah. Where are you down in Tula, or where are you?
I'm in National City.
Yeah.
By the 805 in Sweetwater. Yeah.
Yeah, man. We went to Aquatica yesterday. So.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
That's in Chula Vista. We love Aquatica, man. We went right past you, but are you closer to the 5?
I'm closer to the 805 and Plaza Boulevard.
Okay, yeah, right over there. I go there all the time, man. Because I do installations all over San Diego, so I probably drove past your house 50 times.
Yeah, probably.
Nice.
You know how it goes. San Diego's a little big town, you know.
It is small.
And like everything is like cramped into the city. Like the airport is here, and the hotel is like 2 blocks away from the airport.
Yeah,
you know, everything is so close.
It is. It's a big circle, but it's not like I heard like Atlanta and some other cities like where it's like where you can't get out of the center of town. In San Diego, there's like alternate exits. I mean, there does get bad traffic, but for how big it is, the traffic isn't quite as bad as you'd think. Yeah, I guess before COVID it was worse. Now it's a little better, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let's see. We got a couple more minutes. Did we figure out anything to give away?
I didn't see anything like that.
Oh, come on, guys. I don't want to give away a game. You want to give a game or a movie?
Give away a game away?
Should we do like Lord of the Rings? I don't know. Maybe that was a little expensive. I don't want to give away the store here.
How much you looking for? You got
I don't know, like under $50 or something for now.
Okay.
Because I gave away some of this stuff here. I got, you know, that we got a couple. Actually, I got a couple more.
Tenet's $13. Animal House is $11.
You know what? Tenet's a good one because I want to confuse the crap out of somebody. So let's give away Tenet so someone can get confused. What are you going to say?
Demon Souls on PS5 is like one of my favorite games. That's
Demon Souls?
Right, yeah, on the PS5. That's
I like the Tenet idea, but it's $13.
There it is. It's up, so you can let people see what Tenet looks like.
Hey, Tenet's a good movie. So
why don't we do hashtag Tenet? Hashtag Tenet, and we'll get one person. I just posted it there. So we'll give away the movie Tenet. Oh, we got a bunch of questions. Crap, now I'm running out of
let's
time
go through
here.
it. We're ready.
Yeah, I can stick around too if you guys need me to.
Well, we got
just let me know.
Classy Tech and Brian from Whisper Status are coming on. So
perfect.
I don't want
to. I can take a quick break because you're all TV talkers, man.
Yeah. So so bought a LG 40 C1. Actually, I see Classy's ready there. I was gonna wait just to get these guys a couple more minutes, and then we'll bring Classy Tech on. And then, I mean, I can bring him. Should I bring him on now just to chat? Say hi?
Bring him on now.
Yeah, bring him on.
I love Classy Tech. He's like
what's up,
one
Classy?
Of my favorite guys.
Hey, Classy.
What's up, Classy?
What's up, Classy?
How's it going?
I was trying to stick to letting them make sure they had a minute, but I don't know if you all had talked. So get us all on real quick.
Oh yeah.
How's it? Let me just go through this question real quick, Classy. So got the 48-inch C1 Sony A9S. Wait, so you got a camera? Oh, I got you. Is that the?
It's the 48-inch Sony Master Series last year.
Got you. I was confused. Okay. Picture looks fuzzy, grainy when on cable TV in living room. The picture on his old Q60T looks cleaner. Issue with grain due to OLED. How can I fix? Exchange to the Neo QLED. Yeah. Go ahead. So yeah, I mean it's probably because you're used to looking at the Samsung. You know, you might like that kind of look from the Samsung. It's tough to say. I wouldn't. I don't know. He's going with a smaller size.
Is he using a cable box too? Because cable upscaling is so different from TV to TV, and that's I have to apologize. I don't review cable box upscaling.
Yeah,
and a lot of people tell me that it's just even the best upscaling from Sony might have challenges with a cable box because it's not what you normally upscale. So
yeah, for cable boxes, I found Samsung to be the best.
Yeah, just because you get like more your tones on your face are more realistic, things like that. Sometimes where it just pushes light into the SDR, which I think just looks a little better.
Yeah.
But yeah, what do you think, Classy? Any should he exchange it, or do you think it's the size? I mean, going down 7 inches from 55 down to a 48. I don't know.
No, I think it's just because I don't know. I was gonna say this: the LG seeing grain or noise and whatnot is usually because they just try to present what the source as it was intended, whereas Sony tries to clean that up behind the scenes. But if he's seeing it on the Sony, then I'm confused. I'm just gonna guess it's his source. I don't know.
Yeah, it could, and it also, like I said, I do think when I watch some cable, I do look at cable. I do feel like on even just a typical LED TVs, they just look a little bit more. The color looks a little better, but that's not what he's talking about. He's talking fuzzy, grainy. That's tough to. Yeah, I would try to turn up the noise reduction, and try to mess with that. Crank up some of the noise reduction and see if that helps as well.
Yeah, I was gonna say maybe his Samsung has the noise reduction turned up and the others don't.
Yeah,
there you go.
All that stuff comes off. I believe it's off or low when you get the Sony's. I can't remember. But all right, here we go. No Prime Day, and is that CAB?
Canada.
Canada? Is that how they say it? I just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure. Your real MVPs need to check out Joester Content, KG, Q, A80J, PQ Away Gaming Feature on C1 continued. Next question. What do you guys think?
Ooh.
Well, that was the vote.
Yeah,
If you only watch movies, the C1, its value is it's got gaming features that really work well. But if that's not important to you, I'd go with the A80J all day long.
And I believe this is the same person. Was it the same person?
Yeah, same person.
Mixed content, 50-50 gaming movies. I always say 50-50 is the point. So if you got to pick 51%, is it slightly more gaming than movies or slightly more movies than gaming?
I'll defer to Joester and the boys on that one.
Yeah.
He says that he's playing with PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch. So if you have the PlayStation 5, don't worry about the other features because it doesn't even have VRR or auto login latency. So just go for the Sony. Unless you have the Xbox, then I will go for LG.
That's what I've always says: the Xbox and PC, LG, the PS5, Switch, Sony.
So the Sony upscale is so good with the Switch too. Like the XR processor and the Switch is a perfect combo.
FOMO, do you want to take a minute? Did you say?
Oh yeah. Are you guys good? I'm gonna take a quick.
Yeah, go ahead, man. Take a couple minutes. No worries. You didn't have to leave, but that's cool.
Yeah, guys, I gotta go too.
Okay.
I thank you so much for
thank you, Joester.
And you guys are doing a great job. You guys enjoy the rest of the live stream.
2 more hours, bro.
Hey, great meeting you, Joester, man.
Hey, good to meet you, man.
For real, hit me up for the riding the scooters. I'd love to this week if you got time. I'd be down, man.
Yeah.
Let me know.
All right.
No worries,
Let's do
dude.
it.
All right, later, bro. Thanks again.
You guys take care.
Cool. You sticking for a minute, KG?
Yeah, I could stick around for as long as you want. Just let me know.
As soon as Brian jumps on. I mean, whatever. Either way, until FOMO gets back, if you don't mind, I'm happy to have you guys.
Yeah, I don't mind at all.
With the other guys, some of the other guys earlier, I knew it would be kind of a little bit different kind of conversation. So with the AV guys, it was kind of like, we had those guys talking about acoustic design. I'm like,
for sure,
it's a good time for me to jump out because I'm not, I listen to it, but I don't have a lot to add to that conversation.
Yeah, I just had Classy on my live stream, so like I'm pretty comfortable with him. I talk to him all the time. So
cool. Well, Dave Whelan asked if he thinks that Hisense U6G is good for an office. I would have to say, I mean, for an office, you're just going to be watching TV. It's not like the end of the world if it's not perfect, right? But I don't know if you guys have specific thoughts. Is that similar to like how they had a 7 series, or they're going to have a 7 series too, right?
They have the 7 series.
I like the 7. I like the second one down last year. The 8 was pretty decent, for an all-around TV. It's like $500. I don't know how much this TV. Do you guys know anything about this U6G or not?
Yeah. So the 8 is their top model. The 7 is pretty much the 8, but stripped down a little bit, and it's more gaming focused. It still has HDMI 2.1 and all that. The U6G does not. So it's the more mainstream level. And as far as an office, I would say it just depends on how bright or how much reflections there are and whatever type of coating is on that TV. I haven't seen it, so I don't know how it'll do with reflections.
Yeah, I think the U6G is edge lit and it's 60 hertz. I believe the U7G is also edge lit. It's 120 hertz. And then U8G is, of course, full array local dimming.
All right. Here is, just so you know, Jose Frias wins Tenet. So there we go.
Congrats, man. It's a good movie.
Congrats.
I love Tenet.
Some guy, I saw Chico, I think, said Tenet sucked, so he couldn't win it. That wasn't the right code word. It was hashtag Tenet, not hashtag Tenet sucks. That's funny.
I still haven't watched it yet. I bought it, but I'm waiting to get my final TV before I watch it.
Yeah, exactly. And also wait until you have like very quiet room, and then wait till you have enough time to watch it twice.
Yes. Did you guys like that better than Inception? Or
I liked Inception better.
Yeah,
overall.
I liked Inception a little bit
better.
But
they're both a little different, but Inception drags on a little, but Tenet's just it's like Inception on like steroids. For like,
exactly.
That's difficult to understand.
Same exact thing I said.
Cyborg GT says KG and Joester. Well, Joester not here. What game would you play for 24-hour sessions, and what hardware would you play with? And choose any game or console, even if it's Atari 2600. This is good. Classy U game too, right?
Yeah.
There you go. Boom. Hey, why don't you guys talk amongst yourself for 1 second? I got to go to the bathroom real quick. Can you do it?
I'll let you start, Classy. Let me hear your thoughts on that.
I mean, I've done 24-hour sessions a lot. So, I mean, back in the day, that would Gears of War. My last 5 years has been Destiny. So,
yeah,
I mean, playing geez, well over 5,000 hours between the two games. And I pretty much always just play on Xbox. That's where my friends are, and I like the controller the best on there.
Yeah. Right now, I would say probably one of the Soul Series games. I could probably play that for 24 hours. If we want to take a time machine back in time, probably World of Warcraft. Like I think I probably played that for a long time one time. What other games would you be able to play for 24 hours? I guess Destiny, yeah. Destiny is something you could probably play.
Before the internet, Vice City is probably what I played the most.
Oh,
I played through that a couple dozen times.
Dude, I tell you, I heard you guys. One of the things, I'm older than you guys. It wasn't a specific game, but man, I could play like all the games that they now give you on like what's it called? Like there's like a little box that you like the Q box or something, or what is it? Something like that, where it's got like Contra and Mario Bros. And all those.
Yeah.
Man, I used to play it. My thumbs would get sore from those crappy Nintendo pads. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'd get like sore thumbs from playing that. We would play all day and all night. So it was pretty crazy, but that's a pretty funny question. I'm glad you guys were on to answer it. Oh, we got Brian on here. Boom.
What's
Whisper
up?
Status.
Hey,
What's going
up,
on?
guys? How we doing?
How you doing? Welcome back. Welcome back. He was on with us to talk to ratings.com. Ratings.
Nice.
The reason I say it like that, Brian, is because I'm having a hard time like not saying it wrong. So not because you said it wrong. It's because I've been trying to like make myself not say it wrong. You know what I mean?
Nice. Classy, this is my first time on with you. Nice to meet you, buddy.
Yeah, you too. Yeah, I was gonna ask you how you're liking the ADJ, and if you want to check out my settings video.
Yeah, I've already recommended it to several people.
Thank
and
you.
just to jump into the video games thing, I just got off playing a little Battlefield 4 boost mode.
Nice.
So I'm back in love with that. So I was playing that on the CX.
Is that one of the games that you like to play a lot? Could you do 24 hours on that? Is that one of them or what?
I definitely can. I went back to it because they updated it for the new game. And
Battlefield 4 is good.
They smoothed it out a little bit too. I don't know if you guys have played it, Tech or Classy.
I haven't yet, but
I just
I'm
saw
really
an
excited
article
to play it.
about how many players just got back on. They had to turn on a bunch of new servers for it and stuff. Yeah.
It's just so much more immersive, that game, versus Call of Duty, where you're playing like in an IKEA.
Yeah.
You know, when you're playing in Battlefield, you feel like you're actually in it. So I mean, and even playing it on 4K 120 it's not 4K. I should just say 120.
Yeah,
Upscaled.
I'm really hyped up for the 2042 Battlefield. That looks
That's why everybody's back in it.
Yeah, that looks good.
Here we have a question here. Thanks, Classy, for the response with the X90J CC issues earlier. Any other tips for mainly HDR movies watching SDR? Not in your video. Did you answer that? Was that not weird to you, that question? Can you explain that?
I told them that I just to make sure the auto dimming setting, on Sony is right underneath your picture mode. It has those two things that will automatically dim the picture based on ambient light or whatever. So I just told them to check to make sure those were off.
In the actual like brightness, like the AB, like the
yeah, it's right above the brightness setting, right below where you pick the picture mode. Yeah.
See, I just leave it all off and I try to go really fast past it so it doesn't make me go through each one of them because that annoys me when I click. If you go slow, then you have to go through all of them. If I go really fast, it just skips over it down to brightness.
Yeah.
But yeah, that makes sense. Cool.
But yeah, just
any other tips?
Just make sure you're using gradient preferred when in HDR. Otherwise, you're just boosting the mid range. You're not actually getting any extra brightness. And that's pretty much it. Everything should be in the video. And like I said, in the video with that TV, the local dimming technically should be on medium, but I found the blooming to be almost eliminated if you used high, and I took that trade-off.
Gotcha. Yeah. You were saying something about the local. That was the one you were talking about, right? The local dimming. Yeah, that's right. Because you were, I remember you responding, but I was trying to keep my eyes on everything. And I remember I saw the part about the local dimming, but I didn't see the part about the logo or the different thing. Ooh, that's a nice breeze coming in now. I got the door to stay open. I got both doors to stay open, and everyone's here and they're quiet. So
nice. Hello,
and
everyone.
The dog's sitting right here. Well, he was.
Perfect.
Dog keeps coming in and out, but as soon as a plane goes overhead, then he's going to start barking and running through the house trying to chase the plane. It's pretty funny. Yeah. Cool. So I'm glad that we got that answered. Oh, wait, let's see. We got Doom came back. Steve F. Give me 24 hours of GoldenEye and Mario Kart.
Okay, GoldenEye for sure, and Mario Kart.
Oh, Mario Kart. I like Mario Kart.
Yeah.
You guys like the Mario Kart?
Were you young guys even alive when those games came out?
Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah. Dude,
really?
how old do you think I am, honestly?
I think you're young. You're in your 20s.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
Not me.
Nope.
How
All
old?
right.
All right, let's do how old is everybody? I'm the
31.
oldest.
35.
31, 35.
Wait, actually 34.
Brian,
Sorry, I'm aging
you
myself.
go first.
I'm the oldest. I'm 46.
I'm 42. Okay, so
Got
fair
you.
enough. Well,
Never thought I'd try
yeah,
to win
but
that
you,
one.
yeah, well, you know, you look like you're a young looking guy.
Hey,
so
I
don't
look
worry
like I'm like 20 or 18.
That's why I sit far
right?
away.
Yeah, for sure.
about it. Oh, stop. You're fine. That's cool. Well, we just outdated ourselves. That's cool. But no, Mario Kart, I actually prefer the more generic Mario Kart than the newer one. Like I like the old school Mario Kart where it was just like, you know, the really dorky looking one. When it got to like, I don't know, the 3D or whatever, I was like, that's too hard for me, man. I just like the easier one.
You like the 8-bit, the original?
Yeah, man.
The Super Nintendo one? That's
the
the best
Super
one, dude.
Nintendo.
That's
Yeah,
the
man,
best
that was
one.
way better.
Yeah,
I like
that's
that
the
one
best
better
one.
for sure. That's cool. I miss my 20s and 30s. I like that. It's funny. It flies by, guys. He's not kidding. He's not messing around.
Yep.
What's up? Who's just came
Yeah.
in?
And your
Hey,
back
Rob,
starts
you
to
know?
hurt when you get around 30. Like
Hello?
you wake up like, damn, why my back hurt?
Got a low back, man.
Yeah.
My 20s, my late 20s were all knee
David,
surgeries and injuries and
Yeah,
work.
I heard you tore your
work,
ACL
work.
twice playing recreational
Yeah.
sports, man.
I was playing basketball and I went up. I was going full court, went up for a layup, and I just stepped real hard, and my knee went backwards, dude. Just ripped it straight out
That's
the back.
why I had to give up recreational sports. When at work, they were saying, "So what do you do for a living?" I said, "I don't know. You don't play basketball, do you?" I'm like, "No." He goes, "Maybe stop playing basketball because you're missing work for sports."
Yeah. That's bad.
All right.
So, Brandon, I was going to share a screen. You're
Yep.
saying pick out some deals, so
Absolutely.
I did. And if anyone doesn't know, my other main thing is computers and computer hardware. So I picked out some of that stuff.
I'm
I
trying
saw
to-
the Fire Cube was on sale for 80. That looked good. I saw you were already looking at the stick earlier.
Yeah, we should give away a couple sticks or something. But yeah. Go
I
ahead.
mean, to me, for
What is
25
this?
bucks.
What was that one you just had on
This
there?
is the regular shield.
Oh,
This
okay.
does the same thing as the Pro. Normally 150. It's on sale 125. The only difference is you can't attach like a large external drive to it for the Plex server. So if you're not going to use that, then you can save a little bit on this
This
one.
does the upscaling or what?
Yeah, it does the upscaling.
Okay.
And then for computer hardware, if you need like a drive, for gaming, whatever, regular 2.5-inch SSDs are still good. This one, the price is gone, but I thought it said 65 or something like that. For processors, the 10700K 8-core 16-thread for 250 is a steal. Then there's some good water cooling stuff on here. This case is pretty good for around $100. Here's the 2 terabyte SSD for 150. So if you have a Series X, this is what I did: is I got the 2 terabyte SSD like this, put it in a $10 enclosure, and put all the backwards compatible stuff on here, and then just use the internal for the new games. And I have this keyboard and I absolutely love it. Like, I was always a Corsair keyboard person until trying this, and then at $150, like, it's expensive, but it's definitely worth it.
Yeah.
And that's the
You like that better than Corsair ones?
Oh yeah, this is like the first one that I've touched that wasn't a Corsair that I was like, okay, I'm giving up Corsair.
Really?
I've tried
That
like so
Logitech?
many keyboards. Yeah, the G850.
Yeah, Logitech is good mechanical keyboards.
And then good deal on a power supply, and then these wheels. There's one for the Xbox, one for the PS5. I saw they were both on sale. So if you want that for gaming,
immersion,
and then just the TV deals.
Awesome. That's good stuff. Thank you. I did have missed a question on this on the thing, the chat. Do I need to run anything special to break the A80J in? That was the question. Why? And I like the hashtag why wait for Black Friday. That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
See? Get your if you're $200, get your $200 worth of TV right now and just have fun with it. It's worth it.
Yeah, it's dicey when you play that stock market game where you're trying to get your perfect TV for $50 off. If you want it, just grab it.
And that's what Jolster was saying, because then you get to Black Friday, then you're like, wait, should I wait for the next year's TVs now?
Yeah, if you want it, just grab it. I mean, I like the A80J out of the box. I'm very impressed with it. 77 inches. I love it. I haven't even changed anything.
Yeah, anything special to break it in?
Just
watch
if you go to AVS forum, I put up some slides. You can make the slides easy and paint on Windows. Just red, green, blue, magenta, cyan, yellow, white, and black. Put them on a drive and just run those. Just run a slideshow.
Gotcha. That's for like pre-calibration or just in general?
Just to break it in general, because by doing that, you're evenly aging each pixel and subpixel because you're doing each color that they do.
I just watch it.
It sounds like a lot of work to me. No, I think it's great.
I ran Lord of the Rings, Matrix, Jurassic Park.
Yep.
Just run them, watch
yeah,
them.
you can just watch it. It's just it's a fast way. You're not home. Like I'll just run it, 12 hours a day if I'm not home or whatever. Get it broken faster.
I just accidentally leave it on Spectrum when I go to bed, and I'm like, oh shit, it was on last night. Whoops.
You could go to my channel and then click on my playlists and just let that run.
There you go. Yeah, everyone in the US.
That's
just watch my videos.
Put them on repeat.
That's funny. All right, here's a good question because this is, I don't know if it's in order, but we'll go back if it's not. But here it is. Okay, come on now. First of all, will I have FOMO for the 2021 TVs if I buy an 85-inch X900H for $1,800? I would say hell no. If you're going to buy an 85-inch TV, there's nothing that's even close to that price for that quality. Not even
you
close.
Won't have FOMO at all for that price.
I mean,
unless you're in a bright room, right? I mean, the bright room with I don't know what scenarios can someone think? I would just say go buy it. But what do you guys
just
think?
buy it for what it is, though. Don't buy it for what you think it's going to become, because VRR and all those things are a promise for winter. So as long as you just want a big TV that's affordable, it's an excellent choice. There is really nothing with full array that competes with it at that price point. But if you're doing it to wait for variable refresh rate or any of those things, I mean, they're promised, but I'm not sure when they're really going to be here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I had it for a while, and for movies and stuff, it's great. It's just the 120 hertz gaming, just pretend it doesn't have it.
Just choppy, right?
No, it cuts the resolution in half whenever you run it at 120 hertz.
Oof.
It was that MediaTek thing they
still
didn't
do
have.
that?
Yeah, it still does that.
Oh man.
Lovely. Cool. Thanks, Sony.
Oh wait, that was up ahead. Okay,
Yeah,
so I was
seriously.
going backwards. Thanks, Sony.
Mm.
Yeah, well,
Sony's
hey Brian, I don't know if you heard, but FOMO and I both the 83-inch A90Js are on their way to us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very cool.
So speak of the devil
guys.
right there. He heard.
Hey.
I was telling them that our TVs are on their way.
Excellent.
right.
Congratulations. Yo, you guys are going to, I'm telling you, you don't know
I had to
83
share
inch.
this real quick. This
Go ahead.
quick deal, flash deal, real quick, in case you guys are looking for it. I thought it was such a great deal.
Look at
Right,
FOMO
log
is
on.
so concerned about the people. He doesn't even let himself enjoy his new TV.
Oh,
He
I
just
know,
goes straight
the
to the
dream.
deal. It's all good.
Hey,
No,
look at
I'm
this,
kidding.
man. Okay, we know how Sony noise canceling is really good. $78. Come on.
Wow, that's
It's normally $200. This is one of their. I mean, it's good. It's not like their top of the line one, but
I've tried those on too. So go ahead. I can give you some feedback on them. Go ahead.
give us feedback. Go for it, because I think $78. It's really good.
They're not bad for that price at all. They're not bad. I mean, honestly, I was considering keeping those instead of my XM4s because the XM4s are $300.
Yep.
So you could get the difference is those aren't built quite as well as the XM4s. They're a little bit harder ear pads, but those I don't really need the noise. I didn't think I need the noise canceling. I probably don't for when I'm just watching a movie at home because it's already quiet in the house. But if you're going to go on an airplane all the time, the XM4s are better in that regard. And I think these don't have USB-C. Maybe they do. But those are really good for the price. I tried them on at Best Buy. I liked them. So yeah, I would recommend that deal for $78.
Yeah, 78. Bluetooth. And a lot of people are like, well, should I go for it all?
Maybe we should give that away at the end of the hour. We'll give a pair of these away.
That could be a good one. Yeah, because I think this is
would people
appealing.
like that in the comments to get a pair of headphones?
Yeah, it has a USB Type-C cable.
It does.
adapter.
And it does. You can run those passively too. So yeah, you can
it's
run them
Bluetooth.
passive.
And again, it's not the top of the line, but it uses the same Sony algorithm for noise reduction, and their algorithm is rock solid, generally speaking. So, and it's got a microphone if you're going to make a phone call. $78, good deal.
The dog made his way. The dog made his way up here. Mrs. Caesar,
what's up?
What's up, Caesar?
He's a crazy. We call him he's the Savage Pug, and the kids sing the Savage Love song, but they call it Savage Pug because he's crazy.
Nice.
He bit me in the ear. Savage Pug.
I saw someone was asking about my next G1 video. So I was taking a couple days off. My dog's not doing well.
Oh, that's right. Sorry to hear that.
Bro. Yeah, but I'll have it's not looking good.
Yeah, that's the worst part about it's sad. I had a pug for 16 years, and I know that feeling. It's not fun, but yeah, Hope for the best, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, man.
Yeah, I do have a, is Dolby Vision worth it or needed on Samsung Video that I'm editing right now.
Cool. It'll be a popular one, man. I think were we talking to you? Yeah, Jonah and I were talking to you about sometimes like the general videos, like does Samsung need Dolby Vision? It can be like the videos that a million people watch, it's crazy on which video can be popular. It's always hard to predict, but that's good, man. Cool. Let's see here.
Oh, we'll go back to you guys buying 83-inch TVs.
Oh yeah, exactly. FOMO.
Well,
let Brian
tell me.
Tell me.
Oh, well, this is all Brandon. Brandon found Joe around the corner, and I said, you know what? Even it is Joe, and for that price, I'll take my chances.
No, it's a distributor in Arizona. I mean, I don't know. I know that we have some. We really like the Value Electronics guys, which it'd be awesome to buy from them.
But I know he's sold out, man.
New York is hard, and I'm in California, so it's not logical to ship it across country sometimes. And so, but we got it from this company out here, and I actually have a corporate account with them, so I can buy TVs and sell them to people. So
very cool.
But it's just kind of like a lot of logistics to try to resell them. Like I'm just more.
And the shipping too, right? You got to take care of your own shipping.
Yeah, the shipping is freight. So, but I mean, we ended up getting them. I don't know. Should I tell people? Should I tell the people?
No, then you're going to be flooded with, oh my gosh, I want a $1,000 83-inch. Whoops, did I say that?
Well, I'll tell you though, being around an 83-inch A90, I mean, they're gorgeous. And the video you see with Robert that I just did at 6'2", 6'3".
Hey, tell us. Since you saw it, 83 versus 77-inch.
They're stunning. I mean, the 77-inch, I have the 80 on the wall. They don't seem that big a difference. I could tell you, it's just seeing an OLED that thin and that large. They're gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And what's weird at Robert's store, the smallest TV they had was a 55-inch G1, which is what happened to be there. Everything else was 83 inches in the store. Except for the ZX, the 8K ZX, which is 88, I believe. So,
how did you compare to the image quality with the ZX? That's an 8K. That's what you were really impressed
I compared the ZX in a video to the A90 a few months ago, but it was only 65-inch.
Right.
I thought the ZX looked better. It just had a more rich look to it. It's 8K, which I don't care about, but Robert thinks there's some magic being done with that processor for the money at $30,000. But I mean, if you calibrate them the same, I'm sure they'd look similar, but I thought the ZX still looked better. But at 83 inches, the thing's epic. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous.
That's what I thought.
And you guys will be very happy. Now, it's going to be the end all be all your TV, right? That's not for YouTube.
That's from my movie reviews, critical movie reviews. I need it bigger. I need a perfect quality, So yeah,
you're going to love it.
This is the one I'm going to connect directly to the
heavyweight division, FOMO. Heavyweight.
Kaleidoscape source, man. That's right.
I'm planning on doing a full 83-inch with two 55-inch TVs above it, and having the PS5 on one side and the X Series X on the other, and an Apple TV, and using a 4x4 matrix, and then having two towers, possibly using the center, the TV as a center, and then having 4 in-ceiling speakers. So I'm trying to, and subs and all that. And I'm going to put behind, right in this office here, I can store all the AVR right in this closet right here.
Right.
So I can run it up into the attic and down the wall. So it shares that wall right there. So yeah, I'm trying to, that's the whole point. I'm doing that. So the super chats, people, come on, let's go. Super chat. I need money. I'm just joking.
Oh yeah. Oh, hey, speaking of money, you could throw in another one. We talked about the Sony. The other one's also on sale. Their flagship one. That
you're talking about your stream, or you want me to add these?
There you go. Gotcha. There you go. See that?
Ooh,
look at that.
Yep. $30 off, or what were they?
No, $100
off.
off.
Right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. So if you guys are thinking flagship, also.
Yeah, I remembered last year I wanted these to be that price because the XM3s were this price, and I was like, yeah, but I want the XM4s. I had that FOMO. I'm like, I got to get the new ones, man.
Yeah.
Because the XM3s didn't have the USB-C, and they charged in like 5 hours. Now these charge in like 1.5, 2 hours or something. Like, what does it say? Like
10-minute charge for 5 hours.
Yeah, for 5 hours of play. Are you kidding me? Like 10 minutes and you get 5 hours. They last for mine. Just are always charged 2-3 days. They last.
Yep. Yeah. So
good deal. I'm not giving those away. Those are expensive.
I think the wife deserves it.
Ooh. Oh, your wife? Yeah.
I think all the wives deserve it.
All the
what they put up with.
Yeah. There you go. That's the funny part. My wife actually has the blinds. When I watch TV at night, she has like the blinds. I use the headphones, but it's like I have the A90J in there. It's pretty bright at night. Couple of questions here. We had any Prime Day deals on Sony or Samsung? The two 8Ks.
Yes, 900 TF 75-inch is a great price, $2,800.
It's down.
Let me see.
It's been that for a little bit though.
Yeah, it's been. I mean, it's nothing special. I mean, it's always been discounted, but relatively speaking, $2,800. I still would get a QN90A, but it's not that cheap yet. Yeah. 8K, just you hold back on so many things. So, but the Sony Z8H I think would be better than the 900 TS, but it's going to be a lot more still though.
And the X95, wait for that one.
Yep.
Boom. Yep. I'm excited for the X95J. I definitely am. Here's a good question. This is a comment that's relevant to a lot of people. Yeah, my batteries are going dead now on my A90J. So finally bought a rechargeable battery set for his A90J remote control because that backlit remote, maybe that's the reason why a lot of companies don't do backlight remotes. They drain the batteries.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it should drain that quickly, to be honest. Maybe they need a little bit less sensitive, like when you move it, like the motion sensor needs to be a little less sensitive. Maybe it's moving, I don't know, or it should maybe light up and then go dark quicker. I feel like no matter what, it shouldn't go out in like a month or two,
That's it turns on a few times without you knowing it.
Yeah. No, I mean, like, I like sleep on it, so it's probably like on all night. Yeah, like
you got drool all over it. Like this thing's.
I wake up and the TV's on in the middle of the night, and the dog's sleeping on my headphones, and like, it's and these headphones are like across the bed. Yeah, I got a lot going on, man. I don't, when they say like, make sure you get good sleep and do. My wife just made a YouTube video. She just started a channel. She's like she's a nutrition coach, so she's like gonna probably branch on her own eventually here. And she's great. I mean, for her company, basically it's her motivating people is her job, so she can do it on her own. And she's, motivates me to do what I do, but also we sleep completely different. She can't break me of my habits. Sometimes I do, I can get it right, but I'm up late. I eat food right before I go to bed. I try to keep my headphones on. I'm watching TV without a blue light filter. Like all these things are just bad.
The blue light filter.
I never go to bed at the same time. I don't set an alarm when I wake up. Just all this stuff.
All it's normal stuff.
Well, when like when you got kids, I got to edit videos at night, man. That's the time where it's quiet.
Agreed.
I feel you.
Yeah. So you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah, they should put a sensor on that remote so that it can detect light and then not light up if the room's lit up.
Yeah, because it's just a motion sensor, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was because I was like, I said in my video, I'm like, it's motion or light. And I'm like, no, it's not. I just shook it. It's a motion sensor, What are you going to do? All right, we got Griffin. I had chance to switch TV. Currently fully paid A80J 77. If the reviews of the new QNED 75, would you consider changing the QNED 99 75-inch for an A80J 77? We got 5 people shaking their head no, Griffin.
First of all, you can't go down in size. You don't go down in size.
Even 2 inches.
Yeah.
You're not going down in size. To 77 to 75 doesn't, to me, it's a big difference. It looks like 16:9. The 75 looks more square to me. I think, especially an OLED to an LED. QNED, we'll see how amazing they're going to be, but I cannot give up size. But that's just me.
That's the also 8K one, right?
Yeah,
it's not even out yet.
Yeah, that's the 8K one though.
But I mean, could you see in a perfect world any LED being that perfect where you not? I mean, gosh, that's a tough call. It have to.
I love LEDs though, so
yeah,
I'm not all OLED. I love specular highlights. I love the Z9G. I mean, so I'm waiting myself, but I can't go backwards in size. But I'm not all OLED. I mean, I love OLED. I'm enjoying it, but I do miss some of the crazy highlights.
This one, for me, would be the XR processor, guys. Remember, the XR on the A80J is going to be different than how the QNED. So we'll have to see how the processor on the QNED looks, but I really love how the XRs work in the OLED.
Hey, FOMO, do you know how many zones or roughly how many zones it's going to have?
On the 75, it's supposed to be very similar to the QN900A. So a lot of people are suspecting similar suppliers. The only difference being one's IPS still.
But LG is promising like VA results. Yeah, I'm telling you, the 8K the 8K Nano from last year hung with the 900A easily. Yeah, we had them in the same room. I mean, I was surprised at how beautiful that TV looked, which is surprising because I've never liked the Nano at all. But that one model was very impressive. So I think they might have a little something up their sleeve.
Yeah, the QN85A kind of has that technology in it too, where it will kind of make it deeper blacks than a normal IPS panel.
Yeah, I was surprised that was IPS.
Yeah, that's something that Samsung worked on specifically for their IPS panels. So I wouldn't be surprised if LG used the same sort of technology.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, is got to keep in mind too, even if a TV has 1,000 zones, 4K is 8 million pixels. That means if one pixel needs to light up in one of those zones, you're gonna have 8,000 pixels light up instead of just that one pixel on an OLED.
And this is a good comment. It's possible that the inventory is sold out if you can't check out. It just hit me that if it's sold out, I don't know if it updates or what. I'll ask Robert about that because he could have been slammed with all the deals because he's matching all the deals anyway.
I had the FOMO from the PS5 and Xbox Series X of trying to. I have it in my cart. No, it's sold out. Like I did that like 20 times before I got one. So trust me, that's all. When he says it might not be in stock, but you can check. Oh yeah, I don't even want to.
It's terrible this year with that.
Yeah,
that's funny. But he had a chat there, so I wanted to get to that one. Yeah, so he ended up getting a Costco, man, a 5-year deal. You'll be happy with Costco taking care of it. People were even telling us that they took back a cracked TV and they gave him a new one. So, we got some deals there.
Yeah, and Costco has like a different model too. It's
we gotta be
I don't know
CJ
exactly what changed in it, but somebody was saying it has some new feature in it, but I don't know. I
didn't think it had any differences. I thought I looked, it was like tit for tat. I thought just the C was the different.
Huh.
Did you notice any difference? Keep it classy when you were checking that out. You think the Costco one is the same?
No, I think they just put the C's in there because they have that deal for the warranty. Because remember, with the Sonys at Costco, they don't do the Allstate warranty. They actually extend the Sony warranty.
Yeah, I think somebody was saying they had an extra audio hookup or something.
Something about that center channel hookup. I'm not sure. Is that what it was?
No one knows even how to use that yet. There's a proprietary cable that's not out, and you can't use it.
Is it a proprietary or is it just it's not even
in there? There are 3.5 millimeter cords in there, and it's not doing anything.
Don't be sticking your thing in holes you don't know about. Yeah, right? Yeah. All right. So thoughts on QN90A versus 80J? Both 65-inch, 2100 Best Buy. My usage, 60% game, 40% movie. See, we need to know that percentage on day and night. That's the thing. The percentage on day and night is more important than the percentage of gaming. Well, not necessarily, but
no, not.
Or should I wait for the QNED 90? I don't know price.
Wait. I say wait because there's enough gaming in there that justifies waiting.
Yeah, and I'd have to again. I would say for the day versus night, you gotta know if we can control the room light. I mean, is it going to be like on the screen? Is it super bright? Those kind of things too. But people, you guys were all waiting. Anyone else have anything else to say?
Well, if you want gaming, I mean, the A80 is going to be behind the Q90A. I mean, that's other than Dolby Vision, which you're lacking.
PC gaming might have Dolby Vision, though.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying as far as Samsung, they're going to be ahead of the, Sony in regards to that right now, anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say if seeing PC, I would say the QN90A, and just a little early on before my video's out. But at first, I wasn't digging the QN90A. It was kind of hard to be with OLED and then get that brightness and have this is as bright as my room gets. It's either moderately lit or it's just pitch black. And at first, it was just that's too much brightness. But now that I've adjusted, I'm coming around on it. And so it's actually has me thinking about getting the 85 because of the price of it.
Yeah.
So I would suggest him to wait because of this reason. So he already has the PC, the Switch, and the PS5, right? If he wants more HDMI 2.1 consoles down the line, he's going to have an issue. If he wants to add a soundbar down the line that's ERC, he's going to have an issue. So if the LG has all 4 HDMI 2.1 ports, that might be his best bet. So, and the QN90A is only one HDMI 2.1 port and one ERC. Same thing with the 80J. Basically, it's only one and then one ERC. So,
doesn't it suck that we have to make these considerations?
I
mean, honestly, I'm playing the CX, which took a year to get to where it is after all the updates and all the roller coasters. But I'm playing Battlefield 4. The game's old. They gave a boost. They boosted a lot of games. PS5 has all its strengths, but only with this TV. It just, I don't know. I hate that we have to say if you want this, you have to go here. But they've made it like these EARC problems. I mean,
Yep.
I don't know.
I'm with you 100% on that.
The guy said 40-60, so he said more nighttime than daytime. So that was a little bit more nighttime.
I still like LEDs, and I know you guys don't like LEDs in a dark room. I watch them all day in a dark room.
Yeah,
I love them bright.
I love it.
I mean, I know we're all OLEDs here now, but I'll watch a LED in a bright room in a dark room. I love that HDR effect. To me, where as much as the contrast ratio of OLEDs is beautiful, the pop you get from an LED when it's doing well, a high quality one, I think is very hard to still obtain on a OLED. So I still like them in a dark room.
There are some scenes where, like the Spears and Munzel disc, if you know the part with the green lizard at the end looking at you, watching that on the Q90A or the QN90A, it's so much more three-dimensional and in your face than any of the OLEDs I've seen.
Yeah.
The brightness it can push in the colors just really makes that pop.
But even to your point, Classy, watching actual movies, a lot of the movies in the last couple of years, when there's an explosion on screen, regardless of what the numbers are telling you, on an OLED, it still makes you squint, but it looks painted on.
Yeah.
On an LED, it looks like it's, then again, it comes with some blooming. So it does light it all up. But OLEDs, I mean, even the A90J, as beautiful as the specular highlights are, I mean, at least the way LEDs used to be made, I don't really feel they're made that way anymore. Hopefully they get back to it. But, I like the Z9D, the Z9G. I like the way those panels were.
Yeah, that's why I'm really looking for the X95J, because if it can have the similar brightness, plus have the Dolby Vision, I think that's going to fit most of my needs.
Well, Classy, that's where I think the 950H came out of and just kind of fell flat. Even though it's a good display, I think that this X95, from what I'm hearing from Sony, from what we're hearing inside, is it's going to be similar to the ZAH and a step up beyond it, even though it's only 4K, but you'll have that kind of punch, and I think it's going to be amazing.
I'm waiting for
I got a guest to come by. A guest. Come on in.
My
wife, she went. She's like, "Do you need ice?" So she brought me ice.
So that's so sweet.
Damn, my wife's like, "See you later."
Yeah.
She's like, "Nerd, go upstairs and talk to your friends." I'm like, "All right."
Get the kids to get it for you.
They're laughing, saying that their wives are just saying, "I'm not coming."
It's just my wife.
Show the guns.
Yeah. Thanks, Jen. Love it. We have a tough question because we got a guy that Jonah that was on earlier wants us to help him out. He said, "All right, I've looked at all the deals. In my budget, I'm looking at the 65-inch Samsung Q80A or a 65-inch Sony X90J. Both are $1,400. I just want people to stop trashing on my living room TV."
All right.
He's got a C10. He's got a C10. I think that's in his bedroom or his office or something. So he's got a nice OLED.
I'm going to have to trash the Q80A. I'm sorry. Samsung. Unacceptable with the Q80A, what you're charging. The X90J is a better TV. Now, I think $1,400 is still a little bit expensive for what you're getting in the X90J. It's a good TV, but but definitely not the Q80A. So between the two, if you're committed to one of those two, I'd go to X90J.
Q80A is also IPS, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And no dimming. The dimming zones are like, what? Is there any this year? There's no dimming zones. I mean, what would you do?
I think there's like 20. I don't know.
20?
In store will shock you though. I mean, it is vibrant in store.
Well, in store it's vibrant.
I mean, that's our demo, store demo, the dynamic mode.
Right? Yeah. Or for that price, U8G.
Yeah, I was gonna say UAG.
Well, not the Hisense U8G for $1,300. It's sold out currently, I know, but there's a reason why it's sold out.
I'll be checking out that TV on my channel. So
the UAG, check it. Yeah, I can't wait.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. 1 second. You guys good for a second?
Yeah.
No, don't go.
Jonas, if all you're doing is watching and you're not gaming or anything, the U8G is like a poor man's QN90A, in my opinion. And it is so good. Yeah. It's the poor man's QN90A. And it will beat the socks out of both the Q80A and the X90J. However, I will give you this. The Q80A has the new Tizen. I like that new Tizen better than the Google TV. So there's that. And Tizen's I think the internal apps on the Tizen's better.
Yeah.
Another thing, too, if you can fit a 75, the X950H has been $2,000 for what, a month or so?
That's a good call, Classy. See,
Look for like an open box one maybe at Best Buy. Save a couple $100. Call around. Call Robert. Call Cleveland Plasma. See if whoever of these smaller stores that give discounts have any left. You might be able to get it around that $1,500.
Yeah, X950H is a good call. I like that as well.
Well, it's better than both those, and it would be larger.
Sure. I would choose the X950H over both of those as well.
Robert, or I'm say, FOMO. Speaking of Hisense, how excited are you going to be able to see the dual cell at the shootout if it makes it?
Oh, really? You know, that'd be great to see how it compares to the OLED.
If it measures up, it'll be there.
Yeah,
so
I'm excited. I mean, it's technically a 12-bit panel or a dual panel, right? So we'll see.
But just to see Hisense at that level is, I mean, that's awesome. You know, and I'll see it in store, but to see it hang with the AK TVs, it's
OLED. To see it hang with the can it beat the non-OLEDs, the QLED, and how close does it come to an OLED in terms of deep blacks and the peak brightness? I mean,
just new technology. Just switching it up to something different is exciting.
It is.
Capona, I think the next 9050H is good for gaming. I've gamed on it. It's fine. 4K 60, you're fine. I keep hearing in the comments, this makes me a little bit nuts. I got to vent a little bit.
Go.
I mean, guys, not everybody needs a PC monitor. Not everybody needs, 240 hertz VRR. I've gamed on the 950H on PC. There's no screen tearing. It's got a very quick pixel response. It's gorgeous in game mode. So, stop saying only. That bothers me. It's not that simple. I've gamed on these TVs forever. It's gorgeous. And while you may chase latency, keep in mind what your game mode looks like. Sony has one of the best looking game modes as well. It doesn't have to always be a monitor. So the average person is going to enjoy their console, not worry about screen tearing, which doesn't exist. There's VSync in these games for consoles anyway. It's fine for gaming.
Yeah.
Sorry, had to put that out there.
No, that's a good point. You say
I just think we're trying to help these people, and they're literally having to throw whole companies away because I can't game. You can game on an AAH. You can game on. I gamed on a 900E for years. You can game. Now, if you want to go be a competitor and go pro, grab yourself a CRT and call it a day.
Right.
But for the most of us that want to see beautiful picture quality, a lot of these LEDs are fine for gaming. If you want variable refresh rate, G-Sync, you want all that. Yes, there's certain brands you have to go with. But the 950H, you can game on it, my man. Sorry.
Yep.
I had to put that out there.
Now, the difference between input lag on, say, the A80J and the C1 wasn't even, like, that big. Like, the numbers say it's bigger than, what it feels like. So I compared the two side by side, and I, like, switched my perspective playing the same game on a splitter, and I thought it was pretty much the same feeling.
Go back 7 years. Everyone was at 40, 50 milliseconds. A few
Yep.
years before that, we were at 80. Like, if you're talking a difference of 30 to 40 milliseconds, okay, that's a difference. But if you're talking 4 or 5, no one is going to feel that. No one. Input lag is not the pixel response time. That's not.
Well, that's what I think people. That's where the input lag used to be the buzzword that everybody grabbed late, and now they've abandoned it to screen tearing, which has been around for 20 years. Now they're stuck on that. And now they want these certain features. Latency, pixel response, motion is what's really important. The 950H has an excellent pixel response. So to just discount it and then go with a less attractive picture game mode, now we're going for worse picture quality to have a little bit less latency.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I keep going back and forth on the G1 and the A80J for gaming, even on the Xbox. If Sony had a Dolby Vision game mode, then I would have just stuck with the A80J. And even that's still just a very small thing. That's just one minor thing at the end of the day.
Exactly.
So,
real quick, while we're talking about my mic's on, would you guys, I don't know if Jonah got everything he needs out of that, but I was also looking at the X950H is only $1599. I don't know if that's the best price. Do we see it lower anywhere? Would you guys consider that? Would you?
At 65?
$1,600. The 65-inch.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. I said if he could go 75, they were 2,000 for the last month or so.
Yeah,
he could probably find them if he calls around to some of the smaller places that do cheaper prices. He could probably get it even cheaper than that.
Because that would hurt to go 65 for only $400 difference. That would be painful. If you
it's $1,600, so it would be like $200 more, or is there a different price? Was I looking at a different? Because the X95J is on sale, or what?
The 75 has been on sale for $2,000 for like a month or so.
Yeah.
So I'm
So
saying
he's
if
looking
he
for a
looks
65,
around,
isn't he?
Yeah, I was saying if he could go up though, because it's a living room
I think.
TV,
Oh,
he would
gotcha,
get
gotcha.
a better
If he has the room.
experience. Yeah.
Right. Jonah, just do it, man. Get it. You got the cash, bro. You come on, let's go. You're a big timer.
Because I mean, I'm not. I have 65s right now for testing, and I want to get them out of here and get back to bigger.
The big boys.
Attaboy. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
You've been
You
hanging
need
around.
help, you need
Whisper too
help
much,
carrying
man.
it, then you know it's time.
Yeah.
Brian, did I hear you right? Did you say you're 6'2", 6'3"?
I'm 6'3".
Yeah, man, you're taller than me. Then you're a big dude, man. You're a big guy. What do you weigh?
We'll talk about that some other time. I need to hire your wife after.
It's
pandemic.
all upper body strength, man. I weigh 225 and I'm 6'2", so people think I look smaller.
About 40 pounds heavier than you.
So you're a big dude, man. Yeah, fair enough.
This apple juice diet.
Something I'll say on the topic of finding a TV for Jonah, like this is the one spot, like when we're talking about TVs, where I think it would be so much worth it to just spend a little bit more to get that like flagship, because when you're jumping from a Q80A to like a QN90A, that price difference is going to be worth it 100%.
Yeah. Well, he'll hit us up if he's got more questions. He's got me on speed dial, and I can forward all you guys' info. We'll send a little thank you email to everybody. You guys can all chat too. Please leave snacks and drinks for us drivers. Workload is way up. 300 plus packages, 200 stops. Everyone is trying hard to deliver smiles. Thanks,
man.
So we got an Amazon driver here, huh?
That's definitely well said. Well said.
Dude,
they had Father's Day and now they have Prime Day. It's like,
dude, our people, they go so fast. I can't even. I barely catch them. I'm like, oh, he's gone. He just left. They are fast. I mean, they deliver, man. They aren't mess. That's the thing. That's why Amazon dominates, is because they aren't messing around with logistics. Just think of what they do. It's insane.
Yeah.
The scaling
they don't
of
get
that
to go
company.
to the restroom. They got to bring bottles along. I mean, that's performance.
Well, I mean, like even what I think is amazing with Amazon is, when Classy was showing his recommended, it's amazing if you look at you start looking for power supplies, and right underneath it, they're recommended of what people have bought. That's brilliant. I mean, it's. I mean, Classy's obviously knowledgeable, but there's some algorithm. It's like, yeah, I'll take this one, that one, and you're like, yeah, that is. Even with the camera stuff, you're like, that's not a bad idea. I will go with that.
Yeah.
It's brilliant.
We're gonna keep it rolling right here. I want an A80J for gaming and movies. Is ABL an issue? This is another one of those things where I feel like it's definitely something, but is it something to be stuck up? Because I get a lot of questions about this now. People are really asking, like, is this really a thing? Is this really a thing? And the motion thing. But that other guy got everyone all up in a rile about the motion on this TV. So now I have to deal with those questions. The other guy over there. But this thing, the ABL, is something to consider. What do you guys think? I know, Classy, you said you had talked about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not really the ABL. It's the image retention prevention thing, and it's if medium on peak luminance is enough for SDR for you, then you're never going to see it. It's only when you're at high and you're really pushing SDR as much as you can that it's noticeable.
Yeah, I'll say this about ABL. I think if you're coming from an LCD, a bright LCD, it will be an issue for you. I think you'll notice that why is the sun all of a sudden like a different color? Because it will go from like white to almost like a bluish gray when the ABL kicks in. And for those bright highlights that ABL does kick in, it's definitely going to be jarring at first when you see it if you're not used to it.
Yeah, I've had no problems at all with ABL in real world content. Obviously in HDR, I don't stare at the sun and let it dim. So as far as, I'm not talking smack, I'm just saying that.
Yeah.
And I'm more about real world content. I watched Matrix. I watched Jurassic Park. Today I saw no ABL, no motion issues at 77 inches. I thought it was absolutely stunning. So I think at times we can break this down too much and get to where people are now terrified of ABL. I know some displays have it more aggressively than others. Even with the CX, I've had no issues with it. And I think people can be very sensitive to it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not. I'm sensitive to motion blur, but not to ABL.
But what
the
about
80J, I've had no issues.
SDR gaming? Would that be an issue on the Sony for ABL? Because I know SDR is a little bit brighter. What are your experiences with SDR gaming and ABL?
I haven't tried it yet, so these guys can go.
So it goes back to what Classy was saying. We were taking a look at this kind of like as a group effort. We were looking at like what's going on with the A80J and the A90J. Like why is it dimming down all of a sudden? And it's that image retention prevention. So in any time it detects a on-screen logo or on-screen HUD element, it's going to slowly dim down. You're probably not going to notice it most of the time, honestly. If you're just in the zone when you're gaming, you're probably not going to notice it because it's not an instant drop. So I don't think it's a huge issue, especially if you compare it to the C1. It's tough because I personally didn't notice it that much, but Classy kind of noticed it a little bit more than me. So
silence.
Oh no worries.
Got anything to add on that,
I got
no, we're good. Let me. I'm gonna take care of that. But let's see here. We got a question. This one here. Brian, do you think Valley Electronics will get any 7585 A90J? Sorry, QN90As. I won't buy one without the quality assurance.
Good man.
Is it even possible?
Is it possible to buy one or possible to have them?
Without the DSE?
To get the DSE, to get the, he wants the quality control. Will they find him a perfect one? Will it be available? Will it be chat?
Well, FOMO has one. So, I mean, right?
But mine's 65, though.
Oh,
this
65.
is 75, 85. You know how that goes, my friend.
I mean, is it possible? Samsung is notorious at the size to have issues. I mean, they'll send it back. So if you want it, they'll get it for you. If it's, again, I don't know what Samsung is doing with them, but if you want to QC it, it might take you. The problem with QCing them is it will take you a few months to get it.
Yeah.
So if you want to wait, it's gonna, because they literally have TVs pouring out of the store. But Samsung is hard for even retailers to deal with because they don't like taking TVs back, even from retailers. So, but if you want one, I'm sure they'll find you one. But you may have to wait because if they don't, it took them 3 months to find me a clean CX. At that point, I already gave up on it. So,
and I gave up on getting a C1 that was an Evo panel because their first allotment was already reserved for their clients. Oh, you don't have to worry about it. I'm just a reviewer, whatever. So give me the next C1 with the Evo panel, and I just gave up and got the G1. Then it's goes, oh, I'm so sorry, they're all old panel. Don't worry about it. Just get me the G1 anyways. So, and they found
mine
one.
had terrible banding. I mean, the CX, they really struggled with those panels for a while, especially at 77.
And they had a couple with the spider web Venetian blind. That's why they didn't even call me that. Yeah, we're not going to give this to them because I QC'd all my stuff with them as well. So for me, it's worth it because you guys know what I do. But consumers, what are you willing to risk, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Let me jump down here. We got a couple more. We got a bunch of comments coming in now, so I just don't want to go out of order here because that last one was out of order. So here we go. 4K QNET IPS panel, old processor scare you, Jason Hall.
Yes.
Were we talking about that already?
The 90 QNET 90 is that the old? I thought,
I'm not sure.
Yeah, the QN90 is the QNET 90 is the A7 Gen 4 processor, and then the 99 is the A9 Gen 4.
Yeah, so it's not old; it's lower.
It's not
tier.
old. Yeah, it's
it's one step back.
Yeah,
it's like going to a B series OLED from a C series OLED.
I have my doubts that does anything at all. Unlike the XR chip we're seeing, right? As long as you're getting that upgraded motion, that's the only thing that would scare me. Is I know the LG C1's got the great motion now because of the upgraded processing, but is it shared by this drop down? Now, if it's last year's, the answer is no. You're not getting the better motion. But if it's this year's, but just one down, then I'm hoping the motion is passed over. But I don't know. I haven't tested, so I can't say.
That's my worry too, is the motion.
It's a motion. Yeah. LG's motion is average, right? And if you don't care about soap opera, you're not going to notice it. But if you don't want soap opera, then the new generation has similar Sony performance without the soap opera issues.
Yeah, the C1 and A80J was like almost the same to me for the motion.
I want to just tell people we're going to do that giveaway coming up here. I'm going to give away a TV, so you better not leave the chat now. Better get your friends on. Better beef this chat up. Come on, get people in here. And I want to say that I put Keep It Classy's wife in timeout because I thought she was trash talking him, so I put her in timeout. And then he told me it was his wife.
Nice.
My bad.
Wait, what we don't know is did you make what did Classy say in the private chat? Thank you.
I put his wife in timeout. Now she's gonna hate me forever now, man. No, I'm just kidding.
She's gonna blame
that's
Classy.
funny. Because I just saw a comment like saying, "Oh, Classy was annoying me." So I'm like, "Oh man, I wonder if this person's been bugging him." So I just like put him in timeout. I almost banned the person.
You're,
So
you're gonna put all of our wives in timeout if they show up, buddy.
My wife put me in timeout, man. Hey, yeah. I hold no power, man. No power at all.
None.
I'm like, you know what? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is yours. That's kind of how it rolls.
Sounds good, sweetheart.
You know what's funny? We have a comment on here that KG responded to. Where is it? It was pretty funny. I think it was meant for Brian. How much you bench, bro? And then KG responded saying, "I'm not disclosing that information." It was pretty funny.
Wait, are you sure it's not meant for all of us? What?
Yeah, I mean, right now I could probably barely do one plate on each side right now. I probably could get 135 a couple times before I'd crap out because I haven't benched in a while. But I was up to I could do about 315, 3 plates. I could do that in my prime. That's about as much as I ever got, though.
Yeah, I can still throw it around.
Yeah,
I can tell. You look at me.
You definitely look like you got some shoulders to you. Yeah, for sure.
It's actually just it's my Samsung, the frame.
It's the Samsung frame behind him, right? It's the most realistic frame.
Push-up man myself.
I struggle
in between videos.
So.
Yeah. That was funny. I was telling my wife I had an ex-girlfriend in high school. Her dad's, "Oh yeah, my dad does push-ups and sit-ups," and I'm like laughing as a kid. I'm like, "That's hilarious." And now it's like push-ups and sit-ups sounds like a pretty good workout, man.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's right.
Some squats. That's called a workout, man.
Right. Some yoga, man. My dad does yoga as a compliment now.
That's funny.
Yeah, exactly. He was ahead of it.
Oh, here we go. Wait, did we already do this one? No. Robert makes it sound like Sony will get that 100% VRR going, even if it's half as good as LG. Would it be recommended over the LG? What, the VRR is half as good? I don't understand.
I would never recommend a Sony for gaming. I mean, you could like you said, right? You could game on it, but if you're serious about gaming, forget the half-ass VR or whatever. You're getting the Sony because it's such a good movie watching TV. And if it happens to game, great. If it doesn't, don't beat yourself up over it. That's how I approach the Sony TVs.
Well, I mean, I think Sony also showed, because you got killed over it last year, so did I, calling out the 900H. Even if they do give it to you, and what Robert tells me, they're waiting for one more aspect of it to come through. It's not even gaming related. It's more of the HDMI. It's
switching mode or something.
Something ridiculous. But, again, it's their first generation of really trying it, where LG's been doing this. So I would say, if you want the best VRR going, then you have to go with LG, who's been doing it for 3 years straight. But buy it on what it is at the moment. That's all I can say to you.
Yeah.
Boom.
And Robert makes it sound, yes, he makes it sound because they're telling him, the engineers are telling him.
Yes.
And he has input on building these, by the way, guys. He's not just a salesman. He actually has input on these being made from the engineers. But they're telling him that it's coming. So, I'm not sure what you want him to say to you guys. That's what he's being told.
He's being told Christmas, and he's sharing with us. That's what he's being told as well. So we'll see.
Yeah, and I take it from I take all the things with a grain of salt from salespeople in a positive way. Like, I mean, he's being told that, and people are, even Vincent Teo's being told this from Sony. But all right. It's on Sony to deliver it, though. It's not on Robert. I mean, Robert's just relaying it. He's a good, he's a honest broker of information. It's like, okay, let's see it, Sony. Let's see it happen. Let's make it happen. I want to see.
But I'll say on that though, I believe when FOMO came out, at that moment, I'm going to bring this up again. When he came out and brought it up, and he was slammed by the entire platform, I do believe they were giving up on that panel. For the same reasons Classy brought up before. I don't think they can do it. And I think that him bringing it up with his following and us talking about it, I think that was a glitch in the matrix. And it should be talked about, not by a salesman, but by us who recommend these. I have responsibility recommending these panels. And I had people that didn't choose on a superior display, being the 950H, for a lesser display because of those specific features. That's going to be the same thing with the A90J. If you want to choose the better gaming display, it's going to be LG. But I feel bad for anybody that pays more for the Master Series and is upset about its gaming features. So just buy it for what it is.
What it is.
Today.
We got, let's see. Oh, there's no light, no TV controls. What's the Fire Stick that's got the better? There's the $25 one, or what is it?
It's on sale. The 4K is all you need. The
I'm
4K
trying to
Fire
find.
Stick, that's $25 is all you need.
So they got one that's $22.99. That's 3rd gen with HD. They have one that's $17.99. That's not HD. It's like, geez, they got a lot of Fire Sticks, man.
Yeah,
They
the
do
new
have a lot of them.
one.
It's this one right here. Let me.
Has the
Yeah.
new remote, but it's the same.
It's $25, $24.99. That's the one that's full featured, 4K, HDR10 plus, Dolby
That's
Vision.
been around for a while. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
I
and that's
bought
all you
those-
need. Yeah,
I bought
that's all
those
you
in
need.
November of 2019 for people, for clients. I see that.
It still works. Nothing's changed since 2019, people.
Ooh, it's getting close to 6 here. I was just planning on for you guys. I was going to plan on sticking a bit for whatever you guys can do. We'll do the giveaway thing, but I wanted to keep people get their questions answered. If you guys we can wrap it up when we need to wrap it up. Let me get into this. We got a couple more questions here. So starting to answer the questions, people. We got to get that on here. Get the questions answered. Upgrading TCL 8 Series 65 to a 77 or 75-77-inch moderately bright living room, mostly night watching, leaning Sony X950H, maybe OLED for wow factor. Help.
Man,
Thanks,
the 8
Desmond.
series is so bright. I had it. I thought it was so bright. I don't know. X950H is just barely bright enough to keep up. I don't know if OLED's going to be that wow factor if you're going from an 8 series, guys.
I haven't actually had that TV, so I wouldn't know specifically about it. But I would say if it is similar to like not maybe quite as bright as a Samsung, but like pretty bright, or is it?
It's pretty bright. It's H9G, U8G, and maybe even brighter. It's one of the brightest TVs ever recorded by Rtings.
Ratings. I knew you were going to say that. Ratings.
Plus, it's black
I'm busting
level.
everybody.
We need to have a nickel jar. A nickel jar.
Yeah, nickel jar. More like a dollar jar.
And the first mini LED. So
it was the first. If you remember, it was the first mini LED that really crushed blacks initially. Then it was updated. I really wish that it had caught on better because it was updated to be a different display. But I would favor that over the 950H for just blacks alone.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. The blacks are phenomenal in that one. And yeah, I saw the crushed blacks, and that's the thing is it's not an upward improvement. You're going to have to go with like a QN90A or something to notice a big difference. And if you go to OLED, you might notice that the OLED's a little bit dimmer. You're so used to, your eyes are accustomed to that bright, punchy, saturated color, and I don't know if you're going to get it from an OLED. In a dark room, but in a bright room, I don't see it.
None of these upgrades feel worth it at all.
Don't upgrade.
Yeah.
Well, and if you're going from even
upgrade.
crushed blacks to blooming, it's going to be so severe.
No, it's getting worse.
Yes.
That's
Lifted
why
blacks.
I
Lifted
remember
blacks.
plasma owners went to edge lit LEDs. They're like, "What the heck is going on?" They didn't even know what blooming was. Flash lighting.
Yeah.
But that's what the early 4K displays were.
Yeah, I have the G1 and the QN98 next to each other. Been watching Sweet Tooth on Netflix, and like I said, the bright scenes in that, it just doesn't hold up.
Yeah, not the same. Oh, hey, Classy, are you watching it with your dynamic contrast on off or high or low?
So I have the dynamic contrast off, but the local dimming is set to high.
If you want to match or beat the U8G, you put dynamic contrast on high, and it literally is the U8G. So it just gives you something. Whereas the U8G can never go the other way. It cannot. There's nothing you can do with the U8G to make it look like the QN98 blacks, but there's something you do with the QN98 to make it look like the U8G in terms of that.
Wow! Did you just talk about putting dynamic contrast on high?
Only because
did you just talk about that on air? You're Mr.
A lot of people in a bright room.
You better put some soap opera on,
because you'll
baby.
notice that your peak specular highlights it is dimmer with it off. That's why. But the blacks are great. But then if you put it on, you're gonna get slightly lifted blacks, a little bit more than the U8G, but it is bright now. Your specular highlights, like, whoa, where did that come from?
See, I noticed though that it raised the mids too much. Like there's one scene in the show
does.
Where they're sitting by like a fire at night, and if you crank that stuff up, then it looks like it's 7 a.m. on the QN90A when it's still middle of the night on the G1. So I found the local dimming to low almost makes it look like the G1. Like it really cuts the brightness down, gets the blacks deeper. Standard again boosts the mid range, and then high is supposed to follow the curve more accurately. while getting as bright as it can.
Right.
But again, with the dynamic contrast, I just didn't like it, so I don't have it on.
Yeah,
high,
it is
high
inaccurate.
also
Right.
turns off the tone mapping.
Yeah.
So.
And now Bat Tech is saying that local dimming set to high is actually dimmer than standard for the peaks, specular highlights, the pop in HDR. So I
yeah, because it raises that whole mid range so much.
The
It's
whole
same
the
thing
whole
as
mid range.
the
Got it.
dynamic tone mapping on LG, like it
Yeah.
makes it appear brighter, but it's just
Yeah,
lifting
it's
the
off.
mid range.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Cool. I'm just kidding. I was like,
QN98 is so impressive. Like I
Comfortable
keep going back to that TV, and I'm like, man, I really did like that TV.
Yeah, see, I had a bad experience with it, but I'm starting to fear, not FOMO. Not I feel like I wonder if I let people down because, you know, like did I focus on the negative aspects as it was my first review where I didn't let myself enjoy it? Maybe I should have taken my time. I can kind of see. I've only been doing this for a year, so I can kind of see going forward that there's this like initial like all these TVs come out, but then there's like 6 months of like, man, it's a long summer, dude. Take your time, you know. We got time to review these TVs. So yeah, I can understand a little bit more organization on my part will help. But I felt like I didn't just trash the TV. I gave what I felt was like good, bad, ugly, you know, like the three kinds of things that I thought about it. So
like I said, at first I wasn't liking it. It took a couple days to get used to it and then play with those settings.
Well, a lot of these TVs take
firmware,
updates.
right?
They take updates.
Yeah,
I mean, the QN900A looked not very good until it took its first update out of the box. I couldn't believe it's blooming. A lot of these TVs, the X90 is different than it was the day it launched. So I think to review these TVs, it's advantageous for you guys to be first. But I think nowadays it's not, because if you review it first, then you throw it away, you know, and then it gets readjusted. You're like, oh, I should probably go back and do that. But you can't if you're returning it to the store. So, I mean, I think being a little bit slower and you can really give it a deep dive.
Yeah, no doubt. And like the Q90T last year when I got it at launch, it was a lot of bugs like across the board. And then 2 months later, they fixed a lot of that stuff. The inverse ghosting in gaming was gone. Everything just got so much better. And it, like as time goes on, Samsung does a really good job at like giving you firmware updates that make it better. But with an exception, like sometimes they definitely break stuff. Like there was an update last week that completely like messed my TV up. I had to do like 3 factory resets to get it fixed.
Did you do a video on that?
Yeah, I did a video on that. It was like the sky was like melting. It was a really weird thing. It looked like my backlight of my TV was just going out. It was scary. I thought my TV was broken. Luckily, I got it fixed, and I didn't see any issues.
And as a reminder, in Europe, Samsung dimmed everyone's TV because they put the wrong energy sticker on. So rather than changing the energy sticker, they just dimmed down your TV, and now it's compliant with the wrong energy sticker.
I was gonna ask you, FOMO, did you upgrade your Q900T yet for that firmware? Because it's the same firmware. So I was wondering if you tried it yet. FOMO.
Do you lose yet?
Uh-oh.
Can you hear him, FOMO, or no?
I can hear him now. For some reason, my volume just died. I'm sorry. What did you guys just say?
Okay, I was asking you specifically, did you upgrade your firmware for the 900T yet to see what that
No, I gave it to my my sister.
Oh,
She needed a TV, and I need to make room for the
for
the A90J. So move that off of the high mount that I have, and so. But I'm sure she got the firmware update. Hopefully, she's not seeing. She's gonna call me. You gave me a TV with melting skies.
That's extra. You charge for that.
Yeah, I think
It's
it was
8K.
I think it was a rare bug that happened, and I'm glad that it's fixed. I didn't see too many people complain about it, so yeah.
Let me get this question here. So sold on the A80J 77-inch, but would you wait and get the 83-inch C1 for the extra $2,300? That's a pretty big upcharge. And also, maybe, Jeff, you should let us know more gaming or not. I mean, again, we talked about this a bunch. Like, you can game on either. C1's better for gaming, but again, conditions and all that. What do you guys think? I mean, Brian, did you get this TV, the 77-inch A80J?
I did, but I'm going to take a second here. I got killed on our last video with the 83-inch A90 because Robert said it was 20% more real estate, and I had 2 mathematicians who were breaking down that it was 16.3%. You can say that when you're typing, but standing in front of this thing and have it, you know, wider than your wingspan, I mean, it's a substantial size difference. It's not just diagonal. You get around the area of the whole TV. It is a huge upgrade in terms of size. I am now 12 feet from my A80J at 77 inches, and it looks too small for me. So that's just me. I like being very close to my panels. I'm considering for my next display an 83-inch C1, just because I want the extra size and I game. So even though I prefer the picture quality of the A80 at this moment, I would go for the extra. And I'm not new to TVs. I've paid much more for a 3-inch difference in displays. So that's not new. I know everybody acts like these are really expensive TVs. They're not. Guys, TVs a few years ago blew these out of the water in terms of price.
Yeah.
KS9800, $12,000. Z9D, $10,000. So we're at 83 inches now, everybody, not 75. The 83. This is the first consumer year for OLED TVs at the size. They're going to be expensive. I do think it's worth the extra real estate if you need size.
Now, did you notice it though? That's the key.
I did, yeah, I did, because I mean, I have a 77-inch here. I mean, it's enormous. It's an enormous difference.
And as everyone will ask you, was it soft?
Look, this is where gaming, they're sharp as can be. OLEDs I never find soft, but for movies, if you're 5 feet from an OLED at 77 inches, they're going to be soft.
Okay.
Compared to a 55-inch, but you'll get used to that if you're coming, and that's only if you're coming from a smaller display.
Yeah.
Cool, man. Anybody else? I don't know. This is going to be tough. I mean, I've been considering if you stay in the Sony ecosystem or, Sony brand or whatever, it's like that makes it like it's a weirder choice because the A80J 77 or A90J 83, it's like, well, now you're getting a brighter and a bigger TV versus in the LG, higher. It's like different. It's like the C1 is technically not the best one, but I still think it's just as good. So I would go, it's like, and then the 77 is G1. So yeah, that's different. But for me, like that, it would be hard for me to do the A80J 77-inch when I have my eye on that 83-inch A90J. Like it just seems like, oh man, you want to go for the gusto.
But that price difference is double what this price difference is.
It's insane, dude.
But
it's crazy.
To me though, if you have it, you got to go for it. And
you can put two of those next to each other and still have money left over from the A90J.
That is very true.
Yeah, that's kind of my boat. It's like, if I'm going to have this TV for the next 4 or 5 years, do I just go all in on the 83 A90? Do I look at the X95J 85-inch? Like, there's just,
Well, challenge for us as creators, though, is how long are we really holding on to them compared to how we used to? I mean, I don't buy TVs for 10 years anymore. That's just me. But, I mean, I think for all of us that are growing, it may be, it might not be the same. Keeping, you know what I mean? Because you might get deals and might be looking at projectors, so they don't last for us as well. At least that's my thought on it.
Yeah, it's just if I'm gonna go with the big one, then that's gonna be separate from what I'm doing on the channel. That's gonna be for me to watch, and it's gonna be probably 3 to 5 years. So.
Yeah, there's another question. Here's another question in there too. We can keep on it. Image retention scaring you on the 80J, QN90A instead. I don't know about. I don't. This is not really my specialty, so I know you guys have good opinions on these kind of things.
Yeah, the image retention is there, but it fades within like 2 seconds. So it's nothing to be scared of. There is that slight little question of long term. Is that going to be a sign that it may struggle more with burn-in than the other models? But, are you talking 10,000 hours on it versus 12,000 on the other models? How big a deal is that going to be? No one knows.
Right. So, like, it's definitely jarring when you see it the first time. You're like, oh, man, that shouldn't be like that. Yeah, but it's only like for like a couple seconds. It's not a big deal for the most part. And I think that it's probably not going to be a long-term issue versus the C1. I think they probably have the same exact burn-in risk, honestly. I don't know how it goes in the past with Sony TVs, but I think they've always had this image retention problem.
My CX gets image retention if I restart my Xbox. That initial green hard, it sits there. It does it with Windows too. So it just image retention's not burning. I think again they're getting their words where they think that's going to lead to it. It's image retention is not that, so I wouldn't worry about
it. Here's a good question that is for
Amanda. What's up, Amanda?
Love talking about streaming devices instead of using the native apps. So does that mean you shouldn't buy $1,000 TV? And I think we all know that that's not what it means. because the TV quality and the differences are so much more than just the apps. I mean, I don't even really care about the apps or anything about. That doesn't even really play a factor really for me. It's more about everything else in the TV. So anyone want to talk about that?
I'd get rid of them if I could.
I'll start real quick only because all your problems are solved with a $25 Fire Stick or with a $50 Roku Ultra, whatever, right? So it's worth spending over $1,000 because you're looking at the picture quality that the app then brings to the table, because apps are easy. Unfortunately, the TVs are not software developers. They don't do well making apps. That's why it's Roku, Google, and Fire, right? Amazon, Google, and Roku are technically software companies, so they do a good job. Now, Samsung and LG do have better internal apps because they are so vertically integrated. They do have their own software team, but that's what they're banking on. But look at Vizio, terrible app because their software team is not the same level as the other guys. And so Sony has given up developing their own software, and TCL, like, you know what, Roku, you take over, or Android. So the TV companies are really focused on image quality, and they know that you can always get an app to make it work, and that's it. Yeah.
Well, the Panasonic 4K Blu-ray players that are amazing, their apps are awful.
Awful.
I mean, so I think they basically say, look, I'll put them up there. If you kind of want to log in, you can. But I think, Amanda, they're saying, it sounds terrible because everybody uses the term smart TV as a real selling point, but the Panasonic we added value electronics had nothing on it. It was just a monitor. I'd take that any day of the week because I'm there for the picture quality and I want what it does best. So, and I would, for myself personally, I don't want my TV updating, Amanda, so I take them offline. So I don't use the smart features anyway.
Yeah, I agree with the $25 Fire Stick. Normally $40, the 4K one. I mean, that pretty much at that price, buy them for every TV in your house, and it's the same look and feel on every TV.
Yep, logged in and everything.
Yeah. I'm thinking about getting the Cube for $80 just to see if it's a little bit faster. But other than that, yeah.
I'll tell you, what do you think of it in the Cube?
I didn't get it yet. I want to get it and see because when I was testing, the Apple TV was the slowest for me. The stick was in the middle, and the Shield was the fastest. And I want to see if that Cube is as fast or close to as fast as the Shield.
Very cool.
Here's another one. Thanks, Amanda. Jose Rivera, thank you. Best non-OLED for watching cable TV sports, which need to be upscale, soccer, football, hockey. With the info you have, can you each give your pick for best cable TV upscaling for sports? Whoever wants to go, man. I'll go first or last, whatever.
I don't have cable, so I cannot even mention cable performance. Sorry, guys.
I'll go Samsung.
Yeah. Okay.
The QN90A, I think, to me, would be the best choice for that. And I like their upscaling, and I think they do a great job, especially hockey. We talked about hockey earlier today being like the impossible sport, but I would say probably this year would be Samsung.
I'd say maybe the X95J when it comes out, so they're less.
Oh yeah, if it comes out,
screen effect.
Yeah,
when
it's
it comes
definitely
out.
between.
That's
Sony
true.
and
That's true,
Samsung.
Classy.
They both do it really good, from what I saw.
I'm 50-50. I was going to say this. I think even though I would say Samsung, but then I also am interested. I like the form factor of the Samsung being thinner, just kind of like more flush against the wall or whatever. I wish that the this year's Sony's would have been a little thinner. I think they are a little thinner than last year's TV. Do you guys know? Have you seen them, or are they the same, like 4-inch thick bottom, 3-inch, whatever?
For which ones?
For the LED, sorry, the X90J, X95J. Are they a little thinner looking, or are they pretty much the same form factor?
Well, the X95 is not out yet, but the X90J is very cheap feeling. That's the one thing I didn't love about it. It felt like it was. Go ahead, Classy.
I was just gonna say, for me, the 900H had better build quality.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree. It was very plasticky.
I thought that I love both the TVs, the A80J and the A90J. I thought the A90J, the back of it was kind of weird. The plastic they used. It was like, I like the old, the A9G for like how it looked in the, just that's a real small feature, not a big deal. So, but I thought that it was weird that kind of looks different. They have two different OLEDs that look so much different. But anyways, so I guess runner up could be like a Hisense U8 or U8G, maybe possibly at a lower price for non-OLED. I know not a whole other options in there. Which brings, I didn't even know that brought us to that. But what do you guys think about the U7G? Has anyone had a chance to mess around with that yet?
It's not out yet technically, I think. I will be getting one for review, checking it out. It's going to be dimmer than the H9G, and it will be dimmer than the U8G. It's supposed to be a touch. I don't know if it's going to be dimmer than the R635 TCL yet, but it's not supposed to compete at that level. It's supposed to be it's supposed to compete more with just below the P series, but brighter than last year's H8G. And it has all the gaming features.
Is it full array?
It is. It's full array,
okay.
but it
It is
has
full array.
maybe a third of the dimming zones as the U8G. Don't hold me to that, but it's definitely less than the
Gotcha.
U8G dimming zones.
I didn't know if it was full array because like on the website it doesn't say. So I'm like,
Yeah, it is. It's more like the X90J. You know, it's
Okay.
like 30, 40, 50, 60, something like less than 100.
Gotcha. It is 120 hertz though. That's
Yes,
the-
yeah,
that's
it
the
is a
thing
gaming
they really
TV. It is their most affordable 4K 120 quote unquote gaming TV with VRR and everything. So we'll see how it goes. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it actually because it's supposed to be, it's definitely more affordable than either the H9G or the U8G. So it could be the most affordable VRR enabled TV you could buy on the market today. It's definitely cheaper than any of the Samsung QLED or Quantum TVs, and the U7G I believe is a Quantum.TV. So there's also that.
Yeah, I plan to get it, and if there's enough interest, I may get it with a Vizio around the same price and compare and see which one is the the budget.
Which one
gaming
stays
TV.
on longer?
Yeah. Which one's the budget gaming TV?
I have a question, audio question. I'm using. Oh, maybe I should put it up. I'm using a Bose standard bookshelf speaker for center. If I actually use a center channel like the Polk Audio T30, will it sound better? It's a 100-watt center channel. So I was just going to say it may sound better. I don't know how much. I don't know if the Bose system is pushing the power. I don't know if it's that powerful. I mean, I guess there's a lot of variables in there that may sound better. Who knows? I don't know. What do you guys, FOMO, any
Okay,
info?
so any speaker is fine for the center channel, actually. But what are your other speakers? Is it just one speaker? Are you listening to mono? I don't know. Because ideally, the center matches your other three speakers, just so it sounds very similar across your soundstage. I have no problems as a bookshelf, as a center channel. As a matter of fact, it's absolutely fine. The reason why center channels look so huge is because they wanted to fit underneath the TV, and so they flatten everything. I go, you know what, we could add more drivers horizontally, but the reality is you're okay with a bookshelf shape as long as the left, front, and center are somewhat similarly matched. The T30 won't sound better per se. It's how loud can the speaker get and how loud do you need. So if you sit far away from the speaker and you need to turn it up, that's where the Bose falls apart. They will start to distort and compress or just not play at all. So if you need like, I don't know, 100 decibels where you're at for those peaks, it won't hit it. Now, I don't know if the T30 will hit it, but that's the thing. It's really the loudness that limits bookshelf speakers. So need to know how loud you need to get it. If it gets loud enough already, then you're okay.
Anybody else? I see no one's like jumping.
It's not my category.
Wait, what? Speakers? No, I know. It was an off question. I appreciate it.
It's good. It's all good.
Here we go. Wait, there was a question I was trying to find, but maybe it's. Oh yeah, it's further down. It's okay. This is an OLED. Can OLED get better? LED seems to progress more. Mini LED. Oh, okay. Well, I may argue with that, but mini LED, brighter, less blooming, close to OLED now.
This is a great loaded question, Matt.
It is.
I'm going to have to say,
Yeah,
it's
awesome
not that LED is progressing more. It's trying to be OLED. I mean, everything is to get it to OLED, right?
Yeah.
It's trying to get the perfect black self-emissive look, and that's what you're doing. You're trying to make it like OLED. The reality is, it's trying to be what OLED already is, and so. Blooming will always be an issue, always. Even with a dual cell, you can have a little bit of blooming. So, yeah.
Well, I think LED should have stayed where they were with the Q9FN and the Z9D because blooming wasn't as big an issue. The Z9D had barely any blooming. The 940E had barely any blooming. They were extremely bright, but whether their TVs were too thick or the way they were being built, they changed, obviously, to have better value, but they changed their thinking. Blooming got worse, not better. since 2016 or 17. So that's the challenge. I mean, if they continued where they were going and said, screw, let's just do 4,000 nits and push it, then I think people would have stayed with LEDs.
Yeah.
The Z9G was extremely bright, but that TV was such a niche thing. If they kept doing Q9FNs, we wouldn't seen such an exodus to OLEDs. I wouldn't have. I love those TVs.
Yeah, I think they were just afraid of OLED. Honestly, I think that they saw.
And they're thin.
Yeah, they saw the popularity of OLED and how much traction it was getting, and everybody was saying, "Oh, this perfect picture quality," especially when they started to make that switch from the Q9FN to like what they were doing now. I just think they really focused too much on the black level, and it seems like they kind of strayed from the path that they were on, because we should be at like 4,000 nit TVs right now.
No way.
We should be pushing it.
It's the washed out colors, right? You saw what happens even when the Q90A, if it gets too bright. Oh, hey, where'd all my colors go? And really quick, I wanted to go back to the last question. Ninjushin brought up a really good point. It's answer the bookshelf thing that David Payne asked. So he said the center channel is 80% of the sound for TVs and movies, and that means that it has to get loud enough. And the best improvement you could have is if you add a subwoofer and you cut it off and allow the bookshelf not to play louder without distorting. If you cut it off at 120 hertz, let your small subwoofer, it doesn't have to be big, like a 10-inch subwoofer, take care of everything below 120 hertz. Suddenly your bookshelf sounds better. So if you do get a bookshelf, get a subwoofer with it, and suddenly you have this amazing center channel. But if you let the bookshelf sit on its own, it's going to try to drive down to the full volume of what it is supposed to do, and it's not going to work out well either. So yeah, match it to a small 10-inch subwoofer is fine, and you're going to have an amazing center channel experience if it's handling that much of the volume of your TV. Because if the other bookshelves kind of suck as well, then taking the load off all three bookshelves will help a lot.
Cool. Oh, here we go. Okay, to replace my 75 Z9D with an 85-inch QN90A, 83-inch C1, or 77 A80J. No gaming daytime living room. Why are we trying to replace that?
Didn't you just talk about this, Brian?
You can't replace it with the Q. You can't replace it with the QN90 unless you're just going to go just for size. I mean, there was very little blooming, if any, in the Z9D. So I mean, if you've never seen blooming, my point is, if you had a blooming LED before the Z9D, then go ahead. But if you're used to the blacks of the Z9D, you might be happier with the brighter OLEDs. For me, anyway.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up, Jonah? I don't know how long you're waiting there, man. Sorry, I didn't see you.
Oh, hey, man, welcome back.
Hey,
Did you go and get that? Did you finally drive to Sam's Club and pick up the $2,000 C10 for?
No, I still haven't made the decision yet, man.
Yeah, well, you know what? You get another whole day tomorrow, so it's okay. You can still make
until everything sells out, and then I have some real FOMO.
Yeah,
a lot of stuff are selling out already. Yeah, all the Samsung Q90Ts are gone, except for one size, I think.
That's funny. Yeah, let's see here. We got another one here. I'm gonna go back if I missed anything. What do you 55-inch do you recommend for gaming, TVs, movie, fairly bright room, and super dark room? Both or two separate TVs? I don't know. Anyways, thinking of C1, but worry my room is too bright. I mean, that's kind of weird because it says fairly bright and super dark. So I don't know if they're saying like it gets super dark at night, but then fairly bright in the day. So then you got to have two TVs.
If the light's not hitting the screen, then you'd be fine.
Yeah.
That's what, I don't know. To me, it doesn't really matter how bright it gets in here as long as nothing's hitting the screen.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Very good point.
Light angle is such a big deal.
And the C1's a good value too. I mean, for what it is, it's a very good value.
Yeah, fairly mixed usage. So overall, it'd be good, probably the one I'd say.
Yep.
You got this next question. It's like all crazy though. It's like in pieces. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with this. The David here we got a couple. I don't know, man. I'm confused.
It's a long day, my friend.
No, it's just the comments aren't making any sense. It's okay. What's this? Trinov video?
Yeah,
Magnolia doing a setup? Is this good, or should I just buy a Trinov and piecemeal? Go ahead.
So your Trinov is the solution to all your problems, but it will take a lot of time. And the best part is Trinov customer service will literally walk you through it themselves if they need to. So Magnolia could do the setup for you to get you started, but Trinov also has great support. I mean, that's why it's so expensive. Denon will not walk you through setting up their AVRs, no matter how much you pay for that Denon, but the Trinov support will. So you could always call Magnolia in to do it at any time. If you are good at tweaking, you like to dive into it, I say you could try it with Trinov personally and do it piecemeal. That's what it's kind of built for. So yeah, I think try it yourself with Trinov as support. And if Trinov is unable to help, you need someone to walk in, or you're lazy and you want Magnolia to do it, then. But you know what? The best person to answer is whether Ninjician. Ask Ninjician. I think he's here. Is Magnolia, are they good enough to set up Trinov? Because Ninjician would know, right?
Yeah, you know what? I'm not sure.
Magnolia going away?
Oh, they did go away. They merged, so it's no longer Magnolia.
Yeah, I'm shocked they would set up. Honestly, I'm shocked that they could set up Trinov. By the way, I didn't know they had that level of expertise, and that's what I was going to suggest. Maybe ask Ninjician, could they do it?
Yeah. All right. So we're going to try to dive into this question here, because this is like complicated. So they put a lot of gusto behind it. So we're going to try to figure it out. But I'm trying to figure out how we're going to read this and figure it out, like what all this means.
Oh, wow.
Like a 48-meter AudioQuest cord.
Okay, so expensive cable for 48 gigabits. Okay. Audio Forest, those are all cables. AudioQuest, all cables. So far, all I'm seeing are cables. And the motions, that looks like the Martin Logan, maybe, motion tower speakers.
Yes.
Yes, right?
White Marlow, yeah, but this is just like really going to be hard. I know, it's like, and there's more, dude. There's a lot more. But this person just put $50 at us to try to figure this out.
Okay, so this is what I would do, Daniel. Definitely, you're building a home theater system. And when you get speakers for home theater, and Magician just responded, they won't do it right. Have Trinov walk you through it, yeah. So if you're going to get a Trinov, that's why they charge. Let Trinov walk you through it. Don't let Magnolia do it. But your list of speakers, this is a good place to be, because if you're choosing speakers for home theater, I'm a big fan, and Matthew Pose as well, of controlled directivity. So it really comes down to measurements. You're surrounding yourself with all these speakers, and that means if it has controlled directivity, you're not going to have the speakers cross-talking if it's too wide. So certain brands are a bit better than that than others. Now, I'm not specifically familiar with Martin Logan's. I do know they sound great for stereo listening. Whether they're perfect for the Trinov is another matter, because Trinov is so good at correcting for bad speakers as well, by the way. So this one, if you have a specific budget, it may be worth your while to reach out to Matt at Pose Acoustics, and he will give you kind of like his short list of speakers that will go with the Trinov, and you'll save more money just paying him for an hour of his time, and he will walk you through exactly the kind of speakers for your room that would work well, because you're spending a lot of money anyway in these speakers, and buying a whole bunch of speakers that aren't perfect to go with the Trinov, you're going to spend more money being unhappy and returning them than just spending an hour with Matt Pose. So that'd be my recommendation.
Okay, I'm still trying to figure this comment out. We're going to get to it here eventually. Hey, let's just answer this real quick while we're waiting. Maybe Jonah can help. Anyone use Q Symphony on Samsung? Sonos Arc with the QN90A TV? Do you have experience with that or not, with the soundbar you have?
Wish I could have tried Q Symphony, but I wasn't able to, unfortunately. I've heard good things, but I wasn't able to try it. Either one of those soundbars is going to work with that TV. Sonos, you can build the system over time, or you can buy the Q950A and have an all-in-one package and not upgrade until you buy a new system. That's the short version of it.
Fair enough. Okay, so I'm still waiting to get this response. Basically, well, go ahead. What are you going to say?
I was going to answer a regular question.
Sure.
IRL HDR asked about what's better on the G1 compared to the C1. In the HDR highlight brightness, there's not much difference. It's maybe 10%. The main difference I see is in the full screen or the bigger window sizes. It's over a 20% difference in brightness. So, in that famous Matrix scene where it's all white, it's going to be brighter on the G1. very bright SDR games like Fortnite or whatever get brighter on the G1. Just things like that. That's the only real difference between them.
Yeah, that's kind of how I felt with the A80J and the A90J. It's like I felt that brightness a little bit more with the A90J, but I don't know if it was really worth the extra premium for that for game in a gamer's perspective.
Yeah, the C1 and last year with the C10, those are the only ones that are really like that full screen brightness is being pretty held back. Because even the A80J was around 155 nits, the G1's 160, the A90J is around 160, 170, but the C1's 130, so it's like a 20 to 25% difference right there.
Yeah.
Cool. All right. So I'm trying to see if you guys can help me keep an eye on Daniel McQueen here. The Magnolia setup is $22,000. The Trin. Okay, so this is all the same person that's asking these questions about the Trinoff. Oh, we lost FOMO, huh? Fair enough. Everybody's.
Yeah, it seems like it's the same person. He's kind of continuing.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot of info for us to digest on this stream. Unfortunately, we lost our main guy here, audio guy. Where's Ninjishin when we need him? Ninjishin, get on here, man. Help us out. Here we go. We got FOMO back.
Hey, what was the question?
No, we're just we're trying to get this answer. We got some other people coming in now with questions, so I'm trying to help out Daniel McQueen. The Magnolia setup is $22,000. The Trinoff by itself is $17,000.
Correct.
There's a lot of information in this, and just like overall setup. I mean, AVR is not a Trinoff yet. It's an SR 7015 Marantz. I mean, we're going around in circles. I almost feel like Daniel, maybe I can talk to you offline. TV is a Q90A 85-inch.
Nice.
So there's so many questions here. I don't even know where to begin on this. So
let me separate the Magnolia audio real quick. Setting up a Trinov is a whole other level. And now that I know Ninjishin's response, you're going to have to be like Matthew Pose. You are taking full advantage of that $18,000 Trinov. And to take full advantage of it, you're measuring, we're talking echoes and reverberant times and everything. And then it sounds really good because you go into the woods, right? Magnolia is not set to go to the woods unless they have someone who's an acoustician as well, because the Trinov takes all that into consideration, right? And you have fun with it. So I definitely would say if you're going to spend that much, then it's worth your while to go to people that set up Trinovs separately. But again, Trinov can walk you where they can, but they can't help you choose equipment. You're so early in the stage, you're not stuck with a bunch of speakers that you're trying to make do with. So take a step back, and if you're already committed to Magnolia, it's not too late to cancel if they haven't showed up yet. That's my opinion. That's a lot of money to invest in people that may not be experts at setting up Trinov and your room.
Damn. This is funny. Hamza Khan says, can one of you get serious, maybe whisper, and give us more of a direct comparison between super heavyweights, A90J, Z9J? I don't think that's 83 versus 85.
Right. I guess. And I did say to Hamza that the Z9J isn't out yet, but he knows. He just wants us to speculate. What have you heard, Brian, from whispering with Robert about the possibilities of the Z9J in terms of its performance and differences, and is it comparable?
So what's hurting the Z9J is not having the backlight master drive of the Z9G. So that's putting a damper on the excitement that it should have. But they're excited about it. I just think, as we mentioned before, OLED has really been dominating everyone's thoughts, where I think the Z9J not being mini LED has taken even that almost like an old-fashioned approach. I'm very hopeful. I think it's going to be amazing. You're going to see it even on my channel in store, the Z9J versus the A90J when it first releases in a few weeks, actually. I think, was it mid-July? So you'll see it on the channel, and then you'll see it during the shootout. You'll actually see it fight every other AK, including the Samsung QN900A. So you're going to see it. So, I mean, it's going to be a beast, Hazma. Just, you're going to have to wait for it to release. You'll see it on my channel, and then you'll see us all streaming the shootout in September. But unfortunately, a lot of these comparisons are being pushed back. Like the X95 would have been out a few months ago. So everything is pushed back. But you will see it, I promise. You'll see them fighting it out. I'm still considering it as a purchase. So, for me, I'm not canceling out the Z9J or the QNED. I love the Z9J, but it's hard without the backlight master drive.
Yeah, they're really saving money on that. They have to cut costs.
They're about $3,000 each just for the master drive.
And on that size,
And they make them gigantic, make them thick like that.
Yes, very
I love
thick.
the way they look, though, man.
And
they look awesome.
they're one of the reasons why they probably had to give it up is not even so much they're being cheap, but energy efficiency being what it is. They would have to develop it to be energy efficient, and you couldn't. That master drive was an energy burner.
Well, the biggest reason, honestly, due to the Sony's focus groups, is people don't want thick TVs. So, in my opinion, that's why I think, the 8K Samsung struggle with 8K itself. They're trying to be slim, where Sony doesn't care they're thick. But I mean, the focus groups really want slim, and they want thin more than they want thick.
What's up? Magician AV came back in the room.
Hey, man.
Hey, did you have anything else you wanted to add to that one comment that we were speaking about, or?
Yeah, turn on the Magnolia. Come on.
So basically, I'll put it this way. It really depends on who's doing this project. So just some insight to Best Buy. You get a lot of kids that, worked Geek Squad, or they worked home theater, and then they got promoted up into Magnolia, where they're just generally selling TVs and they're selling cables and all this stuff, right? I was hired there from the outside specifically to design systems and home theaters and audio, TV, and things like that. They can make all the promises in the world when they're charging that much money, but a Trinov system needs to be done on a PC. It is mind-boggling how much work goes into a setup process like that. Unless Magnolia is like contracting with Trinov to actually set that up, which they're not, because they don't carry the products.
Nope.
When they do like a JBL synthesis, or even a lot of these larger acoustic projects, they work with acoustic geometry. They're basically charging the client for another company to come in and do all the specialty work. So I know they're not doing that with Trinov. So I would fall back and I would say, look at that scope of work, because they will send you a scope, and it has to have detailed instructions for setting up that Trinov. So cool. That's all I really want to say. I bounced out of that company the moment they removed Magnolia. I was like, well, I work for Magnolia. I don't work for Best Buy.
Got Classy back. No, you and stay with us, Ninjishin. Feel free to stay.
The Brady Bunch on this.
The Brady Bunch.
The Brady Bunch.
I'm just playing some games. You can actually see some of those acoustic panels in my artwork behind me.
Oh, which one did you get? What did you get?
That is the GIK Acoustics, the Alpha Pro 4. And what's cool, if you can see this, I actually used it to block out the windows.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly what I'm doing with my GIK bass traps, because they're so thick. If you put them
perfect
on the side, right, it blocks the glare. That's what I'm using them for. And I'm like, hey, this will work.
Yeah, because I got windows all around this back side of my OLED, and it still works great.
All right, so I wanted to stop real quick and just say that I had said earlier, if you do a $50 chat or larger, I'd let you come on the stream and ask in person. So Ian Fitzgerald is going to do that. I'm going to let him come in. We're also going to give away a TV, and I'm going to let someone pick which TV they want. I have a couple options. And I wanted to give away a couple of those Amazon things. So we got a few giveaways here. It's going to happen. My wife's giving me like a warning. I better be off soon because she wants to have
I'm
dinner
getting texts from my wife as well.
So we're going to be done before 7 here. So let's get it done. And anyone that has to go can go. I mean, we'll get it. Let me. I got to find a way to give Ian my link now. Ian.
Perfect.
And we'll do that.
Wouldn't that be great if Ian was like a Brazilian model? Whoa, Ian.
Yeah, like, hey.
Hey.
Iana, what's up, baby?
There we go. We're going to get that in a second. And Magician, internet, he doesn't obviously have the Orbi Wi-Fi that I have because he got dumped off his internet. No, I'm just joking.
No, I pushed the button.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I push buttons all the time.
I got Wi-Fi 6 here.
Yeah, that's what I got. I'm really enjoying it. We'll see. We'll see how long the sticker shock, or not the sticker shock. How long the honeymoon phase is with this. I don't like that on the Orbi. It has this armor defender thing that like tells you every single damn update for the 30 days that they give it for you. It's like someone's on, someone's off, someone's on, someone's off, and it's like I'm over it.
Annoying.
So, anyways, hello guys, enjoying all and appreciate you guys. Recommendations on 4K disc player for C10. Currently using Xbox One S. FOMO, would you recommend that one you're speaking of, or we talked about how you need to switch it back and forth? Or
my fallback is the Panasonic UB820, but it's like $500. If that's too much for you, then the Sony X700, you have to manually Dolby Vision, not Dolby Vision, right? But between that one that's under 200 right now on Amazon, I believe, great price, then the other one is 500. I think you have a range to go with. I like the UB820 myself, because it automatically recognizes everything.
One thing that's really nice about the 820, if you have an OLED, is the HDR optimizer.
Yep, that's why I like it.
Yeah, that hard clip is really nice.
I want to cut in here. I saw someone post earlier about a deal on Vizio Elevate. That's a Dolby Atmos soundbar system. It has rotating upward firing speakers. Usually $1,000, on sale for $680 right now on Amazon.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Vizio Elevate, $320.
Yeah, that's been getting a lot of great reviews. Did you get a chance to listen to it? I've heard only good things about it.
It was really good. The surround speakers, they're really small, so they're not, there's not a ton of, upward effects with them. They're not really loud or anything. The subwoofer is really punchy, and the soundbar itself sounds great. $680 is a steal for that system.
That's crazy.
Did we answer the 4K disc player question? Just wanted to double
Yes.
check.
Oh, and while we're on it, talking about 4K disc players, John Lira said that I promised to list all the great movies for OLED owners to show off their OLEDs. So definitely, so the list starts now. John, thank you for reminding me. Definitely Inside Out is a great OLED domo because the colors and the extremes and contrast. If you have an OLED, it just looks phenomenal next to a non-OLED. So I'm a big fan of that. And I also like how Elita looks on an OLED, and the Matrix looks great on an OLED because of that native contrast that the OLED has. They take full advantage of that. So those are the three that I like with OLED materials. What about you guys? What are your favorite, since you have OLEDs, what are your favorite demo movies for OLED to show it off?
Greatest Showman. And
yes, that's another one.
Back to the Future trilogy, UHD was a good one.
Pacific Rim guy.
That's a great movie.
Love Pacific Rim on both LED
cool
and OLEDs.
It's just a pretty cool movie. Oh, look, we got Ian is on here. I think we have a couple of guests. What is going on?
I was right. There is a Brazilian model.
It is.
Nice.
First,
how's it going?
I want to acknowledge all of you guys. I watch all of your channels I haven't watched an edition yet, but I've watched all you guys, and you guys really provide a great service. Brian, you messaged me and when I ask questions. B, you help me out with my mount, and you answer me questions. I totally appreciate. And FOMO, I think you're the best in the business, brother.
He's great. He's great.
I'm telling you, I watch T.O. He's real technical, but when it comes to laying down the info, you the man, bro.
Thank you very much. We love what we do.
And he's a swell fella too.
Totally. And Vincent called you out that one time. That was bullshit. So I just want to say that.
I really think that.
Agreed.
Yeah. And to be fair to Vincent, you can tell that he's protective of the brands, not because he represents the brand, but I sense that he really wants to give the brands a fair shake, which is fine. But I am very much an advocate of the consumers. I don't trust companies to the same degree that some do. I'm kind of cynical like that. And I think it's good to do that because I'm glad the people that returned the X900H, I'm glad they all did. Because now they have the X90J. Better TV, wait a little bit longer.
Yeah. So I guess, really, I have a couple questions. But, wasn't there supposed to be a 12-bit panel this year from Samsung? Wasn't that?
Okay, so it is a 12-bit. Technically, because of the backlight on the Neo QLED. So the Neo QLED with the backlight, mini LED, they call it 12-bit backlight. Whereas the dual cell on the Hisense, they just call it 12-bit because of their 1080p backlight. But technically, it's because of the higher resolution of the backlight. It's not 12-bit color the way we understand it.
So
Technicalities.
Marketing, I guess.
Yes.
Marketing, absolutely.
Marketing for sure.
Marketing and math, because the math adds up to 12-bit apparently.
Yeah. And then my biggest thing is I bought an A8 AH8 last year on everyone's recommendation, by the way, and I really like it. The biggest problem I have is when I switch from app to app. Like, I don't have cable, so I go from app to app, and then like I have my mom's cable. You know what I mean? And so when I want to watch a game, I throw it up on the thing, and I got halos around all the players. I'm like, this is whack. Like, what is it my internet? You know, I can't figure it out. Do I need a media player? Which media player do I get? I watched Classy's video on which one. He said the Amazon Fire Stick, right? I think you said was the best one. But I mean, I'm an Apple guy. I'm wondering the Apple thing, but then I hear they're messing shit up too. I'm just what do I do, man?
Wow.
Yeah,
I'm going to defer to you guys on that one.
Well, what the problems I had with the Apple, I'm seeing are being addressed in the beta firmwares already. So I'm going to review it in a couple months once those updates come out. But the Fire Stick is really great at the low end, and then the Shield is really good at the high end.
How much is that Shield though? It's like $400 or something like that.
No, it's 200 for the Pro, and if you're not going to use Plex, you can just get the tube looking one for 150, or it's on sale for 125 right now.
And it upconverts great.
Yeah, that's the best thing about it is the upscaling.
Yeah.
What apps do you use, Ian? What typically what apps in general?
HBO Max, Hulu, Netflix.
Yeah.
What else?
Do you have Apple phones?
He does.
I do.
Yeah, I think an Apple TV is fantastic. Yeah. I have, and I'm not even an Apple person, but if you're in the ecosystem, I mean, it's pretty straightforward. The new one has a good remote. I don't like the old remote where you had to slide your fingers left and right. So this is back to the kind of the original remote where it's like you have the left, right, up, down. I think they look great. I mean, I don't think Classy dislikes it. I think he just prefers the NVIDIA Shield a little better, right? Is that what you were saying?
It was just the Apple TV with Netflix and YouTube had a couple issues. Like I said, I've seen with the beta updates that they're working on it, so I imagine it should be ironed out here soon. Trying to think if there was anything. Yeah, I mean, if you have an iPhone and you're not worrying about the voice search and stuff, then the Apple TV is going to be fine. And then the one thing that I just found out, I don't know what TV you have, but the Shield, I don't think it does HDR10 plus. So hopefully they have a new model coming out soon.
Okay.
Yeah. And I watch a lot of those apps you guys watch, and I love the Apple TV. I think it looks the best, and it presents itself in like a nice Dolby Vision. It has, the menu, and then also it has the when you press menu a few more times, it goes to the screensaver, and it always has really cool like views over the world, like in different countries. It's just a really cool screensaver, like drone shots and stuff. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah. Is it still missing HDR for YouTube or no? Did they fix that?
Oh, no, it's
Apple
still
TV.
missing.
They added HDR to the Apple TV for YouTube.
Nice.
The Shield does not do that. And then also the Shield has a new UI that just came out.
I haven't seen the HDR work. I'll see if there's a setting for it, but I saw a Tio video just like yesterday, and the HDR didn't pop when his music kicked in. So
yeah, that's one of the issues with YouTube. Is even if you have the match content on, it won't switch. So if you have your Apple TV set to Dolby Vision, it's going to force Dolby Vision on YouTube. If you have it set to SDR, it's going to force SDR on YouTube. But if you have your
right.
Up, yeah.
And just real quick, the NVIDIA Shield is on sale, $149 Prime Day deal. So that's a little bit of a discount, right?
Well, it's actually $125 when you add to cart.
Yep.
You add to cart, it gives you another 25 off. Yeah, there it is. Checkout one. Yeah, gotcha. Oh, sorry. Hey, Ian, where are you guys located?
We're
right outside Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Philly.
Nice.
My wife's talking about wanting to possibly move to that side. We're coming over to do. She's originally from Baltimore. We're going to be going DC to New York in the late summer. So yeah.
Well, I heard
Amtrak.
I heard this joke about the last cultural neighborhood in New York is Philadelphia.
Oh, that's funny.
Right, we're like the poorest, biggest city, but we have culture. It's so funny. Earlier, I was listening, and you guys talk about your significant others and changing the settings. I'm just like, oh, hold on, you know, because it's like on HBO, I need to put like a lot of motion work in.
Yes.
But then when I come back to another service and I'm trying to watch Captain Fantastic on Netflix, I'm getting soap opera effect like crazy with the same setting. I'm like, what is happening here? And you know, I feel like that's the biggest place where the TVs are going to alter when the bit rate goes up and they can give more information, where they can just seamlessly put you into whatever movie. That's the next breakthrough that I'm looking forward to.
Agreed.
So, yeah. Oh, are you giving away a TV?
Yes, we are. I'm trying to. I wanted to get to the comments. We got a couple more comments. My wife's probably outside, like counting the time down. So
she is.
Did we answer your questions good enough?
Well, let me just give one. I want to give it to her dad. I just I sold my grandmom's house and got screwed in the deal, and I didn't have a place to stay. And her dad took me in, and her dad she's 21. I'm 40. Her dad's.
Oh, bless you.
I know, but hold on. The dad took me in.
Wow.
Wait. Do you know what you're getting into? The dad took you in and hoping to take her with you. Is that it?
No, he's just an amazing guy, super generous. And if I got the TV, that's who I'd give it to. I wouldn't keep it. I have an AH, and then I have an LG that still is like 3D capable, and what is it, like an EF 9500 that I bought for like $4,000 a couple years ago. I don't know if you guys know the set, but it's still beautiful. It's an OLED and it's beautiful. Anyway, I am living the life. Hold on, we have to get off. But I'm a content creator. I mean, I haven't in a couple years, but for 12 years I did video movie reviews on YouTube. So if you guys want to check me out, and
Ian Fitzgerald, check it out.
And other guys is great, B. You know, Gator don't play that shit. Gator don't play that or whatever. You know?
Ian is the GOAT, best guest. You have the best guest ever.
Wait, it's not the father? Is he the father?
Yeah, is that the father? Rick Gaming is your dad?
That's awesome. I love y'all.
Good meeting you, Ian. Good meeting you in person.
So much pleasure, man.
Ian is a king, hot wife, and talking to FOMO. See, this was totally worth $50, wasn't it? Everybody should be doing this.
It was worth it for me. Thank you.
Yeah, and put me in the raffle for the TV. I'll take that.
That's just by chance. That's just by chance. So, but obviously, thank you guys.
Take care.
Have a great day. It's awesome.
Have a good one.
So I guess they get 2 tickets because it's husband and wife or a couple and couple team, right?
That guy was hilarious. That was hilarious.
He's
that was
funny.
pretty funny. Yeah, I was starting to get a little bit like, this is maybe going to get weird, and then I went back to funny again. So we're good.
Yeah. Well, as long as it doesn't become a hot tub.
No, it's fine.
Live stream,
it's
right?
Fine. That was funny. I was worth it. I didn't realize that, I get a lot of Instagram message. He had messaged me asking questions before, so I'm glad he got some questions answered. We got to get going here. Let's answer these real quick. I had some playback issues on the A80J numerous times. Old movies and digital files. I'm using a USB drive and flash drive. Yeah, I don't know. This is probably part of that vertical integration issue with Sony, huh? Where they're just, you don't know what parts are going to work or not 100%. I don't know what else to say.
I think the USB drive thing is the issue. Yeah. MediaTek, it goes through their SoC. A lot of this stuff goes through their SoC.
See, and when I was doing the break-in slides on the A80J, it was on a USB drive. I couldn't use the app that shipped with the TV. I had to download an app called Photo, spelled with like FOTOO or something, to get it to work. So it might just be the app.
Yeah.
By the way, what he's saying the A90J.
Yeah, A90J.
Yeah.
At 83 inches.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
I never used a USB drive personally, so couldn't help you.
I would just say, there's other ways to watch content, but obviously you gotta pick a TV that does the content the way you need it, So hopefully maybe someone can figure more about that. Jonah took off. Thanks, Jonah. I appreciate it. He could have said bye. I feel bad. If you guys have to take off, just tell us to say, hey, I'm leaving, bye, and then just bounce. No worries. You can talk to us on here. Go ahead. What were you gonna say, Foam or Classy?
I'm pretty sure if you just put your personal home stuff in like your Google Cloud, you can access it through the TV that way.
Or put it on YouTube. There you go.
We bought a C10 in Boxing Day, which is, I don't know how long ago. Wish I waited for the 80J. Great marathon. Be the installer. I called dibs on the 8H. Yeah, I'm still trying to decide. I don't know. I think I'm going to go with, I think we have a Vizio or a Hisense H9G. What do you guys think? Vizio OLED, they're both 55s.
Just give up the bedroom TV.
Which one? My A90J? Are you out of your mind? Yeah, right. Yeah, he's funny. That's funny.
Oh, you got a super chat you missed way up above Travis Morrison McCull. Right
How far
after.
back?
Oh, not that far up.
I
I'd
can't go
say
very
above
far.
Ian. Ian's $50, about two above him.
Let's see.
Can you go to
DJ,
Ian?
I think I missed a couple comments.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go back to this one quick because this is up there. Pulled trigger on a 6580J, put it in my living room, pair with the ARC. I have a 55-inch C7, a keep for gaming. Thank you all. Shout out to KG. What's up, KG?
Hey.
KG's just sitting back chilling. He's like watching it.
Just chilling.
He's enjoying, man. He's being a consumer. I like it. Thank you very much, DJ. I don't know how much further up I can go, so let me see.
It's right after the Sirius about the Z9J and the A90J. Let me read it for you then.
Just read it because I got to go all the way up in the other
Thank you,
comments.
Travis, for the super chat. What would be the best way to upscale DVD content? I think this goes to Classy suggestion. What would be the best way to upscale DVD content that I watch to appear better on my 4K TV? So any of you upscaling DVD to look better, is it still the Shield?
Well, if it's an actual disc, then you would have to rip it and then put it in like Plex, and then the Shield could upscale it.
Okay, what about if it's straight up DVD player?
Then you just need a 4K player or whatever, or just let the TV upscale it.
Sony's, generally speaking, Sony TVs have a great upscaler built in. I mean, HD Fury has an upscaler. If you are not happy with the TV upscaler, you can use theirs, but they're not cheap though, so I don't know. Well, what are your thoughts on Jushin? I know you're always upscaling stuff for your people.
I mean, my stuff's going to be expensive.
That's what I thought.
What is that inline HDMI up converter? The M something. A lot of people use it for gaming, for up converting 4DI to do the anti-aliasing.
Oh, there you go. Yeah,
that's like what Darby used to do.
I love the Darby.
Kinda.
I had one of those.
Is it like a Darby? But it's like an M plus. It was designed. It's mostly marketed for like Nintendo Switch. Nintendo Wii users for like 480i, 480p, and they've done a lot of tests on it. It actually does a really good job sharpening and smoothing the image. But I think those are maybe like $150, where the stuff I use professionally, like Lumagen, DVDO, those are very expensive. So I would probably not use those for DVDs. It's called an M Classic. That's what it's called. I'll see if I can. See if I can find it on YouTube. Or there's lots of reviews on YouTube.
ETA on when you guys will be reviewing LG QNEDs. That was another question. Anybody?
I don't have my plans personally on reviewing it, but it depends on how Robert and Brian look at it. Go, wow, this is amazing. It looks better than the QN98. Then I'll have FOMO. So
you'll have FOMO on not doing a review on your FOMO channel. Yeah,
it's not going to come till like August almost.
Yeah, they pushed them back.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm getting down there. I'm trying to make sure. Okay, we got, oh man, you know how this chat is so insane. It's like boom, boom. Now I'm gone. Yeah. Travis was that the one that said, check my super chat. He gave us another chat to tell us to check his other chat. I hope he can.
Yeah, that was
awesome,
the one
man.
that I went up to talk. Yeah. We answered. That was fantastic. The DVD upscaling.
Can't be any better than that. People are trying to look at it. You guys are awesome. Amazing marathon. Make a great community and resource for us. Thank you for your time and generosity. Well, we appreciate you being here and making that funny comment about Ian so that I could post it because that was awesome too.
Yeah.
Matthew McQuaid, thanks for awesome collaboration y'all been doing. This info was great to have. We appreciate your time and expertise. Thank you guys. You're being very kind. A couple people were like, I can't believe I've been on here for 5 hours watching us.
Well, if you're at home working remotely, you're just listening to us, right? We're just keeping you company.
All right, why don't I do this thing? Let's just, so why don't I pull the trigger on this? Why don't we do this first? We were going to do Amazon or Fire TV. So I'm going to do a couple Fire TV, hashtag Fire TV. And I will give away 2 of the Fire TVs. Bad Tech, be the installer. Been here since the start. That's funny. So do hashtag Fire TV. We'll do a couple of those. Anything else we should give away, guys? The TV is going to be pretty much it. That's going to be, there goes the super chats out the door for the TV.
Pretty much.
Anyone which TV would you guys rather want? An H9G or a Vizio OLED, same size?
Ooh,
both of them are in perfect condition.
I would do the H9G.
I would do it too.
H9G. Anybody for the Vizio OLED?
If it turns on.
Oh, it's great.
The
Honestly,
Vizio might not survive the trip.
Does it power on? No, I just need it to power on. If it power.
Now I have the both boxes for all of them, all the original packaging, everything. So no, they'll be safe. Oh my gosh, look at all the comments coming in. It's like
everybody wants their Fire TV,
shitstorm.
my friend.
That's they got other things in their mind. H9G, Vizio.
Oh, wait,
it's like boom, they're all of it, man. It's just
Wow,
like
that's
crazy.
flying.
Yeah,
I'd go H9G.
Yeah. So Vizio warranty? Actually, no warranty. No, it doesn't have a warranty. I don't think it does. I think it just has a 1 year. I think I bought it 6 months ago. So you got 6 months. You can transfer, Matt. You can transfer Best Buy warranty. I think it only 1 year. I don't know. It has to be extended warranty to transfer.
Extended. I mean, if you have the receipt and someone wants to make a warranty claim, as long as they have the original receipt, you should be fine.
Yeah. So you can. Oh yeah. Easy Tech. Return the Vizio. LOL. I've had it for 6 months now. I mean, I could.
Costco will take it.
Yeah, right.
They would.
They don't even sell them. I'll just go there. Hey, I bought this here. Give me
Get
the
some
money back.
tires.
Okay.
Get some thermal.
Yeah. Get some tires. Get a battery.
Mayonnaise dressing.
Yeah. Giant thing of buns. Yeah. All right. So let's do this real quick here. All right. So I just gotta pick him out of a hat here.
Uh-oh, the hat. Should have given you my hat.
This is for, I don't know, feel bad giving away the Fire TV first because people are going to get mad that they're not. Fire TV, Don B.
Don B. He was here
Don
all day
B.
practically.
Was
I
he?
like Don. Yes, he was. He's been chatting away. Definitely a worthy winner.
So that's going to be for, make sure you guys reach out to me too because I'm going to have to look back through all these chats to find this. So if you want your prize, come for it. You better get it. And then I'll give another one away here real quick.
On B.
Man, everybody is like, I can't even keep it still here because it's going so crazy.
Oh, wait. Hamza says the H9G is for his dying mother. Does he get extra chances?
No. No.
Damn, bro.
We should have had some questions. It's like, hey, what is your guys' favorite movie while we're doing this? Let's go around and say, KG, Tech with KG, what's your favorite movie? Did we already talk about this?
I guess my favorite movie would be Jurassic Park. That was like the first movie I saw when I was a kid, like not a kid, but a teenager or something. I don't know. It just blew me away. Like the dinosaur looked so realistic, and I still like watching it on OLED to this day. So it's probably my favorite movie to watch.
It's a good movie, man.
I'll go
Brian, what do
Jaws.
you got?
Jaws. It's my
Nice.
favorite film of all time, followed probably by The Thing and then Alien.
Alien's good.
Well, I'm a romantic comedy kind of guy. I like Keeping the Faith with Jenna Elfman. But if you're going serious, I do like was that Star Wars is good. That's something that I just can't, even though I'm older now and I watch, I'm like, man, I can't believe I like that so much. But so much of my childhood was wrapped around Star Wars. It's just always my default answer.
That's good.
For me,
I like
Go ahead, Classy.
Man of Steel.
Oh, man.
Man of Steel.
Good one.
Good movie.
I really like The Prestige by Christopher Nolan.
Oh, that's a good
movie.
Good flick.
But
Good flick.
but the HDR transfer is terrible.
Oh no.
It broke my heart.
You like to mess up my favorite movie. That's
Yeah,
terrible.
pretty much.
I mean, it's
Washed,
like-
You're like,
washed
yes,
out
it's
like crazy.
Ah,
It's just
that
terrible.
It's like
So
Lord
we're-
of the Rings on UHD is kind of sad watching it on UHD. How all the noise reduction and the faces just in some.
Is it
scenes
that bad?
are
Is it
awful.
that
It's-
bad, Cassie?
Some scenes are horrible.
Oh, that's too bad.
We watched it. We watched The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings, and The Hobbit just looks so much better.
Yeah,
on
The Hobbit's
it
good.
just looks so much better. It's like 10 years difference. Are we talking about movies that look good or our favorite movies? Because there's different there. My favorite movie is Goodfellas, and my second favorite movie is Shawshank Redemption. So those are
excellent. That's top
two
five.
movies that I watch all the time. So I do this by not just like picking it out of a hat, but like the movie that when it's on, I watch it every time it's on TV. And those are movies I can never turn them off.
I do that with Old School. That's the one that if it's on, I'll just turn it on and listen to it in the background. I just love Old School. I think it's so funny.
Correith, I don't even know if I'm saying this. Won the other one. Correith. I got to look at it now because it was
Corinth Cockrell?
Yeah,
Corinth Cockrell.
won the other Fire TV. So that is congratulations, Correith. We're all like excited. We need some like music in the background.
I gotta step off, so thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Thanks, KG.
Please check out my channel. Thanks.
Absolutely. Catch
out
all the channels, and I have them in the links, and they'll be in the links afterwards. All right, he left. He's on. I like his logo on the way out. That's cool. I got to figure out how to do that. Does that just show a picture of me in the middle like mine does? Probably. Anyways, let's do the TV then. Okay, we're gonna do. I can't do H9G because everyone already put it, so we got to do it. H9G for my newborn. That's hilarious. That's funny. All right, so we're gonna do hashtag Prime Day Live. That's what I was doing. So Prime Day Live. You got to type it in. Prime Day Live. I'll give it like a minute here, and then I'm gonna get it. So, anyways, thank you guys for doing this. I really appreciate the time. First off, thank you to FOMO for staying on, man. We've been on this all day, man. We've been on since 9 a.m. on his channel, which was funny because I think we totally confused people going to your channel.
I know, right? Next, I'll just do it on one to make it easier.
Yeah, we'll just do it on your channel, and I'll just that way I can come and go, and I can just go outside and go for a run during your. But thank you for sticking with it all day. I appreciate it. Brian. Thanks for coming back. I'm glad you got on with ratings. I didn't I was like, yeah, I'm a fan, but you're even a bigger fan of them. But I mean, it was pretty cool to have them on early. I was pretty stoked to have ratings.
I was very pleased to meet them. So thank you so much for doing that.
No worries. And thanks everybody else. Keep it classy. Appreciate it. Ninjishin's just chilling.
I'm just playing games and chilling.
I talk to all these guys offline. So it's pretty cool to have the cool group of people to talk to, and I'm glad because I mean, creating videos, it's like I like bouncing ideas off each other, and I like kind of getting feedback and making sure that I'm feel like I'm doing the right thing, and I watch all the videos anyway, so it's like it's good to be good, Boom, 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 boom. Give me a second here. Brian, do you watch the Yankees? You are a Yankee fan or not?
Red Sox fan.
Red Sox? Oh, okay, cool. When I'm coming, the Red Sox play on a Wednesday game. The day we're getting there.
Let me know. I'll meet you down there.
It's like Wednesday the 16th or something. It's a last game of a 3-game set. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I believe.
Nice.
So we were thinking about doing the Red Sox Yankee game, but then I was like, oh, we could do it on the weekend and go to a Twins game. So because they always beat the Twins. It's pretty funny.
If you come down for the weekend, I'll go to Value Electronics. I'll meet you there.
Yeah. Also, I have to tell you guys, this has to be in the U.S., so I'm not shipping this TV out of this country.
Oh yeah, that's
reminder. You got to tell me you're gonna have to tell me your address right away, or I just end up won't giving the TV away. So you got to make sure you're in the U.S. So, yeah. So here we go. We're like, oh, here we go.
Here we go. The Lightning is whipping the Islanders. Is that an update?
Yeah, I don't know. Is that the
hockey?
Is that hockey or whatever?
Yep.
Okay, so the H9G TV is won by Theo Williams. So
nice, Theo.
Theo Williams. See, I don't know any of these people.
I've seen Theo many times. Congratulations, Theo.
People are still pounding away at these. I didn't know there was so many people still going with this. I thought they all put the comments in a while ago. No, a lot of these people are re-putting it in because I've seen. These are all. Theo Williams, man, you won. So that is the main.
TV wait, Gregory Williams said that was the wrong Williams. What about Gregory Williams?
Yeah, well. There he is, Theo Williams.
There he is. Hey,
Theo,
congratulations.
He's on, so he wins if he's on, and he's in the U.S. And I have contact information.
Yeah, he's a good.
Wait, he's not a Nigerian prince.
Oh, can't ship it to Nigeria. It's across the water, get in trouble. No, I'm just kidding. He better let us know. Theo, where are you at? You got to let us know what city you're in. Just give me a heads up. Hopefully he's on the West Coast. I'd appreciate that. Hopefully he's in San Diego. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
We're gonna.
If he's close enough, you can install it for him.
Even
Ohio. He's in Ohio.
Also classy.
Halfway across the country. It's not too bad. It could have been like Maine. You know, that would have been worse. Anyways, I know we got to get going, guys.
Yeah, we got to go.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your support. And thanks for the viewers. Make sure to like the video, subscribe to all these guys' channel, and have a good night, guys. Thank you very much.
Happy Prime Day.
Happy Prime Day.
Bye-bye, everybody.
All right. Take care, guys.